Hey, what's up, guys? It's Sherman again. Right now, I'm at Greece right now. It's really cold, but that is not stopping the Dota fans from keeping the hype up. So, yep. So the teams that are going to face off today would be Team Fnatic and also Team NP. So, who will be victorious? Yep, that's for you to find out. So, yep, don't forget you can always stream through Twitch and also YouTube gaming with DJ Prepaid Live with no extra internet charges. Yep, that's right. So, yep, as usual, keep on streaming all things gaming with DJ Prepaid Live. Stay tuned.
to Genting, the ESL One Dota 2017 live from the Arena of Stars. Yesterday we saw our stars competing across the two groups, Group A and Group B, all 8 teams in action. Today we will eliminate 4 of them as we head towards the semi-finals. We're also going to have expert panel back with us once more with Owen Pixel, of course, man of who has the highest pitch voice in esports. I think it's
I do. I only have moments when it's warranted.
Of course, only when it's it's kind of high, but I think Owen wins, personally. I will say the best analyst in the world of any game, full stop.
That's not true.
Which is Malcolm.
I think.
Oh! It is, of course, but and the man with the brightest eyebrows in esports as well, I'd check.
And the Hobbit head off.
Absolutely. I'm actually just sitting down right now.
Oh, you certainly look like it.
Hey! Let's start. How you doing, everyone? You all right?
I'm good. I'm really happy with what we had yesterday. You know,
We had a bit of everything, didn't we?
well, that was exactly what it was. We had an incredible amount of variety in terms of hero picks. We really felt like teams were testing the waters with a lot of different stuff. I think you can see that in the way that a lot of games ended. We saw some GGs which maybe seemed kind of premature, but maybe that's the teams in their minds going, all right, we tried this, it's not working, let's go back to the drawing board. And pretty much did each game. We were seeing varieties in the drafts and in the play, so it was a very entertaining day.
Yesterday was basically like a Dota game. It started a little slow, kind of slowly ramped up towards the end. There were some good throws, some good games that ended up. The last match was really fun.
Okay, let's take a look at the bracket, show you exactly what went down on day 1 of the ESL One Genting. It was a very interesting day. 2 of our teams advancing through to the semi-finals directly in Group A. It was Newbie that made their way through after a victory over Virtus Pro. The opening best of 1 games went pretty much how we thought they were. Newbie dominating MP and Virtus Pro taking down Fnatic. In Group B, Execration taken down by Digital Chaos in the best of 1. And Wings coming through against the qualifiers. Warriors ending that. And DC versus Wings, we had an epic 3-gamer last night as well. Second game in particular was a lot of fun to watch. We had 93 kills in a 57-minute game, and DC came out on top with a 2-1 victory. So that's how that went down yesterday. Jacob, what did you make of it all?
I thought all the games in Group B were actually pretty close, even the DC exhibition game. All of them, you know, Wings were sort of struggling against Warriors, and then we had that best of 3 all against DC that was just, you know, especially game 3 is so good. So that was a very interesting group to be. I'm curious to see which of the groups end up being the stronger ones.
Maybe get 2 from one group in the grand final.
They look really even to me. I mean, there's lots of great matches there. The one big upset really was maybe VP not making it to the semifinals, but I mean, considering how we thought teams would perform at Boston, it's not too surprising. It seemed like VP was a little bit behind in terms of the new meta. Newbie was exactly on target. They knew what was good and they played it really well. So I think there could still be a lot of upsets going all the way to the finals.
It wouldn't have been a shock yesterday to have seen the other 2 teams go through.
Absolutely
You
not.
could have had Wings, you could have had Pro, we still could, obviously.
Yeah.
Still end up that way. So I guess we could say too surprising the way things went yesterday.
I think what was surprising was how one-sided some of the games. VP versus Newbie, game 3, I think the scoreboard ended up to like 2-32. I mean, I don't think anyone could have predicted that to happen. I mean, maybe people that would have said it is a new patch, you can't really look too much at the team's histories when you come into this, but these are 2 teams that are kind of back around the Boston period. You would have put them on the same level. If anything, you would put VP higher. They're coming into this matchup and they lost that and getting knocked down. They're going to have to pick themselves back up when we see them later on, because getting knocked down 32-2, and it was a game where they kind of tapped out. They let themselves get beaten. They stayed in, which I admire. You know, I don't like seeing teams GG out early. VP stuck to it, but it must have been pretty crucial.
Yeah, we'd seen them GG out early before, so it was good to see them sticking there. Kevin, I also want to talk to you about this. We discussed it a little bit yesterday on the panel, this 15-minute mark, where it seems like teams are fairly even, they're trading blows, they're getting a few kills, they're kind of holding their lanes, and then suddenly one team just explodes, wins a big team fight, snowballs into the win. That seemed to be a method that we were kind of seeing yesterday, but then we then got that premonition of a game where first got stopped, so maybe it's not quite as straightforward as that.
I think it's definitely something that happened a lot yesterday, and I think it's basically just the culmination of the laning stage. So laning stage happens, even if you lose 3 lanes, whatever, you're still kind of doing stuff. It isn't actually until your team start grouping up and fighting and pushing towers where you really see a gold advantage make a big difference, where one team will get 4 kills and lose nobody, and then take a tower. And then that happens 2 more times, and all of a sudden the game's basically over in a lot of ways. So it's really, the laning picks have been a little greedy by quite a few teams so far. And towards the end of the DC series yesterday, I really felt like they were more solidified and almost safe on what they should be doing in terms of picks. So I think that's why we saw so many stomps, and I expect there will be less of them today.
I think the Virtus Pro Newbie matchup in particular really showed how much picks matter and how greedy they laning stages are punished a lot. Newbie executed the same strategy they did against NP in that game 3 against VP,
Same fight.
which was that complete stop fest, and it was just because of these terrible lanes from VP. You know, you have the Abaddon that fails in the middle lane trying to protect the Shadow Fiend, and then on the bottom lane you have a Weaver that can do nothing against this.
And both times, Newbie was picking Quap in the mid lane, so any roamer that would try to actually kill her just had a much harder time because she could blink away. So they're trying to take all these new meta heroes and combine them with their supports, so they're not really hitting perfectly. And Newbie was, definitely.
Yeah, is it remarkable, Jacob, to you that when we watched yesterday, that the team seemed to adapt very quickly to the new meta? I mean, it will change undoubtedly through this tournament and through the next few months, but since they adapt so fast.
I thought the Wings DC match, particularly, I wasn't too convinced with Virtus Pro and how they picked. They probably thought they figured out how to beat Newbie. We talked about this yesterday as well, how they could defend their middle laner, make sure that he got level and farm, and then have some sort of saving mechanism either the Wisp did not underlord combos, or in their attempt at the Ruby and Weaver trying to get on the active center. The game just never went that far.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of worked for them, but Kaka had an amazing roaming Rana game. He just constantly shut down the Shadow Fiend to limit his farm. And I think part of the issue is that these teams have probably been doing a lot of scrimming the last couple of weeks, but you gotta remember who they're playing against. They're playing against a bunch of other teams, may or may not be good, may or may not understand the meta. Like, different pro teams have vastly different theory-crafted ideas. They'll adapt to new changes faster than others, so it's entirely possible that the teams will go into the tournament and think they have this meta developed, and then they'll play against a team like Newbie, who's just insanely talented, and also maybe has figured out more of the meta, and then it just looks like head against a brick wall. And that's exactly what we saw in the VP series. They stomped game 2, but game 1 and game 3 didn't look close. So I think as soon as you lose those one games really badly, you're instantly going to say, okay, too greedy. Let's go to standards, like safe, roaming heroes. Let's make our lanes good, and then we'll worry about the mid lane games.
Do you think, question was really, do you think that the fact that they have a little bit more experience, and not much more, that they had DPL stuff, is it so important at this critical stage and early stage of the patch that they actually gain that experience, or do you not think it makes sense?
I think a lot of it comes down to how much they individually play. It seems as if everyone on Newbie has been playing a lot. And on VP side of things, this is all speculation from my side of things, but it seems as if Pasha definitely played a lot, but the rest of the team probably didn't seem as comfortable in going with the picks that we on paper think are really good at this game.
Yeah, I don't know if I completely agree though. I feel like all of the players almost for sure played a lot of clubs solo, but I doubt they did that much scrimming personally. Whereas I feel like the Chinese squads are much more likely to be in the same house, playing against each other, playing against sister squads, sharing information between other teams, especially because there's only one Chinese team here really. So I'm sure they'd be happy to share information with each other to like further the cause or whatever. There's a lot more camaraderie from their scene versus the Western scene. So there's also lots of things like that could have just advanced them a little bit farther here.
Okay, let's take a look now at our matches for day 2. As you see the trophy on the main stage right now, that won't be delivered until tomorrow because today we're moving to elimination matches with our Group A lower bracket, Fnatic versus Team NP. That'll be our first matchup of the day. We'll talk about that one very shortly. The winner will go through and play Virtus Pro for a place in the semi-finals. In Group B, it's Execration versus WG Unity, a local regional battle between two teams. I think it will be very, very fun to watch. Their winner will play Wings Gaming again for the second position in the bottom half of the bracket in the semi-final. So that's how we're going to look today on day 2. More best of 3s ahead of us, and we'll start to break those down a little bit. We'll leave Fnatic and NP because we're going to do that for the first game, so we'll talk about that in a little bit. But of the others, Jacob, we'll start with you. Execration versus WG is quite. I'm looking forward to that because, in many ways, you could argue because it's a regional clash, they might know a little bit more about each other. It could be quite even. I don't necessarily think it's quite as straightforward as picking one and saying, yeah, they're definitely the favourites.
It should be two teams that are very familiar with each other, how the different players interact on the map, but also it's two teams that are very similar in skill level. Both of them did pretty well against the enemies yesterday. Probably Execration not as well as Warriors did against Wings, but maybe DC is also just slightly better than Wings. We did see that in Game 3 yesterday. So I think it's going to be a very intense game. I think Execration might edge it out despite the recent roster change.
Okay. I have more faith in Warriors gaming personally, just because they did have a good run at Boston, getting top 8, I believe. I know that the Southeast Asian scene, they really do know each other very well because they've been on various teams and been scrimming against each other. There's a lot of online C-Cups, you play each other a lot. So they will have a lot of familiarity, but I feel like Warriors gaming is more accomplished, has very good results, maybe has some really good land jitters going from Boston. They played on a huge stage and did well, far better than everybody expected, pretty much. So I give the edge to them.
Did well in qualifiers as well.
Right, they're really good. And kind of going on what Kev says, you've got to look at these two teams, obviously remember the fact that Execration, they did lose, remember they lost Arbet, and then sort someone else in. Now they've got to go up against WG. WG yesterday against Wings, if you did see the game, it was really close. It was only kind of the last moments, one fight that kind of cost the game for WG against Wings. And it was a very entertaining one as well. I kind of want to see these guys go up against Wings in the best of three.
Is that what's giving you more confidence, though, is having seen a little bit of the game against Wings, thinking, well, we know
Absolutely.
they can hold their own against that, maybe one mistake less, they could have won the game.
I mean, they could have definitely won the game. And that's why I think in that matchup, I kind of have to give WG the edge over Execration.
Without talking about Genting too much, they face a tough task to get through the group in the semis, even after they win one of those in that first game, Jake. Can you see either of them squeaking through?
I mean, Würzburg might be a bit shook up in terms of strategy right now. They might not know exactly what to do, but that being said, on paper, they are just a much more formidable team than either one of them. Fnatic being very new, and as we talked about a lot yesterday, maybe this patch actually doesn't suit ND all that much because it's all about low cooldowns and getting all that early aggression. I think it's been proven so far in the game.
With that said, though, I think those are the two teams that have been theory crafting the most. And in a lot of cases, VP did a lot of theory crafting yesterday. I could see it in some of their drafts and their hero picks. And he does that consistently. I mean, obviously, they had a rough best of one yesterday, but that's only one match. And they got behind and they lost it.
But historically, they are a fairly slow team in comparison.
I would agree with that, but I'm interested. I'm very excited that they're going to have best of three, and there's going to be a lot of theory crafting going on, and we're going to see hopefully some really cool builds and ideas that they haven't been able to whip out yet. Because it's definitely very important matches here, because we're getting towards the next major. The teams need to perform well here to show that they are cream of the crop. And these little elimination matches, they're not even little, they're best of threes, they're big matches. They have to start taking some.
I don't think that is the point of it, Jacob. We talk about this ESL One Genting, it's the start of 2017, but these teams are already looking towards the next major. They're already starting to think, well, how do we qualify for it? And every match almost counts towards that.
Yeah, you got to spend every opportunity you get. I don't think either series is going to be a wash at all. I think it's going to be very close, probably both of them going all three games. That being said, I do think Fnatic have a better opportunity here. I think they have some voice up their sleeve, despite being new and despite Yamate not being official and everything. I do think they're more predictable and more aggressive than
We'll get into that in a little bit when we come back, but I also want to talk about the other side of the bracket as well. Do you think, though, if WG can win their game, can they then take Wings and make a semi-final play? Or if it goes the other way, the other question is, if Execration gets through, does that make Wings' job easier? It is a different start.
It's hard to say. I mean, kind of going off what we saw from Wings in the last series yesterday, I don't think they necessarily messed up. It was just that DC were playing Dota. Like DC, it was kind of all of the games kind of felt like DC's games, but then DC themselves were making mistakes, so they're kind of making it harder on themselves. So if either those sides going up against Wings, I still kind of favour WG's chances against them. I'd like to see how Execration do, but I feel that if you're Wings, you're probably happier facing them against Execration.
Okay, final part of this particular opening segment today. Anyone want to change their mind? See what they've seen in terms of the winners or the top three that they picked yesterday, Jacob?
I'm slightly skeptical about Würzburg.
Yeah,
I was
very confident.
Yeah, I was very confident in their ability.
You were an RV at Frankfurt confident yesterday.
Well, actually, I'm more confident than RV at Frankfurt. But after seeing how they picked yesterday in game 2 and 3, I was sort of skeptical. It felt like game 2, they only won because they had this death ball kind of saving structure, and they went for it in game 3 as well. More like a Hail Mary rather than something that they trained or thought to be a great plan. It almost seemed desperate, and I don't like putting a team that I regard as desperate in a grand final.
Okay.
I think I said VP yesterday as the team I thought, but they completely agreed. No, they definitely could have performed. They looked out of the meta like they hadn't adapted quite yet. I think the best team of yesterday was easily Newbie, without a question. They look the strongest. They're playing the way that I thought they were going to play at Boston. I think they definitely want to win. I think they're the favorites because DC, while looking strong, was playing quite sloppy yesterday.
On the other hand, though, they were playing Wings, who we know are strong.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, Wings is
hard to measure that, isn't it? Which one do you go?
I mean, that's the Wings is a hard team to measure. Yeah. This is a team that historically obviously had that amazing run at TI, as we mentioned before. Ever since, they've kind of been up and down, but they've consistently kind of remained in that kind of top, obviously China spot. So when it comes to kind of the matchup on an international platform against these teams, it's really hard to kind of gauge, especially because we are on this new match as well. And we saw that exactly in the DC series. they were slipping up. Their strats just didn't seem as kind of key together as what DC were bringing to the table. So I think it's hard to place them in the top 3. I think you still kind of have to look at DC newbie. Obviously, it's easiest to say because they did win their games, but I think they are for sure the top 2 contenders here. And third place, I think VP can pick it back up. I know, as this guy said, there was stuff that VP was showing,
Some CIS,
which was maybe a little questionable in terms of drafts. Maybe they're not quite as up to date as the rest of the teams, but VP, they're a strong lineup, they're stuck together. If there's going to be a team that's going to be able to recover from a day like yesterday, VP's going to be a team that can do it.
Thank you all 3 of you. We are going to take a quick break now, but when we come back, it is time to move into our opening game of the day. It is a fantastic day for you as well. Every game matters today because a loss will see you leaving the mountain. That's right, ESL One Genting wraps up on day 2. Next up, it's Fnatic versus MP. We'll see you in a minute.
ESL One Genting is brought to you in part by Xbox and Windows 10, Lenovo, Logitech G, NVIDIA, Digi, MSI, and the Nesky event team.
Here we go then, welcome to the Genting Highlands. It is absolutely beautiful up here from 5,500 feet. Good morning, Malaysia! We're ready for day 2 here at ESL One Genting. For the elimination day, it is of course 4 matches tonight, all best of 3s, all of them count. All of them will see teams eliminated. We're looking for 2 more semi-finalists after Newbie and DC made it through yesterday. They have a day off today, but not for us. Not here on the desk. No, we are back once again to present you the analysts on our desk. Welcome back to all 3 of you. We're going to get into our first game very shortly. Obviously, it's a big match for Fnatic, big match for MP as well. Owen, first off, we'll start with you. How did you assess both of their games? It's very hard, obviously, with just best of 1s.
It really was. I mean, that's always the thing when you come into this best of 3. After we've only seen the best of 1, and of course because it's this newer patch, we've not really seen anything or much at all from these teams before. So when you kind of look at the 2 teams going ahead, I think you kind of just have to look at the stability and such, and obviously that favours MP. They've got this lineup that's stuck together. Fnatic, they've made these changes. So it's even harder to gauge how good Fnatic's going to be here. And I think that for me, in terms of the players, in terms of the teams, I favour MP in this match.
Okay, well, let's focus on Fnatic to start with. Kevin, difficult to assess them because of the changes in the roster and obviously coming in so fresh. What have you? But the other flip side of it was people were saying, I think it's a new patch that makes it a bit more of an even round. But that must make it tougher, isn't it?
It could. You talked about the explanation. That might be
some of them were yesterday, Malaysia. The worst Fnatic fans that I spoke to yesterday.
I think the way that this matches up between NP and Fnatic on that topic is that the way that NP played yesterday was very much a 6.88 game. They grabbed Treant Protector, they grabbed Luna Carry, they played the whole meta because it was the best one. They were probably looking for something safe. On the other side, Fnatic went for Lina support. Again, they have a stand-in, normally plays core. He played a very farm heavy, did a great job getting last hits. Did die a couple times, typical like new role swap, but I think Fnatic's playing more aggressive, at least pick-wise, for the new meta. NP played very standard. I hope that both teams will play out there a bit theory crafty for the actual best of 3. But I feel like NP, once they do get a little out of their comfort zone, they might have more success there just because they have been together longer. Whereas Fnatic could have a lot of boom or bust on their 5 position on some of the other ones.
Now, Jacob, you've got a little bit of history of playing with these players from Fnatic, and I know that you sort of rate them back in the day. How have they transferred to 2017?
I'm actually happy you brought that up because if we look back historically, like years back, the sort of playstyle that we expect this patch to benefit is actually something that Mushi has had the best results with in TIs and stuff like that. So the whole going very aggressive early on, having spell heavy heroes that and heroes like Downjumper and TA that can actually dominate the early game. Back then they also used Wind Ranger. I hope they don't this time around. But heroes like Lina, Sand King, stuff like that, where they just go for like you get your 6, then you just start killing people all around the map. They're heavy on the rotations. Just go for kill mode and do tower pushing.
I'm not even sure that the meta solidified in that way yet.
I agree that it's not, but I think it'll benefit them against this particular team. I don't think that it'll hold up against many of the other teams in the tournament, but I think against NP, that's the way you want to punch this team because they are fairly slow in how they drag out early on.
Yeah, I would say they're very methodical around the map. They play very much we know where they're going to be. We're going to use tactical advantages like living armor to keep our towers up. That way, whenever we take fights, we always have an advantage in closer TPs. They do stuff like that, whereas, like you said, if Fnatic does just run at them and keep taking fights, I feel like NP will make more mistakes because some of their players are a little bit weaker on individual skills sometimes than others.
And how do you feel like Deviant's started his Fnatic career at this point?
I mean, I was with the game yesterday when we played Bounty but for Bevy, I think you've got to look at him as he needs to be that big playmaker on this kind of roaming role. We saw yesterday how important it is for heroes like the Miranas, the Weavers. It pretty much wins or loses you the game because, as you said, you're going to hit this 15-minute mark, and at that stage, you're kind of looking at that position and you're saying, well, what have you managed to achieve? Has this win been killing people, or is he building two Achilles? You know what I mean? It's at that stage of the game where you kind of reflect. It's not bad, but it's at that point. So for Bevy, I think there's a lot of pressure on him. I'd like to see him on the bounty again. I think even though he lost the game, it is one of his strongest heroes. I think as well you've got to kind of look towards heroes like the Aya. I think that's arguably probably his best hero. And that's something that I think with the lineup of Fnatic, you can utilise very well, kind of aggressive plays, pop Wushi. So something like that would be really nice.
Yeah, Owen brings up a great point. I think the core position is very important for this current meta, especially because it seems like a lot of teams, especially Virtus Pro yesterday, struggles with finding that particular core position hero that will open up the game for them. We saw that Lil didn't really have any influence on the game against Newbie yesterday, and whereas Misery completely took control against Wings.
Yeah, I think this is the right train of thought because port position can basically be in any lane. The most successful ones are the ones you go to the off lane. Off lane is almost always a little almost always has full HP because of the shrine. If you just show up there tactically at the right time and get your off lane kill, changes everything. Can help you shut down the carry. You can do that mid, you can do a safe lane, you can do it all. So the best four positions right now can be very active, can make perfect decision making for how they spend their time in the early game, and they make impact on every lane, which gives them that 20-minute win.
Okay, let's move on to MP. We didn't see them on the main stage yesterday. Always difficult when you transition from back to main stage. Sometimes that proves a little bit jittery. They've got plenty of experience. They do, so I don't think they're going to have any issues with that.
They've got a lot of old boys in there. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing MP play on the main stage. This is a team that there's no denying, incredibly entertaining to watch. There's a couple of heroes that I want to see them play. I really want to see MP pick up the Queen of Pain. We saw yesterday how good that hero could be, SCC performing on it. Envy, incredibly entertaining on a hero. He can win games even when he misses the Sonic Waves, which makes it so brilliant. So I'm looking forward to him getting on kind of that real playmaking mid, something that's going to be able to keep on par with whoever Fnatic will do, because I believe they have a flexibility between Dream and Wushi, but either one of those maybe gets to match up against someone that can perform the plays, make those rotations, and have that early impact.
Did you say that he missed his?
He does miss his Sonic Waves.
He does miss his Sonic Envy or
Envy does.
Oh yeah. No, I thought he didn't miss a single one.
No, SCC doesn't miss any.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, it's been known. It's been known.
He misses top 8.
A lot of some missing links. Didn't actually saw that yesterday.
No,
Okay, we'll move on because Jacob obviously doesn't.
Are we talking Envy or SC? Okay. Yeah, no, that it's still SC that I can't, like he didn't do any mistakes.
Oh, no, SC doesn't do this.
No,
It's not worth it for Calvin.
He's good. Still saying no.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of the way that they've been formed and put together, a lot of fun around the way that they came together, obviously Jacob, and a little bit of drama around it as well, which obviously we can't get Dota 2. These guys have got to prove themselves at some point. 2017 is a big year for all of them.
We're still talking about SC.
No, we're not.
I'm so confused now.
It's so hard having a chemistry like that.
Oh, yeah, there we go. No, I
Visual aids help.
I think they proved themselves as the second best North American team. I think they sort of knocked complexity out of that position. So in that regard, I don't think they were in that much of a pickle to prove themselves.
Really? Okay, hold on. Yeah, Melons, yeah. Okay, apparently Melons wants to work with him.
He's like at the bottom of the barrel of America.
Wow, really?
Yeah, you can call me all you want. Tell me in the face.
Okay,
I think MP is a good team. I think they have a lot of talented players. I just don't think they can measure up to the best teams here.
Okay.
Why? Because their players aren't that good. I think they, strategy-wise, as Kevin said, they're good at material crafting, they're innovators, but they need to be in order to beat this team.
Not perfectly refined. I love to talk about how Envy can throw, yet still play amazing and have amazing attacks, but it will cost you some games where you start the game 0-4 and then you have to come back from that versus playing ahead or being 1-0 or 2-0 or something. Those little advantages, those disadvantages completely change the game. Envy is sometimes a more player.
I get a sense of where you're going, three of you, in terms of predictions right now for this particular game, but we're going to do it anyway, Jacob. MP or Fnatic?
It's close, but Fnatic.
I'm going to say NP. I think they have a slight edge just because of history of being a team.
Is he alright? Regular season for the blue colors one.
Oh, I'm going to say NB. Quite confidently as well. I think it's a 2-0, Frank.
I mean, I strongly disagree, but it's mostly because I believe in Fnatic plays.
Okay, but the community, going with it's 54 points.
This is
Very narrowly as well.
It's very close, yeah.
Who's going to have the fan support in this arena? I actually don't know. I think it's pretty close.
Yeah, difficult, isn't it? Because yesterday I was surprised by the fact that DC had probably the loudest cheering of any of the teams here. I thought a little bit unusual. I thought Fnatic would have come out and all been all quiet.
But DC didn't play in the Malaysian.
They didn't. No, it's true. Yeah, we'll have to see how that stacks up. Yeah, Eternal Envy obviously got massive amounts of fans out here as well.
I'd be very disappointed if they didn't move strongly for Mushi compared to
Well, let's find out, Jacob, because Eri is ready on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to introduce you to our two teams.
Welcome to day 2 of ESL One Genting, and you guys have showed up again. Give yourselves a round of applause. You guys are awesome. Good morning. Welcome to the Arena of Stars. That's right, feeling like a star. Do you feel like a star, sir? Do you? Do you? You do stand up. Yes, stand up. Feel like, look, wait. He's a star. Look at him. Yes, beautiful. I was talking about the guy behind you. I'm sorry. But it's okay. You're amazing. I was looking. Come here. Stand. Come here. Come closer. It's okay. Have a seat, buddy. Make some noise, Malaysia. Let's do this for day 2. Our best. We're gonna get started now. Introing your first team. Come on, show them some love. It's your very own Fnatic! Team NP, day 2 of ESL One Genting. Fnatic versus Team NP. Here we go.
Why does the Jackie always looks like he's just got out of bed, Jake?
He always looks a bit surprised though. He's like, oh, what are you guys doing here? The entire box just suddenly there. He's like, am I not still in my bedroom?
It's great. I love the fact that he's just so laid back and chilly. I was watching him here, and mark of professionalism on his behalf. Not a lot of people understand those who are being a pro player. It's very difficult to understand just how many commitments they have other than just playing the game, right? And they were in the day before, Jackie was at the top of the arena, they were doing shooting about it. People just had this face on him, which was just like, just utter vagueness, but he's just in his zone, right? He's doing all these, shoots and everything. Just such a pro. He just does that stuff, and all of the players do that, by the way. It's not just him. All of them are doing that as well. Hours and hours and hours of just standing around and having filming stuff. It's incredible. I don't bring that because it was, a lot of people say, oh, he's really leery, he does all this drama stuff, but
Paul, you're sitting there, they're really good at looking bored for hours at a time.
absolutely,
They're not paying
they are professional. Professional.
Yeah, I agree. They're good at it, yeah.
I mean, we stand here looking forward talking to you about all the time.
We're going to get into the draft very shortly. Kevin, thoughts on the draft and the way that these two can play this? It's best of three, so it's changed a little bit from their first games of the day yesterday. And we've already spoken about the theory. Are you expecting that from him?
Well, I think Fanatics can do the same thing. Grab like a 5 position for Yamate, and he can do something that can push lanes and passively farm while the carry rotates to a jungle farm or be aggressive. I think NP will likely do something similar. I think it's more likely they play safe, but just adjust some of their core picks. That way their laning stage can be really good, because that was definitely the lesson yesterday. Make sure your lanes are good, because probably just because teams aren't reacting perfectly to all situations just yet.
Sure, I mean, we saw a nice range of heroes picked yesterday. Some of the ones that we picked out earlier on in the day finally came out, the editor came out.
Yeah.
A few other picks. Is there anything in there that you think, oh, I really want to see this?
I mean, the Ember. I mean, this is something that FB used to play very nicely in the safe lane position. Absolutely, put him on the mid lane on the Ember Spirit. We could certainly see a chance of that happening. We saw obviously kind of the bearless build like Druid yesterday when it didn't work out. But that's
a bear.
It was bear. It wasn't the name. It was the name. It was the name.
No. But that, I mean, Lone Druid, historically, that's something that Al is pretty amazing at. So it could happen.
Is he going to play the Lone Druid way though?
I think it's better right now. The perfect counter was in the game. I actually can't remember what they had. Oh yeah, Ray does double the crit versus the bear. Very good counter against Lone Druid. We saw, I think, OG or Colin used it at like ESL.
This is what I was.
So we actually saw them pick this up.
Yeah, it's the same stuff. They played MSS Darkseer and Rosebreaker yesterday. Yeah.
Good space creation. It covers that roaming thing. Of the ball lanes, you can do easy stuff like cast Iron Shell and Spirit Breaker. You can TP somewhere else and then charge, and then technically it's like having 1.5 years. Lots of extra damage for us.
It definitely allows you to match the early game aggression from Fnatic, because I think this game is going to revolve around Ohio and them trying to create space on the middle lane for a good reason.
I think almost for sure, and he would love to get Ember. Ember Darkseer, very standard combo. We'll see if it gets banned out in the second phase.
Some learning from the first day as well, and then the first day of people.
Absolutely, and also relevant to what I think the Naga battle. I think as these two are saying, these are teams that are going to want to fight. Naga incredibly good at resetting the fights, and also, again, one of our strongest.
And then Miranda, this is what we saw yesterday as well.
Yeah, so I guess,
Yeah, we both have very good. Disruptor very good at shutting down Spirit Breaker charge, just limps him back.
It's good to play against Darkseid whenever he's alone as well. So definitely a good pick up. I was worried that they pick up the Bounty Hunter, which I don't think is particularly strong against
That's a regular jazz.
Yeah, with Suicide that they picked against.
Yeah, exactly.
And really nice as well synergy with the Slider with his gross pace, of course. He can get that vision. It makes it even easier to glimpse back opponents from long range and trap.
It's a nice versatile species.
Drop the correct name. There we go. They changed all the names. I don't know why they did.
Which means
He used to be on top.
Jacob's still using Priestess of the Moon and pick up. He's still in there one. He hasn't actually moved on yet.
People stick with their glory as well. It's like you and the, I don't know, 1800 or something.
When I was playing on the tournament in black and white.
Yeah, sure. In real life. Life Stealer Man. Very
Very
effective.
strong yesterday as well.
I think Kevin brought up a good point. Banning out the Ember Spirit is performance though. Banning out the Ember Spirit is definitely should be in priority.
Should be a good second place back here.
Unless they want it.
I mean, it's great anti-mobility as well. So against Slardar, it's one of the best solutions. Just Searing Chains and he's like just screwed pretty much. We saw that I think when VP was playing Slardar. If you're not initiating with Slardar, you're gonna have a bad time.
Jug also used an awful lot yesterday.
Yeah, it really was. Can't wait for that hero to get ripped again. It's just too safe. Like no matter which way you land him, he's gonna fight you early. You hit 6, you can start getting solo kills. You can jumble fast, pulling blades.
Hey man,
Almost
let's work against Omni anymore. That's enough.
What does work against them? Oh, did you say? I don't think that really matters. You can still like
I know
every game anyway.
Solve the point for that.
Okay.
So it'll get relevant.
Okay. Irrelevant. Yeah.
Shadow Man.
Good job though, not expected.
Yeah. You would have been good with Iron Shell as well. So with the Timber ban, I think that's possibly telling here. It doesn't really lane well against Darkseer Spearbreaker, so it's probably a ban against what MP want to draft. It might be lane focused, like there's a lot of heroes that do have lane pops against Timbersaw. Could be maybe like a strength or mid or something if they play around.
Good one. We think they can go for a dragon.
I don't think they'll pick it this early. Who was that team that did that yesterday? They grabbed Timbersaw mid, they got 7, and they instantly shifted the off-lane bully the carry. It was really cool. I don't remember which team it was. Another lane advantage. CM, kind of a back hero, but kind of good too. Situation. 3 mana for Darkseer and Spearbreaker. That's it.
When she gets 25, I just saw Wagamon, the glorious /11 analyst, also saying that Frostbite gets really good.
It gets an extra 1.5 seconds, so it goes up to 4.5 with a 6 seconds.
Then she gets an archery ball, and you can keep them permanently.
Yeah.
With the axe as well, goes for the axe also, people get frostbitten all around.
And then she gets a Divine Rapier, and she would never be able to farm any of those items.
And that plus 50 damage.
And then when you wake up, you know, it's like no more. The cotton. Sort of not a bad thing.
Sort of unexpected. I didn't think Fnatic would be a team to typically pick up. Keep up the line.
I mean, it kind of covers what the lead
As the end
covers what the lead did because they can just push up.
We saw this coming a long way before the drafting. So definitely once they got through the second phase. Yeah. But I think respected that.
Not sure what the Vengeance Spirit is about. It's not a hero you typically, well, unless they're going for, I don't know.
It's a core MP thing. Like, if they're running that last patch, I think they can easily do it again. Maybe a little unlikely, but I'd say it's good against heroes like Disruptor and Starter. I think the Disruptor Starter is good against Ember, definitely. They won't always be the perfect solution, but they can work. So it's going to kind of come down to this like 10 to 25 minute period. Can Fnatic actually pressure it really well? They're also very magic damage focused right now on MP. A little all in actually on 1 damage check. Really broke.
Assuming the explosion will be 7.0.
Yeah,
Sure. Which was successful yesterday week, so they did not release it.
No, I completely agree. You got 3 other magic makers on your team as well. Like, why not get a build?
Another new hero that we haven't seen yet.
One of that. So I imagine they should like one of these stories.
They're actually doing the exact opposite of what I hoped they would. This is by no means an aggressive playstyle. This is just sitting back, farming up.
Sort of playing to any attack.
I mean, he has had some amazing late game Ember Spirit games where he would carry his team on his own.
Maybe there's some like abusive thing here with Medusa. Was that a cameraman throwback? Guys,
Yeah.
Medusa with Keeper is kind of cool. You can increase your mana pool with Chakra Magic. Maybe Snakes are really effective. Mana Shield works okay against amped magic damage against the damage blocks before the magic amplification.
Throughout the talent tree, anything interesting?
It's all boring, pretty much. She gets like plus int, maybe some agi here or there. Manta is better on her, and she does love building Manta Medusa because now your illusions get attack speed bonuses, so maybe that's the dude.
I want to have an 18 things available.
You could draw less. I mean, it's basically anti-team fight otherwise.
Oh.
Well, those big I like a lot. It matches up pretty well against James Stewart as well.
Yeah, you just need to get rid of that thing.
Yeah, if you do want something up against it, could have been.
I think that we both of that. No one seems to be talking too much about Boca and the pros particularly.
I cannot think.
It's not good.
I would have thought Bill Payne would have been better than.
Focus basically just not, so she doesn't even get 2 reports for it, so it's level 15 now.
So I guess we also look at Maia's here to the MB, the Ember Spirit. I mean,
I'm sure it is.
oh, okay.
I like that one actually. Great sense. Medusa, pretty survival weak disabled.
Not very good against Bill Payne, but still very, very.
They've got Frostbite, they've got Ember Root, they've got Spearbreaker Charge, they've got tons of disables.
I thought they could have gone for a tiny potentially, but I think it's like overall better because of the Medusa.
Way better than Medusa.
Yeah, but the tiny would have been great against Bill Payne.
Right, thank you all three of you. We'll hear more from our expert panel, of course, at the end of our first game. And now let's head over to the commentary team for game 1 between NG and Fnatic.
That's right, one time here at ESL One Genting. Fnatic versus Team NP. Blitz, we were already having a discussion quite a bit about the draft. What are your thoughts about those final couple of pickups?
I think the Slark pick was really good. He doesn't have a lot that he has to worry about too much. He can always shed things off. The Disruptor is kind of a key hero for me here because I feel like it's very easy for this Disruptor to just get wrecked in this game. It's one of those heroes where if you're ahead, you continue to get ahead.
We're going to already start off with some early smoke rotations coming from Fnatic as they try and get some aggressive boards in. We talked about the Dusa, right? It felt like Dusa, I thought maybe it was a bit too slow of a hero for this patch, but NP didn't really have very strong high ground, but it seems like they did kind of rescue the Slark pickup, right? Now they have both Ember Spirit as well as Slark late game against Dusa, while Fnatic have this tempo controlling mid of Queen of Pain, who will probably drop off a little bit more than those other two, right?
The problem though is it's still very scary for Slark to go high ground against the Disruptor and the Slowguard. If he doesn't really have a save on his team, so it's very easy for NP to just get blown up trying to go for the high ground. For NP, the name of the game is you have to get as many kills as you possibly can. It's kind of reminiscent of the lineup that Wings had against DC in Game 2 yesterday, where Wings had a really difficult time going high ground, even with terribly because they had no lane push out. And so you just have to kill non-stop. And at some point they ran out of momentum, and I feel like that's going to be the name of the game. Can NP keep that momentum going? Can they just keep getting these pickoffs, and then they can roll to a win?
I just kind of felt it brute force, I think it was. It was just kind of like, you have to fight, you just kind of like force these things, and if you can force these engagements, and then you can potentially take objectives, but you're always working on a timer, so you just kind of have to. Things aren't ideal, right? But most of the time you just kind of have to go for it anyway, because you don't want to go late game against that Naga Center, and in this case, you only going to go late game against it, so.
Yeah, it's very annoying though for NP doesn't really have. I guess they have Slark for BKB hero. They needed something with BKB because right now Disruptor's so good. Yeah, but I can really see Disruptor being useless in this game. It's one of those heroes where if you're initiating and you're Slaughter, it's like a symbiotic relationship. If your Slaughter has a good start, he can open things up for you, and then you get a really good opportunity to get your ultimates off. Then this hero is sick. Then you just chase everybody down with your Slaughter. But if you get behind, Yamate could just easily feel pretty useless in this game.
Yeah, he's not a very good hero. He feels very suffocated, and he can't actually respond very well, right? He's not a very strong reactionary hero. We have a Spirit Breaker, Ember Spirit, or a Slark. There's 3 different heroes that can actually close the distance pretty quickly and actually get in somebody's face. Disruptor really doesn't have appropriate responses to that besides maybe a consent. I mean, that's not a whole lot to cheer about.
Yeah. Right now at bottom, there's going to be a dual lane. I do like that they're doing this. I feel like, especially against the Radiant safe lane, you should try to punish this as much as possible. So what we should see here is the Coddle's going to use his blast quite early on to shove in the lane. Then they're going to use this area to pull in to the creep camp and just deny that.
Is it because of that pull that you feel like the Radiant safe lane is the lane that you want to pressure a bit?
It just feels like the way that the lane is structured as well. Like I feel like the Dire, if you go for a tri lane, it's pretty easy to protect.
Yeah.
Even these dual lanes, that's why I think that your dream is like the Queen of Pain, because there's not a lot of heroes that can just straight up survive. You're not going to pick a melee to put them up here just because you're going to have a dual lane. Right. That's why we see the advent of heroes like Gyrocopter coming back in.
Just because they're such strong leaders and they're able to transition into that fighting mode that you really need in this kind of match.
Yeah, precisely. And you don't really have to worry about that because no offlaner is really going to mess with Rocket Barrage.
We have Mushi as the Medusa here facing up against Eternal Envy. That's going to be pretty value, right? You've got this Mystic Snake facing up against melee names who are a pretty tanky hero that is going to be able to. It's not a necessarily like a juggernaut to shrug things off with a free spin, but it is one of the harder heroes to
I think this is going to be a pretty dead lane. Either hero is going to really pressure too hard. They should just be able to trade the mark pretty easily. If anything, Mushi has some potential to die, but Medusa is very rarely going to get a solo kill on anybody. I think what they like to do is at some point you're going to Ion Shell Rose, and he's just going to try to close on Medusa, and they might try to attempt to win. And he hits
SVG. He's going to be close on you. Looks like what Ion does in the crush. They follow up, and he's
see him just not a hero like accessory for him to swing. And like we talked about, this is going to be a very strong lane for Fnatic. They've invested a lot into this with the call and the Slark down there. And this heavy immediately pushes the lane, and he's going to try to drag this creep wave in. And that's what SVG has to try to stop.
I mean, that's supposed to be the big advantage of CM, right, is being able to utilize all day IO, catch all IO, and keep the light still not coming back down. He's going to have to sprint himself away. Rush there as BG stops it in animation. They will manage to finish him up, evening out the score.
And now up at top against us. Does have that iron talent up, was splitting XP with Rose. Disruptor, not the best hero. They try to contest his lane.
Yeah, Queen of Pain. Maybe when they get level 5, level 6 on the clock, maybe they can actually burst through these tanky heroes, but until then, Disruptor feels a bit of lackluster. Because this laning phase, both these supports, right, they have the same weakness, Disruptor and CM. Very easy to contest.
Yeah, you notice the mid, they waited for, this is exactly what I was saying, they waited for they fell off the spear breaker, and this should be enough for them to get the kill.
Perfectly. MSS, he backs himself up out of the lane, doesn't really feel necessary to be out there since he has the iron talent anyway, and he still managed to maintain a very efficient off lane while their core position is ganking.
I would have really liked it if they had gotten some vision on the north side, because you know that if you pick a Spirit Breaker and a Darkseer together, they are going to aggro the lane. This is reminiscent of, you remember when NIP used to pick it first two every single game with the multipliers? It's such a strong lane to mess with, just because you can rotate so easily to that mid lane.
Right. AUI, we're going to try and contest these neutrals here and pick up as much as he can, but that means Keeper of the Light is being a constant quick sense of level 2 class. Quickly disables the sound, but he's going to be caught here. SVD does manage to get with the crossbite lines. Still not enough as the Slark still have that down back going. And the IHL are going to be able to get that kill. Fushi, it's going to be fine here, should be fine, right? Internally, not going to be able to dive that tower. Mana shield is just a bit too much for him to handle. Still though, he is keeping the pressure on Mushi. He's already feeling a bit scared after that game from the Spirit Breaker.
And this is what we were talking about, that he has to do. They just have to keep killing. At some point, your cores are going to not be able to really go high ground, so you need as big of an advantage as possible so you control the map, and you can just blow them with your gold lead. And right now, you're seeing that happen. The combination of the Darkseer and the Spirit Breaker, this is exactly what they needed. And NP, this isn't enough. They need to continue the momentum going forward.
And that's at some point, right, when Fanatics safe lane Queen of Pain, right? The NP is going to be trying to force these kills so often, but Queen of Pain can be that hero to rotate to kind of counter those aggressive moves by NP.
That was always the strength of heroes like Puppet Queen of Pain, is that they have that instant turnaround ability with the ultimates. When you jump into a lane, the Queen of Pain just keeps down, not the rotate, so always going to kill this on a PUI. Going to get harassed up, but he should be just fine.
His VG has to play this weird kind of role where he wants to be able to get that solo experience to Slark, right? It's so necessary for you to be able to get that level 6 early, but he still has to kind of remain close enough to the lane that he can help out AUI when necessary. It seems like this Slark is suffering a bit in CS because of all this pressure. He's sitting on the free.
Yeah, doing better than I thought he would overall. As the Queen of Pain at the top is more or less getting free farm. Hasn't really been contested too hard. This is more line that's just annoying, and she's going to get charged up. No longer has the blink.
If he actually gets the basher, and just the damage over time is going to be enough, and NP very easily killed that solo hero. He was getting all the free farm in the world. We were just talking about it, but NP, a big win there as they managed to cut that hero down the sides of it.
I mean, the problem there was she was taking some damage from the ion shell, so she got a little bit crazy. Didn't think that Rose was going to be up here. And so far, the Spirit Breaker has paid off spades for them, as this top tower is now being contested. And this is the issue with when you contest a lane this hard, the Queen of Pain has to go back up there to shut out the wave, and that will allow NP to know that she's not going to make that rotation into the Radiant safe lane.
Yeah, on this TV down, it's going to be able to get this charging target here. Good last turn, but it's not going to be nearly enough for a turn down. And AUI just backs himself away, and the Disruptor not a strong enough support, but maybe he can actually bring a hero into position. Now he's the last of the Mystics taken. He will manage to get Rose, but still, they lost him no Slargar, and that hero, you said, his timing is so important, right? His Blink Dagger is going to allow the Disruptor to be that much stronger of a hero. But if he gets set behind, it's going to be bad news for Fanatics, so that trade-off is probably worth it for NP.
Yeah, the problem is you have one of your cores that just isn't really a tempo setter in Mushi, and he has to be the one to rotate now just because the Queen of Pain has to deal with that top lane. And that's the strength of the Darkseer, that he's always going to shove in that lane. And now you're in a position where it's Mushi that's going to rotate. He just wants to sit his lane straight at dead lane as much as he can.
Queen of Pain's going to be gone out there once again. Rose not getting the bash that's necessary. But he will have the level 6 soon. And at this point, it seems like the Queen of Pain, early on in this fine, you're taking the safe leaders, but do you think that Fnatic should switch things up, push Bushi in that top lane? That way you have your tempo controller a little bit more free to move around the map, while the Dusa can deal with the constant pressure of the Darkseer lane.
I think there's some merit in making her go bottom and allowing the starter to pick up his farm at top.
Okay.
And then again, it's going to be a starter against Darkseer. You don't really want to melee her up there as Rose is just going to fake the charge. It's a very strong spirit breaker.
Yeah, I mean, he's had such a successful lane that before the 8-minute mark, he is level 6, so he's going to be such a threatening powerhouse. He can even potentially gain mid with an Ion Shell just with the extra power of his ultimate. In your dream, he's going to run into Rose here inside the jungle. It's going to be awkward. He's going to be hit by the charging still. He's going to link up. They're going to try and chain something down here. Look at that! And it says, let's pick up there at level 7. Beat the Klon's lane. The Arc Circle with 8 wide. He does have his ultimate though, and will be able to get out of this range. It looks like it's Yamate trying to hunt forward, but it's just not
Going to be a heavy rotation by both teams.
now. I was going to be hot in charge. Judgment right now. They send Rose back. Judgment time behind Shelton. Not quite out there. Now SVG's going to bring a panic field there for Yamate. Make sure Fnatic 6-3 now as Fnatic just bring extra heroes to the bottom lane. Disruptor splits makes the extra difference.
Still a very smart rotation by AUI. They're going to try to punish this mid tower. And this is definitely not worth it for Fnatic. They want to rotate back into that mid lane. It's not worth it for them to give up this tower. That's why you're seeing the Queen of Pain move in. But this is heavy damage on this mid tower. And you still traded a CM for a starter. Or for the starter to go back. He has pretty much no farm. Tranquil Boots at 9 minutes.
Going to be caught here. Managed to get the blink back. No charge onto him. SVG was cutting across. He's actually run into Ohio. Ohio looking to chase him down, but he doesn't really have that much support. In fact, it's going to be Eternal Envy cutting through the shrine here. Ohio is going to be around. Holding on to it, Ohio hits the stun and barely walks outside range. Now the ultimate goes off and looks Bolton right back in, but still, he got the kill he was looking for. Once again, the Solar is going to be kept away from that precious blue dagger, and NP making a bit of trade-offs here.
Yeah, that was a sick trade by both teams. As they all made the rotation in. That's Rhine placement though. This is the biggest difference in Dota is you have to be careful of where you fight it just because nobody was really willing to go down in that area from the dire side. As Slardar does go down, we were talking about how bad the game he's been having so far.
Yeah, less levels of this disruptor. That dual link was supposed to provide a lot for Ohio, but unfortunately he's not going to have to like take some farm from your train as he's kind of weaken out these neutrals for Ohio to be able to take. Need to be able to create space for them, but they don't really have much space creators, right? You don't have two supports that are super active and make things happen. They're a little bit more reactionary heroes. That is just all on in your dreams. This Queen of Pain to make stuff happen, but he's already had a bit of a rough laning phase due to the pressure of the Spirit Breaker Darkseer.
They're going to make their way down the bottom. SPG doesn't really have a lot of help here.
Nice cut through the trees until Ohio runs past SVG. Looks like it should still easily get this kill. SVG they have to do some crazy juke to life. That's not going to happen. So 7-5. Kill. But again, he does force them to bring 3 heroes to one lane, and NP are maintaining much better farm efficiency around the map, of course, all over these other lanes and even jungle.
Once you see these first 2 major pickups items for NP, I think that's when they're going to start ramping up the aggression. You're going to see the Shadow Blade on the start fight, scout things out. It's hard for Fnatic to play that entire map out, just because if the Slark immediately just jumps on the keeper of the fight with the Disruptor, that's going to be a kill every time.
Oh, it's going to be a combination. They have the Spirit Breaker and the Centaur. Picked up by the Helmet Dominator. Batman says, this is the stuff though, and she just proves to be too tanky. Besides, the rest of Fnatic is swarming in from behind. They're looking to be able to catch somebody. Fevi does not have a level in Mana League, so he can't actually do much to catch these very mobile heroes. Just scaring them away, it seems, as Yamate unable to get the glimpse that they really wanted.
Yeah, that was not great for Fnatic. They rotated 5 heroes up there with the smoke, and they weren't able to get anybody as NP. They can just wait and see if any stragglers are behind.
Do you agree with Fevi's choice? I mean, you've got both the Darkseer and the Spirit Breaker who are very mobile heroes who want to be able to use their running around movement to be able to do a lot. It seems like Mana League would help lock down those heroes.
You still want to farm though. The Keeper of the Light Ice would be quite huge against the start.
Yeah.
There is some merit in picking up at least one level of it, but at the same time, I think he's just focusing on going later in the game. I look at how much farm he has. He already has 700 gold and that point booster as a result of his build.
Yeah, he is actually the one hero that's looking pretty decent on net worth. I guess in your dream, in comparison to the this kind of match, how does the Medusa build?
I think going for Dragonlance is still pretty favorable.
Do you like maybe Milner after that for some early damage and extra pushing power?
The only thing I kind of don't want to see this game is I think Manta's still okay. You can go both Manta and Lincoln still in a game like this. You can only pick up one defensive item. Overall, at the top, they do have the Disruptor level 6, but it seems a little bit hesitant to use it.
Tournament already been pretty tricky with this Ember Spirit. Potatoes not going to blow that big bolt, miss out. And that kind of ultimate being on cooldown just allow NP to be so much more aggressive because it's one of the few big team fight abilities that Fnatic have to rely on. The other one being Queen of Pain's Arsenal, will scrape the pain into something.
For Fnatic right now, their huge bright spot is that their cores are keeping up relatively well. Aside from the starter, of course, but the Keeper of the Light, which is like 36 not even that far behind NP. He's already got. He's going to have 3 of the 4 components of his Aghanim Tempers, 13 minutes in the game. The downside though is we talked about Disruptor, like he can easily have a run game. He's got Wand, not really picking up too many levels. Hasn't been able to drop that like we'd like to do. NP, we said they were going to wait for this huge pickup. The Shadow Blade is online for EY. This mid tower is going to be where they want to go for.
Heavy invasion, but it's going to be scattered out by Fnatic's successful scan is out.
I think they know that he's trying to make a move for this mid lane. This Rose going to wrap around. Smoke's going to break. He knows they're on the south side.
He's holding for now. The rest of its heroes are going to try and back him up. Still have this Shadow Light for here. Might have seen him himself. They do manage to get the charge outside the Fnatic field. Rose is going to be brought back. It looks like by a lens level. AY is going to start coming toward me to try and help out Rose. I mean, they just got to get the ball. AY can toward down. They're going to go straight across. Looks like they're going to take it on build, but it's just not enough. Rushi, he pops his ultimate trying to survive through all this. But if he's big,
very healthy. That was so well done with them as Rose hooked up so much of that damage up. And the Disruptor just couldn't land his clean ultimate off with the ring as well. And he just ran over. This is exactly what we were talking about, what they had to do. You have to get into these skirmishes because it's not easy for you to just straight up siege towers.
Yeah, it seemed like they were just like, all right, Rose is going to get sent back. They're going to blow so much on him. This is going to be a prime opportunity for both AY and Eternal Envy to be able to jump in. And it wasn't even close. Both those heroes were very healthy and were very easily able to go for more if there was anything left from Fnatic.
Yeah, so far, all 3 cores don't have a depth to their name. These 2 supports have picked up so much of the attention on the side of Fnatic.
And they have still maintained a decent amount of net worth, sitting at both around that 2,500 area.
Yeah. 5 sets on SVG, but he doesn't really care. He's a 2,300 net worth Crystal Maiden. All his stats don't really mean too much. This Spear Breaker has done more than his fair share in the game like this. I think they should go for aggression again. You have to get kills before you can push towers. That's the name of the game right now for NP. Going for Roshan also isn't really an option. They don't have that hero with negative armor. Not a lot of physical damage on a core like Ember is. You're going to see them smoke up here. And this is exactly the kind of move that you want to make. Invading the enemy jungle or even going straight up to the old area where Roshan used to be.
Invading their kind of off-lane jungle area. And then from there, what, they try and take the turn.
Yes. As that's exactly what they're going to go for. They're going to run into this Queen of Pain.
That's perfect. Going to be a blind down from Frostbite, follow up with Spirit Breaker. That combination is easily killed. And AY is actually searching for more next back. Back into the center of the stone. What a beauty. AY pops his ultimate, does manage to get out the Dark Pack. Hopefully he's going to be able to catch one more. He got the tank. He's going to be latched on by the pounds. Rose please claim that kill instead. 3 heroes now. That and he are really getting the objective they wanted out of that scope. Turn it into a tier 1 tower as well.
That was so well done by AY. He notices that his team is already going to mob up, so he continues to look for more. As a result, they pick up 3 kills full. And we're seeing the weakness of a hero like Disruptor in a game like this, where he has to play passively, his Keeper of the Light's farming, and so you're just not using this cat hero very well because your starter just doesn't have the prerequisite amount of farm. It's 17 minutes in, still doesn't have that Blink Dagger. And right now, as a result, he just rolling. And Fnatic just can't make moves if the starter doesn't have a Blink Dagger. They're never going to get the clean Disruptor ultimate off.
Fast rotation. Quick rotation by Eternal up there to that tier 1 tower. Stops Ohio from being able to TP out. And again, keep that blink dagger at bay. He was actually getting somewhat close to it. And you keep on, like, this combination, Disruptor is just not allowed to be the hero that he really wants to be without this strong initiator.
Yeah, right now, honestly, Yamato must hate this game right now. There's not a lot of moves for him. If you notice, his team is just getting picked off across the map, and they're just farming. There's not a whole lot that they can do without farming. So you've got 2 or 3 heroes farming one lane, another farming the jungle, and so it's easy for the Slark to set up, for the Spear Breaker to just run it, because he knows that he's not really going to go contest it.
Charge from Rose will force the TV. Is he going to be able to get out, though, Yamate? For the clear shot by and that will be a very easy one. Maybe Charlie wants to go back in, though. He's actually going to try and challenge some of the tries to help out Rose. Rose is actually getting away from the surge. Maybe Dream's going to be the point up, but they can't do a fly after he turns around, goes up field, knows that he's dead, just tries to get the damage done. And Fnatic will try and pull behind their tier 2 tower. Looks like NP were a bit too low after that Sonic wave to try and pursue.
And again, NP trading the support, just so one of the cores on the side of Fnatic goes down. I mean, this is some next level Titanic stuff where they're just sacrificing themselves. The cores still don't have a single death. None of the cores on the side of NP.
Well, they're getting close to at least one big upgrade for Fnatic. That Agony Scepter is coming up. Mushi is slowly but surely building up damage, but it's still going to be a while before it becomes like a true core, right? It's still just right now, he's in this farming time. He needs probably really, 15 minutes before he actually becomes a threat. Yes.
And the bigger thing, I guess the good news for Fnatic is that once they pick up the blink dagger and Sandra, they can start making moves. And with how far ahead NP is, if you kill any other core, you can slow down a lot of the momentum. We already talked about the difficulty that NP has in going to the high ground. You notice a lot of all they could really take was a tier 1 as a result of those kills. They're never going to be able to transition just a straight up push. You have to get a kill or 2 minimum and then go for push thereafter. And so even with this lead, you can still play behind this Medusa. But for the rest of the Fnatic supporters, they have to get moving. You need the Slardar Blink Dagger more than anything before you make a smoke play. Like this, Yamate has had this smoke for quite a while, hasn't really been able to use it. They're going to use it before the Blink Dagger comes onto the Slardar, might be a mistake.
We'll see. It looks like they're going to push through their own jungle, try and clear that one out. They do have this aggressive ward, and I think maybe spotted the Spirit Breaker.
So there's more time that Ido's not really working out.
Similar rotation coming out from Genting. They're actually back. Maybe they thought the Blink Dagger was already up on Slugger, and that smoke rotation was coming for Jackie a lot of.
I think they wanted to clear out their control for the Medusa, but at the same time, Ohio, 20 minutes in, this Blink Dagger pickup is going to be huge for them. They can still kill anybody in the game with this combo of Slugger into the Disruptor Status Storm.
Yeah, we don't have a BKB yet for AUI. The Ember Spirit is naturally squishy, so high net worth heroes, potential for a big comeback here if Fnatic can actually make the execution of their initiation.
I still think it's relatively simple for Fnatic to get back into this game. They just need 1 or 2 pickups on the cores. NP has done a very good job of making their core scarce and just sending in Ghost to scout everything out.
At the same time, right, Slardar's Crush does have enough of an animation that NP should always be able to counter those 2 cores, right? They have Slark can go ahead and Shadow Dance very early on, and then you have, more importantly, the Ember Spirit who can jump away before the Crush hits. So he does have the Blade Mail now alongside that Veil of Discord. So this is your big game Ember Spirit. He's getting into one of his big peaks where he is a powerhouse damage dealer.
And this is where I'd really like to see them use this one. Is they've got this Blink Dagger, they don't want to quite reveal it yet. And Mushi getting close to that Manta sound. That's exactly what we're talking about. It's either the Link or the Manta, but there's a lot more use for the Mantas. And they realize they have to get aggressive. If they're going to transition anything into a push, AUI can be sent forward as your Dream blinks forward.
Unfortunate, you can blink like that. It's easily going to be fine until they search for more after that. Fnatic looks like they have gotten themselves away. Once again, just not able to be the initiator. They are going to catch that United Fnatic there for Eternal Ending. A mega kill streak already for AUI. He just picked up the Echo Saber, and he is now not too far away from that BKB that is just going to stop every bit of aggression from Fnatic.
Yeah, this is exactly what we wanted to see. And he immediately going to transition this into a push. And Fnatic again, just kind of getting caught, split up around the map. They seem way too content to just farm. I think they have the idea that maybe this Dusa can just go for high ground, and he doesn't have the best way to go high ground. but at the same time, you're not going to get a lot of value out of your supports anymore.
This is really a problem for him at all. He's also in the jungle. He's going to be able to catch Mushi. Mushi does manage to get off his ult just before he ran out of mana. But no, they're not actually going to pursue. And your dream was coming back up anyway, so a bit too dangerous to try and go out there.
And SVG just solo taking his tower, and it gets denied. As Mushi going to TP bot, try to shut out this wave. And you really want to see Fnatic make a move as 5.
Yeah, I mean, because that window is closing, right? We're soon going to come into a game that it's the Queen of Pain and the Slaughter and even the Disruptors to a certain extent, they're just not really going to be that effective anymore. It's just going to be all pressure on Mushi.
AY going to get spotted out here.
Then he's going to be the first target here. AY is going to pop his ultimate back rather early on. Then he tries to protect himself, but will get taken out by the slow of the Ember Spirit. And he just pick up that one kill back himself.
I mean, they're definitely just waiting for daytime before they make any sort of move, but even then, it just feels so slow. A minute left to go till daytime, and that's when I'd imagine Fnatic is going to start making the rotations throughout the map.
They just don't feel comfortable making those aggressive maneuvers against the Slug nighttime vision.
It just isn't easy, and if you have a receiver with like Fnatic, why not abuse that? But at the same time, it just feels like they're waiting and waiting and waiting. First they had to wait for the blink dagger on the starter, now they have to wait for the daytime to utilize the keep it the light axe.
Yeah, we already said their timing was rather limited. Waiting that extra 4 minutes is just going to cost them here an Aegis on the turn levy. So if it wasn't nighttime, now they're going to have to fight into an Aegis in the daytime.
And Bushi, not a hero sitting behind this on your dream. On the south side of the map. It is daytime now.
What does a Queen of Pain do at this point in time, right? You can't, like, it feels like it's not really going to be acceptable just because AY is far enough ahead that BKB is actually going in. Ember Spirit
He's going for the Lincoln.
He's going for the Lincoln, so he will have a response to that Orchid. So is that item really the choice still for the Queen of Pain?
I think it's okay, but he's kind of in a position where there's not a lot of items to get. And right now, we see Fnatic all gathered up on this north side of the map, looking like they might try to go first. Instead, just going to make their way towards the mid lane.
I mean, if you're grouped up like that, you're not actually swimming. That says very bad things about the way you feel this game is going. I mean, they're so scared of NPs pick off of their boards.
It's pretty much Mushi has to 1v5 do damage in this game. And he's got a great hero for it. It's just the rest of the heroes in this team don't really have a game as a result. We'd really like to see them smoke, make some kind of move after this clearing out. Create this MP. Smoke them themselves, they know they're looking for the engagement.
Maybe in your dream is going to be the target for the EY against the Palace, or they can the Ember Spirit Lash. Neither one's going to be able to go there. Cancel the charge, and Fnatic will stay heavily grouped up. But that's the thing, right? It's like NP, they don't necessarily need to try and be aggressive. They're not even a team that is known for a whole lot of aggression. They are a little bit more oriented. So Fnatic are playing this sort of sit 5-man and sit behind Medusa and wait for some sort of initiation. But NP are more than willing just to take all the free space in the world and continue to farm up on their goals.
In the middle, see Medusa still has a nice network. She's primarily being used to shove away, so no surprise there. The next 3 heroes, all NP heroes by significant margin. The Spear Breaker really shows the slaughter on the network. And the Crystal Maiden has a blink dagger to
Do you think Medusa can actually beat both the Slarkin and Ember Spirit if we go linking?
It's hard, but I think it's possible because you have that instant jump.
Yeah.
So the one advantage that their lineup has is that it's hard for NP to get that instant jump. You're pretty much just waiting for EY to get some kind of initiation. And on top of that, the Spear Breaker, you're going to see him coming.
Yeah. We also said that NP didn't really have the best high ground pushers in the world. They instead went for just more linking with their lines of pick. And that means pushing high ground already a problem. You're also pushing into a Medusa, which probably has a lot more value as a high ground defender because of their shrines, extra value.
At the bottom,
Oh, nice. They might just be able to finish off this Aegis. Aegis, and he does manage to get Mushi in play. It's not going to force NP to make the rotation. Oh, the portion. While the Ghost is already going out with Medusa, hoping to be able to slow down these heroes. AY just continue to focus him down, though, with the BKB. Will bring down the carry of Fnatic. While the rest is cleaned up by Eternal and he's picked up 2, going for a 3rd. And your dream does manage to blink himself away just in time. But he's trying to stay outside of vision to make sure he doesn't get caught. He's going to be blinked on. They need a charge, and there it is. In your dream, he's going to have a hard time escaping from this one. Bill's agreed that they were trying to boot to travel onto. They wanted to get to the shrine, but the charge is still going to come through. It's that one pops in there. Automatic burn through his mana, and you're going to flash again. A flag picks up a wicked 6 straight, 25-8, as NP will take one of the last remaining tier 2s.
And Fnatic, they heavily overrated how tanky their Dusa was going to be. She wasn't able to really deal damage in the backline to scare anybody from SD. They went so aggressively forward behind that beautiful back wall by MSS, and they're going to transition this to a push. And to try to solve some of their issues with going high ground, you see that Rose is committed to this Necro build.
Yeah, very interesting, particularly powerful against the Queen of Pain and the Medusa. He's got the lockdown, and he's going to be able to get so much mana burn. You've also got that little bit of attack speed aura, that's helpful.
Height going to be picked up by MSS. They're very heavily competing with the high ground. That's up and top. Fushi going to get caught up. He's in no man's land. Nobody really near him. His TPs are going to start flying out. He's out of mana.
DKB going to be activated. Fushi's just up where they've already canceled their TPs. They know he's going to take that tier 2. Ember Spirit is actually looking for some heroes. His mid almost caught Yamate, but he's actually still searching over us. He's going TP. Does get spot the shrine though, and Yamate will survive because of that shrine usage. But NP have now taken out all the tier 2 towers. We'll see if they're going to threat high ground while Fushi is still down for 45 seconds.
Good news is that you still have a go to the light that can just send you back. And NP going to realize that this isn't really going to happen. No Aegis on any of their cores anymore.
So back to shrine killing and map controls.
Yes, they're going to take out this North Shrine, get control of the jungle. That's very heavily placed. Ward says at bottom, Fnatic going to rotate down. Maybe going to try to set up on NP, but we should just get out after this wave.
Let's see if he's going to be greedy. Oh, he actually playing towards the
Yamato doesn't have the Aegis here.
Going to be able to catch him here. He gets the instant static. Oh! Half a second too late from Yamate. Doesn't manage to lock down the Ember Spirit. Envy gets away scot-free.
That is absurd reaction time by NP. Well known for his Ember, especially the Shanghai Major and the Frankfurt Major.
Yeah, an incredible game between EG and Secret. Back Frankfurt Major. Yamate's going to be caught here. Sends back Eternal Envy. He doesn't care. Like this. Actually, got him. Either way, to MSS.
This is just a life of a soccer in a game where you're waiting for your team to farm. It doesn't really have a lot of options.
So we just go, he's going to go into Lincoln's here, but after that, we go for the full lock tree and we just go for the permanent series changing forever sort of situation.
It looks like he's still trying to go for hits here. Yeah, I think going for more damage though has a lot of merit here. The build that you see on the clubs is going to the Veil to the Radiance, which is what we saw Weehawk yesterday.
Yeah.
And if that as top, Bebby is the hero that you definitely want to kill. He's the one holding the pushes back.
And that Nomicon should be what they do. It's just not that ultimate. Rogue's going to be held in place for quite some time. Does manage to still get Bebby with the Necronomicon on top. They will be able to get that kill. Rose is backing himself away. That amplified damage is just enough for Lucian to be able to get that one kill. And NUI actually got blocking by Lucian. Combination. And that allows the other spirits to do big damage. They're going to try and chase Lucian. Does try to get that one out. They're trying to tell you here, but it's just not enough. The damage is too big from NP. SVG lets it go. Now the buyback start coming out from Fnatic as they decide to hold that tier 3 tower for now, but it's going to be coming at a big cost to their networks.
Right now, only 3 heroes alive. The Queen of Pain just does not have any semblance of harm that's going to scare them. At this point is they're going to continue to play aggressively here as they back
Matthew almost catching in your dream. He does manage to back himself away just in time.
In that last engagement as well, Ohio went for the stun before the blink, and if he had been able to get it off, maybe they could have hit the start, as he was quite low, but as a result, EY just able to pop the BKB, turn that around with the help of ND.
The start here is going to be so big. He's actually, he's not going to complete out the pipe. He just gets the Hooded Defiance, and then it's going to go for the pipe then, assuming Shiva's, yes, his blink.
Going to be incredibly tanky.
And we already have a basher being built up by Aim.
Right now, they're going to go for the smoke, and this might be one of the last attempts in the game for Fnatic to get back into it. As they just lost too much. Without any buybacks available to just quite the aggressive move. And I like it. They're playing to win rather than just waiting inside their base.
Unfortunately. So many times SVG displayed the sacrificial land in this game, and he will be the one to take not the kill that Fnatic were looking for. They were looking for a big engagement, at least a core pick-up, but SVG is the one to slide in front of that, so instead.
There is a Lincoln now available, and he got hype. Completed onto SS, who does decide to finish it out. Their team is just going to be so tanky right now.
Yeah, and there's just, it seems like Mushi does not have nearly enough damage. Even if he completes the butterfly, we still need another big ticket item for him to actually threaten these heroes with such a high amount of armor and mobility.
He's been had that Eagles on for quite some time. Does have the buyback available. And right now, Fnatic, they've got a smoke. Looks like they want to go for it again. They are group up here, and Bushi doesn't get into it, but
They probably don't want him, right? He's going to show up somewhere on the map and they can bring him in for a call.
I mean, they're still making the moves that they should. You have to show somebody on the map. Nobody's pushing on lanes, then MP is just going to group up his 5 and play very defensively. But if you show Bushi at bottom, then maybe you can force them to split up a little bit.
Yeah. Maybe NP assumes, like, oh, they're probably just sitting 4 behind the Medusa, so.
Yes, but MP only sending out SVG.
All right, the Crystal Maiden's going to take the game once again. They bring in the Medusa, but she blinks back. Still going to be hit by Ohio. The charge in, nice hit. What a falling ball there from Rose. Does manage to knock out these heroes. And ultimately comes out for Queen of Pain, but just doesn't seem to be enough. And ultimate from Mushi buys some time, but there's just none of these heroes for NP that are low enough. They killed Crystal Maiden, but NP are cleaning up all of the help of Mushi. They're going to try and charge in once again. Now the rush comes out on it too, but again, NP, they just seem so sneaky. They don't care about Mushi's damage. They're just going to be able to fight out all the supporting crew behind Mushi and leave it last. NP wipe out Fnatic there, and we'll get the last couple of desserts there. Heavy, he'll go down as well. That'll be a gem dropped as well. Fnatic have no semblance of map control, no network to fall back on, no real progression items. It just looks gloomier and gloomier for the C team.
Yeah, anyway, pause the game, but at the same time, buyback, is it available right now?
There is buyback. Just the news. It's gonna be rough. The Slark has a double damage to pick up as well. He's got a decent number of essence shifts, so they can actually go for Roshan if they really wanted to. Or likely though, right, they're gonna go down and force the buyback and then come back up for Roshan.
Yeah. And Fnatic, I mean, they made that aggressive move, but they're just so far behind them right now.
You have to desperation.
3 out of their, or 4 out of their 5 heroes just don't really do anything. They just don't have the farm. They haven't kept up with the pace of the game. And it just felt like they were way too content to farm. Their keeper of the life was probably like, I'm really close to Axe, let's wait for that. Slaughter was saying probably really close to the Blink Dagger. So they just had to wait. And during that time period, he got so aggressive around the map. So many different smokes targeted. Right after that, they take a tower, push the advantage forward. And Fnatic, I mean, we were talking about this before the series, so it's the inherent problem with Fnatic that we see right now is that both the supports are rather greedy support styles. Yamate, known as more of a core player, has been playing rather greedy support, and Femi also wanted to greedier support. And we definitely saw that. It's both the picks as well as the playstyle. Neither Disruptor and Keeper of the Light are heroes that you think of that are like, okay, they combo up with the Slaughter, they're going to go get a whole bunch of early kills, but it is also a bit of a playstyle. I mean, your 2 playmakers in this game, your real playmakers are your Disruptor and your Slaughter. Your Slaughter had such a rough game. He was level 5 for a long period of time. He could not get dagger on the 22-minute mark. So he could really Yamate, he's a Disruptor kind of running around without his partner. We talked about it early on. If they're going to have a good game, it's going to be on the heels of the Slaughter and the Disruptor working together. But they were never really able to get in line. So you're in a position where, as a Disruptor player, you're sitting there. You're just walking around, occasionally dropping boards, hiding behind heroes, and you immediately get gone. You have to throw down those reactionary ultimates, and by that time you're already dead. You're not able to get the ring on.
Yeah, most of the time, he was just sitting there and it wasn't really happening. You get back underway here. Eternal Envy going to go ahead and TP up to the top lane, keep some pressure there while his team helps push out mid. So they've got 45 seconds left on the Medusa. A good 20 seconds at least before they feel any power of Fnatic comes up and push. Nice go for there from Eternal Envy, seeing the opportunity to get that extra hit. Yate not respecting the distance that Eternal Envy would go see whether or not they're going to buy back on the Dusa. 25 seconds left, but the Slaughter and the Keeper of Light just coming up now.
Immediately going to signal team to start going mid. As 3v5, they really don't want to take this fight.
It seems like they're just going to get potentially a melee racks here for free. Flip buys a bit of time, but that double damage allowed AEY to so quickly wipe through these buildings.
Right now, Fnatic, got to make a stand. It's going to be 2 lanes down on melee racks. And Roshan is up as well.
MP, everything's in their hands. 2 lanes of racks down, back up, get the big objective. Roshan, I'm sure they still have some big ticket items that they can grab as well. It looks like AEY's got the 3K gold in the bank. He actually has 4K. He is going to be going for the Octarine.
I like that in a game like this.
Because he's got a damage hit in his sword.
Yeah, they're so far ahead. It would make it really tanky, just the raw HP that he gets at this point. Fnatic already have practically any of the cores. As they're going to make it an aggressive step forward, but unfortunately for them, it is now nighttime.
They've been hesitant.
Move outside of their base during nighttime before.
Hard's going to come on to Bushi as Rose thinks twice about it. The rest of this team not that fast.
Maybe we should think, I'm just getting some vision on it for now. I mean, Rose is so tanky actually. Necronomicon plus Solar Press has got 2100 HP.
As a support Spirit Breaker, it's not going to go down.
Visibility.
So with that Solar Press, they'll easily be able to take down Roshan. Just the second Roshan, so lane Aegis for NP seems to be more than enough to make this a game where Fnatic for the Fire Fear attack is going to come back.
He's rapidly closing in on the level 25 talent. 2 seconds extra to chains.
They are going to get a BKB out of Bushi. You can buy it now, though maybe he wants to save up for buybacks to. No, I'll just go for it.
If your team is already in a position where the Deuce has to buy back, the game is going to not make the Western back. You've already died.
It's a big problem, though, right? Because this BKB does not add a whole lot of damage to the Medusa's arsenal. She's already been looking a bit lackluster against these very tanky heroes of MP.
Speaking of the BKB as well.
So we can go ahead, blink, frostbite, BKB, let that freezing field go.
You got 2 weeks ago, it was forced to play the game when you're behind. Isolated and Disruptor. And one of them is going to have a great game as at bottom.
They're going to make the crush. Eternal let me dance around with that slide of this. Now has plus 2 seconds on Serum Chains.
That's it.
It's a bit of pressure there, but I think the Slark is just seeing if he can actually force some sort of big ability to be used. Maybe if she drops the Stone Gates, then for that next 90 seconds, they feel pretty comfortable.
Yeah, AUI going to get jumped off, but again, has the BKB, unafraid of anything. It's maybe going to get poked and prodded. So it looks like NP a little bit hesitant. Trying to force an engagement. The time might be soon.
Slark perhaps looking for one support that's going to be trying to push out this top lane instead of
There are just some news everywhere right now. It's NP going to chance going up. Starts the initiation on Bushi.
going to be able to get some damage out, but it's just Fnatic actually can't really do much to respond. Ohio is kind of sitting on the side waiting for his whip dagger to come up already. Bushi's been dropped so low, he's going to be able to keep that Medusa in place for quite some time until they get the crush. Now back himself. They are going to get away with it. With the big wall, one time hit off lane from NP just comes in at perfect time. They'll look at Bushi as well. On the fans, on the BKB, still cannot get back to the fountain. And that'll be the buyback for NP. Great static storm, but
Fnatic only taking 1 power in a game like this, not able to utilize her life whatsoever. Felt like they were way too happy being passed in a game like that. NP, at the end of the game, none of their cores had a death. So well done by the entire team, though.
oh yeah, I mean, it seems like we were talking about
we're talking about NP, they seem to be a little more farm-oriented team. We weren't sure how strong they were going to be in this match. That seems very high-minded and very focused. But NP, with this playstyle that they just brought, right, they just very clearly were able to get an early lead with some aggression, and then they just built it and built it. Played such a patient playstyle that allowed comebacks just to be nearly impossible for Fnatic. So we're going to get our thoughts from the panel in a moment, but first we're going to take a short break. This game number 1.
already entered into the history books, and it's TNP who come out on top as they win their opening match of a best-of-3 elimination match. Remember, the loser of this one is done in Genting, and that's one lost the mountain. In fact, we're going to put them in the cave car and settle down. But both teams are still with a shout. NP with a lead. Let's break it down there with our expert analysis. And we'll start with, I think we'll start with Owen. And in terms of NP,
yeah, I mean,
you got raving about it.
Well, we kind of were before. We said, you know, what are they going to pick? What could they pick? Ember is evidently strong in this patch, even though surprisingly maybe not. We didn't see as much as we thought we would do yesterday, but in the game we did, it was amazing. And of course, NP, as we said in the past, is safe playing Ember, whichever they played, he played with Secret and such. It was amazing. It was entertaining to watch. It just seemed like he'd stepped it up. He wasn't making the mistakes that he was in the past. You know, he'd have brilliant games in Ember, but he'd still kind of make questionable plays. This time around, he was getting himself in, getting himself out. He was duking himself right center. He was duking the crushes, remnanting back out, back in. He was dodging being glimpsed back by being the slight fist, being invulnerable. It was just really flashy, really impressive to watch.
Do you think he gets belied a little bit by the mistakes? Is it because he's such a flashy player, he's going to make mistakes by nature of the way he plays?
I just think it's a lot of people remember the mistakes he makes because they're just so entertaining. You know, their mistakes. You know, what is he doing? But I mean, in a game like this, there was next to none. It was pretty flawless performance from him, and of course, just complimented from the team as a whole. The team just played brilliantly.
Jacob, Fnatic fanboy over there, how did you rate the team NP win?
I mean, the Fnatic, okay, first of all, NP played amazingly. Like Owen said, they all executed on a very high level. I love the Helmet Dominator pickup by MSS as well. So, PY, flawless performance on the Slark, just great all-around team play. Fnatic, just seemed very determined to prove me wrong in all aspects. So
They heard that you picked them.
they picked absolutely opposite of what I hoped they would. The players that I highlighted as potentially being able to stand out didn't do so. Just an all-around disappointing performance.
And we talked a lot of theory drafting before. What did you make of this one?
It was pretty standard after NP, but the things that they did with their items I think were great. Even NP did alter his build a little bit with blade melts and the typical radiance there, just for safety, armor, survivability things, because you did have to worry about Solar corrosive haze. Like Bob said, the helmet dominator on the Darkseer was an amazing pick because it gives them another iron shell target. I saw a clip of it on Reddit just last night. You vacuum onto the central while you stun, so you give yourself an 8-week stun on a hero that normally doesn't have it. But there was a period in the game where Darkseer had the most farm out of anybody on it, and that's because with that centaur, now you can just put an iron shell on it, you can run it anywhere where the lane is, and you get a full takeaway, and it's completely safe to do so. So not only does it give you more disabled, but also gives you more lane presence, more farm, all the good stuff in Darkseer.
Disappointing performance from America.
It was. That's kind of certain some of the players as well. It felt like Yamate had a really tough game. I mean, he was very far behind on Queen of Pain. He wasn't getting the sonic waves, it's just he wasn't getting the kills. It was a little too late really when he was coming in with the rotations and stuff. Obviously, he had a good lane at the start, he was finding something, but he wasn't shutting down MSS. I mean, the Darkseer was finding just as much in that lane, if not even more, and it just felt that Yamate wasn't able to transition what he got in the lane into anything really useful in the mid game.
In your dream.
Oh, you do, sorry. Sorry.
That being said, Yamate's performance was also disappointing. I think what illustrated best was the gank they could have had on Eternal Envy on the bottom lane next to.
It's like the one of the jungle camps.
Yeah, one of the jungle camps, they had a ward vision on him. He didn't know they were there. They were standing uphill. They had plenty of time. Ohio, he comes in. He misses the ultimate. Ohio doesn't make any stun on him.
They walked low ground where we can see them before they started casting spells. If you're going on an Ember like that, they're always going to be very easy to fright. As soon as you see a hero, it's going to jump up. You got to go ulti first, let Slarfling stun, and then follow up with Connect. That should have been a goal. They made a lot of mistakes with that.
Yeah, expecting more from them as well. I know Zelda in the team is light and chemistry and everything is going to come together, but you expect more individually.
Yeah, exactly. The individual performance needs to be at the highest level still. And you can't be in a tournament like this and just make these basic mistakes that not even you fall.
No, I would.
But it's not just the mistakes, it's why they lost. It was a lot of relief pressure. We haven't even talked about Rose yet. The Spearbreaker plus Darkseer dual offlane. It's really nasty for those reasons that we brought up. Like you charge, you have Iron Shell, potentially 2 melee heroes, you can get either person out of their total surge, and then they did a lot of Iron Shell, the Spearbreaker TP with safe lane and get a charge kill. And then they did it again, and they did it again, and then he ganked it differently. It was basically perfect for roaming. Like Rose did really good with his roaming in that game, and that was what put them so far behind. And maybe you could blame Fnatic's by going for Keeper the Light as well as Disruptor, that they're kind of weak at shutting down hyper aggression early game. But then they were so far behind they made mistakes that either way, that's not excusable. Even if you're losing the game, you still got to nail those important ones.
We're going to get into it after the break in terms of the next draft. I just want to briefly touch on it before we do move on. That's going to change things up now. Are they going to react more to ND in the way they draft, or do you feel like they can maybe lead the draft?
I think they did react there and went fast, personally.
I think they react because they missed some of the bans that were obvious. I mean, we were talking about the Echo being a straightforward phase 2 ban, and they completely missed that.
I would agree. I think that one was a huge miss there. It was very obvious with the Darkseer, but I think Coddle as well as Disruptor together are not really the right mix of heroes. It doesn't really give Femi strengths. They basically wanted to get this like 15-20 man advantage and then death push. But
that Spearbreaker had already been picked up. That Spearbreaker was so good against the Titan and Fnatic had. Sure, you can argue that the Disruptor is annoying against the Spearbreaker, but it's not everybody kills the Spearbreaker. It's just, all these targets that he could just roam freely on the Disruptor himself if he didn't have glimpse on. Keep of Light, Queen of Pain has a hard time, especially when he comes on the farm actually. It's just, what a great game for a Spearbreaker. Then he gets the Necronomicon to have the Dusa, the pretty lackluster again.
That's a really good choice. It's just really smart optimization all across the place in the team. Slark pick was fantastic. DY played great. Very defensive, great initiation. I feel like a really good team.
And it was good to see as well, because as we said before, Arian the Slark, it's not an hero play combination that you expect to see. I think a load above record, he's only played it once in the past, but he played absolutely fantastically. His build was brilliant. After you got the BKB, the Medusa just became kind of the stat sponge that Aoi just punched to pieces, and then he was walking around with an insane amount of additional agility. He was punching down the tower.
Very good. Thank you very much. We're headed to a break right now. Don't forget, let's not go too far away because game 2 draft is just around the corner. It's going to be a big one for the night. They have to pull this one back to stay in it here at ESL One Genting 2017 CFP.
shop.eslgaming.com.
cocok nak bagi meeting. Habis kau tak cocok tau. Dia oh.
Welcome back to Resorts World Genting, the Arena of Stars. It's filling up very nicely indeed as we head into our second game of the day. First game already underway. NP winning that one, now trying to make it 2-0 and advance to the elimination final of Group A. Let's find out in our draft momentarily. We're back at the desk once more. You guys are 5,774 feet above sea level, making this officially the highest ever esports model to go.
That's awfully close to my MMR. I thought you were going to bring my MMR.
It's a long way from one.
Not exactly thinking the same thing. Yeah. Alright, here we go again.
We are going to jump to the draft now pretty quickly this time around. You probably have your headsets. So what are we expecting, Owen? What are you expecting? Do you want some monkey stuff from NP?
See where the Ember comes into play. Is it going to be banned out? Are they going to let it slip through? Will they take it again? I think yes. Really. So there's going to be an Ember somewhere.
We've had that first time, this time again. So it's the fourth game in a row now yesterday, with the two we had yesterday.
I'm not too surprised at that. I'm curious if they're going to see a Darkseer ban or if they're just going to draft better against it. Because I'm sure NP would love to just grab it again. I mean, they're already one game up. They ran it successfully. They played it very well. I'm sure they have lots of, like a Rolodex of other heroes that fit in this red.
That's exactly the same match we had first round.
I think, wasn't it Nagamurata?
Oh, you're right, actually, wasn't it?
So because that's not back, they're taking it back. Yeah, that's a change of that.
So they could still do it, but it's also possible that he just has like 2 or 3 strats that like Murata's obviously a fixture of that. It's been for months. that they combo with the Warlock, just for get a long time by the image. And strong team fighting too. Usually it's Envy that plays Morana in the mid lane. Could definitely see that again.
Do you think it's interesting that they choose to open with a completely different lineup, despite the fact that they could have easily gone for the Dark Signal?
Well, I mean, that's their first pick this time. Last time they were second pick, I believe.
No, they could have gone for the Slaughter that we've seen.
I'm not feeling too good about myself. Looks like I'm actually steal the Dark Signal. Okay, then you so
I feel like that's Fnatic taking honestly, because there's every possibility that we could have certainly taken that to his.
I mean, if you can't back it, then you can right now.
Now, one really cool thing though is that the new helm of the Dominator build, it takes some micro, and it's not something that a player can just hop into and instantly do perfectly. It takes a couple, like a club or two, unless you're a typical champ player kind of thing. There's a possibility that Fnatic will not be able to execute as well if they go for that same kind of playstyle. And that really was a lot of the advantage that the Dark Side provided.
At least they don't have to face
True. They know how to manage, I'm sure. Still good for the Destructor though, it's very good against Toronto. But punishing a lot of really force. I think we'll just go for safer lanes. Maybe Carlos too greedy, grab something that's also a disable or a good laner.
Still on the angle. No ban.
Will it be banned against Toronto? It does look like enemy just woke up. I agree. Gotta be careful with this. I don't know. What do you guys think? Ember? Is it really that big of a threat with Darkseer? I feel like most of it comes from the Spirit Breaker. It's a hard lockdown, great dueling hero.
So they're not going to ban it now. Fnatic aren't going to ban it either, so they can pick this if he wants it.
So those level 2 Slardar Spirit Breaker are semi-interchangeable. So they're more worried about the aggro dueling than they are about the core Slardar. I just hope they don't pick Medusa again. I think that was not very good.
And last year was the next box, and it's picked up last year.
It's pretty good. Can kill Warlock Golem very, very easily. Not the best versus Morana. They could do something on August, obviously. Do they have any other setups? Bane, something like that?
You think they need a vessel? Just dance.
Hypothetically, they do, but they've got Darkseer, so I think they could get away without it.
Yeah.
And Walken's pretty bad. It's very good against Warlock, especially good against Lagers.
We might leave that for pick 4 or 5.
We discussed this briefly, but I do think Philippine is a hero that just needs to go mid. Unless you have found like in the character ship, the same thing. We saw she didn't really challenge the Darkseer all too much. Medusa probably was better up against the Spirit, as you were saying, Kevin. But that being said, I just don't think you really get much out of Philippine's potential if you put her in the same. And she doesn't have a nice skill that naturally progresses into having feature opposite in that for her to just stand there.
I would kind of like to see some sort of setup from us. Maybe it's that.
Good, it's good.
Yeah, that would, I mean, MSS Beastmaster, I mean, I think it's probably the second most played. It's about
Ricky picks a huge hero behind Shell. With that said though, Warlock very, very good as a lane support just because Shadowword's pretty OP. He's got a lot of high base strength too. That's got to be the biggest problem right now. I think that MP has to address is worrying about that Wiki Darkseer dueling. They've got solutions to Lifesteal later, other combos, but they also have to worry about, I mean, they could just put Beastmaster versus it, I guess. They could try to do an aggro counter. It could work with Warlock. Great hero counter against Lifesteal versus fantastic against Ursa can also lane against Darkseer okay. Especially with Warlock, that dueling can be pretty self-sufficient. So maybe they go hero for their last pick, or this
Yeah, they got basic. This is very likely to go with
but what's the solution there? Can't be trained. It's the Godline Shell.
It's not a cap.
Oh, that's right.
Could we actually pick up something like a class like an hour at a time?
I don't think it's some other change.
That's good.
It's probably going to be something AoE since the power block. Earthspear can be really good against those two. I like that. Yeah. Decent against Ricky. But something control would be nice. Something set up for Morana. I mean, it could be something like a Bane. But maybe that's too single target. Yeah, Uber would be great for all that.
There's very vengeful spirit, but I don't see it really fit a purpose.
Oh, okay, MP's on fire. They've looked
you think we'll see an aggressive play?
I mean, they could probably just be Dark Seer too. Well, like I said, I'm going to say that's the biggest, right? They've got Warlock and Knight for heals, so there's a huge potential for outside in this game. Just like Tombstone versus Lifesteal, there's so many melee heroes on Fnatic, they're going to have a lot of trouble with too. And even if they like get up close to melee range with Lifesteal or Rage, they can still get roared or Mercy can go off and try to kill. I mean, the Mirana isn't really very synergistic with MP right now, but I don't think it's a big deal. They just need to keep their cores alive.
We talked about comfort zones a lot, and I think this is down in Peace Alley. And considering how Fnatic played game one, I've lost, sort of like I lost my hope in first pro, I've sort of lost hope in Fnatic as well.
Yeah, such a bringer of joy to the team.
I think MP's going to take
I think there's some sort of curse going on. Anyway, we'll discuss that. We'll head over to the commentary box. Catalyst, game is all yours, sir.
Thank you, Paul. That's right, we're heading into Fnatic and NP game number 2. We are going to have things a little bit switched around, but NP this time, they're going to have very much the early game aggressive lineup that has a timer on them because they're facing up against a later game of Tinker. But Fnatic are not without playmakers of their own. Lifestealer, very clearly a big tempo controller from that safe lane position. He's able to rotate in, and they do have a vehicle, maybe not the most traditional one. They didn't get a sword or anything like that, but they do have the Riki, which means they are excellent at being able to pick off the enemies.
Yeah, we saw that a lot at the Manila Major. The Riki plus Lifestealer combination that was really popular. And I am looking at this build. Yeah. Triple mango. Triple mango. That is 3 HP regen a second against a Tinker.
Is this purely because Tinker and Laser and this percentage, is this some sort of weird thing to has to spam Starstorm or get CS?
CS be laughing. Maybe he's just like, this is the build, guys. He has 43 base damage though.
That is so garbage.
That is really low.
I mean, Mirana is naturally just one of the lowest attack damage heroes. That was always the problem with her as a core, is that her attack damage was always so low to start. But right, putting him into your backpack, even move assists.
It is going to be EUI Ursa. It's going to be when midnight.
Okay. That makes sense. But then why do we have to? Because I was thinking, okay, at least you can do a lot of Starstorms with your lasers.
Now, I guess it's now why. I think this is even better against the Dark Seer just because you can't really blow you out like you have a lot of HP regen. Okay. But I mean, it's still curious. I'm really down to see how it works. If anything. I'm only laughing because it looks ridiculous. I've never seen that before. Yeah. But just because I've never seen it before doesn't mean it's going to be extremely better.
Yeah, in a new patch like this, anything really can. Yeah, you can't judge too much. I mean, Mike Harrison, right? He's been proven gold for these enchanted makers giving 3 HP regeneration. He's just got a regeneration at the beginning. That's 325 or 2 HP. Yeah, so there is some HP efficiency for sure.
Yeah, that's a bullet.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how his CSing goes in lane, because that is kind of the true test, right? You can have all the HP regen in the world, but if you're not actually getting CS in your safe lane because you're lacking in damage, then build may not be worth it. They're going to be doing this sort of a dual lane. SVG is going to be starting off as the Warlock with the very abusive level 1 Shadow Hero that's going to be played against In Your Dream. So they're going to not let Tinker get this lane for free to start. Eternal is going to have a solo lane at top for now against the Dark Seer right now. That he is currently trying to do something pretty interesting. He's actually jungling with the Ion Shell on top of Matt Riki.
Yeah, that is pretty odd. I think he just realizes, he was hoping that it'd be the Ursa suit for us, but I think when they see Eternal here, they're going to realize that there's not a whole lot that they can do.
Yeah.
On this lane. You're not going to kill Mirana. She's got leap ready. So it's very unlikely without smoke screen that you're going to be able to get a kill.
It is kind of interesting though, because he also takes this extra bit of harm away from Eternal. He can clear through this next hack. Obviously the first one, there was already the big ring missing, but he can clear through this one as well.
I sort of think the Dark Seer can just skip the wave. And there's not a whole lot that Mirana can do. The Ohio shouldn't be afraid at all. This is a 49 base damage Mirana. He's not really going to test you too hard.
With Stout Shield, if it actually gets a Stout proc, the Mirana's hitting like a wet hero.
Yeah, and so NP going to already be pushed back a bit. and is paying dividends.
What is probably the much more abusive dual lane is coming up from NP in their aggressive lane of MSS. And Rose, Beastmaster, and Undying very clearly one of the best laners to abuse cores like this. So they're going to try and keep the lifestealer down nice and early. That really is the big tempo controller that is going to free space for the Tinker and allow him to be able to get his boots and travel without being pummelled.
Yeah, Lifestealer hates this kind of game though, where you're just going to get contested in the lane. Normally this hero thrives on getting that one-on-one matchup, but Boots are already pushing Gucci back. And there's a board with Ricky, who can't really do too much here. He does have the iron shell, he's going to push things forward, but they have the sentry ready. And we already talked about how weak Disruptor is as a lane support. This is exactly how you abuse him.
So they've got two Invis heroes sitting in lane, being counted on already by NP. So I'm sure that they know that.
That is not a coincidence that you got the K with.
So all things considered, how do you see these lanes matching up? AY should do pretty well for farm and mid. In your dream, probably won't die though.
In your dream, so I can sell 10 CS. Yeah, and he can push the weight back, which is important. But as I say that, at mid, it's getting quite low. If AY just chases this down, he could just get first blood. One more hit will do it.
He makes sure he hits the cloud. They do manage to get it so very viral. That's not going to be taking advantage. SVG will secure himself the first blood. So we were talking about how they could go even. It very quickly goes to win NP. So it means that the only real lane that's winning for Fnatic right now is this top lane for Ohio, where, as you said, just kind of skipping the creep wave and forcing around into all these last hits and final go down.
Yeah, NP though, he could win that ultra amount of attack damage. Now has the base boost, but before that point, he still did a very good job of CSing.
Yeah, he really didn't miss much, and it doesn't look like he had to like spam out Star Storm too much. He's still rocking those 3 mangoes.
Yeah, MSS. Continue to just farm up. We just found the Beastmaster false CS to his name already is. Now that Ricky comes mid, they've got sentries. It just feels like NP has been prepared to take the lane phase in every year.
Yeah, this is like the picture perfect way to be able to counter. Very strong lanes where the Ricky's not able to access to a 2 mid.
In your dream, he already wasted that laser. He's going to be able to chase him down.
He tries to juke his way through the trees, just not going to happen. Then he throws out the pump. It's a little bit too late. They need to get the counter kill though. They heal over time. He looks pretty good. Why do they turn against that? Underneath the crates, he's dropping still low 40 HP. He still manages to survive though. Comes back and they will catch SVG quickly. Well, when my chat gets dropped and they don't have any counter vision, so SVG, he rides up in your dream. He's not letting SVG escape. He will take that kill. He needs all the power he can to speed up his way to travel.
He buys the most for that. I mean, that's a heads-up play. He needed to go. He get it back right now. It's not something you can just let them get away with. But this Tinker has struggled mightily. The rest of the side lanes are going just fine for him. He once again off to a good start. Fnatic though, their lineup feels a lot more cohesive than it did in the last game. I still don't really like the support duo.
Yeah, having both Riki and the Disruptor, both who can be kind of hit and miss in the laning phase.
You just need more guaranteed damage, more playmakers, which is what the Ricky's going to be in a game like this. Pairing it with the Disruptor feels a little bit redundant. Because they're both going to be silences rather than more disabled.
And he's actually keeping pace with this Darkseer. So he's sitting at 32 and 3 CS. So pretty much every single lane going well. They do have the level 3 Riki, but it doesn't seem like Darkseer is going to be the offlaner that can truly take advantage of a Riki gank. So instead they're going to go ahead and Ion Shell him and give him the surge. So they're going to try and chase down the hero. They're going to catch Rose, slowing him down with both moves. Rose calls out the tombstone, he just doesn't have enough HP. It's not just the kill, it's the tombstone kill as well. For the Disruptor.
They really needed that. Being able to secure your safe lane back again.
Haze, that sucks in your dream. Just spots out the haze, but SVG picks it up, and now he's going to be able to use in your dream quite a lot of damage.
They need to do something to help them out right now. Because this laning phase has been absolutely terrible.
But they don't have those kind of really strong ganking supports, right? Like the Riki can do some things, but it's the Disruptor who really can't follow up.
I feel like what they should do right now is the Disruption. The Ricky should at least just go into the Warlock when he makes aggressive moves like that. Okay. Because the Warlock's going to play very aggressive, thinking he's going to be straight up 2-on-2. And you've got to punish that at the very least. It's higher. Once again, in the last game we saw how crazy the Darkseer was able to go off. It doesn't look like he's going to go for the helmet down build his game though.
straight into the mech, which will allow them to have some decent fighting. I'm not sure if the extra sustain is really going to be the thing that makes the team fights work for Fnatic. I feel like it's going to be all on the initiation, whether or not going to be key on Lifestealer can get their proper jump. Already the Lifestealer is having a hard time in his lane. Well, not too bad. It looks like 39-4. It's not too bad considering the constant pressure of dying resources.
Yeah, he's been doing a really good job. They can't really kill him is the big thing, so he doesn't feel too great. It's more just a nuisance than anything. It's allowing MSS to get more or less farm, which is a bigger problem here.
Yeah, Beastmaster, one of those offlaners who benefits a lot more from early farm than most others. His Necronomicon into a Blink Dagger. Much higher ceiling for a Beastmaster. Getting those items where most other offlaners are just looking towards the Blink Dagger and they're mostly effective.
Yeah, current net worth right now, both MP heroes not on top. And he consistently just narrowing creeps, make sure that he does stay ahead of this arch here.
Once again, Bevy heads up to the top lane, gets the Iron Shell, he's down to bottom. They're going to be able to get that successful game on MSS. Fnatic just making the same exact rotation every single time. Bevy heads up to the top lane, he gets an Iron Shell surge, he TP's down to the bottom lane, and they quickly force.
Yeah, this is the lane that you're going to be able to do it. Last game, they weren't really able to secure that same lane nearly as much as they would have liked to. And now they're putting pressure on MP. As Rose, this is the Spear Breaker. Can't really do too much. Has to just sit at this bottom lane.
He's holding on to his extra ability now. He's going 1-1-1. What do you think the preferred Undying build is right now? Because I've seen, some Horizon Soul Red Undying there, and the classic build still being max out to first.
I think in a game like this, you do want the max out Tombstone. And then after that, the emphasis on the sword, of course, just because Decay, not really too efficient to grab.
A smoke and some damage coming out. They're going to wait. Eternal Levy, they're going to pull him back. They do have a status sword, so this time around, it felt like it took ages for them to bring the disruptor along. But Yamate already level 6 by 9 minutes in part because of the little thing he's doing here in the jungle, pulling this camp, this raiding camp above the tier 2.
It's very well done by him. I really like this. They're finally getting utility out of this. He's coming his way, getting a lot of damage here.
He tries to get the surge away, and it's running out. He's getting a lot of damage with that Iron Shell on the MSS. He's still going to try and open the kill. He does have to do There goes one dust. Doesn't have to leave up, so he is going to fall here. But well worth the trade-off there. By a lot of time for his team. The Tinker even pushing it mid quite heavily thanks to the heavy rotations of MP up that top lane. And on top of everything else, being a good trade-off. On the line.
He was taking so much damage from that item. Start to realize that there's Ricky there. They pop the sentry down, but he's still able to get the kill. Well worth it for him. And you need to do something like this because we talked about it in your dream. He either needs a gank or you need to put pressure on the other side of the map to force NP to rotate. You don't have stunning supports. They don't really have reliable disables, so for NP, the laning phase had to go a little bit better. So the ganking game, last game was there for them. This game it is not.
Pressure going down internally. It's got the lane. It's going to be forced into it.
Bevy is just being so annoying in this game.
I mean, they seem to very clearly have practiced this combination of the Darkseer and Ricky, and I'm not sure if I've seen too many times this very efficient use of the Ion Shell TV into the lane.
Io does that, manage to go back and get nominated, by the way. He just put by originally going to go for the mech, but decides against it.
They have that sense they are just punishing this Beastmaster over and over again. And Lushi is looking to escape here. AY does have no damage, but he's going to be sent right back to mid lane. And NP, they don't really have a whole lot of catch until they pick up this Blink Dagger on the Ursa. So a lot of these heroes very simply just go lock themselves away. That also means it's a lot better disruptor game, right? It's hard to play around and these heroes are able to just close the distance and get in your face really quickly. But now the disruptor's abilities like kinetic limbs can feel a lot more powerful against NP.
Once again, if you want to be, it's going to get you should notice quite quickly that this is not they're going to make the jump.
Slowing down quite a bit. They just be able to run down with the Tinker coming in with Storm. So a worthy rotation for Fnatic. Cost them very little, thanks to the boots of travel of the Tinker.
I like this line.
They're going to go for it? Yeah, they're going to pull back. They already had that. Thunderstrike on going to be able to pull back. Once that AoE silence and mid percentage is going to do a lot for Betty, but now we have to deal with Golem, so he pops the ultimate, buying himself some time. Looks to be able to jump away, does have that jump, and in moments notice, AY is going to be slowed down by the open wounds, and they're going to try and just keep in that bay. Tinker shoving him back. Yamate's pursuing. He has the glimpse, but unfortunately it's nighttime. He was not able to get that fish down. Debbie looking to just finish off this tombstone. He's at the trouble though. He's getting them quite low. He does take damage. Spade of one. Just enough damage thanks to the zombies pursuing out. Debbie was hoping to be able to finish off that tombstone, but it just wasn't enough. A rather silly death there for Bevy as he's been playing so excellently in the early game, but commits a bit too much that time.
Wish he just got the range back up. He is going to get the kill on the Golem. And as I was saying, I do like this a lot more. Fnatic, they've got playmakers on their side. They've got heroes that can actually do something with this disruptor. As Yamate in the game before, I know what he was thinking. He's just saying to himself, why am I playing this hero if we're not going to make any moves around the map?
What do you think about these constant rotations from AUI? They seem to really want to put pressure on this life standard. First they did the aggro to lane, and then they kind of got punished by the wraparound here from Bevy. But now they're bringing AUI a number of times to this bottom lane to try and challenge the life standard.
They're just trying to create pressure any way they can. I think NP inherently is just a team that likes to put a lot of pressure. As we saw in the last game, they just don't exactly have the same heroes to do it as the hero. Not going to connect on either target.
Fnatic will just sit back behind their tier 1 tower.
At the top, Bevy is going to notice that MSS is there. They should ping this out that the Ricky's there at the top. As NP, even with more heroes to this side of the map, they just can't really do anything.
This is just creating more and more space for the Darkseer and the Tinker. Two heroes that are rather stationary, don't really move out a whole lot from their lanes, but do get a large benefit from being able to sit in those lanes and get a higher amount of depth. Well, Hype's now thinking about instead of going for the mech, he's got this quick buy of Blink Deck after the Helmet Dominator. Looking to try and make more initiation happen. And of course, they do have a very sick combination with the Riki, higher levels of smoke screen combined with the vacuum, as well as the Static Storm are going to make things very difficult for MP when they try to be aggressive pushing these tier 1 towers.
And MP going to go for the smoke. They're trying to make a play here. Might even walk into the Roach pit if they feel like they can. But again, they've got a Blink Dagger on this first, so they want to be able to utilize it. Heavy rotation to this bottom area.
Tinker just would be perfect. You can see that scan is kind of randomly set up. They know a rotation is very likely to come out from NP, try and wrap and kill that Tinker.
Looks like they want to go bottom. They do have
catch. Tinker goes up to the top lane. Looks like they may try and go on Bushi. It's going to be bottom lane first. Bushi's going to be the target here. As AUI jumps forward, range is already going out. They try and make a TP out of here. If he jumps, he jumps, he gets stopped by that TP. And now Bushi doesn't really have a good way out of here. The smoke screen goes down by a little bit of time. There was the rock stun on Bushi just enough for them to be able to finish off that 4. And he back away from the terror of March machines, not able to pressure the objective, it seems, despite getting 2 very solid kills.
Disruptor is a factor. You want this hero always to be your setup. In a situation like that, he's never going to get away from the very good rotation. And they're going to transition this into a tower push. I mean, their lineup is still very strong. We know how strong their Warlock plus Piranha combo is.
Lineup takes an arrow. He's just been trying to take all this time to actually chip away at that tier 2 tower. Darkseer, not necessarily known for his physical damage, but he's trying to make it work anyway, even using Helmet Dominator to get that extra creep in for the pushing power.
The only thing is he has to grab the centaur. MSS was obsessed with that last game.
Yeah.
Just bother grabbing any other creep throughout the duration. He's got a Blink Dagger, like your highest net worth hero. You do want to see him put in some work.
Yeah, so now he can, with that Blink Dagger, before it's like that Darkseer doesn't really feel like a very active hero, but with this Blink Dagger pickup, he can actually challenge NP, in particular with this Disruptor. We're going to see a combination that we really didn't see much from Fnatic in game 1. Some sort of Blink setup stun, nice AoE silence. Kind of work. Very smartly being laid down behind the tier 1 tower by SVG.
knowing that a lot of mid heroes like to go and scout out while high tier ones to be able to get some vision rotations. So is their tier 2 top lane. So Darkseer, he's definitely done his job. He's tried to, even if he can't oppress a Marana because of the way he sits back and the triple mango tactic that he had, he at least was able to take down all those early towers by 17.
Yes, this is exactly what you want at your Darkseer. Satyr heads up. Tormentor just pushing in the lane. If he does have an arrow available though, but that is a really fast creep.
Yeah. Look at that Satyr go. He's actually going to pull in the next creep wave. He's still got 2 more chakras to go the third wave.
This is a real space creation hero.
It is indeed. Internally, we find to bring him down, but it's not. Bottom lane is not going to be go. Rose, he's already going to get up. They pull AUI back into the static storm, but he quickly gets out and runs his way to Yonte. That's one kill, but he's trapped inside the trees. Does find In Your Dream, but he's already out. And now AUI stuck inside the trees against some illusion of his own, really. AUI speeding along is going to be able to hit Ohio next as NP actually managed to make that team fight work for them. Despite the early loss of their undying a big team fight support, they still managed to burrow through all of that thanks to AUI's natural tankiness on the Ursa.
It's very well done by AUI, just barreling forward, no fear. You gotta show your team that you're not afraid. If you push forward like that, they're always gonna respond.
And Uchi, ooh, gets a bit greedy trying to farm out those neutrals. AUI almost claims a big kill in the carry and tempo control of Fnatic. And he's about to really come online too. He's got the armlet. We get the full Desolator out from him on top of Evi, then NP are just naturally going to have to move up so much because of the easy pick-off power of that duo.
Would like to see Mushi hop into Evi and continue to create some plays. I feel like the problem in the last game that they heavily suffered from, they just weren't active enough on the map and they were too content to farm and let NP crash into them. Well, in a game like this, you have to have some counter aggression. We've got the heroes for it.
Jump forward, AUI trying to catch up the early kill on Yamate, but is unable to claim it before the move sends him back. How do you tell them? Because it's I think, a kind of a fine line as a life stealer in how to choose when you actually gank and when you continue to farm. Because you don't want to sit inside some support for too long, and you want to make sure you still progress in your actual farm, but you also want to be able to put some pressure on your.
You just want quick hits. You can get 1 or 2 kills immediately. That is Bevy.
A big jump in this lane. The smoke screen goes out. They're going to try and stall up. AUI not letting him get out being range for the center storm as well as the kinetic field misses. They fall back into the flat. That's run down from NP already plus the tier 1 tower. Not much for NP to actually rotate to, so these supports got to get the hell out of here. Rose trying to back himself away. Fortunately, cuts the corner just as Bevy is about to make his jump forward on the blink strike. These other 2 heroes rather active, especially the Pana, but are choosing not to engage in these fights that Fnatic are forcing on NP. Instead, they're just taking the advantage of the side lane pushes.
It's very hard for NP to set up just because if the Ricky scouts you out, then you wasted all the time. And in a game like this, it is largely dependent on who gets the jump first. And it's so much easier for a Ricky with the life stealer inside of it to get the jump off every single time. And you've got so much good follow with the Disruptor ulti and the Seeker just kind of spamming from behind. If you start the fight off, then In Your Dream gets free time.
So do you think in these situations, it's just very smart of NP that, okay, we've been jumped, don't even try. Like, once the initiation has already happened, if we're not in position to be able to counter it instantly, then let's just focus on split pushing and getting what we can out of that.
Yeah, they are going to pop the smoke though. Bushi would be a very good kill for them.
Absolutely, but it looks like instead they're going to focus on Roshan.
Well, they're going to get caught out here. They've been scanned.
Yeah. They have Lifestealer backs up a little bit, thinking maybe the game would be coming his way, but they can actually stop this.
There is an Ursa, but
And Disruptor and Darkseer are just way too far away. Static Storm is on cooldown as well. That's probably something that I'm thinking about. Knowing how important that element was to be able to control that NP if it's on cooldown. Unlikely Fnatic can contest quick Roshan.
yes, In Your Dream, going to push out this bottom wave. And they're going to hop in once again. Taxi service from Bevy. He's going to look for a pickoff, but I do like this move, even with the Aegis available to NP. You want to try to get aggressive on the targets that are going to split up and farm. Oftentimes when a team has an Aegis, they're a little bit too wanton about things. Is up the top of the screen, going to get a lot of open moves. That's going to be a perfect combination for him. Turn left, he's locked in underneath the silence. Will they figure out a return? Here comes AUI, hands up against Mushi. Look at him very taking as he can with Bevy, but he just can't quite do it. Smoke screen, open moves, slowing down AUI. Now they'll get the surge away. until full team's back and you're able to farm out a little bit more, but they did the correct thing there. They knew that MP would split up. They went for the aggressive play. This is a much different look for Fnatic than they had in the last game. In the last game, it felt like they were very content to just slowly get whittled away. In a game like this, they're making aggressive playmaking maneuvers.
They seem to have made the adjustments, put on a really good fight against NP in this game too. Every single one of these aggressive maneuvers has the side benefit of also granting Tinker space. These heroes show themselves after the Mirana dies, and your dream feels positively comfortable to just aggressively push out this bottom lane.
I think the timing now is now for NP. They've got the Warlock going up. You've got an Aegis on this Ursa.
Well, this would be big. He kills that Eagle, has left Killer inside him. He already pops out when he gets caught. And it says, does manage to lock him down. The ultimate, they're going to draw the ults as well. Look for the twofer. That's back. They can't keep the heroes inside the kinetic field. It looks like NP can keep marching forward. Speaking of marching, it says only dies to march. Managed to keep just a sliver of HP wrapping around the 8 wide. Pressing for more. Blink score goes for Yamate. He's ripping apart just over the clips. Sends them back. 3 down. NP have found their timing to take control of this game against Fnatic.
And Fnatic got a little bit too cheeky there. They should have realized that NP, after that one initial maneuver up at top, was going to be prepared for that Ricky. And it pays off for them as they're going to claim this mid tower.
You can see NP feel very comfortable with how strong they are, just going for more kills, immediately turning towards that tier 1 and taking it as quick as they can. The problem is going to be the side lanes are always being pushed in by the Tinker. So they're going to have to make these sort of trade-offs where they smoke up, make some sort of aggressive maneuver, get a pick, turn it into a fast objective, but then naturally always have to back up to deal with their side lanes.
I would really like to see Fnatic start to utilize their Disruptor again. Their most successful moments was using that Static Storm. And you've got opportunities for it. You can just use the smoke. Fnatic there was just pressing their luck a little bit too hard. They were like, okay, the game worked the first time, why not try it again? But when something works on you once in Dota, oftentimes the team will adjust and will say, okay, we have to 5-man, we have to be a little bit more cognizant of that happening.
Right. So so you were saying, instead of doing this kind of like 2-man game thing with the Riki and the lifestealer, you think that maybe they should do like a 4-man smoke game rotation and just like overwhelming numbers just to try and change up the way that they're playing?
Your Tinker can always meet you halfway. If you have a Tinker in a turn 2, your side lanes are always going to be shoved in, so it's hard for NP to guess if they're playing correctly.
They can even bring that on the Dominator. So Tinker has easy access to seeing directly in the fight.
And Yamate going to set up some ward vision here, and NP can move in, reclaim their own jungle. Very good move from them. Clear out any sort of danger is Ohio. Looking for that Shiva's guard next. He's very close to it. This is the benefit of him farming so long.
It's going to give him a lot more hiding power against that Ursa.
Yes, that's exactly what you want to do against heroes like Ursa. As SS does have that hook 3. Going to go for that Link Dagger next, just so you can be able to catch the Tinker. It is a very easy kill for him.
And you're just nailing it right up body blitz.
Go for 4.
They're going to go for the 4-man smoke, leading, of course, with the Riki and the lifesteal combination.
You know that it's not going to work again, the same tactic, so you might as well up the aggression a little bit.
They're going to have the Tinker pushing out bottom, perhaps, maybe hoping that NP will make a rotation looking to catch that Tinker. And Fnatic will be in a position to be able to take the first strike. But NP seem hesitant to move down to that bottom side of that mid.
Don't go up this cliff. He's going up the cliff. He's going to be
successful smoke game by them, got the initiation they needed, and all of a sudden that team with Tinker that normally wouldn't be pushing high ground this early is able to do so.
Yeah, and nobody really wants to commit anything right now. And they're so close to
still does not seem to be enough. NP has some long death timers still as the tier 3 tower is going to be falling here. And Fnatic, not wanting to be too greedy, will just claim that one bounty, back themselves up. They are in a very comfortable position. No need to try and push for challenge.
Yeah, so whatever happened in between the games, this looks like a new look Fnatic where they are making the smart maneuvers, they're not just farming and sitting back. That's what we criticized for very heavily in the last game. But in this game, they're making all the aggressive maneuvers right now. They're finally getting Ohio involved in fights. And the combination of the Disruptor and the Darkseer has just been absolutely sick for them.
Look at that. Blink Dagger now. So they're going to have Blink, Vacuum, Static Storm, which means just that too. They also have the Blink Strike Infest combination with Bevy and Wuxi, the Regain Lifestealer. They actually have so much initiation against NP. And NP, we already kind of talked about, their initiation was pretty lacking until they had the Blink Dagger here, so still hasn't really been enough for them to keep control of the game. Now they have the Blink Dagger, the Beastmaster, but it's hard to see how those two single targets are going to be able to outdo Fnatic's AoE jump.
And right now is a big time for NP. They are about to get the BKB earlier, so they've got the Blink Dagger now on this Beastmaster. They're not going to get a lot bigger than this. You could maybe wait for a BKB on NP for Eternal Envy, but I feel like that's a little bit too late. Once you grab the BKB on the Ursa, I think that's the time.
Yeah, because this fresh active scepter from the Tinker is just going to play havoc to your heroes, so you desperately need that magic energy from your primary damage shield.
If India plays this team properly, it's very difficult for them to die in this one. And even if you catch Tinker once or twice, you're not really able to do anything against it with the lineup that NP has, unless their Beastmaster is able to save that Necro token. Right now, he's just kind of waiting. Trying to grab the BKB on the Ursa before they make any sort of maneuvers. And during this time period, Fnatic shoving in all the lanes, playing very aggressively.
And the lovely part of having a hero like Tinker, right, is movements around the map allows them to be able to stay grouped up as four, while still keeping these lanes relatively close. The Tinker is definitely become a huge problem, and I'm not sure. Maybe I missed it, but I felt like NP never really tried to go for let's go for that smoke gank on Tinker and try to shut him down. It seemed like they were more focused on dealing with the Lifestealer and the early game focus of Fnatic rather than this impending doom that is Tinker. Like,
it's just hard because it's not easy to catch in your dream. He did play very defensively, and meanwhile at the top lane, Ohio was constantly shoving in the waves, so it was hard for NP to make a maneuver, especially if Fnatic are waiting for that Tinker. It's very easy to transition that into a straight 4-5 fight.
MSS is looking to pick up the gem. It seems necessary at this point. Fnatic, all they have to do is play a vision game and kind of pick and choose their engagements at the right times, because they're always having better map control thanks to the Tinker, and they potentially have better initiation. So they can just read NP's movements, and they'll have a fairly easy game. MSS makes that read, decides they need to be able to take away this vision of Fnatic, make the game a little bit more chaotic.
Yeah, if you put the BKB, Smoke is ready as well, Warlock in his backpack, but they might just want to wait for NP's BKB at this point. And instead, they're grouped up. They are going to make a play. Nope. Just kind of gathered together, making sure that they're not going to run into a 5-on-5 fight.
Gem also being picked up by this Blink Dagger Disruptor is going to be so rough to play around. It's not just the initiation, right, but it's also the fact that he can catch you with these moves when you try and push out waves. So NP, it feels like they just almost always have to fight him, just due to that natural pickup that Fnatic has.
Yeah, it's the threat of it. That's enough. That's why you don't see Wuxi farming on the map. It's a very intelligent decision by him, where he's not really making sure that him and both the Ricky never really pushing out the waves. It's always going to be the Darkseer or the Tinker. As a result, his GPM is going to be a little bit lower than it can usually be. But at the same time, he's just been farming out ancients, doing a very good job of being disciplined, which is something I feel like Fnatic heavily lacked in the last game. And once again, looks like they want to make a maneuver. They're together as four right now. One more shoving up the lane should be enough for them to start making maneuvers.
Roshan is going to be the place where these two teams clash. It seems Roshan is coming up pretty late, but we do have the BKBs up for NP, so they've certainly hit a rather large peak BKB as well as the Ursa. They have the goal ready to go. Beastmaster has hit his peak as well with the Blink Dagger on 3. Yep. So they really don't get too much stronger at this. If they can't win this Roshan fight, I'm not sure if they can actually ever.
They are very strong right now, though. We talked about how the downside of having both a Ricky and a Disruptor is those are both just silences. You can always just BKB, run through them. Those either of those heroes are really going to do anything to you in a situation like that. People will prefer support that has a hard disable, or just something that can open up.
Ohio makes the commitment there, blinks forward just to be able to get that arcane ring, which is obviously damn valuable for Dark Side these longer cooldowns. We're gonna head them to Night Shadow. Start on as Roshan begins.
No way that
Fnatic, they actually smoke up, they actually
oh no, smoke to pop. They might just whip on this one.
oh no.
This would be huge for them. Fnatic really wanted to take this fight, and instead it's going to be a free Aegis.
Yeah, they were looking for the wraparound and everything, but they're not going to get the high ground. They still actually need to change there. They're still going to be able to battle that, but they're fighting up against a shrine. And it says the target up. The third kill on NP, so NP, they get the big win on Roshan, but they still lose out. The team fight immediately following thanks to Chris' execution by Fnatic.
That's the counter, is if both the cores have BKBs, then just kill everything else around them. And that makes it nearly impossible for them to fight as NB. Battling up the top in your dream. I'm not going to get you by that arrow with NB. Going to give you force back. This tower mid's going to go down. IO pushing forward, but doesn't really look like they want to try attempting high ground.
So if you're in PEVA, right, you cannot look at that last team fight and be discouraged. You kind of still have to be aggressive. You've got the Aegis in your hands. You've still got those BKBs. Even if the last fight was pretty disastrous, you still need to just go out there and force something against them.
What that teaches NP more than anything is that they've got to be the enforcers, so that your supports can be in the back line, setting up abilities. If they get jumped on by the statics, you lose two heroes like that. Even with these BKBs and this Aegis, you're not going to win that fight.
Heavy is getting caught here.
Supporting static.
Speaking of Jim, they actually lost it.
Yes.
It's rough.
We're just continuing to farm out. Inside the base right now. We've got one already. No need for two. Both teams heavily rely on the jump.
Okay, so you need to be aggressive as NP, but how do you actually set that up? Because you can't just like, okay, we're all back up, let's go spoke and run out there. It's going to be pretty obvious what these things pushed in. So what kind of movement do you need to actually do as NP in order to set up an aggressive maneuver in the next 2 or 3 minutes?
I think if he strength travels, then he's going to shove out the side lanes really far and beat his team with the hawk.
Okay.
That's the only reasonable way to do it right now, because otherwise what ends up happening is that NB pushes in one wave, then he hides. Then Ohio sends an Ohio shield creep up there, and then Fnatic knows what's going on right now. That's usually the dance that you have to play, and that's exactly what he goes for. He has boots to travel.
Night Shadow lanes are reasonably pushed out.
Nabito sitting on top of this high ground.
It's rather rough in the centaur coming forward.
They did scan though, they know they're here.
And they start immediately blinking themselves back. They do not want to take this way.
Tingle just isn't there, and I think MP has to get out of here now.
Very dangerous. Hiding around that shrine, particularly against the Tinker. Now has himself a Bloodstone, so even if they do manage to get a successful pick on the Tinker, they can't think that they're going to be able to immediately go for objectives. The first step timer is going to be quite low.
He's just trying to find it, but
He's going to get that out, but he's not going to be able to get it right. Not in time.
he's going to show out this bottom lane. At this point, the game's getting really frustrating. It's in your dream. Now going to show himself at the top. And B going to go for the air.
In your dream, he's going to be caught here. Not going to have the flank available to him. Gets the laser runs. The fate's going to be really light. Interline, he's going to have to pop his BKB in order to keep the data taught in your dream. Stopping him from blinking out. And they do get their pick off. Bringing down those Bloodstone charges, but only 18 second death timer for the Tinker. He's going to be right back.
Yeah. Trying to protect your shrine at bottom. And B going to start making their way down. Fnatic, they've almost got their Tinker up. They could take this fight. They know there's no roar available.
Maybe they think they can catch NP off guard. Some quick aggression after a pickoff like that, but it seems like NP are not going to think too many heroes trying to get life actually run a danger dream. It's a good opportunity to be able to take a kill. Already got the Tinker hit, but the rest of the NP is going to be a little bit lacking. Now they're going to roll it down. Rose was attractively still keeping himself alive. Mushi is now already down to half health. Get back up. Still going out, but he's going to get kind of around, going for Ohio, trying to catch him out. AY has a sliver of HP that he's working off. The Earth is finally going to take him out.
He's going to be chased out here. Ain't quite so going to be able to catch him. That one's up. He's going to be enough. Eternal ending. Oh, link back. TP out there. Not the connection. He actually gets back. What a beautiful combination there from Fnatic. Once again, quick vacuum static storm. Turns what would have been a really nasty fight through the Tinker being immediately gone.
Yeah, that was still fantastic. This Ursa, playing so well. The AUI understands this role perfectly. It's created as much chaos as possible with that Aegis.
I mean, when the Tinker got immediately, it felt like that was a fight that NP should roll over Fnatic if it wasn't for that execution.
That was more of salvaging that fight, though, rather than being able to outright win it. Once you lose heroes like that, we talked about it. If you lose 2 heroes, no matter how strong you are, you're not going to be able to win that fight. And he finally gets the jump off that they need. We're radically starting to see whoever starts to get starts the fight, oftentimes the one winning it, especially in a game like this.
If you're NP, you kind of keep up the impression like you're in a good spot. These heroes from Fnatic are very unlikely to be working off of any buyback goal. This could be a game that you could start snowballing.
I think they do need another Aegis though before they make another move. Okay. That's why Fnatic are playing very aggressively here. They know that the rock is still on cooldown.
That's true. That rock. That was a big part of that engagement as well.
You guys got a refresher orb now too. They really want to take this fight.
Jump forward, looking for that cleanse. Febby just trying to get the vision out. But that time it's going to be like Glimmer Cave. That would be enough. We're going to slide away from the cleanse attempt.
Yeah, Tombstone and Necrovox are dropped. NP want to turn this into something.
Light Shadow can turn right back around. They're going to be heading into a nasty traffic jam. Marching machines all over the place in this lane. Arrow goes out, nails that frost over. But it seems like Fnatic very smartly positioned. They're going to try and take this high ground. If the fight comes to them, they at least want that positional advantage. But they're going to go around, locking. They're kind of locking Fnatic from being able to head back to their base, but they give up on it. It's like,
this is very dangerous fight. You have no vision there. It's not easy. What I think Fnatic were doing there, they were trying to avoid any potential board vision or any of the hops that they went out in the bottom half of the map. That's very good by them. Fnatic, though, unfortunately, are going to miss their timing window as the rock is now back on cooldown.
But with Roshan approaching, maybe so soon, NP may just want to wait that for now. Potential spawn time start.
You absolutely cannot give up the Aegis NP right now. The Ursa's doing too much work with it. He's got the Abyssal Blade now too, so he's got that guaranteed lockdown. He can burst down the Tinker immediately, and with that Aegis, it's hard to just punish him right after. He is so tanky.
What about our Tinker though? Why didn't he go for something like the Ghost Scepter here?
I think the Bloodstone just allows him to push out a little bit more aggressively.
Yeah. And that did seem to be kind of the game plan for Fnatic. At that point in the game, they felt pretty good just to be able to run around this floor, and Tinker would always split push, and they would just play pretty farm efficient because NP actually had the 5-man.
The downside right now is In Your Dream Beast does not have a great game. He's 1-4-6. Probably hasn't dealt a lot of hero damage either. Despite being their highest net worth, it might not be reflected in the damages. He's gonna go for another maneuver. They've got the rock up. Maybe if they can get one pick off before the Roshan, they can immediately transition into it. The Febby might just scout inside.
It's going to be a short Roshan spot. 30 seconds left until the big board is up. They won't be able to find the pickoff that NP was looking for, but at least this engagement is going to happen before what I think is going to be a pretty important pickup. Yamate, in a rough time, is disrupting this game. This time around, he's been playing like a boss, and he's going to look so much better if he can actually complete this Aghanim Scepter, because now, that AoE silencer you're talking about, they're just, okay, we'll just go ahead and use BKBs against it, all's good. That is immediately going to be taken away from them with a hard break.
And now they're going to sit behind this Tinker. They'd be guessing the fact that the Beastmaster is going to come. Look at In Your Dream, the way that he's postured forward. This should immediately tip off NP because he's not blinking the trees.
Yeah, every single time he's been deep in trees, marching machines. He hasn't been in the lane lasering like that, so.
Arrow's going to fly, not going to connect whatsoever. As now Fnatic not really liking the look of things here, as Ohio still has that vested life scissor. Now he's going to pop up, realizes this just is not worth his time.
All about the positioning game for Roshan. Tinker can actually get that bottom lane push and that will open up some space. Or some heroes from NP to the bottom lane. We still have that all-important boots of travel from which I think that's not that to be able to counter the Tinker's quite a bit.
Disruptor's talent tree is so random. There's 200 health and 30 reach one time. Yeah, last one is 30 magic resistance plus 4 thunder strike hit. 4 thunder strike hit. CY jumping in. Ohio immediately out. Very good reaction time. They were trying to set up this Roshan area. Fnatic, they should be tipped off. We cannot afford to give them a third Roshan. It is just making your life more harder than it has to be.
Despite the Tinker pushing in that bottom lane, NP did not
Ward
though, but just rushing it.
They are right on top of Ward.
Yes, they are. That'll be presumably one of their wards that gets countered.
Now there's a gem flying out. Talking about how important it was for both teams to have one. You've got Mirana Ultimate on one side, the Ricky on the other.
It feels good, I think, for Fnatic to stall. They've got Scythe Device coming in pretty soon for the Tinker, this Agnes upgrade for the Disruptor, as well as his level 3 build. Even Ohio has a good amount of gold, nowhere close to getting Scythe Device soon. Potentially because he wants to go on buyback. It seems like they've got some pretty integral team fight items that can be built in the next 2 or 3 minutes if Fnatic can just stall this Roshan attack. They just try and force it with like a solo Ursa in the pit and the rest of the team outside.
I mean, especially with the Disruptor actually behind the ball. It is very dangerous as Yama said. He's going to have it now. This is going to be the big pickup for them. And he might not expect this. As Fnatic, they can posture around that Roshan pit very safely.
This is a potentially game-ending team fight. They get the right kind of vacuum, static storm max combination.
I'm hoping for it. I'd like your voice to go first.
18 to 16. 44 minutes in, third Roshan attempt. Let's determine whether or not NP is going to get closed out in this game 2. Forced to go into game 3 if they have the shot, making the comeback against the Tinker in the late game.
He now has the picks available to him very far. And he is still going to be that Disruptor ultimate with that active scepter.
So many of these heroes have no buyback here. Got the high ground around the high ground. That's what he says there, Rose. He's immediately going to pop out the tombstone. The initiation is a bit of a whip. They already have Ursa trying to challenge heroes on the side. They're going to pop out now, but if that is not initiation they wanted, Roshi's immediately going to be lured up as well. They're going to jump off so far away now, far down. They're actually going to be losing Roshi in a second here, and they're going forward. Dante gets caught. That's going to be Ursa cleaning up the extra kill. He turns and finds Roshi's death as well. That's going to be 3 down from Fnatic, and they cannot bear to lose this Tinker. He does not have buyback, so NP cleanly taking a 3 and can now try and force a buyback if they want to, pushing through the mid lane, going for the tier 2.
That was way too much hesitation shown by Fnatic. They weren't really sure what angle they were going to take.
Yeah.
The Darkseer jumps in, but the Disruptor is so far down in the south. EY just pinpoint isolates it. They now know that the Disruptor has the Action Scepter. Now they're going to grab the third Roshan of the game.
Aegis and Cheese. He said AY was doing so much work with this extra life earlier. He is fully maxed out at this point with that 6 slot being taken by the Aegis. He's got Abyssal, Desolator, BKB. He rips heroes apart. But again, the initiation is going to be the most key part here. Fnatic actually get the right kind of jump, not just with the Axe, but even now with Scythe Device. Ursa confined to himself, well controlled, and unable to do much, even with 2 lives.
Yeah. I still feel like, I mean, with the Aegis, if you waste them, if you force them,
Nice play. They're going to be able to pop that Lincoln and immediately get the second fight onto control. And he has it. That's all he needs to be able to get off the BKB. Actually turns around, trying to go for Ohio here. Will Anderson there dodge that air, and Ohio is in.
and people with the no fear.
Yeah, he absolutely turned around. He's like, all right, Tinker's already kind of blown his load. He's going to have to back up. Just take the free kill on Ohio.
Yeah, that was very sloppy from Fnatic. Now they're starting to show some signs of cracking this. And he did a very good job around the map. And that is a gift. It's not often that you just see straight up 1v1 fights like that where a hero's going to go down that easily. And he now has a Mjolnir. Does do a hefty amount of damage. Fnatic are just being beaten back now.
Do you think that extra lane pushes that? I mean, what do you think the static charges were why this heal or say the MKB?
I think it's both. The MKB is okay, but with this Maelstrom, you can push out the lane so quickly. It's a very good damage tool for Around as well, who does like the attack speed. Kind of a very good between items. Now NP gonna take out that tier 1 tower top and most likely keep going.
I mean, Fnatic, they once held a 15,000 gold lead, but that is all being taken away. Is now even Betty potentially going to be caught. They get a force that forward console and does have the link up, so he should be able to get away. But NP, all of those towers up, they were up for so long because of the split pushing power of the Tinker, never allowing NP to really get on the offensive, never really controlling this game. But it's going to pay big dividends now as they collect all those tower bounties and rack up. It could be a pretty decent network lead after this is all set up.
Yeah, and the biggest thing about doing up that Aegis is it resets everything. They're afraid to take these fights, so they pretty much just have to wait out 5 minutes. And it allows NP to just continue to get aggressive on the map. As they're finally knocking down some towers against a Tinker. Mid lane gonna get shoved in. Bebby, not spotted there. He's gonna blink his way up. Full assault Curvis.
What are your thoughts? Level 25 is being held by a line team. Oh, okay. So he goes for the 14 stats of the 10 years worth of damage. Feels like he's got enough damage, right?
Yeah, this is a 3100 HP. So even if you take him down the first time, it's going to cost you so much. We talked about how Fnatic doesn't really have that lockdown. Imagine you drop your disruptor ultimate on, then you have to blow everything. You have to waste the rage of the life stealer. You've got to do it all over again. It's very hard for them locking down the second time.
So what is the game plan for Fnatic in these team fights? Is it just go for the supporting cast like we talked about earlier with the backing static storm combination and just try and kite the air set as best as possible?
Yes, it is absolutely imperative that they blow up the Warlock before anything. The Rose matters a lot less, but in a game like this, the counter initiation that SVG can provide and the fatal bots, that's a significant amount of damage.
Lincoln's for AUI has been built. We'll swap that in after its Aegis goes down from his backpack. So that'll make things a lot harder for Fnatic when it comes to kiting that hero.
Yeah. And man, this is going to be, if they lose this game, it'll be a heartbreaking one. Just because of the type of lead that they had, they were playing so aggressively, and now it feels like they're a little bit lost.
Definitely performance by Fnatic in the first 20 minutes of this game. Game 2 and Game 1, they were like night and day. Now Fnatic do seem to be stalling out and trying to set up for this initiation, but it's just first on the front lines. We said that here he's running more for it to go. Looks like they may just have to give up this tier 2 smoke screen, trying to stall out harassment, heat-seeking missiles, bringing AUI a little bit lower.
Yeah, Febby going to push it forward, but AUI is just not afraid. He's got his team backing him up. He still had the Aegis. He's going to get X, but this is largely just space maneuver.
They are going to try and chase away some of these Fnatic heroes that were sitting on the side for that initiation. Finally do get the tier 2. That'll start opening things up. Eternal Envy really trying for this one. They do have the lights to open. I think he pops out the Abyssal Blade onto Eternal Envy, but he does manage to fly up the way. Now the Abyssal Blade has a friend for Bloodfist. That's going to be an easy kill. Onto the lights. The laser draws things out a little bit, but they do manage to drop the rock. Actually stalling out some of the retreat of the heroes on Fnatic. They pop the shrine, but it looks like they're going to be forced into a buyback on their lifestealer.
This should be okay. They still have this Axe Tinker. You don't really want to go high ground against them. It's still going to be incredibly frustrating, but that is still a heavy loss losing Lucy in a situation like that, where you weren't gaining anything either. It's not like he got caught in a position where he's pushing out lane. It's more they just got a free kill.
See, they can just take the shrines and wait for Roshan to perform.
I don't know if you necessarily have to wait for Roshan to perform. You're going to gain hefty gold lead taking down the shrines, getting all these tier 2 towers out. Yeah. They're in a much better spot. If they were winning fights 15k behind, imagine them getting that kind of lead back.
Yeah. How much of it do you think is execution problems? Because we really have not seen that combination from Fnatic. Of course, NP has been playing around a little bit more, but Fnatic seems to be struggling to find the right kind of initiations.
It just felt like they got a little bit flustered once or twice in a row. Obviously, that mid engagement where if they had just gone all the way around, they would have been able to take the high ground position. You always want to strike going downwards so that you know it's coming, you know how to set up an initiation, but when their smoke broke, it felt like they just were completely lost. Like they were completely surrounded, they didn't really know if they were going to engage or run. Half the team thought they were going to run, half the team thought they were going to engage. that's a side of a good team where you're not really on the same page right there.
Turn left, he's rocking a Tesla down here. Every single time he pops that lead, and he gets the 100, plus 100 attack speed.
He has blue charts too.
He's actually putting pretty high amount of damage in the second.
But why not the triple arrow? It's so cool.
Did you have a problem with that one? You're watching your PC.
I mean, it was just funny more than anything. You know that we hustled to go see triple arrow. He was a boss with it though. He did get him a few times. 100 attacks we got.
Rock boots a travel play here at the top lane. 8 lines trying to set up. See if they can surprise Fnatic from the trees. Hawk is spotting out some of these heroes already. They're going to jump forward immediately. Jump on Genting. That is a 15 by controller. They've already got him down. That means Fnatic have to go full retreat now. Still a BKB charge below. 70 seconds for the disruptor, but the lanes are rather pushed out. It doesn't look like NP is going to be able to take too much advantage of that.
It's been 10 minutes or so, maybe even a little bit longer, since he's had that axe on the disruptor. We talked about the downside of this hero. If you can't set up fights, it feels so underwhelming because you just get jumped on, and your kid is not good at surviving. Like, you glimpse people back, but you're already dead at that time. You drop that ultimate, you don't have the ring, so they can just kind of run you down anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So this hero is purely meant for offensive reasons.
Now NP, so quick to move around the map, already pushing into the bottom lane with their 5-man after they executed that gank top lane.
Yeah, gonna fire out the arrow nearly long enough. They're gonna clear out this jungle, and they're just utilizing the time very well. They understand that they no longer need the Aegis to be able to just straight up clean up fights. Fnatic are getting more and more crowd inside their base. And that's gonna make this next Aegis fight even more apparent.
So the initiation is everything. The Ohio's next item is pretty important. He's still working on that site device, but he is actually pretty close to it. Do you disregard 5-back?
So, NP just clearing out their lanes. Now they're most definitely waiting for the next Aegis. NP is 6 slotted. Could feasibly, not really sure what you replace at this point. Most likely the Blink Dagger. If you're really going to go for a 6th item, you can just swap it around with your backline as well. So going to make an aggressive maneuver forward. Roshan now entered the battlefield once again.
Fnatic already positioned on their side of the cliff. Just trying to get vision down. See if NP are going to try and attempt that early Roshan.
Boards are going to get spotted out by SS.
NP, there's no rush.
Yes, they are not, but Fnatic definitely is.
They've definitely proved that they can take this late game. Seen them fight back against the 15,000 gold lead. Now that they are the ones holding the gold lead, they can just wait for a mistake by Fnatic.
Right now, it just feels like the Tinker's not doing enough in a lot of these engagements because his team goes down so fast. Then he's in a position where he's just like, am I really supposed to enter this fight? More than enough burst damage from NP to immediately turn the fights into 3v5s, which is why it's so important for Fnatic to get the jump off with their disruptor. Otherwise, you're in a position where you're using all your spells defensively, you're getting run over.
Barreling down that top lane. This will help them get a bit better control of that Roshan area. Keeping Fnatic off that cliff area.
If they know that that top lane is pushed in, they feel pretty comfortable about this, but something has to do with this mid lane, or they might even just barrel in for this Roshan, assuming that it's more important. That is exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, they can go ahead and trade over. Which they're actually not going to lose any tier power damage. NP still going to try and stay grouped up here. They don't want to risk what happened last time. 8 lines. That is going to high ground. They're not going to go for the bench. Set combination, but it's only on Ursa. He does have the combination, but he can't quite get the G's off. They will die to the damage over time. The jump forward, the ring is there. Fight out. Now gets dropped and the turnaround happens for the rest of NP. Come forward. Mushi battling up against the turn left. He has the MKB, but it's just not enough against those 2 heroes plus the golems. He gets beaten down to a pulse. Only the 3 heroes of Fnatic will stay alive. All of NP a bit low, but man, if they had just killed that Ursa, he didn't have the cheese, he didn't have the Aegis, he was so low. The Riki, even jumping forward, trying to finish him off with that last bit of an ult.
They're going to fight heavy here too.
Then he's trying to jump forwards.
Does have development outside of the range of the gem. Looks like.
Okay, did you see how fast those golems were attacking? With the that golem aura, the Bassmaster aura, 100 that thing was just clubbing away at Mushi.
Yeah, poor Mushi didn't know what the hell was happening to him.
I have never seen a one golem attack that fast. So they are shoving in all the lanes. Tinker does make going for the high ground annoying, but man, they have to be so satisfied with how the fights have gone. MP is that Ursa, 3,400 HP. Even with everything that they dropped on, he was still able to get out of there.
To travel, TPing on MSS, looking for a jump here in the top lane, not going to find anything. NP, despite being against the Tinker, thanks to that last team fight, the death timers that we're still waiting from Fnatic, they're able to get complete control of this map all the way to pushing it. And this is the beginning of the end, potentially, for Fnatic as NP start closing in on objectives and clean things off. 8 line, 3 lines here. Oh, actually, just Jordan actually gets brought back because the Lotus Orb, the Blade Strike, they're going to be able to get the status combination on top. Fnatic, they're going to have to try and somehow kill Eternal Envy's going to pop the BKB, but they get to get back. But they still manage to get Eternal Envy back. NP will start to retreat as they do not want to use that buyback on the Ursa. First time that initiation has gone south for NP, and that was all off that weird Link Strike Lotus Orb combination.
I mean, that was just kind of absurd here. Ursa doesn't really have too much survivability, just a 6-second BKB. Hits the Disruptor up to the drop in front of him. And then he tried towards the line, seeing if they could go high ground, despite having the Tinker alive on the enemy team. And that is an emphatic no.
I almost got him. The surge run forward, and the sense of that really got the line. They're going to drop the jet here. But they can drop the ball here for so long of over 30,000 gold swing in the last 15 minutes. But now, with things seeing their darkest, Fnatic, they managed to actually execute.
And that is a dead Beastmaster for 80 seconds and a dead Ursa for 30. You could easily force buyback here, and Fnatic now have a win condition. This is incredible. As Femi jumps forward, he knows that the gem was just recently lost.
Yeah, he with these 2 heroes still down,
This is so much information for him now too.
yeah, they can maybe get some sort of jump or like quick pick, force the buybacks, or maybe we're just going to be seeing these racks
That is still 50 seconds down on the Beastmaster, not really willing to fit that buyback quite yet with the Ursa dead. Because now it's going to go down.
Man, I think these are going to be pretty actually managed to get the air on the Betty. Countervision finally laid down to get the counterboard in place, and the jet is returned to NP.
Still, first racks of the game taken by Fnatic, and 5 minutes ago, I told you you were crazy if you predicted that.
But 30 minutes ago, we were afraid it's got to get out of here.
The machine's got to continue to make its way up.
He is going to be able to get out. It looks like Packers just
All of a sudden, they threw new life into this game on the heels of NP getting a little bit too cheeky, trying to walk up high ground against Tinker and a Disruptor.
the Tinker. He's reaching full micro status now. He's got the Agnes as well as the full out tag at 5. So when it comes to defending the high ground, he's got that bouncing laser. But when it comes to actually executing heroes, finding those pickoffs, they've got that heavy damage burst available.
Man, I cannot believe the twist and turn this game has taken.
It's been a rough one for both teams. What's the game plan here? Wait for Roshan number 5? Is that what it's all about? These extra lives?
I don't even think that's the determining factor.
Yeah.
It's MP trying to force the waves in one more time. But the problem is, the important part is, you're playing against a Tinker and a Darkseer, and you've got to deal with the creeps at bottom that are going to constantly be shoved in due to the fact that you lost racks.
Turn left is refused to go that MKB. EKB is good enough for me. He's got a satanic now. Oh, that says he's in the position to try and catch this Tinker, but he's just not quite going to get there. They're trying to leave these traps out, but your dream is just one step ahead of them, it seems.
Yeah, he's done a very good job playing the survival game now, which is exactly what you want out of the Tinker. He hasn't really been caught out in the past 20 minutes. He
had 4 deaths early on, and since then, he's just been thorn in MP side. They're desperately trying to lock him down, because they know that's the only way that they can go for the high ground.
AY, careful. Got Febby pushing himself pretty far forward. Actually, behind Shadow, they're outside of their base here.
They want to take a fight outside of their base if they can. Going high ground has always been a problem against a Tinker, but maybe if you can catch them outside of their base, you can make a quick maneuver, start pushing down the lanes. But instead, everything's just going to reset as Fnatic are now the ones that have taken over the map. Things have just completely been mirrored in this game.
Tinker is not even needed for this bottom lane most of the time, thanks to that full lane being taken super frames. Keep that constant pressure in. He already had a hard time keeping these lanes pushed out. He did okay in those rounds, but it's looking very grim. Looks like our next choice from the Ursa is going to be going for that later game, or get into that would be an excellent pickup against this Tinker. He doesn't have BKB. Yes, doesn't have even the most to be able to defend himself against the jumps.
Still, he sits so far behind all the engagements. And I think it matters a little bit less, but Bloodthorn as a late game item is absolutely dangerous.
Huge damage increase. I've seen plenty of people forsake MKB for the Bloodthorn damage.
Once again, lanes are just going to be shoved in by this Tinker. This is generally what you expect in a Tinker game, but it is even more annoying because this is bottom lane. It's not something that they can just push out a little bit. The creeps will always force it back in because they're stronger. In a tactical game where they're just trying not to get picked off, Fnatic getting that map control back.
Is there any other game plan here for Fnatic than just pushing in the waves and waiting for some sort of positional error that allows the Riki Lifestealer to be able to get a kill? Can they actually start getting a bit of chip damage?
I mean, they're just looking for opportunities to grab 1 or 2 heroes. And P, there's no way that they're going to stand for this. Nobody likes just being shoved into the base fully. And as a result,
Especially with Roshan coming up too in the next 35 seconds.
yes. Again, this bottom lane is so miserable for them. If Fnatic know that nobody's defending this bottom area, this is their danger sign. I think they should just immediately start getting out. They might even suspect that Roshan play is P playing the long con has gone all the way around the map.
Smoke is about to wear out.
They're going to get the high ground too. They might predict that Fnatic think they're going to go for the Roshan.
Yeah, with this gen already set up for the end time, they can actually hold Febby coming in.
Walk up here.
It's going to be so bad. Plays forward, doesn't manage to get off the ultimate. That's going to be
BKB's pop too.
the information he pops, of course, that plays himself away, and there is sort of initiation onto that Riki as he started coming up the cliff. They couldn't take 2 hero kills there. Maybe he just playing out of his mind. He was so fast with that.
Yeah, able to scout out information. It forced FP to scatter. The BKB was wasted at the Ursa. At that point, they had to beat a fast retreat. And for the first time in this game, Fnatic going to get a Roshan of their own. This is going to be huge for them.
This may actually open up. Have you ever seen in a pro game a refresher agonist just run?
No. Well, actually, I have.
Because that's what we're talking about right now.
I saw a replay of it once. Myself casting it, no. I mean, we're in a position again, but Yamate he had sick farm, and then he ended up being useless. It can quickly go back to that. So Fnatic has to be disciplined. This is the name of the game here. And they lost focus for a quick second, and now they're in a position where Fnatic start making their way up. Lucian has the Aegis available to them.
And you're all pulled up inside their base, right? And they're stopping these waves before they get to the tower. Meanwhile, Mushi just still charges forward, lots of rage, gets the damage onto that tower. It's been waiting some time for the raise, but it's about to wear up, and that should have been makes the jump forward, they get the smoke, and there goes the Genting. A nice clean initiation by Disruptor, costing them very little. Waiting for Yamato to now slow down. He has a range coming up, and it looks like they think that range is going to be enough. They don't need to make the initiation. They will manage to make an escape, but they lost that Aegis. And that was kind of the clean jump onto the tier 3 tower. That Aegis, that extra life is what allowed them to be able to potentially push in the high ground. whole lot more scared. They go for that push.
I think they should just go for it again. They know that the Beastmaster doesn't have a refresher. They've got enough of a window where they can start hitting it again, and that's exactly what they're going to go for right now.
They've got only 20 seconds to work with until that triangle roar is up. The Abyssal Blade is already back up for AY.
Yeah, they're just going to go back. Although Yamcha does have that double ulti.
Fake that. They're going to smoke it in, and I think they're going to back you off. See if they can get some sort of weird surprise initiation on NP. MSS actually just an easy hit. Waving it out, so he's going to turn around, try to roar onto Bushi, and then you're jump forward with a nice force down, trying to kind of round angle line during this BKB, trying to get Bushi to safety. And Yamate, they have a hard time. They're going to pop their shrines here just to make sure they're still ready to fight Yamate. If they jump forward, actually failing to get the glimpse there, the Lincoln Sphere man to watch that one, they're going to go catch Yamate. Straight forward, looking for extra kills. Ohio's going to be targeting here, Eternal Levy. If he can hit this arrow,
What is going on is Fnatic. They finally beat their way back into this game. Yamate, who was patient almost to a fault, and then blinks in aggressively, gets caught out, unable to cast either ultimate. We talked about when he first got the Active Scepter, he wasn't able to do anything with it, and now he's in a position where he has the Refresher Orb, doesn't have buyback, and he might have just cost his team dearly here.
one buyback already being used by the Darkseer. But NP, they're going to try and force.
Look how fast the stack goes goals.
They're going insane. Flip is going to be able to find them. Southern happening.
That's a level 25 pull-up.
Yeah. Fortunately, the goals are about to be dropped here. 5 seconds. Bushi's going to try and battle them here with the ring cross. There goes the US play. Can he actually get the combo done? There goes the final four. There's very little to get more like what Fnatic. They just don't really get grasp on anything. Maybe he's the target, but they don't actually manage to lock him down. NP, they got the big one out of that. They did not get Rags, but they got something much more important. For the next 5 minutes, this Lifestealer, he's going to have to play very carefully with no buyback.
That is infinitely more important than a range or a melee Rex at 70 minutes into the game. Fnatic not happy with that trade whatsoever, as NP once again they're ahead of this game.
So you've got 6 minutes to work with until this buyback is up. How do you play this as NP? Because you've got some wiggle room, right? You can go ahead and play a little bit of farm if you want to, X, Y items. Or do you think you just go again?
I mean, they've got buyback on everybody. They could just make an aggressive maneuver forward. If they catch any of the cores on the side of Fnatic without buyback, that could just be the game. The supports are in a similar position as Yamate, not close to a buyback. And I mean, we've talked about how useful this Active Scepter Disruptor is, and we just haven't seen it this entire game. They desperately need him to start landing that static storm. He's got 2 different opportunities for it. He's being way too patient with them, though. In that initial engagement when they went on Bushi, I feel like there was an opening right there, but almost waiting for a perfect situation.
And that's just never going to work. NP, we've played 70 minutes against this Disruptor Static Storm. They've learned to adjust their positioning accordingly.
Yes, they've done such a good job with that so far. In Your Dream now has a Necro book, really playing the micro game, shoving out all the lanes at once.
Yeah, now we can finally get some chip damage onto these buildings without relying on a hero. Yes, and the front lines.
Fnatic, they're still playing, they're posturing a lot. They know that their lifesteal doesn't have this buyback, but maybe if the Disruptor can get a good angle, they're relying on him quite heavily right now. He's been the component missing in these team fights for Fnatic. They desperately need that lockdown through the BKBs.
They have so much gold on NP. They just get a little bit more. They're going to be able to commit to some of these big items that they have sitting in their quick buy. We've got an Abyssal Blade that MSS was able to get, so we can have further lockdown against the Lifestealer. 7,000 gold on Eternal Envy, so he's pretty close to picking up a new item and having buyback still. But there we go. Shadow run themselves out. Febby quick to retreat here. His plays are so important because he's holding this valuable life. So without buyback, they're going to be able to get the jump. They've already caught Rose, and a brief excursion outside their base does cost them the support line on a terribly important hero. But every little bit helps at this point.
The Beastmaster going to get jumped on, immediately loses half his health. Ryan's going to be popped in response. For NP though, it is just someone dying that went down. They're not too concerned about that. They're just going to be put in a neutral position. Fnatic, you know they don't really want to go for a straight up push. Is Eternal Envy going to be the target? Bevy, are you going to go for this? Can we only go for lead monster. Oh my god, how is he jumping forward like this? He's just man loading up and he's still the arrow. Oh, he ran into it. Didn't manage to get it back. He refreshed up, still trying to catch these heroes. You like Gavin takes that ready, he'll get the opportunity for Fnatic. Martin cannot gonna die here. Targeting catching extra heroes. Oh, back to the ground. Throws out the ball back. Gets eliminated immediately. Tinker trying to make his way back. Hoping to be able to buy enough space. He does not have travel, but he does have travel. He's only bringing it back. He's gonna be caught here. He does. 100 seconds on the dark seer, and NP, it looks like they finally found the team fight that ends everything. They've got to push out these lanes, but they're just going to be facing into a Tinker for the next minute and a half. Eternal Envy just went insane this game. Turning this around like a man. Yeah, he's got the Satanic, immediately pushes forward, even clips Bushi with the arrow, which is able to give NP the opening to just swarm on top of Fnatic. A little bit too aggressive, that maneuver at top by Febby and Bushi is...
In your dream, you're going to have to do something amazing here.
Arrow not going to connect.
If you get the pick before NP actually starts grouping up, that'd be fantastic, but it seems unlikely. So the next step is making that huge Aghanims hold inside of his base.
There's a full minute, everyone has travels, so if they lose any hero, they can just throw bodies right now.
Or NP just going to go straight for tier 4s at a certain point. They're focusing on the Raxus at mid for now.
Well, I think you're Eternal Envy's made the call.
They're going straight for tier 4s.
It's just not in the position to be able to stop this. They've already taken that one. Zero's going way too fast. He needs to be able to go. The goal just beats Rob. Just get the extra hit. Thinks Rob should be dropped so in quickly. He throws himself into the throw death. Trying to stop this blue, but it's not going to
breathes a sigh of relief. After blowing that initial lead, they turn things around. They go away with a 2-0 win. Now they will meet VP in the next round after.
I mean, looking at the clean play that they made in game number 1 and the way they were able to structure their comeback in game number 2, you got to be thinking in the back of your head, if you're ever facing NP, that they are a structured team for mid to late game.
Never giving up in a game like that. Well played as Fnatic with a much better showing in game number 2. Just a little bit shy of that victory.
For the new squad, the first 20 minutes of this game were certainly some glimmers of hope, things that we can see from them in the future, but unable to close it out. They are going to be dropped here, and we move on face up against VP, as you said. We'll see a lot more of that in the days to come. We're going to go to a break before we go back to the panel.
against Fnatic, and I just want to ask, for the first 20 minutes, Fnatic had it pretty good. What was the pivotal moment for you guys to come back with all of that, and what were you guys telling each other during that when you had that great moment? When was it?
I think the game went towards our favor when the Tinker went back-to-back after getting lost up. And after that, we just knew if we just fought correctly and played around the vision, we would just be able to team fight and win.
Do you think that you could have come back throughout the first?
Yeah, of course. Just the nature of the Tinker hero. Like if he dies once, all his lead is just gonna go away. So we know that this hero is super farm, but we just need to get one good game. We're back in the game pretty much.
And that's what happened. You guys came back. And really quick, everyone wants to know how you guys feel about the new patch. How does the team feel about it?
I mean, for the first 2 weeks, we were struggling to find what was good, like Mark's style of drafting. But I think we sort of understand what's good in the meta right now, and we're just gonna pick heroes that we think are good. We're comfortable. That's how we're gonna go.
And it's been working for you very well. Lastly, Sky Juice. I mean, after this, because you won, you must be thirsty. So he's gonna have some Sky Juice because I'm sure he's thirsty. Make some noise for MSS. Sky Juice! Congratulations on the win, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Yes, well, 2-0 MP have won their match to survive here, of course, at ESL One Genting. They will move on. They've got us playing the final game of Group A inside the semi-finalists. We're going to have experts back at the next one to break that down. And we'll start with Kevin. Very interesting matchup. There's a series, obviously. Great capacity to come back in that game. Patience, I think, is the key word. They kind of knew, never said anything, they kind of knew. They got the right initiation, right close, they really come back.
But that was what's so cool about the game is that it worked like that. Fnatic won it, and he didn't leave the base so they could do a vacuum disrupt ulti combo, and then he just kind of wanted any normal team fight on even-ish run. So it was cool seeing the trade-off where Fnatic really just sat outside the base near where the secret shop was, waiting for them to come up the hill. Other than that, though, they killed so many heroes walking up that cliff.
Yeah, we'll see if you're in this particular hit clip. Jacob, do you think that was a better performance from Fnatic? Was that kind of what you were looking for?
Oh yeah, a lot better actually. I feel so happy in particular just because he plays harder. There's just only so much he can do on a hero like that. Obviously, everyone from Fnatic had moments where they actually shined a lot. I thought the Tinker at the later stages of the game, sure enough, he gave away that allowed entry to get back into the game, but he also played it the way he needed to for the 20 minutes or something leading into the hour mark. So. Yeah, I was actually surprised in this particular fight. You see AUI blinking in and fighting after they just lost 2 members.
I think I figured it out. You built that so this game normally Ursa works really well against Stealer, but Stealer's perks are actually really fantastic against heavy physical sources, so I feel like AUI felt stronger just because of how Ursa used to be versus Stealer, and yet he just didn't want to use it. So I think it's those 2 things why I won it.
You really enjoyed some of the optimization.
Oh yeah, I mean,
throughout the game.
You could really see it through by the end of the game. I mean, they bought Drone Endurance on dying. First side.
Lagi kena ni Anwar masuk sini kot, kena block.
They had AC on Beastmaster, they had Beastmaster attacks viewer, they had Moran as the lead for 100 attacks. I mean, you kept seeing the goal just slap like crazy. And that was the value of their draft model. It really helped Ursa be better later. And he got to transition position as a carry.
Oh, yeah.
Great itemization play. And
Big shout out to this change in isolation, especially. I thought, especially to pick up, again, we were saying, on the
Hurricane Pike.
yeah, the Hurricane Pike.
Gives way more value stat-wise than what Blink does.
He also changed the Kaka did yesterday from 25 countries.
Did Kaka go over there?
Yeah.
Kaka wasn't lane supporting, and they were super hard in that game.
And we saw how good the leap attacks people, you know, with the goal and stuff. It was absolutely ridiculous. And not just the itemization was great, just the play as well. I mean, Envy today, I don't know, it's like he's just come in and he is playing absolutely at the top of his game. He's just got a bit. That's what it is. You know, he had a good rest beforehand, he's come in and he's absolutely dominant.
Let him have 14 hours sleep, get him in just after he's woken up, he'll be great. Works perfect.
So what's he gonna do later?
I love sleep now.
Oh, he's gonna take a nap.
And then go up against the later on. We'll find tough 2-0 friendly, obviously. They're all going through, so we'll talk about Fnatic in terms of how they came here with a new roster. We didn't expect much from them at least, and then kind of gone out in that same fashion. But that's not the whole story, Kevin, is it?
I don't think so. I mean, I think the first game they played was disappointing. The first game of the set today was more NP playing amazing. Game 2, I think they played really well. I think they all looked pretty confident on the roles. I think Yamcha had a good performance. Made some mistakes, obviously, but played much better than his previous matches. I think Fnatic is going to be something good this time.
I've got some promise there, hasn't it, Jacob?
That being said, Yamcha didn't lose his cool in the later stages.
Oh, don't be a downer now.
He really did, though.
Why do you have to be a downer now? Excuse me, but come on, move out of the way. I need to do something. This guy, I've had enough of it now. I've had enough. No, it doesn't matter. Give me that back. You don't deserve it. There we go.
That genuinely worried me. I thought you were...
No, I just want the laptop. We gave him the laptop because it was supposed to be nice today, but you don't deserve it, so that's that. That's done now.
How can the punching bag be nice when everybody's playing him all the time? He's just defensive all the time.
He is, right?
I mean, for
terrible. Right, enough of this nonsense on the desk. Instead, let's go with some nonsense with Sir Action Slaps, who also had Purge with him earlier on with some fans.
Hey guys, we're outside in the morning, in the fog, here with some first-timer fans. How's it going, man?
I'm fine. This call is very fun and it's fine for me.
Yeah, is this normal for you guys up here?
Yeah, it's very normal here.
What is up with this? I mean, is this, what do you do?
Fox really does weird things.
The fog does weird things? Like what? What? Where's he going? Hello? He's going in the... Hello? Oh my god, he transformed! Hey! Your friend's purged now! The fog does do weird things.
That wasn't me, guys. Freaked out.
It's kind of weird. I'm now worried that I'm going to walk back to the hotel and come back as Jacob.
We're now on a mountain alone with 2 kittens.
I had like 8 alibis. I'm actually really freaked out right now.
Really?
It's a long night.
No one was there.
They told me, they said it's a video of Purge. I was like, oh, okay. There's nothing in the sun.
Now risk of 18 hours of first video.
Very strange. Yeah, can you imagine that? Side by side, dual streaming, multi-stream Twitch.
You know,
two
buddies just take it. Well, that was almost good. That was probably the worst one that I've ever heard, actually.
Yeah, it was. And on that note, we will be taking a break. Of course, we do have our sponsors here to thank, and one of those sponsors is Microsoft. Thank you for supporting ESL One Genting, and in particular, Windows 10, the best ever Windows for gaming. Our break is just ahead of us. When we come back, though, it'll be time for Malaysia to go head-to-head with the Philippines as WG clash with Execration.
Team Power now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Interview like this. It would be awesome. Hey! How you guys doing?
Tell me how you want to work it, because it's so wide.
Are you gonna be tight? You can tight on me first and then white. Oh, okay.
Audio okey. Audio okey ke? Okey, dia ramai tau ni. Sekejap saya nak tengok framing dulu. Ah.
Welcome back to Resorts World Genting and the Arena of Stars. Obviously, fantastic views outside. It is absolutely amazing. And without a doubt,
Hello, welcome to ESL One Genting 2017. We're reporting live right now from the Digi tent. My name is Denise Chan. We just saw Team NP take on Fnatic, and Fnatic is now out. We've got Team NP supporters here. Everybody make some noise! Okay, and I've got like a lot of people around me. Everyone else make some noise! Yes. Now I've got two supporters here, all the way from Vietnam. What's your name?
My name is Ming.
And what's your name?
My name's Kung.
Okay, we've got Ming and Kung here, all the way from Vietnam. When did you arrive in Malaysia?
Yesterday.
Yesterday?
Yes.
Yesterday, and you're here to support Team NP. I love this. Did you make this poster on your own?
Yes.
Using what, Photoshop and all that?
Yes, I Photoshop it.
You Photoshop it? Wow, that looks really good. Can you actually see the poster here? Is this the Last Supper? Part of the Last Supper. Why? Why this? Why this poster?
Because it's my our God.
Wow! Did you hear that? EE is their God. Who else says that EE is their God? Who else? You. He's your God. Come in. What's your name?
My name is Brendan, and EE is my god.
Wow. Okay. If you can meet EE right now, come here. Don't go away. If you can meet EE right now, what's the first thing you say to him?
I loved your Mirana play just now. It was so amazing, Kappa Pride. Oh.
Seems like he's gonna go home, rewatch the video, and go like, Kappa Pride.
Kappa Pride.
Okay. It's getting a bit weird already. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you very much. Thank you. He's gonna get out of here now. Yes. All right. On this side, we've got what's your names?
Chiwei. I'm Teo.
We've got Shiwei and Theo all the way from KL. I like your poster too. Can you see that?
It's a real photo of him. It's a real photo of him. No Photoshop.
Well, okay, if it's a real photo of EE, where did you find this photo?
I took the photo.
You took the photo. You met him yesterday. Okay, and this was in his hotel room, right? Oh, I see. Do we want to know more about what he was doing in the hotel room with EE? No, I think we're not going to go there. Okay, why do you love EE?
He died for our sins.
He's Jackie Lamau Zedong.
Wow, he died for his sins, but he's still here. Oh my gosh, so he's hot, he's everything. Well done. All right, if you want to say one thing to Team NP, what would you say?
Go on and win it.
Go EE.
Wow. Okay, and what would you like to say to Team NP?
Take all not my energy.
Duma.
Yeah, all right. Woo! All right, thank you guys so much. Again, we're at the Digi 10. You can join us outside here if you're in Genting too. Join us here. You can watch the live stream from here. And again, guys, everyone make some noise. All right, we'll go back to the live stream. See ya. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I mean, it was interesting because we were having a debate before we went live of which of these two teams is actually stronger. And I think Execration, despite the fact that Warriors gave Unity, had this qualifier and everything else, and they didn't get a chance to really prove
I personally been leaning towards execration for this tournament over the other two Southeast Asian teams for this tournament. I just think that like DJ is such a great pickup for them, and I think that from even though he's transitioning to the off-lane position, I think that the way I look at the off-lane is that there are a lot more opportunities for you to make things happen from the off-lane than it used to be in the previous patch. Like he was such a great board position because he was a playmaker who understood like the flow of the game and was able to make these right rotations. You can do that now as an off-laner instead of just being this kind of miserable, you know, I'm playing clockwork or I'm playing sort of around trying to make my lane, where you can actually make things happen, thanks in part to shrines and just the way that the game oftentimes is a lot more frenetic when it comes to.
And that's what people, I think, forget. The old DJ back when he played with Red, he was playing off lane as well as mid lane back then. He made a name for himself as the star player in those roles, playing cut from the mid lane, playing these flashy off laners. It wasn't until he joined Fnatic that he started playing support.
Yeah, his mid was particularly powerful. In fact, I actually was hoping that we would get a return to that, just because I think the mid lane is also going to be shifting as well to that more aggressive play style that he used to play as a mid, like you said, Hawk. You got the Queen of Pain, like you have those sort of tempo controllers that are going to be coming out of the mid laner now, instead of those more farming mids that were in the previous match.
Speaking of Brave, whatever happens with his former teammate, was it Chrissy on the
Chrissy is DJ.
Yeah.
Same manager. His evil twin.
There we go.
So this is back to your problem that 10 years ago.
No, because I remember being in Taiwan with Austin, and we were praising Chris, and I was just he was already amazing back then. That's 2 years ago or something. And then when he was talking about the mid lane, who was on the mid lane? Then was it Jay?
They had Jay play Carry and Chrissy and one other guy would swap between Carry and mid. One of the Filipino players. It's okay. It's awesome anyway.
That's the third player. I was just wondering what happened to him, because those two players really stood out to me on Brave. And he could have been one of those other players like DJ. He had that same caliber, that same level where he could have pulled up the Philippines on an international level.
Okay, let's move on and talk about Warriors gaming now. Obviously fantastic in the qualifiers, did really well. That's all we've got to know about them so far, because their first game went up to, against Wings and Cat. On paper, you look at it and go, well, that's a bit of a mismatch, they're going to get done. But they didn't. They actually held their own. It was a moment, you know, it made a point earlier on, actually. Without one mistake in that game, they could have taken Wings.
Yeah, they could have. I remember watching some of that game, and I think that Wings is kind of interesting because they want to be able to fight, particularly in the mid game. But what Southeast Asian teams are particularly strong at is the team fight going into mid game. I think like sometimes their lane phase can be a bit hit or miss, and their late game can be hit or miss as well. But I think their mid game is usually where they're strongest. So with the matchup against Wings, it's like Wings is also like that's usually the time they don't necessarily focus on the early game, but they will focus heavily on being able to win out the mid game. They don't want to try and go late game necessarily either. So it was just like the clash of these two teams and what they were strongest at.
Yeah, it's an interesting clash this one as well, Dot, isn't it, between the two teams. Both Southeast Asia, both playing plenty of matches against each other. Teams have been interchanging each other as well. Plenty of scrims in it. They're going to know what to expect. Yeah, they've been playing in all their regional tournaments, so unlike some of the SEA and those Western team matchups where there's some surprise picks coming out, these teams kind of know each other from front to back. So we'll see perhaps some different bans more targeted at what they know their opponents want to do. But similarly, it's a completely new patch. It's also somewhat new rosters for Execration at least, so I think it's going to be a bit too hard to say like how much that's going to affect things.
So we've seen the recurring trend of people being banned out. Do you think that's going to stay even though Abbott is no longer on Execration?
WG Unity have a great Vivo player, so there's definitely a chance. We saw it earlier in the first match. Neither team had recognized the Vivo player, yet they were both banging it, so it seems like it's a surefire thing. In fact, I want to get on to the things that's Malaysia. Speak too loud, because we are in Malaysia after all. These guys are going to get home town support, obviously, out of this one as well. Is that going to help a little bit?
Probably not so much. I mean, it's definitely going to help when they walk on stage, but once you sit down and you focus on your game, that's all that matters.
It helps some players. It helps the experienced players feel like live for that moment. But WG Uni, they're an experienced team. I think if anything, that's added pressure for them. They're a team that maybe the nerves will get to them because of that added pressure. TLA, they've been there. They've been big stages. I think they were the major. They took a game off of OG, so that was when they were really the true underdogs. Here they come into this match like they're not it's probably kind of 50-50 matchup or close to that. So
yeah, they didn't have the home crowd advantage like they did. True. Home crowd advantage, but we keep calling it an advantage, but it's not necessarily.
No, sometimes it can be more pressure. Yeah, absolutely. The DJ is the one that sticks out in my mind. He does try on, man. He's playing out of his skin when he goes in front of his home crowd. So it does lift players as well. As you line up the Warriors gaming Unity with 5 players on there. A standout plan, Kat, for you?
I think the Arthur was really impressive.
Everyone remember that incredible restrict game that he had.
So good at being able to rotate. Like that was. He was such a disruptive player. Yeah. I have to say, Paul, it leads back to what we talked about earlier, how our focus is now can change the tide of the game as well. And I thought in Boston, I thought Arthur did a great job just creating a lot of space for his team, basically, and just completely disrupting the game.
Right, we'll look at the draft just ahead of us. Before we get there, we do need 2 teams. So let's head over to the main stage where Eri is waiting for us.
All right, are we ready for our next match? Okay, so it's been a great day so far, starting off really, really awesome, and now we have Malaysia against the Philippines, and we're going to start with our first team. Let's give it up for Execration! Here they are. Yeah, hyping it up. Yeah, wave to him. Wave to him that he loves you. There you go. You made a stay. Amazing DJ. Good to see you, buddy. All right, Execration. Give it up for them. There you go. Their opponents. Give it up for WG Unity. ESL One Genting, Execration, WG Unity. Here we go.
There we go then, the Stars have entered the arena of Stars. Talking of Stars. Jacob, no, I can't do it. How many times have you played with that? I was going to try it, I couldn't. We're going to get into the draft next out. Gods, I think this is going to be fun. It should draft between these two. Because of the fact they know each other, they played each other, script each other, and they'll know their preferences as well. We might see some targeted bans in here.
Yeah, it'll be a big focus on some of the early game picks, I think, and some of the big kind of aggressive teamfight heroes as well. Heroes like the Sand King, the Rubik. These would be popular supports, commonly banned heroes, but these teams will love to fight, they'll love to brawl. The early to mid game is going to be where the focus is with the picks.
Yeah, we've been talking a little bit backstage about picks and bans and who's been picked and banned. Are you surprised by anything so far? Or is 7.01 nothing is going to surprise anyone?
There's no one hero that stands out as like must pick, must ban. We're all kind of talking about like what's actually getting commonly banned. Underlord's the most banned hero, but it hasn't been banned every game by any means. It's only been banned in maybe close to 2/3 of the games. There's been jug bans here and there, Shadow Demon, Lunas, but there's no clear must ban, must pick heroes yet. And I think some of the heroes that are particularly strong on all teams are playing, like I still feel like Aya is one of the best heroes right now. He's really good Aya play. Like that hero, the global mobility is just so good on this patch with the new shrines, the regeneration aspect. So I think there's a few heroes I think underrated.
Do you find that surprising, Cap, as well? We saw fantastic usage of Aya yesterday, also the other Lord of the League as well.
Yeah.
Surprising some more?
Yeah, because with any bottle carrier, any hero that roams around in general is going to have a huge benefit with the
fresh boundary points. So that has been surprising to me, especially since people that have strong, aggressive lanes seems to be one of the markers of this match so far. Another thing has been the importance of the mid matchup and how teams have been usually leaving that mid for last minute or maybe fourth pick. That was something that you would, like in previous patches, look more easily, right? You would see mids picked up maybe the second pick or the 3, 4. But now it seems like a lot more people are evaluating to have that one. I think it comes again back down to the fact that we're having less market mids and more tempo control mids, so you want to be able to have a favorable matchup.
Yeah, it's a lot of vision games as well. As always worked. Jacob, what are your thoughts?
Well, I don't have anything to vision game, but for the actual bands coming out from Execution, especially now that they did lose others, so if yesterday was an indication, I think we can expect them to play on the Nico. As Scott was saying, BG does have a Nico player. On top of that, the underlord probably the second band as well, just because that hero is incredibly strong, and if you don't want to play it yourself, you don't want to risk getting it. And I'm assuming that the reason they batted out against Indy is not just because Haza played with a lot of house, probably also because they realized the strength of the group. Having potentially scripted teams like Oregon.
Predictions in it, the community is on 54-46 in favour of WG.
I think that's a very fair prediction as well. It's a super close match of the Bears.
Where would you go?
I'm actually leaning slightly towards Execration, but I might be super biased in terms of my love for Chris.
You love him so much, you love him.
I didn't know what it was. I just had so much love for both.
You've loved him for a long time, you didn't even know.
Now I can find that guy. It's even bigger.
Shots, I think WG's the stronger team, but it's going to come down to the nerves because the Execration have more veteran players. So do you still think this is going to be nerves? Yeah. They're a newer team. They're playing in front of the home crowd. I think there's higher expectations on them than ever before now that they've played in the major and done well. And I think Execration has the more veteran captain in Chemo, more veteran players in DJ, as well as other players like Boa, and Andrew. These guys have been around for like 10 years playing Dota 1.
Has Chemo been on Execration for like 3 years now or something?
Oh, he was on TNT.
So yeah, he's been on Execration for a long time.
Maybe that's why.
He played at like a Starlighter about like 6 years or 5 years ago for Execration as well. Like, these guys are long-time veterans. We do see two fairly traditional bands that obviously want to jump, but we see that they targeted.
Yeah, this must mean that they know each other pretty well. Like an Omni-Knight first band,
yeah, it seems a bit odd, doesn't it?
It's a bit out of all of them. We see a lot of these, we've seen a lot of video command bands throughout the tournament, but never in the first phase.
There's of course been a number of heroes that have been very strong so far in the last 2 days, not least of which Shadow Demon and Mirage.
早上拍照还是蛮
And the Luna as well. So that's because you block the SD Luna, but also get a good combo of the SD Mirage. We saw Newbie use this to great effect with like an aggressive trailing just yesterday, and it's very flexible. You can lane the Mirage in a 4 position with good synergy in the mid lane, so it doesn't really set W, doesn't force WG to do any set lanes. Yeah, something to change on this one during the game.
Something Warriors is pretty familiar with as well, this combination. I think the combination with Luna at this point made me think about picking up your Rubik, but the unfortunate thing is that there are a lot of the defensive heroes that are strong versus the Shadow Demon Mirana are not really in vogue in this patch just yet. We saw one Dazzle pick earlier, we haven't seen any Oracles, we saw one Abaddon, and that was pretty disastrous. I think you usually want a little bit more playmaking on your supports, but in this case, you're probably forced into it.
That's the problem with running into this support move. It's probably the most potent and versatile support move of any in terms of where it can be on the map. Just because if you don't want aggressive fighting, you just go into pure kills in the mid lane. And if you need to support your safe lane, that's easily done as well. So they can pretty much be everywhere on the map and still be successful and always use the time correctly.
And you're always afraid, you see that SD Mirana, your first thought with your second pick is we're going to secure our Luna's farm, because SD Mirana with any off-lane type hero can just wreck a Luna. So going to this Dazzle thing, you're probably even thinking about your other support being something to protect your safe lane. Like, you're really going to secure that Luna's farm once that SD Mirana comes out.
And now you're theoretically already playing on the back foot, just because you're the one on the receiving end. However, if we look at OG at Frankfurt Major 2015, they actually played this Dazzle combo to great success against, for instance, Virtus Pro, who played a very aggressive style back then. So being able to throttle the aggression from the enemy and turning it on them is a tried and tested combo as well, but when you can then take down objectives afterwards.
I'm surprised you can remember that far back.
Alchemist, Meepo.
Look at that.
Axe. I mean, that was really low hanging fruit, right?
It was.
Yeah. We just turned around back on you.
It was 68. You're the one I took away.
Axe.
Meepo's got it. Okay, let's see. Yes. Malaysia versus the Philippines. Next. It's an awful lot of hours.
You want I think from this, you usually want self-sufficient laners, just in case you do want to go the Shapi with Morana. So having safe laners like, for example, like Lifestealer is a great safe lane carry who doesn't really need a whole lot of help. That 3-7-year support's able to roam around quite a bit. There is still the Slardar who's been incredibly popular.
Incredibly bad. Lost like a 14% win rate.
True, but there is a reason that he's been picked, right? There is still a reason he's been picked.
For execution, I would be sort of regretful having banned out the Juggernaut myself because it's the natural counter for roaming from the Mirana and Shadow. It's the only hero that can really guarantee not being hit by that combo.
Yeah, that's cool.
Make it pick up just like a tankier style,
like the Dragon Knight, even like a Moody type hero is pretty good stats.
I still feel like the tankier heroes like Viper, DK, and Razor have a lot of value in this patch because they're so good at fighting and they scale better than they used to. In fact, DK, for example, right here would give them just this overwhelming pushing power that would be tough to be able to stop.
They could also attempt running a Wisp in the mid lane for them. You know, if they do aggressive try to just want the Wisp down there, just keep the dude alive.
That's true. You would need to be able to have disables from your other two cores, but having Wisp Dazzle is not the worst support combination as long as your cores are able to make up for it.
You put the second on the off lane and put a Dragon Knight mid. I think that's landed that it's very important in terms of pushing, has some knockdown, fight-ability.
It's funny to think that puts pressure back the other way, because I feel like right now they're just going to react. They've got this SC Mirana, this is going to really put our lanes under pressure. Finally, we see something that now gives WG you need something to worry about. Like, okay, this could be a Sanctus Dazzle in the off lane, you pair something like this up there, something you then come to worry and reconsider like their safe lane carry options as well as awareness.
That being said, Lifestealer with the Slardar probably something we see a lot, and Lifestealer does really well against the Sanctus lane properly.
If they don't have the Lifestealer, and they have almost any other core, I think that you can alternatively as execration put pressure on because you have this great aggressive bot laner in the same team who challenges most other carries if left alone. So I think that was a very smart pickup just by itself, and then you can pick up like a hero like Saber, right? And you can throw that through with the Sage. You can run this really harassive aggro duel that would then force the Mirana Shadow Demon up to that top lane. That is really interesting because with the Slardar, we now see Slardar shift into the support position, and most likely the Miranas are mid and Nyx Assassins or Nyx Assassins.
What if it's one position started that pops up and links or something just to pull out early game aggression?
I think that could be that's also possible, but then you need either a really hardcore mid laner who scales, or you need a heavy pushing mid laner because you would then have initiation from both your Slardar and Nyx Assassin. You have this great fighting power and everything, but you really do not have ways to be able to shut down towers without fighting. And Execration, it's not like they're lacking team fight of their own. They've got huge team fight capabilities with Epicenter as well as Lunasoul.
So you convinced it's a mid to run?
I feel Slardar is the best hero in the support position of this pick.
Yeah, I think the idea of having a force Slardar in one position just really limits their how do you win the game? You've got nothing to really push buildings with. You've got to get that blink and then just snowball off the kills, but you can't transition out of that to take the objective. Perhaps with like a SF some kind of characters, I think that changes, but it seems much higher risk for them to run it.
And Genting is like a playmaking off-laner, right? So he's a playmaking dark seal. He's no longer the off-laner, but they had to think about that, right? Which is Slardar as a safe laner against that would not work very well. More team fight ultimates. Remember we were talking about like the game's pretty fast, so long cooldowns are not necessarily reversed. Execution are taking the exact opposite function. They're always going to have a big team fight ultimately.
They can win a team fight without we can win like a tiebreak with this down if they have 10% of eclipse is the thing. Like looking at that team fight, they are so vastly superior. It only takes one or two of those ultimates, not all three.
Yeah, because WG Unity have, again, no pushing power here. Like, they can constantly go, they can constantly fight, yes, but you're facing into a later game with a dazzle behind it. Very strong initiators and safety and time winner in the late game as well. The late game secured for execution most likely, so if they just make sure they win one fight every 3 when you're trying to go into them, like, they don't have to win. Like, they don't have to go even. They can actually, like, lose 2 fights and just win one, and that's good enough. Yeah, just because WG Unity can actually take towers fast.
So really in some way to support the fights at this point. I feel like they need to go that more split push approach where they just don't fight into the ultimates, get something like a ball fleet, Naga Siren there. It really has to be, they can't win the team fight. I don't think really matches up to the Tide safety.
This Tide gets found as like Reeves and maybe even a Pipe. How do they ever
The scary thing is there's a lunatic behind him building a suit. He's fighting into that.
A wall of them. I have no follow-up.
I think you mentioned, I'm trying to think of what other carries that would work for WG.
It's one of those carries that it still pushes, but it doesn't, its timing comes too late. When you're going to get pushed down before that whole thing can really pose a threat. And it feels like WG, like X-Ray just wants WG to take the ball because they feel like their timing is going to come so much earlier.
Yeah, and the Dragon This one man from execution is so hard to deal with that it'll never, humans can never get to me. How they ever gonna get to that back?
I think WG Unity's best option here is just trying to snowball. They pick up like a gyrocopter or something. I think they are very much backed into a wall by their draft.
Yeah. I think that makes assassin pick was
questionable.
Yeah, it's not good against any of the heroes. It's not like you're reversing some kind of hero that like an OD or a Pathfinder that counters that. It was really thrown off by it.
Beginning of the
yeah, it's like Spectre is just kind of okay.
It's early timing, I guess, but I mean, it helps them around and be a bit stronger in the mid lane, but it's not like a conventional draft start where you're going to get this timing and just push down buildings early on.
No, I definitely think the executions of the battle a lot. Actually, I think it's one of the most well-rounded lineups we've seen so far as well.
Strong draft there for execution. Let's find out what our commentary team think of that as we head in to the first game of our second series of day 2 here at ESL One Genting.
You know, Melini is not surprised that Jacob really likes this draft, because this draft is from 3 years ago.
Yeah, he was saying something like, I was like, oh, Beastmaster Venture Trail. I was like, what?
Yeah, let's get back to the old-fashioned Aura strats. That's cool.
Anyways, I was very surprised to see a draw come out last. Didn't really expect it to fit the pace, especially against the push of DK and Luna, but hopefully they can pull it out.
Well, girls have to talk about, because maybe it's a little bit more about the earlier timing. Is that the idea behind it? Not looking for the boost up on at least with Varana, unless you're going to see EE style Varana appear for WG, but maybe just give you that little bit of push to the tier 1 town.
It's just very difficult though versus Luna. I think Luna can maybe push it a little bit earlier, at least better than 5 man, I would say, than a Drow Ranger, although Drow does apply way more split pressure. That's the most disappointing I've ever seen you when a Drow is picked.
Well, normally I'm looking for the combinations to work with it, I'm looking for the early push. But what I do like actually is at least the matchup. Tidehunter doesn't have an easy time up against Rogue once she's able to get that second level up in the ice arrows. And having the easy roaming combination of the SD lets us away and play exactly this. Disruption is they go for the cross.
I wonder if he was considering skilling up a fighting shot. 5 saved, 600 damage shot probably.
I don't think it's lane phase as well. Yeah. Instead, WG, with the death of that Tidehunter, this opens them up to at least get 2 of the runes, but they don't actually just get them all. You've already got an SK sitting on top of the rune, and that's up next to Dire Shot. So, Kana can say hello. Kangaroo's in the neighborhood too, but this is going to be the dual lane, or at least the dual supports roaming around with the SK as well as the Dazzle.
They traded. The Shadow Demon got the left side room, so 2 for each team.
So
into the lanes we go, and Link's Assassin offlane. Haven't seen much of that this tournament, if at all. How's it meant to work up against this at the moment, a defensive try? It was unusual when they picked it up.
To the arrow with the extra stun, they'll even get a little hit down to Gabby. But it's WG that spills the first blood.
I wonder if he was considering skilling up Kraken Shell. Might have saved him. 600 damage shell, probably not actually.
I don't destroyed his laning phase as well.
Yeah.
Instead, so WG, with the death of that Tidehunter, this opens them up to at least get 2 of the runes, but they don't actually get them all. You've already got SK sitting on top of the rune, and that's up next to Dire Shop. So Nana can say hello. Kangaroo's in the neighborhood too, but this is going to be the dual lane, or at least the dual supports roaming around with the SK as well as the Dazzle.
They traded. The Shadow Demon got the left side rune, so 2 for each team.
So into the lanes we go, and Nyx Assassin offlane. Haven't seen much of that this tournament, if at all. How's it meant to work up against this at the moment, a defensive try?
It was unusual when they picked it up. I believe it was just first like the Sand King Luna +1, and normally you'll see it as Bat. I would say it's by far the most common. Sometimes OD and like Quap. But versus their lineup, it doesn't seem particularly good. Like, how are you going to actually burst the DK down? Your Vendetta and your combo is only going to do like 400 damage to him.
So I'm wondering if he's more there to try and bring down the supports, like take care of that Dazzle, take care of maybe the SK.
It's very difficult though, because I think later on in the game, Execution is going to scoop up. Their lineup is completely built for that. The Dazzle for the sustain, the Luna and the DK for the push.
Kangaro's in a lot of trouble, and there isn't actually a lot of way out of this one. He'll turn for a triple stun, but already dead. As the Nyx will say from off, and Afu just walks straight in the middle of them. They go for another Burrow Strike, already with the Poison Touch. The Slatter's not going to be very healthy. Takes a lot of damage here. This would make more sense if you're just going to move over to try if Nyx Assassin's still alive, but he's not.
I'd like to see an early Lightstone pick up with the Dazzle. Sometimes you'll see that in this type of lane where you're just very physical based, especially with the Luna, and it also helps with the tower pushing because Luna almost never buys a Lightstone to aid in the tower push. But I'm not sure if he's going to be rich enough. As cheap as it is, it's still a luxury item for him.
Yeah, because then have to be a sacrifice for someone like the SK who went boots first, so he's already gone for the rather greedier style of build. DJ's at least getting a little bit of experience up on top lane. This is something which is going to change for him, and I look towards the stacks of Execration at that point, because Ajit's just going to be all over him. He's already got the bond as well as boots, and the cold arrow levels are going to start coming very soon too. Gabby, okay, that's dropping low.
But there's only one hero up there. I would like to see the Tidehunter, like, you know, sometimes you just go up there a little bit more just to make sure that...
Courier, if he can get to it, looks like Afu's going to be finding the DK, but SD never actually made his little play over. And Gabby will just trigger off the Shrine.
Do you think Shrine should have a hotkey? It's been a hotly disputed thing.
As long as you can do it nice and quick on the ones. Okay, bottom lane, Kanga's in even more trouble. They've still got to lose a beam with Valble, so he's not going to get back under, or maybe with his playing Carapace and the follow-up stun. Kanga, no, he's going to go down. SK still with too much power, having that caustic there for the extra burst. And required one more hit to get the kill. And yeah, you could lean towards the Shrine so you stop clicking it off. Maybe priority for the laners, so the off laners doesn't have a support to trigger it randomly. Gabby is in a lot of hurt. Start with the disruption, you got the arrow, they're going to start off with that one, so it's a little bit more different to the lineup they had before, and then follow into the crush. Still not enough damage trying to attack uphill, even with the double damage room that's over on Nana, maybe it is. Gabby took a long time to get away from the edge of the cliff, so he'll go down. Afu's coming back in again too. He has the crush available, looking towards the SK, but he misses the crush. The damage is still potentially there from Nana, but he can't go onto the tier 1 tower. Not with the life that he's got.
That's a 2-unit trap with the disruption. That's very hard to pull off. I've seen 3 before in like open area, but this was right next to the cliff, and his teammates didn't really know that he was trapped there. It seemed like none of them helped him kill the illusions at all, just waiting for the timeout, but those last for 8 seconds. And they did this on that uphill last time. But normally it would be extremely difficult to kill that DK. He almost survived throughout that entire time.
But they don't find the kills on the rest of WG, so they move over, they shrine up, and then go straight back into the laning phase once again.
They need to get a lot of kills. You need to slow down the Luna timing as much as possible.
Well, they're doing that pretty nicely, and they're doing it without having to commit any heroes to protect the Drow Ranger. Tidehunter, DJ's managed to hit his level 4, so at least with that, they've found space for the Tide. But Drow, when she hits that level 6, this Tide has to move off the lane. Like, if any kind of support rotates over, he should be dead.
I think it's okay though, because the Shadow Demon and the Mirana, you want to split these two up as much as possible. You want the Shadow Demon to be up top, forcing the Tidehunter out a little bit, but like as of right now, the Tide isn't getting that much, Drow is getting a lot, and they're getting kills on opposite side of the map. So this early game, I think, is shaping up to be much better than expected for WG Unity.
They can just keep that momentum going. But again, these three heroes grouping up from Execration on the bottom lane.
Ours.
I don't know if they really want to force into the tower. There's still a lot of life to get through from the Nyx Assassin and Slaughter if they want to try and pressure into the building.
Yeah, Nyx hasn't went for the 2 carapace build. I think it's by far the better build in this lane. You don't want the 1 point in the mana burn. Very, very useless.
Archit, I'm waiting for him now to do it. He just cracked his level 6, so this is what I was waiting for him. This is what I was waiting for Tidehunter to die. He's still got his Gust available as well if he wants to use it. So DJ into the tree line. Archit's going to find it, loses a lot of his damage because he gets hit by the Anchor Smash. But those 3 points up in cold arrows already, it does the work. But bottom lane, a great initiation with the stun. You got the Burrow Shot to create a little bit of space in Shallow Grave, maybe also some time, but time is not really on their side. The kill still happens up on the top where the SD rotated in, but Nana going underneath the tower. The SK with a Burrow Strike, Nana's in too deep, leaps away. The tower attack's still gonna follow him up. With the bottle charges, he's getting a little bit more life back. Lost that movement speed in a bit, and the Burrow Strike. SK trying to catch up from the TP's coming over the shrines, but SK already finishes the job.
Maybe he didn't see that stick, just thinking, oh, there's no way he can stun me. But he had stick charges right there. It definitely helps that Drow Ranger was level 6, now level 7 for that engagement. That 1 extra right click from the Mirana. She didn't have to blow her leap early to finish off the Dazzle. Made a big difference.
Not this time.
Can't take my eyes off this top lane for the moment. I'm wondering if WG even try and force the lane down. Tai can drag the creep wave back out, but if you've got SD in, illusions, maybe they can do more. But this bottom lane pressure with Gabby down here, the tier 1 tower is being peppered too much. WG need to do something about this if they want to hold their tier 1. It's either that or they look for some kind of other gank, and that's potentially in the middle lane, which is exactly what happens. Disruption, arrow flies down and hits perfectly, 5-second stun, and the SK will evaporate. Gabby is still trying to force that tier 1 tower on bot lane, but now losing the extra hero, they realize where the gank happened.
I think it's good that they're using the Drow as a sort of fighter too. She, as you mentioned, the max cold arrows instead of maxing the precision aura. 1 point already gives you 20%, and then the last 3 points give you 18% total, so it's actually quite the value point, but not a very common build.
Middle lane, DJ, he has enough mana if he wants to use it. He'll need more help. Ravage is enough to do his work as Afu, while the stuns create more space on bottom lane. The support's finally coming into that middle lane. Burrow Strike in from the SK. Remember, Ravage is still there. They commit it for Mirana. She's got leap into 1 charge, just goes up the hill, and Nana is away. Execration without the lockdown, but SK does have the movement speed until he stops and just watches Nana walk.
Only level 2 stun. It's been desperately trying to pick up some levels.
He still didn't have any other friends to help him out. They all backed out. Now it's Disruption, and again, we're going to do this. Arrow, it looked a little too early, but it still hits the mark. SK will drop, and this will be a tier 1 tower to boot.
This
With
is
no
exactly
Ravage
what
up,
they
they
need.
can't fight.
This is their 2nd tower, so the team without the DK Luna is actually ahead in terms of towers. And maybe this is what they were talking about with the Drow pick. It's going to hit a little bit earlier, especially if they can pressure the lanes so hard. I really like the movement from the support duo from WG. The Shadow Demon is just pressuring all 3 lanes. It's not like the organized type of push that you want from Execration. It's like, okay, every single timing with Eclipse, with Dragon Form, you go down, you take a tower, you farm, do whatever for a few minutes, and then you just repeat once your ultimates are up. But they haven't really been able to do that. Everything's been a little bit staggered. They haven't even used Eclipse yet. Ravage didn't yield that prized Mirana kill that they're looking for.
Without the Ravage we're talking about, oh, Luna, this could be real trouble for Nando. So much slow with the crush. Not to mention, a little extra help. It's going to be WG bringing him down. Now, does Execration just let this tower go? Because right now, they're staring down the barrel, losing all their tier 1 towers by the 10-minute mark, with Drow Ranger appearing on bottom.
You're gonna lose Roche very soon, though. If you lose this, it just takes one bad Ravage, or a Ravage just like we saw in the Mirana to yield something like that. So this will be the third tower that looks like already.
Yeah, that's what I'm just like wondering, like how do you even defend it? Like they go for the opposite thing. They go for the DK to move to top, use that Dragon Form to try and force down the lane.
Generally, you group up as 5, but their other lanes are just pushed so far in that they can't actually do that. So they're gonna have to group up as a few. But Nyx is 6. They don't have sentries down.
Well, look for the stun. The arrow is able to connect. They just hold him there. Now it's up to Miranda to tank through a lot of the damage from her. She's still got 1 charges, plus the Moonlight Shadow. In comes the SK, having to create space. Afu was looking for the perfect crush, couldn't get it. They're still underneath that sentry ward, and it's done some work for DK. Tidehunter is here. Ravages in 6 seconds time, and 6 seconds may be a little bit too far out, especially when Arjit arrives to the front. And 1 second, the gust hits 4 heroes. They're not looking to dive under the tier 1 tower. They want to still stay fighting underneath that sentry.
Dragon Form is almost down. They're going to have to press this pretty aggressively if they want this tower. Glyph is down, so...
They're in range for a 2-hit Ravage. DJ lets it rip, able to hit the Nyx Assassin, plus the SD Burrow Strike, making sure SD can't go anywhere, or maybe he can with the Purge and the Cold Arrows. He gets Disruption off. Nova's on the run out of here. DJ dropping down low. Archer changes his target to kill off the Dazzle with the Starfall from Nana. They have enough damage, so the DK will fall as well. They lose almost the whole kit and caboodle, but none. You have Nando on the bottom lane.
My god, X-Nova was so farmed, but you don't expect the Shadow Demon to be that tanky. Like, he had raindrops, he's like pretty high up there in net worth because of all these towers. He's very similar to a Tidehunter in terms of net worth. They thought they were just going to be able to get that kill, but because they had to press for that last 100, 150 HP, they were in a terrible, terrible spot as Mirana came out.
Bottom lane, I don't think Nando even realized what was coming his way. Kangaroo,
scanned.
does he try and go for the hit? You've got Slaughter coming in, he'll actually get the Vendetta, hit the Crush, is out of position! This will allow for the Eclipse to hit, almost the Eclipse killing him. There's a Shallow Grave to protect the Luna, to follow into that Lucent Beam. So he already picked off the Nyx Assassin. Afu still on the run. Oh boy, that Spire Carapet's gonna bit the Luna in the butt, but it still works for him. As Luna survives, finds a much needed kill in space.
Yeah, they scanned there, so they were more than ready for that. I thought they were about to drop a sentry, but Nando was in that critical HP range that was just too enticing.
It's almost like you're just having the faith that the Dazzle will be right behind you.
Yeah, normally you're like, okay, whatever, at least you got the Luna, but
yeah.
Even if you know that they're probably going to counter gank you.
Gold for me.
Well, so this is now the first time where WG is not the one creating space with kills. Execration is still grouped up as 4. The Tidehunter is the only one who's kind of out by himself, trying to complete up that mechanism. This will give a little bit more power for Execration to do that 5-man maneuver you're talking about.
Yeah, they're actually not as strong in the team fight just because WG had such a good early game. And Mirana has her scepter completed. Looking at her stats, my goodness. That's crazy. 6 kills, 12 minutes in is one of the earlier timings that you'll see.
Wow.
Yeah, they're actually in a lot of trouble. And he's going for a Mech Knight, a pipe, so this double Starfall is going to make quick work of the Dragon Knight. And Luna has a bit of HP, but she is going to be a prime target to burst down.
Even with that little bit of HP, is the fact that Drow Ranger is also progressing very, very quickly. Went for the extra stats, giving out that bonus damage of 58. So even though Nana's got a lot of magical burst damage, you've also got that physical damage behind him too.
Yep.
On top of the haze, which you get out from Slaughter. So everything's just starts to amplify.
Execration is also just spread thin. They can't afford armor items, like they're trying to in the mech, but they can't buy a Flash. There's no like medallion. They also want probably BKBs at some point to deal with the Nyx Assassin.
Moonlight Shadow, they're coming in close. There's a sentry ward inside the lane. Nana just starts off with the Starfall, gets rid of the creep wave. Thanks to the Observer and Sentry down from Execration, they do understand the Nyx Assassin is hovering around behind them.
I like how they're positioning, though. They're playing very well around the Ravage. Like, bad positioning is everyone sitting behind the tower, but they have a couple in the lane, a couple on the right side. Nyx trying to swoop in from behind just to make it a multi-pronged attack, which makes it very difficult for even a hero like Sand I think, to get a good initiation.
So then you have Epicenter as well as Ravage become a bit of
there you stand,
nothing.
Right next to the Roshan pit, but if they see Luna up top, they know that they're not in Roche, so they're not scared.
Instead, maybe they're wondering about any kind of aggressive ward, but it was just a movement up to get the rune, nothing more.
Yeah, they know it's about that timing that they need to get the Blink Dagger on the Slardar, because he's very likely to die in these fights, because he's kind of their primary strength hero that's going to be in the middle of the fray.
The hunt is on again. Nyx Assassin may become the prey. There's a sentry ward there. They're trying to bait him deeper into it. There starts off your Baron Strike. Arrows flying in, 2 the Gust hitting on 3. Nyx Assassin, Spike Carapace, create space, in for the double stun. Arjit can now do a little bit of work. You've also got the Dazzle in through the rear. He's got Shallow Grave available. Had to Self-Grave, who took so much damage from the Starfall of Nana. And Arjit needs to back out of here before another Dragon Tail stun can be thrown. And they're able to do so, so Dragon Form is baited.
Arjit with these Gusts, though, just could not be at a better time. Even losing the next one would be the worst thing in the world because he is only level 7, so he'd respawn in probably 30 seconds or so. And it's still, Afu didn't even TP in. He knows that his priority is getting this Blink Dagger. If Nyx dies, it's okay, as long as he gets this Blink Dagger next 1 or 2 minutes, or else it's going to be like a 20-25 minute timing.
Yeah. And the only time he came over was maybe at the end where he thought he can get a quick pick off, and that would have almost get him to his Blink Dagger, but bring him very close to it.
Yeah, they also just don't have that good of catch. The Sand King on the opposite side is also working on his Blink Dagger, but he's very, very far away. Without the Sand King jump, they just don't really have any threats to worry about.
I'm liking the efficiency build coming in from the Drow. So you went for the Dragonlance as well as the Yasha, and you're not completing either into like the full Hurricane or even into the Manta. He's already looking to go straight into the BKB. So then Ravage and Epi become a complete non-factor.
I also like the Max Cold Arrow build. He was doing the Ancients, and now that they're not magic immune, it actually makes it much easier for her to do it without lifesteal. So normally you'll only see Drows do it with what before was the old Helm of the Dominator, but now you don't need lifesteal, you don't need Mask of Madness, you can just right-click him down and kite him.
The Advantage of the Drow. A little bit more complicated to play than just the easy stuff. Casual Morbid Mask style.
The prize is mine.
I still think Mask of Madness is decent on her, but maybe not with the Frost Arrows.
It's just more efficient with your transition of items, because you're not going to hold on to the Mask of Madness into the late game.
Yeah. But the attack speed.
The attack speed is beautiful. And then you get then you hit level 15 and you get plus 20 attack speed anyway.
Or you could just get Mirana to get the leap talent.
Yeah, that will also help. We haven't even... If this game does go long, that would probably be even a scarier thing for Execration. The fact that you could still work your way into something like an Aghanim Scepter with the already powerful Drow Ranger plus a buff up from a Mirana. I don't think anyone will want to face up against that.
Her Gust talent is actually really good. I tried it out one time, I was like, what? 350? Yep. It's like, is 350 really that much? But when you see it, they just move so far back, and that late in the game, BKBs are generally quite low. So Gust is very, very strong.
But you needed something like that. Like, Drow always had those issues of one hero that would just get so, up in the face, the Slark, the PAs, things like that, the Clockworks. So it was her escape, is the best way to put it. That's easy Roshan for WG. They'll put the Aegis Immortal into the Drow Ranger. And they will keep the status quo, because the status quo is very much in their favor.
It's not looking good for Execration, though. They want to fight with the Tidehunter. Like, when have we seen a big Ravage Eclipse? It just hasn't happened yet this game. They haven't been given the opportunity to do so, and now they just feel scared. Like, if we push and then we fail with our ultimates, we'll probably just lose the game. But if they don't strike now, when are they actually going to hit?
Yeah.
Maybe in between the next Aegis, I would say.
I'll take that.
That's still a long time to be down and just let everyone else farm up.
Yeah.
Because then you want to push, but by that point, everyone's going to have their BKBs. And actually, Drow Ranger changed her item build. She is going to finish up the Hurricane Pike. So she actually bypassed going for the BKB. Well, with the Aegis Immortal, it makes sense. If Execration aren't going to fight you for the next 5 minutes, you'll have more than enough time to farm up the rest of the BKB on Arjit.
Yep. And it looks like this will be the time for Execration to start making their first move. No Blink Dagger yet on the Tidehunter, but they do have one on the Sand King in the back line, and now they're wrapping around behind the end.
This is a great position for them. If they can catch out WG's back line, but at the same time, that's exactly what WG is looking for. They're pushing in deeper into that Radiant jungle. And the smoke, well, it's not going to last so much longer if Well, there's the break. They get close enough to the SD. Now Moonlight Shadow triggers for WG. They realize what's up. A quick sentry ward. Arjit walking in range. He's going to get cushed up, but he's already over the Titan. If he can keep that actually silence on DJ, DJ will get the Ravage off. It's quite decent. Gabby doing the work with the breathe fire in the epicenter. The damage is huge. Turn on the Eclipse as well. A 2-for-1 trade-off. Arjit still keeping that distance thanks to X-Nova. They can turn around a little bit, but no, they'll burn the Aegis to the Immortal. He'll come back to life again in a second, but no real friends around apart from Nana. Nana jumps in for the double starfall. The damage, is it enough? No, 76, 65 life in the tree lines. The arrow even searching for Nando. He's still alive on 29. Sign the TP. It won't be in time, but Gabby, Armless toggles his way through. They already found the other kill onto the Drow Ranger, and now it's all up to the death of the Mirana, and they're going to get her. Gabby will survive, and Hexecration will come out on top of the fight.
WG were just not prepared for that Ravage. I think the Slaughter blinked in, the Mirana leapt in, and then she blinked, or she blinked in and then she leapt out. But their two supports just got eliminated by that Tidehunter, and then it was 3v5. Even with the Aegis, it wasn't enough.
Speaking of the Tidehunter, he has no TP, he has no real mana to work with, and Afu's also coming inside. Oh, okay. Well, he's got that to work with. Into the trees, but he didn't go down far enough, so it is a dead DJ.
It's okay, it doesn't lose any gold.
I was actually waiting for the timing on the gust from the Drow Ranger. Like, she was attacking into the Tidehunter before that last fight began, but
I thought so
it never came.
I thought they were going to gust the Tide and then go on everyone else, which would have been, I think, the best thing for them to do. Like, if you're attacking the Tidehunter, he's just guaranteed to get his Ravage off because Kraken Shield's going to proc. So that was a little strange. They also had an Observer Ward right on top of them. I think it expired like during the fight, but during the beginning of the fight, they definitely saw the smoke pop and the supports there. But I don't think the Drow Ranger was on the same page with the rest of the team because Mirana also went for the backline. Slaughter also went for the backline. It was only the Drow Ranger attacking the Tidehunter.
Yeah.
And I think they fully expected the same thing. They were clumped up expecting a Ravage to not be available.
Yeah. And then WG would have had a lot stronger fight. But instead, they group up as 4 with that small little skirmish up on the top. But so much damage from a Drow range with the illusions from the SD. And a catapult behind. Yeah, DJ has to jump up and do something about it. So be the tier 2 tower potentially denied. But this is what WG want. WG can easily gain control of this map test, take out tower by tower. That's what the Drow is meant to achieve.
I think denying T2s is not that great.
Gabby? This looks a little bit optimistic. Spy Carapace TP out. SK gets there just in the nick of time with a blink forward. And the kill. They catch out the Nyx Assassin. Thought he was fine with the Spy Carapace, especially when Dragon tells the initiation of the DK.
Yeah, with the blink on the DK, they can actually just get all up in the Drow Ranger's face. And I think he's tanky enough that he doesn't actually have to worry about like the amp right click nor the Mirana double starfall. And if he can get to that point where he can just blink in with or without BKB onto the Drow Ranger and then Luna can just kind of walk in with Eclipse after, they're going to be in a really bad spot. They might need another 4-staff to help out the Drow Ranger or better a BKB on him.
Yeah, the BKB timing is what we're looking at. And maybe that fight also would have been very different if he didn't finish up the Hurricane as opposed to going for the BKB. Same for Nana. Now Nana has to Moonlight Shadow and get away. Is far enough away that they won't be able to use any kind of detection on her. But the pressure onto the top lane now creates more space. So the Slander's getting his space on bottom lane. He's also got BKB on his wish list.
The prize is mine.
And Nana just needs another 200, and he's got his.
The BKB is one approach. Another approach that some teams do is the Silver Edge. If you can Silver Edge the DK, firstly, he can't just destroy your Drow Ranger, and secondly, you get rid of the Dragon's Blood, so you can just turn around. With Amp, he's going to be well into the negatives, I would say. So that might be something that you're looking for into the later game. Another option is to go for a Scepter split push build, so you don't actually have to fight into the team fight. That was before the Blink Dagger on the Tidehunter. Now that he has that, and they have a lot more farm with the Luna and DK who've been constantly farming the Ancients, like, I think they're at a huge disadvantage in the 5-on-5. That was with the Aegis, so without the Aegis, and with BKBs, it might be a little bit even, but at the same time, I think they have probably, actually, I don't even know if they have better late game, so that might not be the best choice for them.
Yeah, both teams actually have a lot to work with. We've seen, we could look at MP's performance of Luna earlier on in this tournament, just how much work a Luna can do when I think they were like 20,000 behind, and they were still able to hold their own and almost bring back the game. Yeah, so never underestimate the late game power that comes from the Luna.
the thing about Luna is if you just take like 1 or 2 heroes down, like actually fighting at your T3s is very disadvantageous because the glaives just bounce in between the buildings, and it's very difficult to actually approach the Luna. I think that's why she's one of the best seeders right now.
Well, Execration going to start the push into the tier 2 tower in mid. WG not in the greatest position to try and fight it yet, but they do have that BKB over on the Mirana. Throw range is still short of her own, and they're chasing a Tidehunter illusion to the top. But DJ waits in the tree line right behind his DK, and they can keep going. The arrow flies in, a 5-second stun actually hunt and Hando, but no one's going to follow into this.
Yeah, they still have a healthy amount of time left on the Dragon form, but it looks like they don't want to lose any more structures.
Yeah, they're moving up to defend the top lane. SD's already doing his SD illusion thing. He's not using a Luna, he's using the Drow instead.
Yeah, he needs to be able to get the Luna, so I think actually getting Blink Dagger on him is a very high priority this game. So he can keep on doing it on cooldown and perhaps force her to get a BKB, which would be ideal if you're a WG. Execration, I think they're just comfortable constantly farming up the Ancients. They have the HOD. They've been power farming the Ancients for a good 10 minutes or so. Luna was well behind the Drow Ranger. Now she's further ahead and closing in on the Mirana.
After it was just a little bit late there. DK realized what was going on and he backed out as quickly as possible. Execration very tight together. Fight with the Ravage, fight with the mech. Never give WG the real opportunity to get the advantage early on in the fight. Use their big stuns and burst damage. As I say burst damage, I'm meaning the big physical damage which comes out.
It's getting a little scary. WG have their BKBs, but if they don't pop their BKBs before the Ravage, they'll get stun locked or Epicenter Burrow Strike during the Ravage and all die. So I don't really think they want to take that risk right now because a fight like that could mean multiple buybacks and potentially a game-ending push with the Luna. So it's much safer for them to at least wait for the Aegis. I think that Execration can't take it out that fast. They don't have the amp available to them.
But also grabbing the Aegis, like Execration have that shrine right next to it, so if they want to buy back and they want to contest Roshan, they have everything they really need to do so.
Buybacks aren't as strong for them though, than for WG, because once their ultimates are down, like if Tidehunter buys back, it's not that big a deal. Luna won't have Eclipse.
Oh, so close. He blinked over the top, the arrow will fly out from the tree line, and now they realize exactly where he is, and this is a very, very dead Mirana. He leaps up, and no! The SK was waiting. The damage was already being done from the Shadow Poison.
Theoretically, BKB TP would be great if he wasn't in the middle of 4 or 5 heroes.
Small issues, but allows Execration to force into the tier 2 tower up on top lane.
They need some damage on his T3 on bottom. Nyx Assassin is the one there, and if at least get some free damage while you're waiting for the Mirana to wait, but they might want him for the base defense.
Well, they're going to need him. There's no Mirana for 40 seconds with no buyback available. This is all up to WG to keep him out. Arfu's in a good position to get a good Blink Crush off if they realize this, with the SD illusions of Dro. Also mops up most of the creep wave that was pushing it, but now, this is what we're talking about with the Siege. The Lunar Glaze bounce on through, and the Ravage is huge! Hitting on 4 with elusive themes. Epicenter to follow up. Fire Campus at least keep in position a little bit longer, but the Glaze are doing so much work, and Argent can't do any real big level of damage. He did it on the DK, who just armor toggles it back out. They need to get some extra kills now. Execration are bailing as quickly as they possibly can. The Weave will hit on WG, and they just turn on the Eclipse. Arfu gets some space, but in comes Nyx Assassin, the double sum with the Spike Carapace. They want to go for more. The Burrow Strike is in, and here we go with one-on-one. Maybe Arjit can push the SK. He can with that gust out of the Sandstorm. But the Slaughter, blind Blink Crush, looking for the TPs out. Able to get the Haze onto the Dazzle, but more movement. Still 6 seconds until the Hurricane Pikes off cooldown for the Drow Range to get in range, and it won't matter. The arrow will connect, the Dazzle will fall. The range Rax was removed up on top lane, but some costly buybacks from WG.
Yeah, they had to retreat because the weave fell off. Like, with the weave up, their right clicks were futile, especially without the Mirana down. So, at the end of the day, with the buybacks, I would say slight edge to WG because they didn't lose a melee Rex, and they also will get Roshan.
Yeah.
And that was without the Mirana, so I think that they're actually in a decent position. That was a great ravage by DJ. Like, you want to do it, like, right before, like, if you do it after a DK initiation, everyone's going to BKB. So you want to do it when, like, nothing's really happening. because that's really difficult to BKB. Like even some of them were like at the edge of the Ravage, but they still weren't able to BKB it because you're like, how does he know all 4 of us are over here?
I'm actually wondering too how WG handled the next fight with Nando having a 10-second BKB on that Luna. Like DJ's getting very aggressive up in the face of the Dro.
I really like that initiation though from Slardar. Like,
oh, Nana, he jumped in, Gabby in dragon form. He was moving up at the cover of Invis, but that BKB will protect the Blink Crush. TJ gets a good anchor smash off. Dro Rage will break free with her own BKB, but the damage output not really that terrific for the moment. Gabby wants to find something, the Pyro Strike, but Nana blinks away just in time. And Slardar is in more trouble. Stunned up, the Elusive Beam holds him in position. They can move over towards the Dro Ranger. If that stun from the Nyx Assassin doesn't do so much work, not to mention the arrow onto the Dazzle. There's no Shallow Grave available from him. They're not actually killing him off, so he can grave up, and he does it over on Gabby. They didn't focus down the target. This will give Gabby a little bit more time to be into Nana, but it's Archit doing so much work on the Dro Ranger. Just sitting in the back lines. And Execration able to complete the kills they wanted. The Mirana a while out, but the gust is too big. Ty can't follow up until now. He breaks free with the Ravage hitting on 2. SK's back in with the arrow. It connects on DJ. The follow-up on Kangaroo's in the perfect position just to hop through. And he'll also find the target on Willie. SK Burrow strikes out with the Nyx Assassin. Spike Carapace, another spanner in the works. And WG not only on top of this fight, they dominated, and now they're the ones attacking into the base of Execration.
Execration smelled blood. They almost had the stun on the Mirana, but then she blinked out and just lured them to that position after the Luna's BKB had already expired. Maybe they thought that the Ravage was about to come up because it was really close to being off cooldown, but Mirana just did incredible amounts of damage that fight and it kited them to oblivion.
And you see just how fast WG can push. They win one fight and they take the entire mid-racks.
They need more items on the Luna. I think Butterfly is mandatory, I think, before the next big fight for her. And probably AC, I would say, on the Dragon Knight, maybe a Mjolnir. Either or, I think, would be acceptable for them. But I think they're lacking in terms of damage. Like, a lot of it is actually from the Tidehunter Epicenter, or Tidehunter and Epicenter combo from them. And this is where you need your other cores to start doing damage because of the BKBs out on the Dire side. And Nyx Assassin's still proving to be useful despite not being an excellent matchup versus any of their heroes. Just the constant stuns and a thorn in their side once their BKBs are down.
It's like he just stops Execration from following all the time. Like you come in, you get your epicenter off, and then you got to stay in one position.
Yeah, he just like blinks at them all of it. It's like, yeah.
It's like, well,
what are you guys gonna do?
Good enough life to tank through it. Nyx Assassin's getting a lot of money, and he's actually picking up a 4-star, so he can come in, get that Spike Carapace off, and then still get away to safety soon.
They also need to save the Drought Ranger. I think it's very important that she stays alive. She dies in most of these fights, and she's had the Aegis and her own Force Stamp and BKB, so I think additional tools are necessary. Maybe even a Glimmer Cape I think would be very useful if they can.
It's kind of funny when we say such a thing, and then you look at it when she bypasses. Like she gets 175 health, doesn't get the 14 strength, just is like gets the aura to help out. Plus 6% in the aura. It's gonna be a lot easier once you get the 25% marksman up.
Or the Gust knockback.
Or the Gust knockback.
It sounds crappy, but it's really good.
Yeah, marksmanship just sounds so much better though.
Yeah, it does. But she's already doing a lot of damage. She's already hitting for 348. I guess you're giving your creeps and your other heroes precision aura, so it's far more than 25 damage.
Slardar was trying to hunt a courier for a short period of time.
Perfect.
It just depends on whether or not she thinks, like, if they're up in her face, the marksmanship is useless, right?
Yeah.
So I think, like, by getting Gus back, you're actually giving yourself more marksmanship uptime, which it kind of depends on how strong she is relative to the DK and the Luna. But, like, the DK's job is to, like, get on top of the Drow Ranger to stop her marksmanship aura, and I think this is going to be much easier for him, especially when he gets the level 25 talent, the 2x Dragon Blood HP regen. That talent is ridiculously good, especially if they don't have a Silver Edge, which I don't see any signs of them building yet. I don't know if it's going to get to that point, but it is something to consider later on, 10, 15 minutes into the game.
Well, Drow Ranger is probably the only one out of their entire lineup that would actually build such a thing.
Yeah, I think Slardar could if he finishes BKB. I think
he's still been working on that BKB for the last 15, almost 20 minutes.
He has his hammer, and then he'll have his BKB recipe and 300 gold. But I think that he could also get an AC. I think AC might be just more more standard.
It would allow WG if like a little bit more strength in the fight, but then when the push comes high ground time,
yeah,
then it's gonna shred apart the Execration base. Dry Ranger's also got the Talisman of Evasion now. She could buy the full butterfly, but wouldn't have buyback if she did it. So just saving a little bit of money for the moment.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, she only needs
Visibility.
a few hundred gold for the quarterstaff, so definitely don't think it's worth her buying right now, although it is a very big power increase.
Execration, they want to come out.
Radiant's top tower.
All the waves for them are already fairly pushed out, so WG may not be as aware of this 5-man maneuver is on the way as they walk right over the top of a Dire Observer Ward. So you leave the Lunar Illusions to push in the mid. But yeah, okay, WG know that something is up. They're already starting to back away.
Yeah, Kangaroo's ready to pop the smoke and then just blink 4-step out. So he will protect the 4 heroes on the top side. Now the only vulnerable hero is Nana on the bottom, which Execration are all heading for. Can they blow him up? He has a Lincoln Sphere, so it's actually...
They have to be quick. Like, he's got both Blink, Lincolns, and Leap. That's a very difficult target to get, and now they may even just use him as bait because WG, they 4-man smoke up, and they're looking for the fight. It's like they want to take this fight.
Well, this is a good position for them to take as long as they know where the Tidehunter is. However, they don't know where the Sand King is. Sand King's like pretty far in the back. I don't know if he's going to hide in the trees.
They see Nana. Quick sentry ward down. The Observe ward gets planted by WG, so they got some good vision on the side. They know that Execration's just sitting in the trees. So they jump forward. They wait for the bait forward. SK Gust well off target. The arrow flies forward. It's a 5-second stun over on DJ. This is the opening that maybe WG wanted. Defensive disruption must come out, but Arjit beating into Nando. Now the Ravage. It comes over. The damage is there, but it's only on the one hero. It's only on the slider, but maybe with the SK reaching the Dro Ranger. She doesn't have a Hurricane Pike up. She'll fall. There's no buyback for either of the heroes. Even Gabby blinks on the hillside. He'll get the retreating Kangaroo, and now maybe they can do some damage into the base.
Well, they thought they had way better positioning because of the Tidehunter getting hit by the arrow. Perhaps they wanted to go in. Drow Ranger used her 4-staff to get out of the Ravage, but then she just ate an Epicenter Burrow Strike because she didn't actually BKB the Ravage. And that was
Arrow. Nana looks for the quick pick, able to get on the SK, not possible. Dazzle doing the regen. Not to mention the shallow grave save, and then a quick BKB TP away to safety. That's an 8-second BKB, just to try and create a little bit of space with one pick off.
Yeah, and this should be the Luna's Butterfly after winning that last fight.
In fact, it is. It's over in the stash. She's got the rest of it sitting on in her own backpack.
And Roshan just respawned. Nando had a dominate creep in there, but he just dominated Wolf. So only the Radiant side know that Roshan is up.
Gold for me.
Well, WG will have to go over and scan it pretty soon.
Yeah, even with the Butterfly, the Drow Ranger just seems very flimsy, I would say.
Yeah. And they're pumping up for more damage. You don't have any real major stat items. You got 2.1k on her. She still didn't finish with the Manta. You didn't get any other, like, big life item apart from what's inside the Hurricane Pike.
It's because she committed very heavily to physical damage, which is probably not the greatest idea, I would say, versus the Dazzle and the Dragon Knight. I think the Ag's Maelstrom would scale way better. I think they would have a much rougher time in a 15 to 25 minute, but now after, like, they have tons of armor items, it's also not good versus BKBs, but it also helps you farm a lot faster. So it's just kind of a difference in builds. And they don't have that many range heroes. They only have 3. Shadow Demon's pretty much not going to be right-clicking heroes ever. So it's only 2 heroes, which I think the marksmanship build isn't as good for the mass agility.
SD just gets more farm by creating the illusions to the Drow Ranger. That's how he's getting all of his.
But you already have a good target is in the Luna to disrupt most of the time.
Instead of actually buffing up your Drow Ranger so she becomes that target.
Yeah,
that's what I was wondering, like, if you'd see the Aghanims and Maelstrom, like, just to get rid of any kind of a...
I think
even the Manta illusions of Luna are causing issues.
I think it would have been better. Sometimes even like small things like the Mjolnir proccing on a blink target in the far back can just completely ruin your fight, and that happens more often than you think.
That's true. Like, there's nothing to really stop the Tidehunter from getting his jump in every time, and they're looking to another one. Nana, they trigger off the Lincoln Sphere, jump forward, supports the neighborhood. There goes your Ravage on the back lines. SD gets hit pretty hard by that one, but the BKB allows Nana to jump away with the Moonlight Shadow. Maybe they can get some distance now, WG. They already lost that SD who sacrificed himself.
That was a very necessary play, though. Your Mirana's buyback is way more important than Shadow Demon. right now.
But this will allow Execration to jump into Roshan. And WG, with scouting arrows, they should be able to do something about it. The buyback comes, they TP over towards the shrine, actually triggering up early. DJ in very, very close. The arrow flies in. It only hits on Roshan. Afu jumps in deep too. Remember, DJ doesn't have that Ravage this time around, so they leap forward, let that Starfall damage do its work, but you've already lost your Slaughter, and Nando wants to keep these bounces going if he can. They're hiding inside the pit. Will bounce in there. Kangaroo, the damage is too much. Archik, Burrow Strike too. They can't even get the Drone Ranger to do the damage. It's all Execration with the epicenter, killing them off in the trees. The TPs continue to come in towards the shrine. They're isolated there as we get a quick pause. DJ stopped moving, and that may be one of the primary reasons, but they keep wanting to fight underneath the shrine. WG have committed to this.
Very tense moment in the game as WG commit mass buybacks and probably plan their next attack. They're all around the shrine.
WG, they want to go. Let's go straight back into the game right now. Execration and WG will start back in. DJ, he's actually just trapped inside the tree line there. Another Burrow Strike into the Shadow Demon. Losing beams. It's like X-Nova just can't move. The Spire Carapace doing some work, but Gabby, his BKB is up, and Nana is losing his life too quickly. The arrows are almost meaninless, and DJ is taunting in the middle of the fight. WG committed so much to this, and now they've got salt in the wound, courtesy of the Tidehunter.
They were really waiting to take that fight. The Drow Ranger was actually pumping out incredible amounts of damage because of the 100 attack speed on the Mirana. She was level 25 before the first fight started, but they actually just don't have enough damage against the Weave and the AC on the DK. He's sitting at 42 armor, and he's almost level 25 now.
This may be a nice little one to have. Nyx Assassin using the Spire Carapace to get a nice little stun. Unless the Drow Ranger finish up the job. Some breathing room is all they really get for this, but you can see Execration on the top lane. They're headed for the melee racks.
Mirana's in the grave for 80 seconds.
They buy back the SK. This is a trade-off, so SK has to defend on the bottom lane. Drow Rangers can be pretty quick about this, but they're actually going for tier 4 towers. Execration, they want to end this right now, if possible. The Drow Rangers going for the tier 4 towers. We got ourselves an old-fashioned base race. Unfortunately for WG, they don't have the numbers, they don't have the power, they don't have the strength. They really don't even have this game unless they can defend at the moment. Ravage, 9 seconds until it's back off cooldown, and in comes the Eclipse. How much damage? A lot of it onto Afu. He's getting ripped apart by the Moonglaives. No buybacks available for WG, and they call it out. Execration will take the throne as WG, well, the wheels definitely came off that car.
I think it showed the weaknesses and the strength of the Drow Rangers. Like, she was really strong in the early game, pushing the towers for the early game skirmishes, but they didn't have enough ranged heroes to support her precision aura, and they were just on top of her all the time with the mass armor from Execration. And overall, I thought that Execration's draft was a little bit better. They didn't play particularly well in the first 15 minutes, but in those later game team fights, DJ nailed those Ravages and annihilated.
Yeah, you kind of want to put him as like the hero of the game. Like, okay, yeah, the Ravages don't work well. That gank on middle lane didn't function, but that bottom fight, the fight that happened just between the tier 1 and tier 2 tower of the Radiant side on the edge of the jungle where you thought there was vision, the Drow walked in, the Ravage hits, and momentum just slowly starts to move at that point. Critical items come up for Execration WG. The BKB just got heavily delayed. Timing was wrong, and well...
你在哪里？发生了什么事？哥说的重要的事是什么？
都是我不好，妹。如果我不这样说，我想你一定是除夕当天才会回来吃团圆饭喽。
哥，你太坏了，怎么可以这样捉弄我？
继续学习吧，这那么远的路啊，你一定很累了。
这不是小时候常看到的画面吗？一家人聚在一起，忙着准备迎接新年的到来。离家在外头工作的这些年，我都差点忘记了这些美好的时光。有时放慢生活脚步，才能更深刻地感受家人的爱与关怀。Nivea 与你提早回家庆团圆。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Resorts World Genting for ESL One Genting 2017. We are inside the second game. Obviously, the first game just happened. We'll get the draft underway after a break. But before we get there, we're going to have a look back at game one. It was a very special game one in many ways. A few mistakes, obviously, here and there, but an exciting game nevertheless.
I don't think there are very few games where I've watched the losers of a game and gone like, man, I wish they had won. You know, just because I was really impressed by Warrior Gaming. Like, first of all, Nana was going insane. Second of all, they played so well as a team around these big team fight ultimates. Like, how many of those Ravages just felt like maybe you hit 1, 2 heroes? How many of those, like, those Luna ultimates were just like, you know, they were like, they actually played positioning-wise very good against it. It was just like the draft was set against them.
Yeah, it was like one Ravage that hit like 4 in there. Gods, what are your thoughts?
I think, yeah, Execration, lucky they had that draft because I didn't feel like the play, the teamwork was really there. The Sanking especially was just nowhere to be seen. He was the reason Nana got like a ridiculously early accept. He just kept getting caught out. He was the one playmaker they had. I think that was one of the limitations of Execration's draft. They didn't have like a clear playmaking hero outside of the support Sanking, so there was a lot of pressure on him. Didn't really step up and do too much, and Nana got completely out of control of the Mirana. Arjit on the Drow Ranger was positioning incredibly well in team fights, dishing out a huge amount of damage, and I think Execration lucky to walk away with a win based on how they played.
Yeah, Jacob, same for you?
I don't particularly agree with Austin's analysis of the tide. I thought his Ravages were almost always on point. I think he had one bad one, and then the rest of them hit at least 3 targets.
I didn't say he did bad Ravages. I said WG Unity played very well against it, though.
I thought you said he only hit 1 with them because they positioned so very well.
I think there was one where he hit 4, but other than that, it was, you know,
but this one as well.
They were catching some, yeah.
There were certainly plenty of times where it was like, okay, you've hit 1 core and 1 support, but like considering the fact that they have all these big AoE team fighting ultimates, they would use like multiple BKBs and multiple team fight ultimates, and they wouldn't like very clearly win. They would get like maybe 1 core, maybe 1 support off of that fight, but it was just the fact that it was so late into the game that it just didn't even matter at that
But in a lot of these fights, especially this middle one, they didn't actually have their ultimates up. They were still waiting for the Ravage, and then, as luck would have it, look at this.
Yeah, this is insane.
That Gosh just completely wins them the next 10 minutes of the game, basically, because they get to live for an extended period of time. By all means, Mirana and Shadow Demon should have both died in this case.
Oh yeah, I think so too. That was a pretty lucky gust. That was just like at the right time, right as the Tidehunter blinked in.
Did what they needed to do, though. God.
Yeah, look at their position here. Like they know the Ravage is coming.
Yeah,
like,
that was the one I was talking about. That's the one Ravage where he only hits 1.
Yeah, I think that like as a whole, like I was really impressed by the way WG Unity was playing around it, but ultimately they were a lineup that wasn't going to be able to win this game very easily unless they snowballed super quickly.
This is the key fight, and this is where they really overdid, because they know Ravage is down and they see their opponents roshing, and they're like, let's go, 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 and they just fully overcommit. They don't have heroes really in place. They lead with some of their core heroes rather than heroes like the Nyx Assassin, as well as the Slardar, and this fight is just a complete mess right now for WG Unity.
Yeah, that pause didn't help in the middle of that either, did it? I mean, it wasn't going to change much.
I mean,
after
it was already a bad
knew
fight.
what we were going to do, yeah.
Yeah,
it was incredible how much DJ did to actually zone out that Drow Ranger, because the reason they took that fight is because half of the Execration lineup is just below half HP, and they're like, okay,
yeah,
I can do this. Shoot them down, but he was just standing there, anchor smashing and making sure that she couldn't move in on the lower targets.
Yeah, I think they had to take that fight 100% because there was no BKBs, no team fight ultimates. You were never going to get a better opportunity to take back control of the game, just because like ultimately if you just waited it out, right, they were just going to have their team fight ults again. They're going to be pushing into you. That was the only chance for them to be able to take something, maybe get the Aegis, and then actually be the aggressors for once. I think like so much of it came down to like the 4th pick was the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah. It was a superior lineup for Execration, especially after the beginning for Warriors Gaming. I really thought they might stand a chance just because of that Mirana picking up a 15-minute axe after having roamed the entire map. He was at every lane and every kill, and he still managed to get enough farm as well. I guess the kills played a big part in that.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a clip I saw in the middle of all of that where it was actually during the pause, and you saw Execration. I don't know how I describe this. It wasn't really a discussion. It was more like a set of arguments going on. And actually, they were in a good position when I was thinking, wow, what happens when they're in a bad position?
Well, that was the pause when they actually were winning the game.
Yeah, exactly.
And they'll probably be very animated, like yelling, making a clear decision of when to back, where to fight, who to focus, because that was 3 heroes that just bought back, and suddenly it's like, pause. What do we do? It's like the tense moment where Roche is 5% HP. you're kind of out of the pit, you finish off Roshan, do you take the fight? And they made the right call and not going back to finish off. Like Luna was hitting Roche and then immediately comes over to keep making sure they win that fight.
All right, well, thank you all three of you. We are headed to a break right now. When we come back, however, we will have game number 2. The draft will be upon us. Don't go too far away. Rejoin us soon at ESL One Genting. Welcome back, everyone, to ESL One Genting 2017, and welcome back to the Arena of Stars here in Malaysia. We're some 5,700 feet up in the air, and we're celebrating Dota 2's return in 2017, the first serious esports tournament of the year. We're in Game 2 right now of an elimination match. The losing team is done for ESL One in Genting, so all the cards on the table right now. We'll turn our attention to the draft in just a moment. What are you expecting this time round, Gods?
Probably something a bit more well-rounded from WG Uni, not just getting beaten by the five-man teamfight push that we saw there. Luna DK, just they had no answers for it.
We pointed out the mistake of the Knicks pick as well. Perhaps stick to something that can dictate the pace for them rather than trying to figure out how to counter.
We need like one more hero that could have more of an impact in the early game, or at least match up to the team fight. But having the Knicks with the Slater to me just doesn't work too well. The heroes function and do a very similar thing.
Yeah, and yet at the start of the draft, it was the other way around. We were actually praising WG, thinking actually this looks like a really good. They're forcing Execration to react to everything we're doing here and looking for solutions, and somewhere it went wrong.
Yeah, I think we pointed out the 4 position, or the 4th pickup Knicks. Yeah. I'm not sure about I'm sure the 3 pickup on Slardar is still fine, but it just, like, you're in a terrible situation if the analysts are looking at your last pick and it's your 1 position carry, and we just think about, like, none of these heroes look good. None of these heroes feel good. Like, every single hero that you're going to pick up is going to be good in one area and going to be terrible in every single other one. So it was just like, they had to go for, I guess they decided like the pushing power of Draw Ranger and being able to end the game early was better than maybe a snowballing carry. And I would probably agree with that.
If even Austin knows that it's bad, it's really bad.
Yeah.
I do want to pick up on the Slardar pick. Gods and I were looking at this beforehand. It had a 14% win rate, but it was the most picked hero of the event. It's now got even lower.
Time to stop.
Yeah. When's the cut-off point? I mean, I know it's not all about statistics. I know it's not all about win rates and what have you, because sometimes it's positional and sometimes they add something to the team play that you're in. But the fact is, the win rate of Slardar is absolutely abysmal. Right?
Sort of ironic too. We just praised Starfu going into the game, and then he played a very lackluster 4-position Slardar. He missed a few obvious kills because he didn't hit the cross. We sat and laughed backstage because that's what we do. When we're not on camera, we laugh at people making mistakes. And
that's why everyone is laughing at you right now.
Okay, so he was definitely not playing up to the level that we expected him to.
That's true. That early kill, that 1 missed crush on Luna cost them quite a bit. They needed to snowball so hard with that lineup.
I just don't think the 4-position Slardar is a thing.
Yeah. And the Dragon Knight was a perfect pick for them because it was already strong with the lineup, and then on top of that, it was facing up against a Mirana mid. So it's already naturally advantageous because Mirana is low on attack damage. So
yeah, Nana Nova did a great job at shutting down the Dragon Knight, though.
Yeah,
like that combo just executed him so fast.
Well, you just kind of know that 4-position Slardar's blink is going to come up way later than the 5-man push team fights. Like, they just start grouping up and taking towers. Even with having lost the early game, they're just like, all right, we're behind like 5-6k gold. Who cares? Let's just walk up, hit some towers, and they can't fight us. Yeah.
Would you guys felt more comfortable if it was 3-position Slardar, and maybe they made Mirana, Shadow Demon the supports?
Yeah, I think alternatively you get like the Earth Spirit type here, some kind of playmaking, flashy, full position that can do more in the laning stage.
And are you assuming the Knicks would still have been picked and you would have put the Knicks mid?
No. Just entirely resetting your like mid and your carry, like leaving both of those core positions more open, right? By being able to do that.
Oh, easily. It's sort of
why did they do that though? What was bad about Slardar off lane against their lineup? Maybe it's not particularly advantageous against Luna.
I think the draft fit into their comfort and what they've done before. They're a team who, unlike most teams, actually 5th pick the Drow Ranger. I think it's like their 3rd or 4th time doing so. So normally you think Drow strats, the Drow is revealed very early. Like you pick it up either in like the second slot, or you get 3rd or 4th. Very rarely do you see it 5th pick, but they have this idea that they can get a playmaking hero like Mirana for Nana. Come 5th pick, they get a Drow, and then this playmaker just can go off. And he really did. Like that, the idea worked where they get this Drow to make Nana even more powerful in the mid lane, and then he just goes crazy. That worked in itself, but the overall draft as a team didn't really work.
Yeah, it wasn't like they got absolutely destroyed in that game, we should point
out. Right, they were upper racks.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. When they pushed mid after that big team fight, you sort of thought, well, okay, if they can capitalize on this, then they could take the game.
Yeah, I think the draft was definitely their problem for Game 1, which is, I think, why we're focusing on it so much, is because we think WG Unity with an equal draft or conceivably a better draft, I think they have a clear advantage, at least from what I saw in Game 1. I thought they just played very well. They just couldn't really make it work.
Come on, guys, you know what you need to do. You know what you need to do.
Don't egg those youngsters on, Paul.
You know what you need to do.
Don't go down that life of sin.
High five.
No, he says. What do you mean, no?
Thumb wrestle.
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war.
No, it's not happening.
No.
I'm just hearing they're just having to remake the lobby. So we are going to get into the draft just momentarily. WG obviously on the verge of going out this tournament. That'd be a sad end to their run. I wouldn't want to go out in home soil first game, would they?
Haven't won a game.
Yeah.
That'd be a rough weekend.
It would.
What's that like, Jacob? Go on in the first round.
I don't know, ask Winter.
Hey.
He doesn't even get here. So.
Okay, we are into game number 2's draft and some familiar bands. We saw, what, 3 of those? 3 of the 4 bands in the first game?
Yeah, Luna got upgraded this time into a band territory. And I would kind of agree with that. Just because Luna's such a powerful carry, it works without the Shadow Demon. It just like ticks all your boxes. It's like somewhat of a fighting core. It pushes out waves pretty well. It gives you high ground capabilities. And it's also like a hard hero for the offlaner to deal with. Like Nyx Assassin was miserable in the laning phase, not just because like they had a Dazzle. That's not a support that you feel like particularly scared of, but the added power of the Luna in lane causes you a lot of issues.
So first pick Junk this time round.
Generally banned out, and that was the change as far as the bans go. So nice bit of flexibility where you can play that either in the mid or the safe lane, and is one of the few mid laners that is pretty immune to most ganking squads.
That does open up for the Mirana Shadow Demon combo if they want to go for it. Execration. Then again, they are a team that feels very comfortable playing the Sand King.
What about Batrider?
Just haven't seen it a lot.
Yeah.
And one game, I think.
Also, I don't think there's a reason for rushing it right now. I mean, obviously the Legion is banned, so that's a thing, but there's still a Shadow Demon in the pool.
So you're saying there's so many valuable offlaners out there that it doesn't necessarily make sense forcing the offlane
I think so.
pick,
I think so. I think there's so much that you can play on the offlane that you don't want to just... I mean, Bat is all around always a good hero, but okay.
There's an early Axe.
Axe is good against Juggernaut.
Oh yeah,
it really is.
You've got the big increase in armor to be able to deal with Omni Slash, and you've also got a disable that goes through the spin. Very value.
Yeah, it's always so frustrating playing against those jugs that just like creep skip your way, Blade Fury TP out, and you have nothing to cancel the Blade Fury TP.
Yeah.
It's also like one of those openings, like you see that if you're WG Union, you're just like, what are they doing? Like, are they going for another 5-man push? Like, you don't know. This Axe is just kind of one of those curveball picks that doesn't really, it catches you by surprise, but also doesn't reveal like exactly how Execration is looking to play this game.
I think both Rubik or Mirana would be a good pickup right now.
I also think Sphere Breaker is pretty good in this patch because of the natural tankiness he provides, and I think in part that that hero is pretty good versus just an opening of Juggernaut. I think that like tankier supports are pretty value. Even Rubik has value because of the magic armor that he brings, even if he himself is not a tankier hero.
100% win rate right now as well.
And stealing jobs things is not a bad idea.
Rubik would also keep at bay the potential Sand King pickup for WG Unity.
Why? Oh,
well. Are they doing the Wyvern Axe like?
And we're going to a game 3.
You don't like this? I mean,
Jacob's already disgusted after 2 picks.
This is not a hard opening.
I agree on that.
I mean, the stacks aren't you can't abuse the Axe Winter Wyvern as well as you could when you could stack every minute, but it's still possible to do some things with that.
Well, even just playing aggressive creep, like tower skipping with the Axe, like taking a lot of damage and then just using the Wyvern for the heal. You don't have to use it to jungle.
I was just thinking, like, I felt like you needed a better reason than just having Cold Embrace against Omni Slash and having that disable go through the ult.
It's an odd pick. I feel like if you wanted that support to pair with the Axe, like you're more likely to go towards the Dazzle, which is like one of Chemo's preferred supports often. But there we go.
Okay. This was what we might have expected in game 1. Might be a game late, but it might be a game saver.
I mean, that's like an immediate response to their game 1 draft. Like they probably were in the team chat saying like we had a 4 position hero that could do nothing. Like, it just didn't work. Let's get Arfu on a roll where he can, and a hero where he can shine. And Earth Spirit, one of his best.
Yeah, ultimately, their decision to move Slardar into the 4 position and Nyx as the offlane, it's like Nyx has value with the Spike Carapace against those heroes, but it's also like the ultimates are still going out. Like they have this uncontrollable damage, yes, and Ravage and Epicenter and in particular the Lunazol, but those ults are still being used, and just because you can bounce back a little bit of damage and some stun onto them doesn't mean that you can win the fight. So being able to be like having a more aggressive 4 position that actually sets the tone is the initiator, lets you actually start the fights that you want to, rather than what like the 4th pick of Nyx Assassin changed into more of a reactionary style of like, oh, they use their abilities and we get to be able to do this to them. You know what I want to see here for Execration is a sniper. A sniper or the Lone Druid that we saw earlier.
Yeah. The ranged right-clicking Lone Druid?
No.
Yeah.
The lonely
that's what I would see.
As we
the loneliest Druid?
The loneliest Druid.
I mean, he was definitely the loneliest Druid in that game because his bear never survived. Because they picked up Wraith King, and that Wraith King destroys bears.
He wasn't the correct lonely Druid, though. Yeah, I would like to see a sniper as well. Haven't seen one so far this week.
I want to see some more Visage.
You would.
Could be some good fun.
You would.
We talked about it yesterday.
Slight nerf.
Yeah.
In O1.
Yeah. How if VP isn't gonna pick it, no one is.
It's true. But yeah, I don't think it's actually that good. It's pretty terrible against Axe. The birds get chewed up. And even against like the Jug, it's not too great.
I think Rubik has value for WG Unity because that support combos really well with Earth Spirits. Juggernaut is also a rotating core, whether he's mid or safe lane, and being able to have a disable to start things up and hold a hero into position for your spin is quite good. And then on top of that, I think it's pretty good versus Wyvern. Most of his abilities are valuable to steal, Cold Embrace and Winter's Curse in particular. Or the Spirit Breaker.
Now it's even better with the lift too against the charge.
Yeah, for sure. You want those instant disables. At the very least, you want a disable that will stop the ultimate after the charge goes through. Yeah, I love the Spirit Breaker.
What do you think we can read into the Tinker OD bans from Execration?
Target bans against Nana mostly. The Tinker and the OD, he's generally kind of that big playmaking carry for them, and that to me is these are heroes that suit his playstyle that he's played a lot of. So
Tinker in particular would be pretty good, I think, versus a style that you're going to go for with Axe Spirit Breaker. You're looking at a lot of tank. You're going to look at a team fight that's like 15 to 25 minutes where you're very strong just naturally due to your stats. And I think they're just going to kind of smother WG Unity. So if they get like a pushing core behind this, again, I would still like something like the Sniper because you have like 2 really good frontliners as well as a good frontlining ultimate out of the Winter Wyvern. I think you are able to create a lot of space for that hero, and it's a strong pusher. Similarly, SF is really good as a hard physical damage dealer. He is also one of those heroes that is quite nice with the space given to him, but he's still able to brawl if they're afraid of Juggernaut maybe having Blink and Earth Spear being able to close that distance. SF is a better brawler in that regard.
They make it a disruptor.
They want to secure their lanes a bit. Like the Rubik pick is nice and counters some of perhaps Execration's heroes more, but this is like them kind of worried about the laning stage. Like the Axe to Wyvern, the kind of pressure they can put onto the offlane disruptor is much better at dealing with.
Wow. Okay, this is starting to look quite dirty.
I thought they were going to be more in your face, but Naga Siren's still like it is a smothering pressuring hero, but it's more of like a split pushing style of smothering. All your lanes are constantly.
It's going to be like the 4 heroes fight and create space for Naga. It feels like they are going to be playing very aggressive and fighting a lot, I imagine. But it's to make sure that Naga gets all her items going.
It's a very solid lineup being built up by Warriors Gaming right now.
You like this better?
Yeah, a lot.
Playing Winter Wyvern is miserable versus heroes like Timbersaw. Because you're just like every Cold Embrace, you have that hesitance where you're like, am I setting up this other hero to actually, just destroy the hero that I'm trying to save? And Timbersaw is very clearly one of the best at that.
This was the hero that WG Unity beat Complexity with 2 games in a row at the major. So they they've gone back to this a few times when they've been in trouble and when they feel like they need to pull out a big win. So
I remember we talked about, like, why didn't they ban the Timbersaw in the second game? Just because it was so good in game one. It's a hero that's okay at dealing with split push. He's usually got the sustain to be able to deal with Naga Siren illusions, and he'll oftentimes have the mobility to deal with the split push, but also still be able to group up with his team in the right time.
Actually banned TA, so they're expecting the Timber as an offlaner.
Yeah.
I don't know. You kind of want to run like a 3-core lineup when you are versing that Naga, so you can maybe scale bait at the late game, but I think it's also a trap where you want to perhaps go aggressive, get that offlaner who can come online with a fast blink dagger or be that kind of initiating, kind of more fast-paced tempo. But
do you think Execration is going to put the Siren on the mid lane?
Most likely safe lane, I'd say. Well, it depends on the matchup, but I think we're mostly seeing that kind of safe lane Naga these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd assume so as well, but...
And maybe it's because of the fact that, like, Spirit Breaker acts as most likely some sort of aggro dual lane situation. Spirit Breaker's moving around a lot, so they feel like the two heroes of Wyvern and Siren are going to be abused by a Timbersaw off lane. So they think WG Unity is going to take advantage of that.
Ursa bans, I mean, they're anticipating a Naga potentially in the mid lane. Or they worry about like the Ursa mid versus Timbersaw.
Yeah, I think that's more likely.
Yeah.
I think they're thinking, oh, we're putting out Timbersaw mid, and mid Ursa would just destroy us.
Yeah.
Or it's a red herring to make Execration think that.
No, because Ursa is really good here because it's not just about the matchup versus Timbersaw, but also because they have these heroes, Wyvern, Axe, as well as Naga Siren, who all push out lanes, and that's one of the weaknesses of Ursa as a core, is that he doesn't really fulfill that role for you. So because you're able to cover that split pushing, then like Ursa just feels a lot stronger because he could just run around looking for kills and doesn't have to worry about lane maintenance.
They need a burst damage hero. Like Axe blinks and calls someone, how's that hero going to die? None of these other 3 heroes do any damage whatsoever. So
Well, we've waited for it.
Is this so what? Safe lane morph mid jug, or do we even see some kind of SCA style off lane morph? It's got to be off lane Timbersaw, I guess.
Yeah, I think you were right in the first one with the jog mid. If you're Execration now, do you go like Queen of Pain even though you're up against an Earth Spirit Disruptor?
Something that has some
I bet
firepower to it.
I bet WG Unity thought like they were just like, man, the Morphling has so much value here.
Okay.
His illusions of Axe and Naga Siren are both really good early in late game.
Puck is the final pick. Very quickly, gents. Which way do you favour the draft?
I think Warriors Gaming got this one.
Cods?
I'm going to stick with Execration. I think the Puck pick can work for them.
Okay.
What was they have Puck?
Puck
they have
and
Axe.
Naga and Axe.
Naga.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to leave with WG Unity, but I think it's a hard call.
Yeah, it's a tough call. Very interesting draft for game number 2. And remember, Malaysian Pride is on the line for this one as we head back to our commentary team for game number 2.
That's right, game number 2, WG Unity up against Execration. Who's going to come out on top? We've got AoE galore. We've got probably all the time in the world to play this game, Ben. A lot of time.
300 GP on Puck. It's looking pretty good here.
Yeah, I'm thinking this may be our first game which cracks the 1000 CS mark with the Naga. Or potentially Morphling. Both really good into the late game.
Or it could be an absolute bloodbath from the start as Execration smoke inside their fountain to play some forms.
I'm like, did the meta just change? Did the entire game just change?
Now that our level 1 is
I know you
pretty
warned me
poor.
you were going to try and tell me during this cast, but still. It's going too far. I was just happy to see the Earth Spirit being picked up at the very, very start. Looking for some good rotation heroes. I know the panel was also commenting on that like that's kind of something WG was missing. And it's nice to also see a balance with that hero, not like a coddle disruptor, where yes, you have like an Earth Spirit as well as a disruptor, ability to jump in, punish, as well as the ability to pull back and punish.
They were just missing the team fight. I think it's a support that offers a lot of team fight, unlike what they had last game.
We're actually tossing up to like how we're going to go with the last pickup. Now, are you going to stand by your phrase of you can never have enough AoE control, or
I think
do you feel the Puck is going to fall off? Because I know we're both leaning towards having something like the Invoker as the last pickup instead of having that Puck, so you get control, you get a little bit more late game progression and scale.
I would prefer the Invoker because I think that Puck does have issues into the later game. Like the Morphling and the Juggernaut and the Timbersaw, I think are all okay or good enough at clearing the Naga illusions later. So if Naga's the only threat in the late game, then I think that WG is going to be in a very comfortable position.
Maybe this is also when we look to actually that late game with the puck, because we already feel like this game's going to go for a while. We might have ourselves a bloodbath, but we can.
I don't think you want it to go late though if you're Execration.
Well, is it
don't
that
have a
bad?
Luna.
Because I know you were joking about this earlier, or maybe it was Purge who was joking about this earlier with the puck, where you go for the 300 plus gold, so you have all the items in the world.
That was me.
That was you, of course it was you. Who has all the money, and you go for the Dagons, you go for everything, as opposed to going for the Illusionary Orb, which is what most have been choosing to do.
I don't know, the Illusory Orb talent's a little bit strange.
Kangaroo in a bit of trouble. He's got Timber Chain, however, so he doesn't actually have the reactive armor. Actually saves his life in this case, able to Timber Chain himself away and back to his T1 tower, but regeneration is not looking good for him.
Yeah, the discussion of that 25 talent is it's very tricky because the Illusory Orb talent, it doesn't allow you to get away without a blink, I think is the main problem. So you're still like slot starved, I would say. But with the GPM talent, you can have a Blink Dagger and all these like massive items like Scythe Refresher, Dagon 5 EB, which you kind of need when you get to that level 25 point as a Puck.
My blade is swifter.
Puck's trying to get as aggressive as he can up against Nana. Nana and Nando. That's the Earth Spirit rotations, which Nando is probably being also very apprehensive about because he doesn't have his orb, but he phase shifts, dodges the rolling boulder forward.
I think Puck's one of the best heroes mid against Earth Spirit Roam. I think Juggernaut's also pretty good, but he's on the other side. So I think that's kind of one of the reasons why you would definitely prefer a Puck over the Invoker is for the laning phase, especially if you want to concentrate on zoning out the offlaner.
Well, both offlaners have been, I would say, fairly zoned out. DJ's managed to grab his second level now.
Oh, he did a pull. The Timbersaw. He was able to pull the range creep into that large camp. I think it's only possible if you get the Satyr or the Troll, but I haven't seen it too much without the use of Pudge.
You could always use, who was it that did the other day? You use the Earth Spirit, and he could actually kick across. And this will drag the creep wave over, and that's exactly what we're like, yeah, Afu, okay, he rolling boulders to drag the creep wave in. And yep, he gets the entire thing. So this will create a little bit of space, but also look at what Spirit Breaker got. Invis Rune walks up. Afu just hit an invisible tree. So either Monkey King has managed to slip his way into Captain's mode, or he understands that someone else is hanging around.
Oh, Monkey King. That hero's a lot of fun, turning into trees and couriers and whatever.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the mischief. Glimpse back up on top lane, pulling DJ back in again, and he's going to go down, maybe with the extra salve. Need to time this up right, and now he will. Waffling waveforms in under the tower. But the kill goes the way of WG. Arjit, not a healthy man. In fact, Wyvern just splitting his damage between the two, but they go again on bottom lane now. Timbersaw with the Whirling Death and just chain back. Doesn't allow them to keep the aggression going instead of chaining forward into Gabby. As well as the SB, they just let him go.
Yeah, without the Winter Wyvern there is no range presence on Execration's safe lane, which allows Timbersaw, despite having no reactive armor, to kind of do whatever he wants. Mid lane looks, fairly even. Juggernaut was 18 over to the Puck, but that's with some Earth Spirit interference.
Yeah, almost every single lane is neck and neck. Not that much between it. Wyvern might be happy he can at least soak up a little bit of the levels up on top lane.
He's not happy that he had to come up here, though.
No, he's not. So this changes the mechanic at the bottom lane. Like, it's normally a Spirit Breaker is meant to be the one rotating around and causing issues. This Spirit Breaker doesn't actually have the support of someone like a Darkseer with Iron Shells.
That role was to pull these creeps, but the creep wave didn't die in time. That definitely helped out the Timbersaw, that one wave going to the Satyrs.
DJ just getting harassed once again. Arjit trying to get up his face. At least manages to get the Arctic Burn onto cooldown and keep the Wyvern's presence on top lane. A double damage room for the Earth Spirit. Up against the Spirit Breaker, he knows he won't find a kill, and in fact, the Spirit Breaker just charges away.
Yeah, unfortunately, on the top lane, the Winter Wyvern's not really doing that much. Despite all this harass, he already has a Ring of Health because he got that early kill. So, like, they are wasting a lot of effort, I think, trying to limit this Morphling's farm.
I guess Ring of Health, the Tangos, plus any one charges, any harassment you do through Splinter Blast just boosts up the morph.
I think normally it'd be a pretty good play because there's no shrine up here, but like it's really tough for them now.
Spirit Breaker trying to at least intimidate Earth Spirit out of this lane.
It's a neutral party down here.
Yeah. Gabby's going to be pretty good at getting rid of that if he doesn't get rocked in. And now, well, tries to dodge it, but not possible. The kick was perfect from Afu. The mirror images came out, but it didn't cause anywhere near enough confusion.
It's very rare that you see. I think he got the 2-hero slow, 2-hero roll. It's kind of like a clockwork hook shot. It's very difficult to actually stun more than one person unless they're like right on top of each other.
Already hit the mark. Yep. That's a nice start for WG. They're already one game down. Would love to see this game go into a third. So being up 2-0, it's not the end of the world for Execration. They are about 1,300 gold behind. Only about 600 experience, but that's for a game only 5 minutes in.
I think this game they still have a stronger team fight, just like last game. So losing the laning phase is not the worst thing in the world for them. I'm just worried about their later game. Last game they had a Luna to fall back on in case it goes super late, and I think this game the Naga is going to be simply outclassed by the late game.
They're going to go again on the Naga. The kick is both from Afu, and Kangaroo's just got to time this right with the chain forward. And well, is he actually going to get the hit in? No, he doesn't. Both Whirling Death and Chain miss the target, and Winter Wyvern has TP'd in while up on top lane. The Axe dying underneath the tier 1 tower.
The Naga's still under a lot of pressure though. She was able to get some sort of creeps, but like if you look at her quick buys, Energy Booster into Sacred Relic Radiance. She doesn't want to like really buy a bottle.
Oh, Nana! Oh, he jumped back up again!
Wow.
The first 2 hits went onto the real Naga. It looked like he was almost out of range to jump back onto those illusions.
Jeez. Poor Naga. Like right now, the supports kind of don't know what to do right now. Like Axe is constantly dying at the top lane. He just gets glimpsed back, and the Morphling's been fed a couple of kills already. Naga Siren is like, please, I need some help down here because the Timber Cell's just up in my face all the time. She can't farm the lane at all. So I think it's up on the Puck. The Puck has to perhaps start moving around, maybe give Winter Wyvern lane because Winter Wyvern isn't really able to help people or kill people. So I think he gets his level 6, and then Nando, maybe he's waiting for a kill rune, but it's still at least a minute until the next rune spawn, and he's not even guaranteed to get a kill rune then.
Because he rotates around, and it's like, okay, so where is your kill potential? SB and Wyvern are control. Puck jumps in and goes for a dream call, but now he's being the one being jumped.
Yeah, it's all on the Puck, I would say.
Oh, he's actually going to dream call up. He's going to actually kill off Afu. With the orb damage, he'll die. The dream call trigger, that'll do the work. Charge forward, actually missing Nana. It went into the siege creep instead. Nando read it perfectly.
Yep, exactly what they need. They need to keep this Morphling from farming, or at least pressure up 4 other members.
Wyvern going into the Arctic Burn. Does he want to fly over the tree line and get away from this Timber? Because Timber may feel confident enough to dive into under the tower. Pulls back the Chakram. He misses on the chain, but still hits with a Whirling Death and last punch. And Gabby is there way too late, and they start fighting again up on top lane. A 2-on-2. Botanically, it's a 2.5-on-2 because the spins. Okay, that's a little. All right. The Axe replicant spun so much that Axe was forced out of the lane and abandoned the Spirit Breaker.
What a disaster up here, though. Everyone just keeps on dying and feeding this lane.
Now they're going to go on bottom lane with the shafts forward. They just go in. Chakram to the chain. And this Earth Spirit control is doing serious lifting.
Execration are even playing pretty well against the Timber Zone. Like they're like not moving very predictably around the trees, but look, they have so many good Timber Cell players. It's kind of a question as to whether or not it should be banned versus them.
Start to say what trees soon.
Yeah, there's
Kangaroo is making sure there is nowhere to hide behind that tier 1 tower. And Spirit Breaker will show himself again, but where is this TP? Where is this control? That tier 1 tower is almost down, and Spirit Breaker hasn't left yet.
The Spirit Breaker is kind of just destined.
He's charging forward.
I would say. Like,
okay,
there's not really a good hero that he can charge into. Like Juggernaut can spin, Timbersaw will just destroy him, and then the Earth Spirit can also just stun him anytime in a team fight. Like there's not really a good target for him to constantly go on. So he, I guess, has to maybe follow up after that Axe charge, or maybe provide some vision. It's not going to be the typical just run at you Spirit Breaker, or else he's going to give far too many kills.
Right now he's running towards the mid. Okay, well this is now more mana being burnt every time. I suppose he's got a little bit up his sleeve, but charging for a grand total of 400, 500 units.
Yeah, need some more experience. Try and get those talents up later.
Maybe that's also the reason why, like having Puck now with this Veil up on him, he's got at least some level of control against the Timbersaw when the jump comes in. So that's that lane switch up that you're asking for. But WG reads it too. So Nana as well as X-Nova will move over. They find Gabby, or I can say Gabby finds them, while the bottom lane, well, you do actually get the kill from the Puck, so he's done the work. Timbersaw gets hit by the Dream Call, and the Storm is in. Do they have enough control? Puck, he's got nowhere to go, or does he? As we have a bit of hang.
Yep.
Issues.
So he has 5 stick charges on the Spirit Breaker. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to go out. Well, game's unpausing.
We'll find out. So back into the game now. Kangaroo is looking for that target, chaining forward with a Chakram out. Spirit Breaker already used his stick charges, and the Chakram just lasts so long. But it's WG that finds more kills on the bottom lane, even though the movement from Puck did at least get them 1.
They're getting slowly squeezed out though. Like Naga is like her camps are limited to like maybe 4 camps now. Like that T1 on the bottom is already taken out, and Timber's occupied bottom lane. Naga cannot farm in lane versus the Timbersaw. So the Veil build too. I think Veil would typically be pretty good, but they don't actually have that much magic damage on their team. I guess maybe a little bit from like Winter Wyvern, but there's no like huge magic burst just from the Puck alone. Axe is almost no magic damage. But I guess it will get them in kill range, and it is very useful versus the Timbersaw, which you want primarily magic damage to take down.
Yep. They can just create that space for the Naga. You see Gabby's quick buy. He wants to go directly in to the Radiance. So I say directly with Arcanes. But
they're dewarding bottom, but they don't actually want to show, it seems.
They're waiting for a target to come out to mid. Someone to try and fight WG, but WG... they're not giving anyone, it's just that range from the Winter Wyvern. You might want to get into Artiburn in a second. The orb comes forward. Park will not actually jump himself in just yet. Nana in very, very deep. Winter Wyvern got glimpsed back into the fight. Now that Dream Call hitting on the Disruptor as well as Timber. But there's no follow-up.
Radiant structures are
You want to orb through the wave, they just survive a little bit longer. The fortification already getting triggered. That's because Arjit is pressuring the top lane, and DJ is stuck up here too. So the mid tower, they roll forward, they get the silence off, and Nando, he's got nowhere to go, or maybe he does with the orb out. No, he can't. The Storm, way too good from X-Nova.
They need more bodies at this fight. Like, WG are only 4 strong. Morphling hasn't been in any of these fights. He has not left the lane yet. But Execration are just constantly feeding kills and kills.
Charge forward in towards Nana, but then hold Axe. The curse will be in there too, so Timbersaw has to stick around for the moment, but Nana doesn't care. He just spun through and found himself a kill. Arfu with a roll forward, and he's taking a quick kick. If he can get into the Spirit Breaker, no, he doesn't actually have the mana for it, but with a chain forward, it won't matter. Kangaroo.
That was supposed to be their big team fight ultimate with the first use of the Winter's Curse, but all it did was keep the Timber in place. I mean, Timber doesn't really attack anyways. And Juggernaut was spinning, so it didn't actually have any effect. And WG, they had the Healing Ward earlier, now it's the Shrine. There is just no downtime. And meanwhile, this Morphling Time Bomb is going to explode quite soon. He already has Lincolns and a Ghost Scepter. Like, he is extremely rich for their team. And he's just been free farming top the whole time.
He's got 7.4k net worth. Like 13 minutes into this game.
Yeah, they're going to have to start worrying about shotguns soon. Even if Naga gets the Radiance, Replicate is going to come out, and you can just use that for your own advantage. So they are going to have to pull out
Volleyballer forward once again. Arfu, the perfect silencing to keep that control. However, onto Nando with a glimpse. Do they actually have another drag back? Nope, not for now. Timbersaw just wants to back out, taking a little bit too much damage from the Splinter Blast. But they came in for the tower, and that's exactly what they're going to get. DJ, oh, he might have an opportunity. No, he goes for the call, but misses the target. Now Nana starts on his spin. Puck, orb is up with a quick jaunt away. Gets back in range of the tier 2 tower, but Arfu wants to fight once more.
But they need to keep waiting and waiting and waiting. They don't even have the Arcane boost on the Winter Wyvern to stall the push out. They don't have the Blink Dagger on the Axe. They don't have the Radiance.
Losing tier 2 tower in bottom lane. Arjit's having the time of his life down here. And if you want to send the Axe forward to be happy with that, he almost killed DJ with himself.
Yeah, maybe they can set up with like a Puck Coil or like a Winter's Curse into something big, but that requires WG to group up. I think Morphling's like particularly good versus Execration's lineup because he can kind of just run to the backside, and all they have is AoE control. They don't really have single target control for the Morphling. It's not like you want to blow a Winter's Curse on the Morphling who's on the back line or a Dream Coil, because he can easily waveform out of that. But at the same time, if you leave him alone, he's just going to crush your entire team and just two-shot your support with the shotgun.
Okay, Morphling just waveforms in. He wants to fight the Chakram, actually destroying the tree line, revealing the Winter Wyvern. But Arjit's got this. He is feeling so confident. And then when you get the glimpse back, Winter Wyvern, he's down. Even the stun connected onto the Spirit Breaker. He'll charge up north and then cancel. It's now Spirit Breaker. They don't have a way away. The Chakra's back off cooldown. This will be your extra slow. Look for the kicks coming in from Alpha. The call will do a little bit of work, but the E-play pop, will it be enough? I say the ghost at the pop. Nope. Glimpse him back in. Axe back into the fight. Unwillingly returned to WG's hands. And WG, 14 minutes in, put their first foot inside Execration's base. So you go for the Nether Strike and Timbersaw. That's a big kill to get. A big one as well because the puck was the one to claim it. Almost 600 gold, 550-ish for it.
Yeah, Timbersaw, I don't think he had any of the items on him. If he had his Hood of Defiance, maybe he would have been able to survive that fight, but his items actually in his inventory are bare bones. So that'll be the first big kill they take in a while. And finally, Naga will be happy with that. Still looking at another 2,000 gold until that Radiance.
Seems like an eternity at this point.
It really is, because everyone needs their farm. Axe is still sitting at 1,200 gold because he's been glimpsed back multiple times. And he wasn't even involved in the early fights. So perhaps if he were there to defend that T1 tower, things would have been a little bit better for them. I think Naga strategies are particularly difficult to play just because of the constant siege that your opponent puts on with the addition of the Shrine. I think it's much weaker than last patch.
It's when you look for the Song of the Siren to almost be your aggressive setup where you have someone like a Disruptor to follow up, not a Wyvern to follow up.
They don't have any instant casts to maybe like a Spirit Breaker charge through, but that is so extremely difficult to coordinate because you can't charge on invulnerable heroes. So
yeah, you need to target the back line.
Yeah, there's cast point on Call, there's cast point on Winter Wyvern spells. Coil perhaps would be okay, but nothing like Spin will just be King or Waveform or Ghost Scepter.
TJ's finally finding that space up on top lane to get closer to the Blink Dagger, but then so is Arjit. Just TP's up, he can replicate back into this fight when he wants to. The charge comes forward onto the Timbersaw. Gabby with a couple of illusions through the rear, but it's on the front line. Spirit Breaker losing so much life. It doesn't even look like WG is breaking a sweat to find these kills. They're just coming towards them.
Yeah, every glimpse has been spot on from X-Nova. The Disruptor has just set up so many kills for them. I think normally, like with this lineup versus like any other support,
E-Blade pops up.
Oh my God.
Glimpse him back, put him into a wall. He starts off with a call. Starts actually a TP, but the Adaptive Strike is there, and DJ gets obliterated. Maybe now Nando feels like he can take a fight, but he has to jaunt back up again. Alfu's the neighborhood. But Nando's making a break for the side shop. Not exactly where he needs to be, however, because the push from WG is coming to the tier 2 tower on top.
Such a sad game for the Axe. Yeah, he just can't do anything. This is just not his game.
Yep. Well, luckily they have one in the bag. They could try and follow up and get maybe in the third game get something back, but at the moment, like even the puck with the Blink Dagger as well as having that Veil, he doesn't do anything against the Timbersaw, who's able to finish up a Hood of Defiance. If he picks up a pipe as well for the rest of his team, they're looking even better. I think WG's actually looking fantastic anyway, just because they've got such great progression through farm and levels.
Yep, and now they'll start working on the shrines to try and close them out. So the only win possible for Execution is if the Radiance Naga is a big problem for them. So
she can't even get out there to pick up a relic. She's had to go to the Dire Shop to pick up her relic.
Yep, that's what they need. That's the only thing that will slow them down, push out the lane so they can get some farm and get a little breathing room so WG will split up and perhaps they can get a call into a kill with the Axe, who may eventually get his Blink Dagger. But that's kind of their only avenue of winning at this point.
Timber, is he going to find Gabby? Gabby does have that TP scroll to get out of here, and he's actually going to Song of the Siren.
He has no mana.
That's a problem. He needs a little bit more mana. He needs 75, and now he has it. Starts his TP out. Song of the Siren will give him just enough cover fire that Afu won't get there in time.
That was probably a blessing in disguise that he didn't have any mana. I think he might have just been stunned by the Earth Spirit right then.
Oof. But that Song of the Siren now on cooldown for 100 seconds, and already WG, they were thinking about Roshan. I don't know if they'll actually continue to think about it. Without the Song of the Siren, there's very little ways that Execration can contest them.
And they can make quick work of it with Timbersaw tanking with the reactive and the healing ward to top them all off. So,
yeah, but they're not doing it. They group everyone down on bottom lane. Nando's starting to play more like that little maneuvering Miranas we've seen, creep skipping it out, just trying to keep that momentum going the way of Execration on the lanes.
It's really hard though versus Glimpse. Like Glimpse will punish you so easily if you make one misstep.
That's why he was first fighting from inside the tree line, getting in behind the tier 1, tier 2 towers.
So finally they will have the Radiance. It is flying out to Gabby as we speak.
Okay, you just picked up 2 blinks. One's on the Axe and one's on the Earth Spirit. So this is the 3 versus 4 right now. They both have that jump initiating item.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, with no song, this Roshan's no contest.
Yeah. All Execration can do is just keep the lanes pushed. That's all. Keep the farm going. Like, you at least have the Radiance done. Like, Gabby now needs to start working towards BTs and turn this into a real split push game. But WG, how do you actually approach it? You've taken out all the tier 2 towers. Can you actually go against Execration's high ground? You're 20 minutes in, do they have enough?
What high ground? They don't really have great high
Everything
ground
is just a
defense.
flat plane for them.
Their defense is not very strong. Like, puck spam's a little bit annoying. Splitter blast is a little bit annoying, but I think like Morphling can kill almost anyone with a shotgun combo.
DJ gonna jump in. He needs some really good spins. Actually, he spins in and then gets glimpsed back. He tried to do the TP, getting a little bit cute up on the top. But now in comes Morphling and just explodes him.
Well, if they just present kills like that, then it should be an easy task for them to push high ground.
I'm wondering why he jumped in cold and TP'd out.
He wanted to kill the creep wave.
And that was all? Like, okay.
You're grasping for straws here for Execration.
So you just try and play the extra efficiency game. Get as much as you can if you get it. Maybe you've got more to fight with. It would have brought him closer towards that blade mail he's been like looking for as his second item.
He did buy his robe, I believe, before he died, so could have been worse. And he'll be up. He's low enough.
Jump forward. He played pop almost enough to kill the Wyvern, removing 900 almost.
That'll teach him to go any bit of strength.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We just had a little bit more
Dire's bottom
glass cannon morph style.
He has Aegis and Lincolns. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world, but at the same time, if you get called and silenced, you're just gonna die.
Well, they managed to at least trigger the Lincolns, but they keep using Battle Hunger to do this most of the time. Now DJ, there's your blink call, pulling down the Morphling. He's still got the replica to jump out to, so he doesn't really care that much. Take the damage. You've got the Aegis, the Immortal. The silence is out from the puck, but the Rax is slowly being brought down, maybe with a curse. Timbersaw taking some damage. They get the call up. 3 men inside that one with the Dream Core, but the Storm is up, and Execration is trapped inside Disruptor, but they reset. Song of the Siren from Gabby will allow this to happen. Trigger the Shrine, get a little bit of regeneration, as Glimpsing will bring back the Spirit Breaker, almost a full Omni Slash.
Oh, sorry, I'm actually in Genting Arena of Stars for the ESL One now. Right here with me, I have this little awesome cosplayer. So tell us what you really are and tell us your name as well.
Okay, my name is Emmy, and I'm cosplaying Crystal Maiden.
Crystal
Maiden.
Awesome. So she's a Crystal Maiden. So I'm just gonna call you Crystal Maiden. So Crystal Maiden. So who are you actually rooting for this ESL One?
Well, I'm always rooting for the home team. So WG Unity has a lot of potential, but I have to say I'm rooting for Team NP.
Awesome guys. Now, if you guys want to watch all these old games live and everything like that, you guys got to check out DG's YouTube gaming channel and also check out Twitch as well. And of course, do not remember, keep on streaming all things gaming with DG Prepaid Live. I'll see you guys in my next video. Bye-bye.
Jump forward, just trying to pull the Morphling in. Remember, he's still got the Aegis, so even if you do find that opportunity, you're not really going to get much for it. So DJ Evelyn back out to the Replicate. The Ensnare is on the Juggernaut. They push him back in, but now with the Chakram, Spirit Breaker losing life too quickly, or maybe not. Morphling is killing off the Earth Spirit. That's how you actually find damage Execration. You use WG to do it, but it's only going to last for so much longer. Arjun, double kill for him. They're just falling like flies now. Morphling, maybe now with Nana spinning away. No, Morphling still got too much strength. He's still got the Aegis. Nana lives on 44 HP. Doesn't have a healing water available to trigger off the Aegis. Thanks to the Naga illusions that came out. And WG will back out. They've still brought down the melee racks as well as all of top lane, so it's still a huge win for WG.
I like the body block from X-Nova there. He's kind of saved Juggernaut. Juggernaut was already pretty fast. I don't think he would have died, but still ensured his safety. Ooh, Arcane Rune. Arcane Rune plus Healing Ward is pretty nice.
Skadi is almost, not almost, is completed.
Yeah, he's just a monster.
17,600 net worth, 24 minutes in.
The one that, if you're a support and you see him, you know you're just dead.
He's going at 722 gold per minute, and this may be increased a little bit because they've found at least the real puck. A quick Yule Scepter, phase shift all the way, they keep chasing, but WG, they're just so maneuverable. Even Storm being committed by X-Nova, they really want this puck. And then puck!
Oh, I'm surprised he went for the Thunderstrike there instead of the Glimpse. He actually got the Thunderstrike off before he TV'd out. Regardless, they're in there.
Yep, WG attacking into the tier 3 tower now on bottom. They've
Quick,
got double the Juggernaut thanks to the Morphling. And
Nando
jumps in. There's your glimpse. They're pulling him back again. A quick Yule Scepter up. Wyvern, where is it? Song of the Siren. It's coming off, but you've already brought down the tier 3 tower. Nando just wants to escape back out of the wall. He has to Yule Scepter, but he's up for too long. He won't jump down. DJ, Elise has the call over on the Morphling. Can they kill him? They need to kill him. The Wyvern Curse is out with a Splinter Blaster damage. Where is it? It doesn't exist. They just survived. Tank the Dream Call into the Omni Slash. Rip him through and the spin. DJ will keep the call up, but he'll get sliced in two by the Timbersaw. Kick into stopping the Spirit Breaker is GG. It was GG a while ago, but finally they have admitted the defeat. We are going to a third game as WG will take game 2, 27-4 against Execration.
Not really sure what they were going for with the Naga there. It was very difficult to set up any sort of team fight from them. I think they had a pretty decent one at the top T3, but it was far too little, far too late.
I'm actually wondering too, like with the combination of the supports, we kind of touched on it a little bit in the early point. You pick up a Naga song. Where is your instant cast? Where is your follow up to this? Yeah. Like, do you use it as a reset all the time? Does it turn into a split push game?
Yeah, Mirana and or Disruptor are generally the two ones that you pair with it.
Yeah, instead it was a puck, it was another AoE controller. Either way, everyone gets to go back to the drafting board. We'll come back for the third game in just a jiffy.
Hi, excuse me. Most of us don't really give chance to a random person on the street. So together with Wrigley's, we came up with a little experiment to show you if you cast a chance with someone, amazing things can happen. Hi, would you like to go on a 5-minute date with me? You have time? I'm sure your husband wouldn't mind. Hi, 5-minute dates with me? Like, give me one chance? 5 minutes to... This is harder than I thought. Hi, would you like to go on a 5-minute date with me?
5-minute date?
5 minutes, like right now. It's a surprise. You have to go on a date to find out. That's a yes?
Yes.
That's a yes?
Yes.
The turtle has landed.
Well, I see back in 5 minutes. Yeah.
You ready to go?
Thank you very much.
Are you ready?
Yes.
And our 5-minute date starts now. So how do I address you?
Well, you can call me Natalia.
You can call me Ayman. I hope you love jazz. Isn't this amazing?
It's amazing. We're skating away now?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
There's so much more happening up here. Who's over here?
Air hockey.
You don't play? We're in the arcade. Let's do this. Are you ready for the next level?
Come on.
Let's do this. No way! No way you scored! Hey, guess what? We're at last pit stop. Ready to take a seat? Tickets?
Oh, thank you.
You know what? The movie's about to begin.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. That's so funny. You're really funny.
And it looks like our 5-minute time is up.
Really?
So would you go on a second date with me? Ah. Hey, give me one. See what happens when you kasih chance?
Favourites, Execration going down in the second game. They're all level, all square here at Resorts World Genting. Nice cosplay, by the way. Very nice.
Those are some great cosplays.
Like that a lot.
I mean, I'm no Toby, but I can appreciate good
Yeah,
cosplay.
absolutely. We're back on the panel with Capitalist, Gods, and the Garbage Whisperer.
Nobody knows bad picks like Jacob.
He doesn't. He called it again. Yeah. What did he call it in the first game? Nix. What did he call it in the second game? Winner Wyvern. You're just a brilliant Garbage Whisperer.
I am.
Yeah.
I am indeed.
What did you make of that Catalyst? It was a bit of a stomp, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I think, I don't know, the Naga Siren was, like, I was down with the plan of, like, smothering the enemy, but I felt like if you had the Naga Siren, you had to make sure that you would absolutely be able to win fights 4 versus 5, and certain heroes like the Winter Wyvern have problems with that. And also it was just like very strong laning phase presence by WG Unity that stalled up a lot of the progression of these heroes. First of all, it was very late Naga Siren Radiance, and second of all, it was a very light Blink Dagger from the Axe, right? So if you're not actually getting any value out of your offlaner, you have a Wyvern who is not going to be the be-all, end-all of team fighting supports, and then you have a Spirit Breaker who's dependent on heroes to be able to follow him up, then it's not guaranteed by a long shot that you're going to be able to win these 4 versus 5s and buy the Naga Siren time.
This game was over pretty early, Gods.
Yeah, it was over when DJ's feeding. You know, when this is your playmaker, this is the guy. It was the same story of the old Fnatic. When DJ's having a bad game, Fnatic would lose. That was it. Like Fnatic, very star-studded team back then, but DJ was that playmaker that gave them that strong early to mid game. DJ may be playing back in the offlane now, but it's a similar thing where he's the guy that Execration looked to as the tempo controller. He gave up first blood very early on. He ends the game 0-9-1. He had 0 impact on this game. If DJ's not having impact on the game, I give Execration like a less than 5% chance to win a game.
And there was no answer to neither Morphling nor the Timbersaw. I felt like the early game was just completely dictated by the Timbersaw doing whatever he pleased.
Yeah, it was literally just the puck wasn't a bad pickup. Like if you look at it individually, like okay, puck is like provides magic burst damage. It's a really strong instant silence that's good versus both Morphling and Timbersaw. But the problem is that puck's not going to be able to do it by himself. He needs a lot of follow up in these cases, and they need to be able to take control very early on against both Morphling or Timbersaw, because those heroes will start ranking up in tank very quickly.
I just look at like the support duos, and I think like the laning stage, you got a Wyvern Spirit Breaker against an Earth Spirit Disruptor. Like that Earth Spirit Disruptor sound like they're going to do a hell of a lot more in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game, and that's where the game was really decided and won.
I think the cores from WG Unity was also important. I think one thing that they did very well is they picked up cores that would all be beneficial for fighting in some situation, right? So even the Morphling, who's looked at as kind of a hard carry, can actually do some things for the first 15 minutes because of waveform and then his natural tankiness. He's also a lane dominator, which is pretty important. And then there was like, the Timbersaw? Timbersaw is another hero who does need some farm. He has some progression, but he still is able to fight at 15 and 20 minutes. And I think that was very smart of them, right? Because then they were just able to always outnumber the Execration team just because they had 5 heroes who were capable of fighting in 15 minutes, while Execration, especially with the slower Blink Dagger, were not able to fight with most of their heroes.
Jacob, can Execration take anything out of this game, or they just wipe this from their memory bank?
Don't pick Winter Wyvern, especially not on your second pick. But generally, I think the story of both yesterday and today has been pick strong support combos. Don't pick these half-assed solutions. Spirit Breaker is a decent hero. I agreed with Austin initially when we talked about the picks. Spirit Breaker is good for creating space and everything, but Winter Wyvern is just not a good hero.
Yeah, and I think Spirit Breaker is also, like, the couple that they had was not the best version of Spirit Breaker, right? Like, Spirit Breaker Axe is like, but if you have like Spirit Breaker Darkseer, for example, like that's a combination that Spirit Breaker you really see the true strengths of.
Synergies is very important. They had that in game 1. That was an amazing lineup, even if Ben thought it was an outdated 3-year-old lineup. It was still a great lineup. And I think for the Spirit Breaker, as you were saying, they needed a Darkseer. Winter Wyvern, I was thinking maybe it was like to preemptively counter a Drow Ranger pick because it wasn't banned out.
Yeah.
But that's like the only thing I could even think of that would be beneficial.
But even then, it would have been a bit strange the way.
No, it's pretty good against the Drow Ranger. That's like
if they're going to pick it
the
5.
only situation I would see it be good in.
I see the one too is like they focus too much on the on the Juggernaut. You know, they were like, oh, we can have this like Cold Embrace versus the Omni Slash, and we can have this ultimate that goes through the spin, and then we also have this Axe who also counters the Juggernaut. But like ultimately, Juggernaut's a versatile pick. He's not going to be your hard carry. He's not the hero that you necessarily need to focus on when he's first pick.
I mean, Jug's always going to be able to do what he needs to do, even if there's heroes that counter him. That's the thing. The hero's not a hero that gets countered and made useless. He gets countered and it's like, well, he can't do this small little trick that isn't, like being able to Blade Fury TP away from everyone isn't like instrumental to playing Juggernaut. So
I went too far away from a break, but I just want to get your thoughts on momentum. We talk about momentum in esports a lot, but it doesn't really matter what the game is. WG have got a bit of that now, got the crowd behind them, all the nerves have gone, God, so presumably they can go ahead and win this game now.
yeah, I think this is a good game to build upon. I kind of saw them walking outside. They weren't too hyped up. They were still very mellow. I mean, partly probably because they knew that game was won for a while, so it wasn't like they suddenly won it in a big team fight. It was just stomp. You don't normally get hyped up because you stomp your opponents. You get hyped up when you win the close games, but they still had their game faces on. They know they still got one more game to win, and this game was pretty much a walk in the park for them. So they didn't. And I think you'd rather win a close game because that's where you feel like you're tested and you're a better team. For them, they now got to think about Game 3's draft.
I think what Warriors can take away from this is that the fact that these two games prove that they're the better early game team, and they should just stick with that and make sure that they get a well-rounded, wholesome draft that has synergies and not a Knicks pick that ruins everything.
Okay, we're going to get more from all three of you after the break. We are headed to that break right now. And when we come back, we will have the deciding match for national pride. It's Philippines versus Malaysia, WG versus Execration. The draft is coming next after the break.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL One Dota!
Superman shots in a row, and Phoenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico, trying to see if they can get the defuse, and Nico, oh no, Phoenix! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW getting that! He's looking for a third. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god!
We are all square here at the Resorts World Genting for ESL One 2017, the early kickoff just 7 days into the month. And it's tied up in our elimination match between Malaysia's finest and the Philippines' finest as they go head to head. It's 1-1 right now. The loser is done. The winner goes through to face Wings Gaming for a place in the semi-final. The draft is just around the corner. The expert panel is once again set, as are our crowd. All ready for hype time in game number 3. Are you ready, everyone? Okay, we'll let them off. That was sort of okay, but I think you can do better. It is 1-1, gents, and we are headed towards the draft. What are we expecting here, Kat?
I'm expecting the Execration this time around are going to be showing up on their support game a little bit more. I think that was very clear weakness in both game 1 and 2, so I think both these teams experienced the fact that like taking control of the game, the early game is very important, it seems like, in this specific matchup. I'm not sure if it's very important for both the teams in general, but it seems like in this series it is very important. But I think also in the patch as a whole, it's like this is a very fighting-oriented patch, so laning phase is particularly important for you to be able to get your early start on the game, and oftentimes be able to pick up your first initiating items.
Looking for anyone to step up, Gods, on either side?
I mean, for Execration, it has to be DJ based on that Game 2 performance where he just got shut. I mean, I don't think that's all on him. I think that maybe Execration adjust their plan and give him some more help in that off lane. Maybe look more towards like some straight up dual lanes, or at least working on the synergy with his hero in the 4 position, because it's that 4 position roamer that needs to work with DJ as well as the mid lane. Even the safe lane, that 4 position can kind of work wherever he feels he can have the highest impact, but the Spirit Breaker didn't really synergize with any of the lanes. Like Puck isn't really a high kill potential mid lane, nor is the off lane Axe, nor was the safe lane. It didn't really feel like the Spirit Breaker fit at all into that draft.
Jacob, what are you looking for?
The draft. It's everything that matters in this particular matchup. I think
it's that key? I mean, I know the previous 2 games have been, haven't they? Do you think it's the 3rd game in a row like that?
Yeah, if we look at Warriors as a team, I think they're slightly stronger than Execration based off what we've seen so far in the tournament. But that being said, it's the draft that decides the outcome of the match. They can't, like, Warriors can't get away with getting a 40-60 draft, for instance. That would make them lose the game to Execration, because that was basically what happened in game 1.
It was, yeah. Yeah. What are you looking for from them then? What do you think fits their style? What would you like to see them picking?
Well, I like the old school draft from Execration.
The 3-year-old draft.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's 3 years old. I think anything is viable. The whole.
I mean, that's the point of the patch, isn't it? I mean, you could revisit things that worked a few years ago or even a few months ago and test them out. And if you've played them and you're comfortable with them,
the thing is,
okay.
Throughout all patches, everything works depending on what your enemy picks and how the bans goes. So it's not like you can just sit down and say, oh, this is a lineup from 1998. You know, that's not the case.
Fantastic, sir.
We saw one of the majors. Ben brought this up that I was talking about a Beastmaster Vengeful Spirit combo. Sure enough, it hasn't been used for a long time, but it's not more than, what, 14 months ago that it won a major? So it's not that old. Everything is viable in the proper circumstances, in the proper meta.
We're talking about always viable. We were having a look at the 701 and 700 stats for win rates, and I don't know if either of you can predict who would be bottom.
Slardar.
No.
Something with 0% win rate?
Yeah, well, I mean not 0%, but the lowest win rate of any hero whatsoever. Well, let's hold that thought, because we've got some mixed up, muddled up stuff going on right now. A silencer with a Meepo, and the Winter Wyvern is back again.
Kibo's just like, oh, whatever, you know? Let's do it. Let's play Meepo. We finally get our hands on it. They'll take the Winter Wyvern. I don't even care. We're going to go out or go forward in style.
Yeah, I mean, they have the silencer, so when Meepo makes his initiation, they don't have the immediate counter that we saw that was so strong. So they have an answer to this. WG Unity.
So this is what it was? Was the second pick Winter Wyvern the anti-Meepo?
Yeah, this is like the best Meepo.
Yeah.
I feel like from a support point of view, this is the best Meepo counter in the game. Like better than the Earthshakers, Sand Kings.
Right.
This is the best hero to have as a support when you're playing versus Meepo. But
so they must
also make it tough.
VG to pick it last game, assuming they played against each other, and that's why.
Well, the last 2 games, the Meepo has been banned in the 3rd, 4th slot. So I think Execration just fed up with that and decided they really want to get their hands on it. And now we'll see how they fit a draft around Meepo, because this draft will have to be entirely around this one hero.
What do you make of the silence pick as well? We haven't seen one yet.
Well, that creates the space, right? Even if they pick the Winter Wyvern, it's sort of gives Meepo the needed time to just take down the Winter Wyvern and then proceed to take the rest of the team.
I think WG Unity are well set up to go for a push lineup here. I absolutely think you really need to put pressure on a Meepo lineup. Like we saw the way it went with that DC match where they countered the Meepo so well, and it still almost managed to come back.
I was going to say, on the other hand, they had to do everything perfectly in that game. They pretty much did.
Yeah, exactly. So I think they also didn't have something to like pressure the Meepo early on to take away some of those outer objectives and start limiting his map control, because Meepo plays off of map control so much better than many of the other heroes in this patch right now, because he's able to take the added benefit of multiple bounty runes for himself. So if you're able to keep those tier 1s alive, then Meepo, he feels so good because you're getting multiple bounty runes, you're clearing through all these neutrals a lot more efficiently than the enemy team is, and then later on you're going to have this Boots of Travel that's going to allow you to be able to take advantage of the shrines and outer positioning of tier 1s as well.
It's good ban coming out from VG. I think the Tidehunter is another one of those heroes that sets everything up for the Meepo and just allows him to run amok.
Yeah, teamfight like crowd control type spells is really what you want to kind of pair with the Meepo at this point, and kind of frontliners, heroes that can just run in, get the scouting information for the Meepo, and really make it so that Meepo doesn't just get focused and burst down from the get-go.
Do you get Axe again if you're WG Unity? Or rather,
like on the other side, yeah.
The other time Meepo was playing yesterday, we had the IO and Underlord with them.
Underlord's not bad, yeah. It's kind of that similar. To me, Underlord's like almost very identical to what the Tide does as far as his role in the game. He's not as dependent on a long cooldown like the Tide, but the sit in the front, be tanky, get the mech, get the pipe for your team, get all these team aura items, and just be there and be really damn impossible to kill. So it's kind of a similar concept to what the Tide brings to the table, just with a bit less as far as the team fight control. Spirit.
You had to, Silencer is a strong pickup with the Meepo, yes, but he's also a bit iffy when it comes to his laning phase. Like, he's not a very good rotational hero. So, he needed something to make up for that weakness.
He's a huge bully, though, on the lane.
In the lane, yes. Rotating, not as strong. So, Spirit's a little bit the opposite, right? He's not a hero that is very good at sitting in the lane and abusing a hero, but he is very strong at rotating. So, I like the fact that they covered that weakness on Execration. SF would have been really good for them. I'm trying to think if they can go for Drow Ranger against Meepo for the really early push.
It's like the Drow with the Jug though. It's like you almost always want to have at least a range mid to go with the Drow Ranger, but
yeah, and it would be very all in. Yeah, like you'd be so focused on winning in the first 25 minutes.
Wow. Okay, yeah.
It's likely going to be fairly 5-man oriented and just having the AoE damage to just keep all the Meepos low, keep them out of the fight as much as possible. And there isn't really sustain to go with the Meepo. It's just trying to help control the spell usage from the Silencer as well. You've got two heroes to do AoE silence as well, some AoE stun from the Earth Spirit, so.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting because both Darkseer and Omni Knight, those are two sustain offlaners who are able to pick up Mech, Guardian Greaves, and Pipe for you. And Pipe especially is kind of value versus Meepo, so this is the only offlaner that's left that would be able to give you that kind of opportunity.
Do you feel like it was
initiation
a block pick a bit as well there, where they don't want them getting the Underlord with Meepo, or?
Yeah,
I think so.
I don't know if Underlord. I kind of feel like because of the Silencer, they should have heroes that are more active and initiation style on the side of Execration. You need to take advantage of what the Silencer gives you from that global perspective, and I don't think Underlord does that for
Isn't that what Meepo is supposed to do?
But Meepo needs time, right? For the first 20 minutes, you need to be able to, you can't just be like, Earth Spirit, win this game for us for the first 20.
You need other playmakers.
Yeah.
Yeah, they actually get one there.
Yeah, that's...
He's also good versus Underlord, right? Because the idea of being able to grab a hero and pull him out of position is starkly against what Underlord's about.
It's tough to kind of play as Winter Wyvern when it gets the back, because if someone gets grabbed, there's not a whole lot you can do to really save them. And if you run in, you put yourself in a bad position, Meepo can easily jump you. But there's the way they look to counter it.
But they're doing a Nyx Assassin without a setup stun.
And a Nyx, how does this Nyx fit in?
Support Nyx Assassin?
Support Nyx, mid Nyx, It's a bit awkward.
It's pretty greedy. Plus, like at some point, you're gonna need a blink dagger on the Winter Wyvern. You just do.
Well, and we talk about support duos and their importance. Nyx Wyvern, that is not a powerful support duo to have in the early game. Like that's what we stress. You need to have strong early games, win your early game, especially when you're versing a Meepo. You want to do well in the early game.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Nyx Wyvern as a support duo, that's a losing early game to me.
I mean, right now, I'd heavily bet on Execration if it wasn't because I'm so worried about how strong Underlord is.
Just very quickly as well, apologies to the viewers for the graphics corruption there. I blame Malk.
Yep. If in doubt, blame me.
Just something we do here. There you go. So, Nyx and Winter Wyvern in the same lineup this time, whereas the Garbage Whisperer has pointed out both of those were trash in previous games when they were played on their own.
Well, more because of how they were picked. I
Against what they were picked.
Yeah.
What's the garbage pick so far this draft?
Well, I actually think I think the Nyx is like I understand why you pick it up against the Bat Rider, but I still think it's a garbage pick in this particular matchup. A, it makes your lanes worse. You already have the Underlord picked up for Nyx's role.
There was better supports to be able to deal with Bat Rider and Meepo, right?
Yeah,
because
definitely.
Nyx's has some response to Bat Rider, yes, and he's okay versus Meepo. Spike Carapace is pretty value.
But I also get why you don't go out and pick a Sand King, for instance, when you're playing up against a Silencer, because it's just a hero that struggles a lot.
Sure. What about? I mean, I guess Nyx Assassin allows you to get initiation, so maybe that's the problem, right? Oracle and Vengeful Spirit, like those two heroes, are good at being able to respond to both Meepo and Bat Rider as counter initiation, being able to save the ally that's gone on, and that one person can actually get off everything they need to.
We happy seeing like
but it's the silencer that's a problem.
Yeah, the silencer problem. That's where I just happy seeing like an Ogre Magi type hero, something that's just like early game focused. But
okay, this received a ban in both of the first and second games.
I think this is a great idea,
and that's why.
Yeah,
it's like
it's a good idea.
You just want to live through Meepo, basically. You have the Underlord go in and reduce some of that physical damage. Alchemist with his chemical rage on won't die to anything that they have. Execration needs some sort of way of dealing with the chemical rage to Alchemist right now.
It's like picking Alchemist versus those Naga Siren lineups as well, right? When they pick up Naga Siren, you're like, oh god, they want to be able to do this and draw the game out until this happens. But if you're drawing the game out, like, congrats, we have an Alchemist.
So Morana finishes the draft off very quickly. Gents, Cat, we'll start with you. Strongest draft?
I really like the Alchemist, but I think also that the Morana was a very suitable last pick. I'm going to lead with Alchemist.
He said very quick.
I'm going to lead with Alchemist because I don't think they have enough to be able to pressure that hero, and he's going to have a lot of space to be able to work around for the first 20.
Cods? Who's had the better draft?
I think the drafts are very even. I don't know if there's a clear winner, but
could still go
slightly feeling Execration on this one.
Okay.
Execration, but Underlord worries me.
Underlord worries you. Nice fence sitting there from Jacob, as we're getting used to here on the panel. Thank you very much, gents. So we're headed back to
Last game, I literally said we're heading to a game 3 on pick 2.
Oh my goodness. The fantastic skills of Jacob on display, of course, on the expert panel. Let's head back to the commentary team as we get into game 3.
Yeah, we're the nice guys. We don't call Jacob a dick, do we, Ben?
Never.
Never.
In my life.
He's a wonderful guy, and I'm concerned as well about the Underlord.
I think the Meepo with the silencer is actually very strong, though. It just kind of seals any sort of team fight that WG are kind of going to threaten against the Meepo. Like, their team fight's already ridiculously strong. Well, he's forced to skill up Leap. Level 1, not the worst thing in the world. He'll get level 2 quickly enough.
Yeah, not too much of a problem. It was a bit like, you're looking at the draft too, and we saw the Meepo come up in the first 2. Last time that happened on this stage, it was Digital Chaos, and it kind of bit them pretty badly.
Yeah, normally you can't jump the Winter Wyvern as a Meepo, because then, unless you have a Hex, because then he'll just turn around and curse you. But with a Silencer, you can actually get in there quite easily, and it requires a bit of teamwork, but I still think it's very suitable versus WG. Most of the times I've seen Alchemist versus Meepo, the Alchemist gets destroyed, because Meepo can start invading your jungle at like level 2, or sorry, not level 4-ish, I would say, is like kind of early enough to even threaten him, steal his camps, just overall become a huge nuisance and slow down his farm. And the Meepo traditionally like goes into the opponent's jungle to farm as opposed to forming his own safe lane, because the Alchemist doesn't pose that big of a threat early.
We'll watch the camps very, very closely. We'll see where those mids do rotate out to. For now, we get to go into our laning phase, as we have a bit of a
a hybrid lane up on top with the Nyx as well as the Underlord going to team up together against the Silencer as well as Mirana. Mirana going into that core role, leaves melee versus melee in the mid with the Meepo versus Alchemist, and then down on bottom lane, Juggernaut and Wyvern together up against Batrider, who we also get to cast for the first time. He's got a little bit of help through the Earth Spirit. I say help, Earth Spirit's already trying to get up in the face of Winter Wyvern first, force out that Arctic Burn if possible.
They're utilizing the strength of their support duo. Like their support duo is just so much stronger. Earth Spirit is paired with anyone, I think, is stronger than Winter Wyvern plus Nyx. Just because, like, Winter Wyvern Nyx, you think about this, it's like, okay, do I want to go in their jungle? Are they going to do anything to me? Absolutely not. They have, like, very little catch. Like, I guess a little bit from Arctic Burn, but it's very underwhelming.
Yeah, that's when we're wondering, like, if Rubik was going to appear during the draft instead, where he may have been a little bit more useful. And well, each of the supports just pair off against each other. So it was Afu who has to go up against the Silencer on the top, but the pulls will continue to happen, and there has to be some level of contest. Then again, on bottom lane, Arjit dropping very low with 3 of those sticky napalm charges up.
Yeah, even a very good laner like Juggernaut can't farm in this lane, which is already a pretty bad sign. Meepo has a few more CS than the Alchemist, so I would say early in the game, Execration is already winning their lanes, except for the top lane.
Yeah. That's a little bit rougher for them, but if they can just weather the storm, wait for the rotation to come in from the Earth Spirit, then it could be a very explosive lane for Execration.
They don't need this top lane to win. Like, them not dying and not giving, like, Underlord free farm, I think is already good enough, because so much of this game is centered around the Meepo.
It's kind of weird, like you're comparing then what both the top and the bottom lane for Execration is off lanes for them.
What have we here?
And Meepo has to make up the rest of it. Also with the timing, like you're talking about like the game going later, or like the panel we're talking about with the game going later with the Alchemist, where maybe this is going to fall into WG's hands. But is Execration going to have that big power spike with the Meepo at the right time? Just judging by the way this game has been going so far.
I think that's one of the strengths with the Meepo versus the Alchemist. You hit much earlier than he does, because I think you can farm and control his jungle a lot better. Normally it's very difficult to invade and steal the stacks, but I think like Meepo can almost always solo kill an Alchemist who's farming his jungle, which then requires more people to be there and slows down everyone's farm. So you slow down the Alchemist and you are a little bit faster, because sometimes you can steal a stack or two, or if you kill the Alchemist you just get a ton of gold.
Well, bottom lane, that spin. Arjit going in very, very deep, looking for the kill, but then again, no! Earth Spirit jumps in the nick of time, and first blood! It goes the way of Execration.
Perfect timing from the Earth Spirit.
And now all they have to do is just walk over to Shrine, regen up, and then they're straight back into the lane at full.
Dire use scan. I guess they saw the invisibility earlier on the Meepo, and perhaps they were scared of someone ganking them at the Shrine. But I think they used it before they went in there, so I guess it's not a bad play from them. You don't use your scan this early on anyways, so if there's a small use for it, might as well.
Kangaroo. Just having a look over with the extra stun. TP support's already on its way. They know the Silencer is in a lot of trouble. They need to give him some space. Not going to be there, but the double kick again. This Earth Spirit right in the midst of it. With the Spike Carapace, makes it a little bit more difficult for Nando to keep the chase going quickly, but the chase does still result in the death of that Underlord, and they're looking for more. Maybe Nando, he can stick around as long as he possibly can. There's an arrow off cooldown in 5 seconds time. They can just keep Afu close by and the creep wave out of range, but it's not going to happen. They actually go to bottom lane instead, which is where maybe with a little bit of extra spin, it's going to be difficult. The Batrider is in way, way too deep. That's why he's just focusing down instead on the Winter Wyvern, but then up on top lane, the stun.
Meepo hasted in.
Yeah, patience pays off on the top lane, while on bottom lane with Meepo, double poofs, that will go through that cold embrace, and with the Earthbind, they keep the Wyvern in position. So fights on all sides of the map. We go back up to the top lane, chasing down after that Nyx Assassin. They're trying to wait out the Spike Carapace before you go for another kick if possible. But just not enough time for it.
And Alchemist doesn't have any stacks. I think he's also much weaker when the supports don't have time to stack for him, control bounty runes. He has been getting bounty runes, most of the bounty runes, at least.
No. Execration, we're preparing again for top lane. But Asper actually backs out, walks over the top of a Radiant Observer Ward, so WG are very well aware where he's moving around.
Kangaroo has a lot of farm. He has the most last hits on the Radiant side, even more so than the Alchemist.
This Earth Spirit's timing is a little bit off. The poofs just happened by Gabby. That's one of the reasons why he had to set back up, put down the Observer wards, but WG also understand that Earth Spirit, because he picked up the wards on top of that Observer.
Bat Rider has 2 sets of raindrops in his inventory. You don't see that too often. They're all like full charge too. Oh, he has one in the stash, I suppose.
Rolling boulder forward, gonna miss his target. Kangaroo on the run, but then again, it's kicked up, silenced up, and this is gonna be an extra +2 going the way of the silencer. In fact, his first +2 of the game. Good rotation gank here from Execration.
It's pretty important to just create space for Meepo. You don't want too many heroes sitting in lanes, constantly moving around, forcing an opponents to kind of guess whether or not they're ganking you in the jungle.
Radiant's middle tower.
It looks like Alchemist will be getting the Armlet first, skipping the Soul Ring and the Iron Talon, actually. It's a little surprising to see him skip both of them.
Maybe this is a reaction from WG, realizing Execration's going to be finding them a little bit earlier, so they need a faster combat Alchemist.
I suppose so. Maybe he's not going for Radiance, perhaps. I think it's very odd to see them not go either of those items.
What else would you get if you're not going to go for the Radiance? Do you look for...
I've seen Maelstrom Mjolnir builds before. Battle Fury's pretty weak right now, so probably not that, but I don't know. I haven't really seen too many successful builds aside from the...
Is it worth getting a BKB very early on just because of like the silence which is out there and then a lot of the magical damage already from Execration?
Normally you'd hope to have your Rage popped already, and if you don't, then you can get a Manta style if you really want to, the Manta Octarine Radiance to deal with it. I don't think you get BKB this game on Alchemist. Maybe super late, but...
Alchemist is probably going to die now with the smoke maneuver. It's wrapping in from behind. They start with the Earthbind. Couple of poofs. There should be more than enough damage to get through the Alchemist. They even commit lasso.
Yeah, he's so easy to kill with a Meepo, and that's with only 2 Meepos. I think it's worth picking up 1 level in the stun so you can interrupt the poof channel. I think that could possibly save his life, because sometimes you can interrupt like at least 2 of the Meepos because they're right on top of each other.
WG rotated heavily in to try and fight that. Maybe they thought it was going to last a little bit longer, or Alchemist would survive longer. Because the Juggernaut moved up, and this has left a complete free lane for a Silencer to get his, closer towards his level 6 on bot.
I think it's just a heavy mismatch, the Alchemist and Meepo, because Meepo has a lot of magic burst, which is very good versus the Chemical Rage, and he has a lot of physical damage, and Alchemist is a very low armor hero. Now he has the Armlet, so with the Armlet I think he can sustain through the additional poof volley. But Meepo's getting out of control. He's already level 10, and seeing more and more Meepos spread their grips around the map.
And it's going to be a good test of WG to see how they can handle this. The Wyvern is still short of his level 6, so we could have looked at both the Silencer and the Wyvern to hit their big ultimates.
Yeah, he's definitely the hero that needs to, I think, control him in the mid game. No other hero is really that great at it. I think the Nyx, it's so-so for Bat Rider, but I think in particular it's very good for the Meepo at trying to find him out and stun lock him so he can't just poof away, and so they can keep tabs on him if he splits it up very often. Only problem is I think it's just difficult to kill with the Nyx because he has a lot of magic resistance, and with the stat sharing he's going to have a lot of HP too.
Can't believe this Observer Ward went for full duration in the Dire Jungle. It's just about to time out now, but it's kept this side camp blocked for a very long time, and Meepo popped over just to have a look at it quickly. They probably thought the Bat Rider farmed it up. So he didn't get any of the extra farm he's really looking for around that jungle. None of the stacks. Alchemist is ahead in the net worth for the moment, thanks to the fact he just abandoned the mid. And while he did that, WG prepares themselves for pressuring top. And Execration are already bailing out. You said they were not meant to die. They're not meant to lose this lane. But they're going to lose their tier 1 tower if they don't do something about it now, Execration. Or maybe they just kill the Alchemist. That's an easier option. Rolling boulder forward. DJ going to get a little bit of a kickback with the flame break. They do have that control. And then Global Silence kicks in. No way to instantly get that stun. You know the Nyx Assassin wants to spy Karamis from the Winter's Curse. It's out. This could be problematic. Nana, cold and braced up, is regenerating quickly. That armor needs to actually toggle through this. But no, the Alchemist will drop. Pitlaw's joined him as well. And there goes another one. 3 heroes in favor of Execration. They survived the first big Winter's Curse. They brought a hell of a lot of damage.
He just hit level 6, and Alchemist, he had everything thrown on him to try and save him, including the Cold Embrace and the Witcher's Curse afterwards, but it just wasn't enough. The Silencer is proving to be very useful as Execration just dump their spells on the Alchemist too.
WG thought Execration were going to try and like force the issue a little bit harder. They sent the healing ward into Roshan. And Meepo was just back to the farming.
WG's always a little bit slow to save the Alchemist. Like they wanted to push the tower top, but they weren't prepared for the other maneuver. Like normally your other core, especially if no one's defending, you'll farm in a very, very safe place, like one of the most leftmost camps, so that you don't get ganked like that. And they have to go in very, very deep. It's much easier to save him like closer to T2, but he was pretty far away from the tower. He was closer to top room.
Spirit's bailing out of that top lane. He knows the pressure is coming. And it's up to Execration to group up and potentially smoke up with that fresh Blink Dagger up. Arfu's found himself a small little opening, but then again, maybe this isn't actually an opening.
Dire's structures are fortified.
That Vendetta, it is going to last for another 5 or so seconds, but he's in the middle of the entire Execration lineup. He's just lucky he's not underneath like a counter sentry wall, but he sees the Moonlight Shadow, and then they back out. So the warning is there for Nana, and he's retreating.
It looks like Radiance will be the next item for Alchemist, so nothing funny from him. Just not the standard farming items.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's a lot of heroes for WG still up on the top lane. The Moonlight Shadow didn't get Execration to a good position where they could really attack. They have the Dire Observer Ward up there.
Alchemist did go for the armor talent too, so it looks like he's kind of gunning for survivability here, which I think is the right choice, because he's going to be the main focus.
Just tank through everything that Execration throw at him.
Yeah, because they have a lot of things that synergize well with him being tanky. They have like the Atrophy Aura on the Underlord, they have the Cold Embrace, and they have the healing.
Mirana. Do you go for a blind stun up the hill? Arfu, no, he just walks in, does the old-fashioned way, runs inside of Vendetta. Throw down the pit, and you can say very goodbye to that Mirana.
And they haven't really used that much for it. Just Omni slash Vendetta's like short enough cooldown that you're not really worried about it. Ideally you get the Meepo, but I think the Mirana's a very close second in terms of value of a kill.
They did burn the smoke as well, so that's just one small thing to go on to cooldown.
Yeah, notice they're all grouped up around the Alchemist too. They know that he's died a lot. His Radiance time isn't going to be that poor, I would say. Like 15, 16 is decent for Armlet.
Oh, Batrider, Blink Lasso forward. He instantly gets hit by the Spike Carapace, and the stun even connects on the Meepos on the back line. DJ wants to bail out this one with a global stance. They got a little bit of control, but the pit is too good. Arrow flies forward. It connects on the Alchemist. Remember, he can tank through all of this. Where is that curse? Who do they try and hold in position? Silencer wants to retreat. The jump in, Mirana. He lost the vision. Cold Embrace keeping X-Nova alive. But now it's Nando, who's in a little bit too deep. Another pit. Nope, not going to come out from Kangaroo. We're still on cooldown for the moment. But it's the stun from Arfu. He found Nando down next to the shrine. There's nowhere Execration want to try and fight. The spin is out from Archie, but he's not in range of the Mirana. She's just a little bit too fast and will be able to escape.
That was a fantastic place for WG to fight. Like, if Execration pushed a little bit further south, they would have got like 4-man Winter's Curse, and then they could also like proceeded to get on top of them during the Winter's Curse and just chase like 2 or 3 more heroes down. So Execration,
they're fighting mid.
Disaster.
The pit's down again. Arfu, the double stun into the spin. Do they have enough damage to kill off the me before he gets back out with a spin of blast? The proof starting, but the curse, it'll hold Gabby there. And he is literally killing himself. Kangaroo. Where are you going? He's going all the way down to bottom lane. They want to defend this. Give him absolutely nothing.
Yep, that's a nice pick-me-up for WG. Pretty much ensures that he'll get his...
walk in with the arrow?
He's fine.
It's with Winter Wyvern just right behind him, but yeah, he's out.
I like the Winter Wyvern's positioning too. He like doesn't really show up in the fight. He's like not close enough to Cold Embrace, but he realized that Cold Embrace is not that important. It's more important that he survives so he can kill the Meepo. And he just is always hiding in the trees in the majority of the fights.
It's going to be about time now when Nana goes down. Okay, he's picked up the relic. Still a little bit off, but he does have the top net worth on the field in front of the Meepo by about 1,500 net worth.
They really need the Miranas to get the Scepter. But as always with the Meepo on your team, farming up these Golem Kimps and other things, the Mirana is going to be hard-pressed to find.
Nice scan. Execration just scanned perfectly on top of Nana. You kind of knew where he was going to farm, but this was just more confirmation. So they silence him up. He can't get the chemical rage off. TP support's coming in, and maybe with the Shrine, they're able to survive a little bit longer. Toggle it through. Where's the run? It's just too much burn damage coming in from the Firefly. Underlords in the neighborhood, maybe they can get a little bit more back here. Is DJ, who's locked in. Omni Slash committed, but he actually jumps and away under the cover of Moonlight Shadow. They don't know where he is. He's got his Blink Dagger available. Do they want to try and turn? Silencer goes through a quick Arcane Curse. They need a little bit more support with the Firefly back up. And Nando jumping in. The Starfall damage. Wyvern will drop. Execration. They need a little bit more. The Rolling Bottle's up in a second, but they've got all the stuns in the world, and especially now that Gabby has arrived. WG. It looked for a moment they could fight underneath their own shrine, but that moment didn't last long enough. And it's Kangaroo, who's on the run over towards the secret shop. He's got the TP scroll from the side shop, correction. But they're not going to chase him down. They instead just focus on bringing down the tier 1 tower.
And it goes back to the draft opener of the silencer opener too. Like they just got an extra 4 seconds onto that alchemist, and I think Shirley would have survived with the help of the shrine and the other heroes TPing in to save him, but they couldn't do anything. And Radiance will finally come out at 16.5 after dying 3 times.
That's taken so long.
Yeah, it really has.
And it was all about like the Alchemist still staying ahead of the Meepo and going into the later game where the Alchemist will be still insanely strong. But Execration, this Meepo isn't being slowed down. Now he gets his Blink Dagger at 16 minutes in with both of the Dragon Lancers. He's ready to fight.
Yeah.
Execration still have that fortification up if they want to try and defend this mid tower or to give them time to get in range. And yep, there's the fortification. Slow it down a little bit.
Very hard to fight without the global silence. 20 seconds left on that. And WG know that. The thing that's going really poorly for WG in these fights.
Oh, Afu. DJ, he thought he still had vision. It was just on the edge of the range of the Sentry Ward.
Meepo's keeping them in place, but just with one. Almost got the arrow. The Winter Wyvern keeps dying in these fights. He's going to need a Blink, Glimmer Cape, something like that to deal with the Meepo later. Like the last Winter Wyvern that we saw was just massive with Refresher towards the tail end of the game, but he's having a struggle even getting Arcane Boots. He's not even going to buy Arcane Boots as he's quick buy, and it's going to be Tranquil Boots. So
really trying to sustain more on the front lines. With the Soul Ring, you do have that.
Yeah, but if he doesn't get a Blink Dagger, they'll just jump him with the Global Silence.
Oh, Smoke, they run down Juggernaut. It instantly breaks on him. The jump up and then the Blink Lasso. A little bit more trouble with the Global Silence. This will allow Execration to completely control the fight. Even the kick up, Underlord can't do anything. He's got the mech available. He'll have to trigger off early, but it's only to keep the Wyvern alive. You at least get the curse over on the Meepo, but is it really going to matter? You've already got yourself a double kill. Double buybacks, in fact. The arrow will connect on Nana. He needs to survive long enough for Afu to get in there to help him, but he just cannot do it. It's a triple kill for the Batrider, and now Afu doesn't want to be here. You've still got Moonlight Shadow to play around with for Execration, so they got that get out jail free card, but they're just fine more an ultra kill. Now for the Batrider, he'll get rooted up but then pushed away. He's already got his own 4-staff available. And Execration, they're getting fed so much here by WG. Even the Silence is walking around with 18 stolen intelligence. This is going to start to hurt WG hard.
I don't know how DJ got that amazing initiation. They were smoked, and he blinked up. He managed to grab the Juggernaut too. The Nyx was standing right beside him, and if he had grabbed the Nyx, he would have just been stunned. But he was in that perfect place. They popped the Global Silence, and that was such a good way for them to start the fight. They also caught out the Winter Wyvern. He was kind of smoked in the back and trying to fly closer to trees, but he wasn't able to get a great Winter Curse off.
So you split up WG and Execration. Like the last fight that happened around there wasn't too great for Execration because that was what happened. Like the Batrider gets stunned up, and then the Meepo even got hit by the Impales. So it was a rough fight before.
Yeah.
This time around, it looked a lot better executed.
They're keeping everyone else down aside from the Alchemist though on WG Unity. Winter Wyvern doesn't have any items, but also the Juggernaut. Like Juggernaut can kind of deal with a Meepo in the late game if you get like Battle Fury, maybe Mjolnir with any sort of splash. But his item, he just has Phase Yasha on the Jug.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
DD taken under the nose of the Silencer, who puts down a Sentry Ward just in case he was moving over to get aggressive. Really good warding out now from WG. I like that little ward just to the south of the shrine. No Sentry Ward down to block it out just yet, but this is watching all the movement of Execration. So at least WG has some good information about where the fight's going to be next. The question is if they even want to try and take that fight. You got Juggernaut, who's desperately trying to farm up on the top lane. The Alchemist, who's getting as much space as he can in the mid to try and finish up his Manta style. But all this is taking a long time.
Yeah, they need to try and deal with Roche very, very soon. The Meepo is going to be 18, and then he can do Roche with an added lifesteal. He already is 18. He's been 18.
They're actually trying it now. The Meepo just ignored him.
They didn't smoke in, and they had Observer Ward at the shrine.
Look at the mass TPs on the way. Arrow flies in, or fly through the pit, realize that Roshan's gone for a bit of a wander.
But I think it's low enough that Meepo can at least start thinking about sneaking it in. I think he can solo it if he blinks from the right side. They do have a gap in their vision on the north side, but it's very, very small. I think it's much safer for them to smoke if they want to actually take out the Roche.
Look at that, they just try and find themselves a kill. With that gem over on the Batrider, Nyx Assassin's going to be a lot more cautious.
Yeah, he still doesn't have BKB though on the bat. He's actually not going for BKB. He's fully relying on the global silence. And WG's so poor, they don't have Greaves, they don't have Yules, they don't have Lotus Orbs, not even Manta style on the Juggernaut to get out the global silence. So I think it's okay that he's not going for BKB. BKB is almost always a pickup after Blink Force against Nyx Assassin.
Oh, Nova hung around just a little bit too close towards the tower. He's going to pay the price for it. Try to heal up with his stick charges, but that was nowhere near enough.
Yeah, what an amazing game from DJ right now, and that will pave the way for Roshan.
Oh, look at him come. They're trying to wrap around, so you start with Roshan, but Afu TP'd over to the shrine. Very easy to get over there. He has that stun available. Roshan's dropping pretty damn quickly. If WG are going to do something, they've kind of got to do it now. Afu lands the snow. Okay, you missed everything.
They can't do it without the Wyvern. Like,
yeah,
that's their only big team fight is the Wyvern, and without Wyvern at the pit, they just lose the fight. That's why DJ thought it was a great idea to go on the Wyvern. Without the Wyvern, it's a free Roche.
Yep.
4 on 5, even with the Alchemist being as fat as he is and the most farmed hero in the game, he still just cannot walk into the pit like that.
So all Nyx tried to do was just try and steal, but even then it was the wrong position for it. So back to the farm.
Low percent chances, better than no chance, Toby.
Yeah.
What have we here?
More bounties, more money. That arrow flying down the bottom lane's got to give a little bit of indication to the Alchemist of what's going on. It's AKA Creepway pushing in and Execration moving in force, or even D-warding on the way. But the Alchemist still hasn't hit that Manta yet. Meanwhile, you now have Meepo with his Aghanim Scepter done.
Yeah, this is a fat Meepo. Level 20, 22 minutes in.
Kind of expect nothing less, and he's like on the different side of the Alchemist. Like Alchemist can get a hell of a lot of money and have more net worth, but Meepo is still so much stronger.
Also, WG can't fight often enough. Like normally the way you play against a silencer is you play in between the global cooldowns, you just constantly fight, or you wait until you get BKBs. But they're able to do neither of them because they're so reliant on this Winter Wyvern getting the curse off that they're just very reluctant to fight. But they're just getting heavily outfarmed, and with his Aegis, it could be imminent doom for WG.
Yeah, they have to be ready to defend. At least the high ground defense of WG is nice, so give it time.
You need a lot of time. I think that's probably their best shot is waiting for a high ground defense, getting a lot of gold from killing the Meepo, and going from there.
The only issue is because if they go out and they lose a fight, then the Meepo is going to like wreck the base. He'll push so heavily, even without having like that buff up we saw previously with the Luna. This Meepo is still strong enough; he's going to rip apart. But WG.
Yeah, still 0 items to deal with global silence. Still like next to useless during the global silence. I like to see Nyx's itemized a little bit better against the global silence. This Nyx is going for a 4-step after the arcanes. I personally like the Greaves to kind of deal with it, especially if he can just get the Ags through the Alchemist. Then he can be a big threat in the team fight because they're sorely lacking AoE control.
This tier 2 tower stays numbered. First Manta is finally done for Alchemist. Took him 24 minutes to get there. Wouldn't actually say it's too shabby, as well, and a lasso on absolutely nothing of real. It's actually really weird. He used that lasso under the cover of smoke, and the smoke didn't break when he blinked in.
Well, sometimes you just have to go for it instantly before your team can react. You know, that's kind of a. I actually like that from him, though. I think that's a sign of a good initiator. You don't hesitate at all. Like you just go in, you think it's the best idea, and like sometimes that like quarter of a second, a third of a second,
Yep.
it buys your team enough time to just slay them before anyone can react. Like the next assassin, like Carapacing or a Cold Embrace, like anything like that can just ruin a gank. So just
Especially he had the Arcane Rune as well, so it was even less cooldown time.
Yeah.
Nana trying to farm up very, very close to the rest of Execration as Silencer actually leveled up as he walked around the corner, realizes what's going on. He's got no stun to stop the TP out of the Alchemist.
That illusion is still burning him down.
That's why he's trying to hide and TP away.
I'm a little surprised to see him go for Glimmer Cape too. I guess Glimmer Cape is, I guess it's fairly useful to save one Meepo, but I like the refresher build on the Silencer. They already don't have anything to deal with one, and I think the only way WG wins is if this goes super late, and I think they should kind of think about that ahead of time just in case a high ground push goes disastrously. I don't think like a Glimmer Cape is gonna like win them a high ground push, whereas I think a refresher will win them in the late game if he manages to farm one up.
Afu is almost a walking ward at the moment. He's got himself his own little Tinker ward on the hillside, so can feel a lot safer on this bottom lane. Meanwhile, the push on top lane. Jit actually got his own mana style, so they've got two ways to dispel out a global silence. And the TPs are coming back already too. They realize this pressure. It's still only 4 heroes pushing in, and they're going to Moonlight Shadow, hope for someone to be out of position. Again, it's just fake juggernauts on the front line. They don't want to go on that. Starfall down the creep wave, keep the pressure up, and then let Meatbo do the recovery up on top lane. He's already got his BTs available, so he can join the fight quickly, actually running the double boots with both treads as well as BTs.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for, what, F-Blade after to deal with the Winter's Curse, perhaps?
Afu's getting so much information. Just sitting behind, popping out with Vendetta, not attacking anybody, not revealing his own position.
But what more does he know? He already knows that they can just own them in a team fight.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's like these small items, I suppose, maybe like the Scepter.
Maybe it's at least letting him know that that Nana can keep doing what he's doing. You see the number of heroes that Execration are committing to the bottom lane without actually having to put down an Observer ward, because you're not going to be able to keep that up. With a Batrider holding onto a gem, you can't keep vision of your own jungle unless it's more, well, maneuverable, like a Nyx Assassin.
They need more items, though. They need other people, aside from the Alchemist, to get them fat. Like, he needs to build himself up and then build Ags later, but ideally they have some sort of item before he feeds them the Ags, but no one's getting any farm on the map.
Maybe it's still worthwhile actually feeding off that first Ags. You're talking about the Nyx Assassin being one of those big heroes that if he had the Ags, the high ground defense of WG becomes so much stronger.
Yeah, but they can kill him with Global Silence. That's the thing. Like, he needs other items so he can be useful with the Ags. It's, yeah, I think it may be a little bit short-sighted. They're just thinking about, okay, how do we get past this next few minutes? You got to think about how you can win the game and not just, you know, stall out for.
Instead of bunker down, survive, let Alchemist Gold just win us the game.
Yeah.
There's that E-Blade you're talking about, so Meepo will complete it. Slot up the boots to actually create the spot.
Yeah, and if you keep waiting, they're just gonna take Roche and push with Aegis Cheese. And Aegis Cheese and Buyback is especially good versus WG's lineup because they're so ulti reliant. Like Juggernaut, fairly useless without his ultimate. Same with Winter Wyvern.
It's gonna finally be the tier 1 tower falling on bottom lane. There's a Radiant Observer Ward that's got planted down, so they see Gabby TP in to the tier 1 tower. Afu has Vendetta on cooldown for the moment, so he is visible.
They're getting information, but they're not limiting their farm at all. The net worth 15,000 in favor of Execration.
It's very rare that an Alchemist is behind like that, but it's also very rare a Meepo gets behind.
Yeah, even Batrider's going for his 4th item. Looks like he is going for a Refresher next. Screw the BKB.
If they can control Gabby here, he just brought a lot of heroes in, and now actually turns on himself. The perfect curse. TP support's on the way, but he's going to E-Blade. Saves himself a little bit of time, but that one Meepo is so low. Afu, he gets the perfect stun, jumping in from behind. Global Silence is out, but will it be enough? You get the pit down Silencer, as well as Earth Spirit locked in. He'll turn on the Magnetize. Maybe with a lasso, you can pull down that Alchemist, but he's still tanking through it all. Afu will come back in for one last stun. He'll die to the Magnetize. But the work is out for WG. A 3-for-2 trade-off. Kangaroo wants to leave, and he'll take the Alchemist with him.
Finally, all their patience has paid off. Just one good Winter's Curse is all it took, and that was nearly a perfect one from X Nova as they finished off the Meepo. The thing about the Ethereal Blade, though, is it's very hard to actually cast it because your main Meepo's often in the fray and busy occupied doing other things.
And that's only just huge for now. That's that space that WG was begging for. That kill on the Meepo went the way of Nyx Assassin, so he's got a hell of a lot of money. Almost enough to complete up his entire 4-star he was looking at.
Yeah, he might have to start looking into splitting up his Meepos a lot more. Like, it's very common for Meepos to like have 2 groups, one for their main hero, and then maybe 2 groups for the rest of them, and split it in like 1-2-2. But I think he's been sometimes splitting it into like 1 and 4, which is where the Winter's Curse really shines. If you only have 1 Meepo beating on you in the 1-2-2 formation, then it's not so bad. I think your team can counterplay around that pretty easily because that's 1/3 the damage from compared to the 4 Meepos, and then your team can actually react. Like that 1 Meepo was just way too low. It was at like 15%, 5% HP, and just got burned down.
Instead of actually waiting, because his plan may have also been just to farm up, like start up inside the Radiant jungle, farm up the camps which are down next to the Dire Secret shop. Now he's going to try and farm the life of Roshan. This will give that second Aegis to the Immortal out.
I wonder if it's just worth building purely defensively, like let's say a Heart. Normally you build stats items, but
he's got Skadi in his build at the moment.
Yeah, the more agility you get, the more you hurt yourself during Winter's Curse. That's mostly what's killing him in every single one of these fights. So in theory, you could just build way more tanky without actually building any damage. Like AC is kind of one of those dual-edged things where you get armor, but you also attack a lot faster. But Heart, I think, like you can do a lot of damage if you just stay alive in the fights because you can just poof a ton of times. I think you just need like a bit as big of a buffer as possible so you can survive the Winter's Curse. Because things like Lincolns, things like Lotus Orbs, which you traditionally get versus the Winter's Curse, it's just not useful. There's so many Meepos that you can't cover them with a single target spells. So I think you have to itemize against it differently. A lot of the Meepos have been getting Ethereal Blade, but Ethereal Blade gives you 40 agility, which is a lot of damage and a lot of attack speed on all your Meepos. So that's kind of like 160 agility, just attacking yourself.
The easiest solution is just don't get cursed. I'm still waiting for this Nyx Assassin, because we kind of have to remember too that you could play this very much like, I don't want to say like a Tinker, but it kind of feels that way too, like where you could drag out your entire team of Underlord. You find one Meepo farming out, Nyx Assassin just gives you the vision. Find that right timing, and it means WG don't have to wait until their lanes push out before they can go for a gank.
He's not splitting up that often, though.
Yeah, that's why they have to commit a lot more.
Yeah. One's too weak to farm out alone.
Here's your smoke. It's out of range of any kind of vision of WG. Their only observer wards they have up are watching a little bit further to the north near their own secret shop camps. And that other one, which was planted behind the tier 1 tower on bot. But they come in close, smoke breaks on the silencer, and WG no. And very quickly, Alchemist already triggers Chemical Rage, Manta style, slow down this creep wave pushing.
Yeah, they know this is their time with the Aegis. But Meepo's actually not that tanky. Looking at his HP, he only has 2,055, which is actually quite low. I wonder if he's going to take the 400 health or the 3-second poof cooldown, because he's so farmed that he doesn't have room for his treads anymore, so he doesn't get the strength from that. 1 Dragon Lance is in the stash. And
I love this positioning from Nyx Assassin. He's just far enough down on the bottom with a 4-star if he can get himself in the line of the Firefly. So even if Batrider is able to get the double target lasso, which he can get through the Aghanim Scepter, it's very difficult for him to do it. And he can't even get an Observe Ward up on the hillside just because there's Sentry Ward, which is outside the base. So they're going to Moonlight Shadow down, but they're right underneath that vision that's still established for WG. And until that Earth Spirit drops a Sentry Ward, he won't know. And now, yeah, they do. They realize they're perfectly visible. And that Sentry Ward gets contemplated out. There's double lasso, but there's just by Carapace follow-up. Gabby needs to do a lot of work. Maybe he can under the cover of Global Silence. Juggernaut breaks free with a Mana Style, so he's got the space. And WG, they're survived for now. Maybe with the Omni Slash, they couldn't get a revenge, but the Earthbinds are out. And it's Nana who's in issues, especially with a kick. It caught the Nyx Assassin on the back line. He'll get E-Blade popped. 4 heroes down for WG. They need to buy back or they lose their bottom racks. There is no choice about this matter. Fortification will buy a little bit of time. Alchemist send more illusions forward, but then Gabby jumps in. There's your root with the E-Blade pop. Already Underlord is down. You get that bit of Malphus out, plus the extra stun on Meepo. But it delays the inevitable. The melee racks will drop. The bottom lane is lost. Heavy buybacks were there. Alchemist will buy up a fresh BKB. He's got Chemical Rage available. So he can fight this one up if he wants to. Quickly Silence breaks free with the Manta. Oh, 5-second arrow on the Juggernaut. Execration, they've had enough. Nando's already too low. Not enough mana to really fight this. Gabby actually short range poof, so Nana feels like he can actually have a crack at this one, but then Gabby brings in the rest of the Meepos. The BKB will trigger. Nando is still low. He can't really help out this one, but the Batrider, the lasso, it holds him there, but the Winter's Curse is on the Meepo. Gabby must die. Gabby is dead, but the Aegis Immortal is what's going to trigger. Earth Spirit will fall at the same time while the Aegis now brings the Meepo back to life, but where's the follow-up? Splinter Blast? Nana? Well, there's no real follow-up straight away. He's looking for a little bit more of an opening. Gabby gets his TP out. The Earthbind, Alchemist, able to get that stun. Meepo push forward, but he doesn't get over the hill, away from the Ancients. Brings them all back again. Maybe they can kill him off, and yes, they can. Archit so low. The Cold Embrace is keeping him barely alive. But finally, they bring down the Meepo. But at what cost, Ben?
They still defended. That's what matters here. I think that Execration's game plan was really good for that last fight. They started off with the global and the lasso, but in the back line, the Mirana BKB'd, he blinked and he killed the Winter Wyvern by himself. And Winter Wyvern, with his sheer lack of items, just fell to that. It's kind of like two ultimates and a BKB to kill the Winter Wyvern, but I think it's that important for the fight. But however, if they don't have global silence, it might be a little bit trickier. So I don't think things are looking that bad for WG, because this is supposed to be Meepo's peak. He's already level 25. He had the Aegis at that point. Now all his items are going to be marginal upgrades, and they got a lot of gold from bringing him down. He might have to buy back. Yeah.
He doesn't have it, though. It's 42 seconds with no buyback on the Meepo.
They're scared of it, though, because they don't have buybacks themselves. They're very hesitant, knowing that if they fail this push and he buys back, they could just lose the game. So I'm not really sure how they're going to approach this. The more reserved approach.
Yeah, they're backing out. They push the mid lane. They try to get some kind of reaction out from the Meepo, with the bottom lane doing its work. WG are backing out, so Meepo, who was buying up the entire Skadi, that's the reason why he didn't have buyback. He will dodge a bullet.
The rest of WG are just so poor, though. Like, look at the Alchemist items, or the Juggernaut's items. He just has phase drums meta. It's like nearly 40 minutes in as a Juggernaut, and he just hasn't been able to get any items. And even the support crew is just severely lacking. They may be like overly reliant on the Alchemist to carry them in the game. I guess it's just kind of how it goes, though, when you don't have any camps to farm and Meepo's an imposing presence throughout the map.
It should be Alchemist's first ag in himself to the right. Like he's already got himself like 6 proper items in slots, so we can look to buff up somebody else.
Yeah, I think getting an Ags for Nyx is probably the best use of his next 42.
Afu. He's feeling like they're all behind him. Not to mention Nando's got some really good escape.
Just need to weather the storm a little bit until their buybacks are cooled down. Maybe they can actually put up a fight close to the next Roshan if they know when it's up.
So they don't have to fight through 2 Meepos again.
Yeah. They just need to force out a Meepo buyback. I think that's kind of the sign that WG has a pretty good shot to win, and they need to take all efforts to try and force that out as soon as possible. If they could somehow like kill the silencer, that would be amazing for them. Or start off with the Winter's Curse so that Winter Wyvern doesn't die in vain in any of these fights.
But how do you do that when you got basically to get Nyx Assassin into the back lines without a Blink Dagger? And up against a Batrider who not only has himself a Gem of True Sight to see him, but you've also got Refresher Orb now on Batrider.
I think what you need to do is start sitting further back. Like, their positioning is way too close to the cliffs. Like, if they were close to the cliffs right now, they would just be destroyed.
Yeah, there's no one home. WG are only just starting the TPs in now. They were adding as much pressure as they could to the bottom lane with the Alchemist. So now, in comes your Blink, your lasso, pulls them back, the Juggernaut with Global Silence. They might find this kill, Cold Embrace keeping alive a little bit longer, and now Batrider with Refresher wants to go in again. Nana gets a huge AoE stun with the Curse as well. They change up their targets, they need that Meepo down, and they've got him! Meepo's gone! Now, the real fight's gonna begin for WG as they get Lasso back out again. Alchemist, the buyback is there from the Meepo. There is that stun, Nana can't get it off in time. There has to be more buybacks, but the Alchemist doesn't have one at the moment. They just root him up, they slow him down, but it's Nando doing the work inside the base. Mirana now on the retreat. The kick pulling him in actually closer towards Kangaroo, but not close enough for the tier 4 towns to bring the extra damage. Wyvern's back alive too. That Splinter Blast, you combine it up with the root, turn on the fire, turn on the flames, and Meepo, he explodes, too heavily grouped up despite Carapace, even holding DJ in position, no more stuns available, and then again the Starfall, Nando's doing so much damage, but Archit looking for revenge, and he's got it as well, back on the run, the kick's too far out, maybe with the hits he does, he pulls from the curse, now also the kick Kangaroo, another pit of Malphas, more space to be created, but Underlord, he should tick out in just a bit, there she is! A double kill for DJ, and it's up to Underlord Kangaroo, who buys back instantly. He is the sole survivor. No more buybacks available for WG. And Execration, 4 men strong, will take this mid lane.
And now Mirana's back. Meepo's in the grave for a really long time, but it looks like WG are going to have to face Mega Creep soon, as Nando with a DD will pluck away at the last set of the remaining racks.
And this is going to bring forth Megas.
He was so close to saving the Alchemist with that ultimate. He was very, very close. And Winter Wyvern also got a really clutch cold embrace right before the last with the global came out.
Batrider, he wants it. He's got it. Kangaroo dragged back out. They've got enough friends here to get the kill with the E-Blade pop. Kangaroo dead for a long time, and that may just be the game. Nyx Assassin's only just respawned. You have the Winter Wyvern up in 4 seconds time, but the Juggernaut's another 22 out. Maybe the Alchemist, yeah, they're going to give the respect. You've got the Megas available. And Execration will back out. Meepo up in 37 seconds, and you still have Roshan.
Yeah, this is by far the safer play for Execration because they don't actually have buybacks up on the Mirana and the Meepo. So a disastrous Fountain Dive, which is not out of the question.
Also interesting choice. The 8-second BKB was just triggered then by the Alchemist. So that's going to be on cooldown for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I saw that Mirana just kill that poor Wyvern. Just got EB'd and double Starfault. Just died.
Life too hard.
Life's very hard for him.
And with no Wyvern again, wow, I wonder if they're going to do Roshan.
So Wyvern looks like he wants to build straight Refresher, which is pretty appropriate. They need some way to deal with the Meepo buyback, and that's kind of the only thing they can do until Juggernaut gets a lot bigger.
That seems like a very long dream, though.
Yeah, and Alchemist is actually not going to pull an Ags. Instead, he will be building an Abyssal Blade.
Well, Roshan's down. Aegis the Immortal. It's in the hands of the Meepo once again. Cheese in the hands of Nando. We'd love to have that during the last fight. Would have been able to jump straight back in, but yeah, that's that Abyssal Blade. Now into the hands of Nana.
I wonder when they're going to push with the Meepo. They have 4 minutes until his buyback, so they could theoretically push at like 3.5 minutes.
But with the Aegis the Immortal, you might just feel you're strong enough to finish this game now.
Yeah, but why push with 2 lives when you can push with 3?
True. That would seal the deal.
Yeah, the Alchemist is strong enough to, I think, at least push out 2 lanes. One with his Manta.
Well, if he can do this enough, he can still pull that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, Megas aren't the worst thing in the world for an Alchemist because he still gets a ton of gold from those. Only problem is everyone else is just struggling mightily.
Where are you off to, Mirana? With Moonlight Shadow. He doesn't see anything around here. I think he's hoping the Wyvern's going to come out and give him free gold again. But Wyvern sits in the only place which is safe. His Fountain.
Yeah, he actually cannot really go out far. That's so sad.
Like the Wyvern cage perimeter.
Yeah, notice he has a smoke, so that's a smart idea. Like if he smokes just himself during the daytime, he can actually maybe get a good ultimate off on the Meepo. That's by far his best option. Unless he wants to buy a Blink Dagger. I think Blink Dagger might be better than Refresher because Refresher you probably won't get until the game's over. I think Blink may get him to that point where he can actually do something. You can also dodge like the EBE projectile too, which will also save him.
See if you can do that kind of play. WG are just trying to like hold up as long as they possibly can.
Yeah.
They realize they need anything they can to survive the next engagement. That's why Underlord's even looking towards having the Vladimirs up and running.
But they don't have anything else. No Battle Furies. I think like HOD is, yeah, it's not that useful. I think Maelstrom would be way more useful into Mjolnir. The 12 lightning bouts of the Mjolnir is invaluable versus creeps in this sort of scenario. But just no one has gold to play with except for the Alchemist. I'm still a little bit surprised that he changed out his armlet instead of buffing up his teammates, just because their teammates are so poor.
Well, if he's able to like even setting the courier up to pick up the point booster, like get it to do the trip now, so at least you got that option up your sleeve if you do want to get that quick Aghanim Scepter.
The map's dark though. The courier could easily die.
Yep. But if it's just the point booster, you can do it now. Can they spawn up later? Sentry Ward's actually being de-warded, so WG realizing that something is awry. The Moonlight Shadow Execration enter the base, blink forward, lasso, it's over on the Juggernaut. That's a big kill if they can get it, but with the Pit of Malphus up, plus the Cold Embrace, maybe they have enough of the secondary lasso. It held the Alchemist, plus the Juggernaut in position. Juggernaut's gonna die before he can get anything off. A very, very quick buyback, but he needs a kill, but on who? No one really left. They push back onto the tier 4 towers, the Alchemist. Now we can fight the Mirana, retrigger the Lincoln Sphere, maybe now with the Omni Slash and the Pit. Mirana, 4-star back out, Leap as well, Glimmer Cape, everything they've got. They get her a little bit more distance, but the Bat Rider, a little bit of isolation there under the illusions, plus the concoction's done. Where are you off to, Kangaroo? You're sending everybody back 1 inch, back to the well. The safety pullout just in case Execration was going to force the issue any harder. But they hold for the moment. Global Silence is on cooldown for another 80 seconds.
So it was just a Juggernaut buyback and a Winter Wyvern death. So that's actually not so bad, all things considered.
It could have been very expensive for them. It could have actually been the game, is what it could have been.
Yeah. Still no Winter's Curse. The bottom's sole duty is just eliminate Winter Wyvern in the fights.
Poor Wyvern. What else can he do? Like, you pick up the cloak, it's a little bit of survivability, unless you're going to Glimmer Cape at the very, very start and then just walk yourself into the fight, but there's too much vision.
I think
and the fact that Bat Rider was able to completely lock down the Juggernaut, like without his buyback, no, obviously that fight would have been straight over just because of the control from Bat Rider.
I personally think he should have sold his Tranks for the Blink Dagger. I think would have been way better.
For the
Trank
Wyvern?
armor is like, who cares about 3 armor right now?
So you actually literally just leave him sitting in the tree line on the south or potentially inside of his fountain and wait for Execration to come in close. Blink
Yeah.
forward.
When's the last time we saw like a half-decent Winter's Curse? We haven't, because he's just dead all the time.
Bottom lane was the last one at the tier 1 tower.
Like, Mirana's sole focus is to kill the Wyvern. Wyvern's sole focus should be able to get his Winter's Curse off. It doesn't matter if you have like mana to spam out waves for the Splitter Shards. I guess it's kind of useful in this scenario, but you can rely on the Juggernaut and the Alchemist to push your lanes out. Like, you just have to survive to get your ultimate off. That is the only thing that he should be doing.
Well, he's got 3.8k net worth to play around with, and that's all. But he actually looks like he's quick player.
It's because he was too poor to. He thought that was a game-ending fight, and I don't blame him for that. It looked like Apocalypse was upon them, and he had 1,800 gold, so naturally he's not going to be able to buy the blink, and just went for a
Rinse, repeat. Observer and Sentry is down, so they can see it thanks to the Bat Rider gem that's there. The refresh orb's off cooldown in 6 seconds time for the Bat Rider. Another Sentry Ward down. It's done well off target from the Nyx Assassin, and then Blink Lasso and a big one. Nyx plus Underlord. It's the 2 big controllers with the silence. Have they got enough? Maybe they do. Another Lasso. This time it's the Juggernaut. The Wyvern pulled back in again. Bat Rider, everybody have a big group hug because Execration have done it. They will 2-1 out WG.
This was definitely DJ's game. DJ crushed this game on that Bat Rider, and playing without a BKB is very difficult, I think, versus the Nyx Assassin. I also think the play around the Silencer, too. Like, the Silencer pick and the way they utilize him in all the team fights just protected all their cores and just made a lot of supports for WG felt useless.
And I actually thought DJ was going to have such a harder time with Arfu's Nyx Assassin on the field. Like, it's always been that big counter against the Bat Rider, but the early Aghanim Scepter, there was no response, right?
The Earth Spirit helped him out for that first gun.
True.
That's what really helped him out. But the Silencer is really good versus very poor supports like this game. Like, when your net worth isn't evenly distributed, like the Global Silence, you're just useless.
How much did he actually end up with? So he actually stole 42 intelligence out of all of Warriors in that entire fight, with his 26 assists.
Well, Execration pretty happy with their victory. DJ, star of the game, I would say.
Yeah, I would say the same. We'll see if the panel's going to probably agree a little bit later on. But Warriors Gaming, still fantastic performance from them, but the victory goes to Execration. More Dota coming up later on, as well as a couple of experts and a desk with some microphones.
are here with Kimo of Execration with the win. Very nice. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Very brave hug. Understandable. Very understandable. We'll get to that. Meepo pick. Very interesting. And they had the Winter Wyvern, of course. Natural counter to that. How did you feel coming into it, and what got you guys to want to pick Meepo for this?
Actually, when the time that I pick Silencer Meepo, I know that we can win, even if they pick Winter Wyvern. Yeah. I think it's easy for Meepo to win as long as we get Silencer and good initiations. That's it.
And that's what happened. Would you feel that Meepo is the hero of the tournament, based because we've been getting a lot of Meepo picks? Would you say Meepo is pretty much the hero of this tournament based on how he's been performing?
I think maybe, but as long as you can play Meepo, if you want to pick it, just go for it. Whatever strat you want to do is okay, I think.
And you did. We were talking like before we were on set. You said they would not see you guys pick a Meepo. They would not see that coming, and you were saving that. Explain. Just tell me where you're coming from with that.
Actually, we don't want to pick Meepo versus WG because we're saving it for Wings. But I think now they know that we're gonna pick Meepo if they open it.
Okay, and there you have it. Saving it for Wings. Very nice. Speaking of all the big guns, WG with a hell of a fight. Come on, WG with a hell of a fight. You feel the silence. You feel the tension. They were the local team, of course. We acknowledge that. Who feels? Hey, we get that. We understand that. He understands that. Who needs a hug? We'll make you feel better right now. One person, we give it you right now. We'll give it to you. Come here, you sir. Come here. We'll make you feel better. Come here. It's okay. Lots of love. Come here, buddy. It's okay. Local team. It happens. But come here. Lots of love. We're gonna make it okay. You're crying. It's okay. We're gonna make that better. Come here. Relief is coming in 3, 2. Come here. It's okay. Give him. Come. All right. It's okay. You can cry. No. Let it out. You're still a man. All right. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. Execration. Good job. All right. Thank you very much, Malaysia. You've been awesome. Congratulations on the win. Of course, more Dota action in just a bit. Cheers.
Good job, Eri. Yeah, giving out the love. We like that. Well done, and congratulations to Execration. Do you want hugs?
Can we get Eri? Can Eri come give it? I don't want a hug.
He doesn't want a hug. You need some hugs.
Yeah, but not from you.
Okay, well, that's fair.
Like you're my abusive grandfather or something.
Well, Cap's going to get all my love then. That's fine. Don't mind at all. Should we get back to the actual, reviewing of the game? That'd be good.
Over a little bit. I don't feel comfortable with it.
I saw you earlier with some of the love you could give.
Okay. Execration, well done to them. Congrats. Good win. And a third game which always looked like it was going their way.
Yeah, I think there were, I don't know. I don't know about that. I think there were like certain situations, like there were all those mid lane engagements that kept on happening over and over, and I kind of liked what WG Unity was doing. They were trying to like not concede any map control. They were playing these kind of defensive 5v5s. If any of those fights like went a little bit more their way, then all of a sudden their other cores become a lot more applicable, and they can actually start actively contesting Execration a lot more. And then also that very last engagement in the mid lane where Underlord failed to be able to pull the Alchemist out. If that happens, that whole entire game probably changes, because at that point in time, Alchemist easily defends. They're also able to probably push out. There's a threat of like, these heroes don't have buybacks. You buy time for the Alchemist to be able to get these upgrades for these other heroes as well. I have to say, though, DJ was super impressive on that bat round.
God, you brought up that point, didn't you? We talked to you before the game started, and you said, if anyone has to step up now and bring them a big game, it's DJ, and he delivered.
Yeah, he absolutely did. It was such a great pick to go with the silencer. If anything, we talked so much about how this is going to be a Meepo game where they get the silencer with the Meepo, but it was really kind of how the silencer worked with the Bat Rider and then the Mirana dishing out as much damage as the Meepo throughout the game. I think Nando had a fantastic game. He's the one who really racked up the kills and assists more so than the Meepo did. It's kind of this mindset where you see this Meepo pick, you're so set on countering it, and then they fifth pick this Mirana that didn't really have any good answer to it. They couldn't lock her down. They didn't have the damage to kill her. Alchemist is, to me, not like you farm and you hit these good timings against Mirana, but once it goes late game, Mirana's very good against Alchemist, and that's where I think WG Unity struggled come late game against the Mirana.
That engagement in the top river, I remember watching that and going, I think that was one of the biggest mistakes that WG Unity did. They tried to be a bit too aggressive and got lured into this fight that was really nasty for them. And it just made the engagements like that immediately followed. Like this one, just impossible for them because there was such a big experience and gold lead for Execration for so early on into the game.
Yeah, just small mistakes, Jacob, isn't it? It can turn games like that.
It is. I still think the draft also mattered quite a lot. Not to beat a dead horse, but the draft from Execration was stronger than that of Warriors Gaming. But play-wise, I was like Nando on the Mirana probably sticks out the most. Nana had a great game on it the game before, so it's great to see that they both perform on such a high level. In you know, they played it differently, but still a great performance nonetheless from everyone on Execration. I think they can actually go in and give Wings a run for their money.
Yeah, too bad they had to throw out that Meepo, right? Like they were talking about it in the interview.
Yeah,
I think Wings are kind of team that will give it to them for one game potentially, and just get kind of a bit
maybe,
confident, you know.
But they didn't let DC have them in the second or third game yesterday. They,
Yep.
you know, didn't even care. And even if they'd beaten DC with a Meepo, they still didn't let them have them for the next two games.
And
So,
we'll also have a better understanding of like the way that Execration did that. It wasn't just about the Meepo, like Odds was pointing out, is that they drafted very well with the silencer, and I think that was really what won them the draft.
yeah. A few last words for WG. Disappointment on home soil, obviously, coming here and not winning a series or a match. So. Where do they go from here?
I mean, they're
is
a
it just
young
part,
team, right?
Is it a learning team? Is it education? Are they just going to get better?
That's all you can do with tournaments like these. Like, if you don't go deep, if you don't win from them, then you at least learn from them. You learn from defeats, you don't learn from victories. And that's what they got to take away from this. They're meeting some formidable teams with a lot of experience under their belts. And for them to, at least they won one game.
Yeah,
I guess
it's their second international LAN event. That's what I think a lot of people will be forgetting when coming into this. I think there was a lot of expectation of it. It's their second LAN event, and this time it's their first time coming to a LAN with expectations to do at least reasonably well because of the fact that they made it into the top 8 at the Boston Major. They took a game off OG, one of the few teams that actually did that there. So they looked really impressive in Boston. So people kind of looking at them like, oh, they're going to be great. And suddenly you go into a tournament where you're no longer the underdogs. You play with a lot more pressure. And I think it kind of showed here with WG Unity.
Yeah. And also they were in a patch that they were comfortable with, that was already sorted, that everyone knew everything about. So maybe they were already learning things themselves from other people. But here they've got to kind of invent their own way of doing things.
Yeah, they sort of stand out to me, sort of like the Asian at Finnem in a way. They're the team that starts going to tournaments. They don't run deep in the tournament, but they start showing that they're there, they're present, and then eventually their time will come if they keep practicing as hard and they get that individual skill level. At Finnem have played for years now before they finally made their breakthrough in the Boston Major.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you to all three of you. Going to get more, of course, from our panel very shortly. We are headed towards a break. Before we get there, though, I do want to remind you that we have a big match coming up. It is the final elimination match in Group A to decide who goes through to the semi-finals. Team MP, of course, making their way through this morning, and they'll face off against a very, very disappointed Virtus Pro. They caught up with Sir Action Slacks after their defeat yesterday.
Hey guys, we're at the Genting World Resort here with VP members Lil and Nine Pasha. How's it going? Now, you guys have a match coming up today. It's a lot of stress, so I thought, since we're here, we'll take you on this wonderful roller coaster to ease your nerves, huh? You feeling good? Is this helping?
No, I'm very excited. We have game like in 3 hours. We are very excited. Malaysia is so cool, so cool. I'm very, very excited. It's so impressive. Wow.
Lil loves the roller coaster, dude. Nine Pasha, how you doing, man? Is this good? Is this helping for the excitement for your game?
Yeah.
Great. All right. Well, we'll keep having a good time. Look at it down there. Woo! Whee! Hey! All right, boys. Time to go. Go play your match. Use that exhilaration. Use that adrenaline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Be excited, Nine Pasha. Go!
Incredible. Sir Action Slacks with the in-depth interview, finding out the results and the answers we want to hear from. We'll see Virtus Pro in action after the break. Just a quick reminder for you, if you are here as well, there's a little bonus for you, courtesy of our friends at Lenovo. The Y710 Cube is available here, complete with the GTX 1070 from NVIDIA. And you can go and get it right now at their store and get a cash rebate of RM400 right now. Thank you very much to Lenovo. We are headed to a break, as I said. When we come back, though, it's a big one for Virtus Pro. They have to get their downers out of the way as they go head-to-head with a team on a roll. It's Team MP after the break.
team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone, welcome to ESL One. They're waiting to come back in. They're up in the high ground with Field Life right, and they got it. He's down. Under 6 seconds. University trouble. This could be it.
Hi, excuse me. Most of us don't really give chance to a random person on the street. So together with Wrigley's, we came up with a little experiment to show you if you cast a chance with someone, amazing things can happen. Hi, would you like to go on a 5-minute date with me? You have time? I'm sure your husband wouldn't mind. Hi, 5-minute dates with me? Like, give me one chance? 5 minutes to... This is harder than I thought. Hi, would you like to go on a 5-minute date with me?
5-minute date?
5 minutes, like right now. It's a surprise. You have to go on a date to find out. That's a yes?
Yes.
That's a yes?
Yes.
The turtle has landed.
Yeah, I see you back here in 5 minutes. Yeah?
You ready to go?
Thank you very much.
Are you ready?
Yes.
And our 5-minute date starts now. So how do I address you?
Well, you can call me Natalia.
You can call me Ayman. I hope you love jazz. Isn't this amazing?
It's amazing. We're skating away now?
Yes, we are. here. You know play? We're in the arcade. Let's do this. You got better in your first round. Are you ready for the next level?
Come on,
Let's do this. No way! No way you scored! Hey, guess what? We're at last pit stop. Ready to take a seat? Tickets?
Oh, thank you.
You know what? The movie's about to begin.
Oh, okay, okay, That's so funny. Oh my god.
Classic Indiana. Ta-da!
You're really funny.
And it looks like our 5-minute time is up.
Really?
So would you go on a second date with me? Ah. Hey, give me one. See what happens when you kasih chance?
Welcome back to Resorts World Genting for ESL One Genting 2017. The Dota 2 season has kicked off early in 2017. We're not wasting any time this year as we head into the Arena of Stars. As you can see, the crowd are just taking a little bit of a break. We also have an extended break here on the desk as well, which we welcome back a few familiar faces to the desk. Welcome back to Malini, to Purge, and of course the one and only Odie Pixel. How are you all doing?
Good.
All good? Enjoying the game so far?
Yeah, I'm just really glad we haven't seen all stomps like we did day one.
Yeah.
I think teams have really been getting their comfort zone in.
Yeah, it's nice to get a few good games in here. We've got an extended break, as I said, before the next matchup, so we're going to use that time to talk a little bit about 7.0, 7.01, and just get a general feeling from you as to how you feel like the meta's developing. I know it's very early still, it's 2 days, there's not much that we can judge it on, but we've got some stats on Dota Buff, and we've had a look at some of the win rates, and they're a little bit surprising, Odie.
I mean, there really is. I mean, kind of coming into the tournament, I hear that a lot of people were talking about was the Slaughter.
Yep.
It was something that was being picked a lot in pub games. It was having relatively, I believe, quite a good win rate in pub performance. But here, most picked, 8 games, 12.5%. Only 1 win in there. I mean, that's
crazy. I mean, you'd never have predicted that.
I mean,
would you?
what's up with that, Purge? Why are we seeing that happen with Slaughter?
My first guess is I think that Slaughter is not very good at punishing in the laning stage. I think once he gets Blink Dagger, there's a lot of great things he does, but in laning stage, I think there's just better offlane heroes. Would you agree with that?
I think so, but he sometimes doesn't go to offlane. I think that's one of his main problems why he has been losing a lot. It's just because he's picked very early on in the draft when you don't actually know what he's good against. So it's like, oh, he's not good in the offlane, we're going to throw him to support, but he might not be the best hero, as opposed to a hero like Rubik, let's say, who is good in a lot of situations. Like Slaughter, if you don't have that much physical damage, his ultimate's not that useful. Like if you don't have follow-up stuns, or if you can't farm a blink, he's not that useful, whereas I think Rubik would be a much better first pick.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of teams have just been picking up early on in the draft without really a good plan for him.
Yeah, it's interesting, Rubik, isn't it? Because earlier on in the year, when we were in previous patches, he was kind of like a 5 pick or a 4 pick. He was quite safe to pick wherever you wanted to pick him, but very rarely we'd see him early on. Here, we've seen him very early on, first pick, second pick, and actually he's got a 100% win rate. Only 4 games, admittedly, but it's seemingly worked out.
Yeah, he can fit into any strategy, but I think the biggest difference that I've seen from this patch is that teams are showing what they want from the first pick, like the Meepos that we've seen in the first phase multiple times now, and I'm surprised we haven't seen Sven yet. He's one of the heroes that I like the most versus Meepo.
He's a lot worse in this patch, though. They changed Cleave. I haven't actually played a game on him yet, but I know it's more cone and less of a giant circle in front of you, and there's less camp respawn, so it's more difficult to stack camps and to get a lot of farm in that way. So is a good counter. Winter Wyvern's, I think, a little bit better on paper in pubs, at least. So
who else has surprised you, either picked that you didn't expect to see quite as early, or is there any others in the pool that you think, well, actually, I'm sure we should have seen more of them so far?
Well, I thought that that series was starting to confuse me, the amount of Winter Wyvern picks. It's a hero that is very good against Meepo, but it's good against things like Legion Commander duels, like heroes that are entirely physically based, but it was picked like opening first to a couple of those games, and in some of the cases not entirely warranted and really did fall flat. So that was a hero I think people got a little over eager about just because they saw a good performance or two yesterday.
Okay, Ben, I want to ask you a question about Wisp. On 7.01 and 7.00 right now, across all games played, 38% win rate in both. It's the lowest of all heroes, and yet everyone I've spoken to here has been, no, really good, really
I
good.
think he's
I
really
think he could
good.
be really strong.
I think he's really strong.
So why are we seeing that difference?
I'm not exactly sure yet, but I think he's strong because of the amount of runes that you can get. Like, you're often just traveling in between the lanes as Wisp, and you can just refill your bottle, and you have like even more healing than before because of how often you can refill your bottle. But aside from that, I don't really know why he hasn't been winning that much.
Yeah, well, he hasn't been picked much. I mean, he's been winning. We saw him in conjunction with an Underlord yesterday, worked very effectively.
Yeah, he's got a win here for the tournament. I mean, yeah, he gives you a lot of regen, but I feel like you don't even need that as much as you did in the last patch, because now you've got fountains. Who needs an IO when you can just walk to a shrine, and there's two shrines, and there's a shrine in your base, you don't even have to walk all the way to your fountain to get healed now. I think that aspect of IO is actually less important now because you do have that backup. If anything, you'd want his rotations to actually get something done, and it's difficult to do that, I feel. There's just so many better roaming forward positions than IO for that reason.
So you think that's maybe why we're not seeing the pros picking him up quite so much?
Yeah, I mean, and it's also, people are trying to figure out what their limits are. And IO is definitely a hero that can exploit limits, but I think things are a little bit too up in the air. It's so much safer just to grab something that's a disable or a hard stun or a silence or something.
Eddie Pixel, we've seen a couple of really good Ember Spirits so far.
We have, exactly.
Yeah.
We've seen, 2 games, and each time they went for a different build. We saw one where it went for the Veil Radiance, one where they went for the Veil Blade Mail Lincoln Sphere, and both were absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, you mentioned kind of what heroes are we a little surprised we're not seeing more of. I'd say that one. It has been banned out 3 times, so teams are taking it into account, but I wonder kind of as this day progresses, and obviously going into tomorrow as well, we have got obviously MP coming up. That's a team that could pick it, so I think in that draft and in future drafts, Ember Spirit is certainly going to go up in popularity here now.
We're seeing a little bit more Shadow Fiend, which always pleases me. Quite like the
Yeah,
plays, so.
and again, that's a hero we could definitely see. We've got no one on VP, arguably one of the best Shadow Fiends at the moment still in the tournament. And it's a hero that they were trying to make yesterday work against Newbie. I want to say they lost one of the games they did play it in. I think they won. Did they play it twice in that series? Was it just the loss?
I can't remember. I think they did play. Yeah, they played it with an Underlord, I believe, and they won that game. And then they picked it again, and they got shut down a little bit by roaming. The other hero that's been really dominant is Queen of Pain. Very picked. 5 games, won 4 of them. And that's the arguably fourth most picked hero of the tournament so far. It's only been some teams that are playing around with her, but the ones that have been really successful.
Yeah, we saw one poor game. I think
that was today. Warriors gaming, I believe.
Yeah, and it was a struggle. Yeah. Ben, anything that you haven't seen yet you thought you would?
I think Enigma. I'm a little bit surprised. I think the general conception is that the jungle is a lot weaker because of the spawns, but there's more camps to compensate for that, and I think Enigma's. Like, junglers are considered weak because they make your lanes weak, but they only make your lane weak for like 4 or 5 minutes because that's how long it takes to get level 6. And then it's nighttime, you smoke, you get a kill with Black Hole, and there's been like a lot of huge team fight lineups, and I think that he like just takes the cake for being the king team fighter.
You can still level as fast. I saw a video of a guy doing it. It was like 4.5 minutes.
Yeah,
you want Bladestone, and you also can't break your clarities anymore, so it's actually easier to jungle in a lot of ways on Enigma than it was before.
Yeah, you can tank.
So.
It's super easy.
Okay, we're going to get into our match very shortly. One final question on the updates, and it kind of goes to all 3 of you. Shrine usage so far, how do you assess it? We'll start with you, Kevin.
It's been pretty reasonable for what we expected, I think.
You don't think we've seen any strategy sort of basing it around it, or trying to push tier 2s or anything like that?
Not really. I mean, we've sometimes seen like a TP into Shrine to kill a guy that roamed early on, things like that. But past that, it's mostly just been healing and kill them after the tier 2s are dead.
There's been a couple of players who've got caught out of position as well, and they've kind of, it almost seems like they've forgotten that that's there, and they've.
I haven't seen that.
I haven't seen that too much.
I saw that once.
If you've played enough pubs, you know that.
Yeah.
Fight around shrines.
There's like times where somebody will go there, low HP, and the other guy tries to lead him off, and they may or may not get there first. But I haven't really seen like a super close call in those cases, except for late game.
I think with the shrines as well, what's quite nice that I do like about them, I'm a little bit iffy about the whole kind of the region on the middle of the map, mid-fight, and then suddenly it's like, all right, okay, you can't kill me, I'm going to kill you. But I do like the usage when it's kind of on the high ground. We saw it, I think it was actually in the last game I remember, where, obviously Warriors game, they did lose, but there was a defense where they held on, they were on really low life, but because of the shrine, they were able to instantly get themselves back in the fight and aggressively fight off, obviously, the side of Execration when they were still trying to defend. You know, it's a failed push, they're trying to back up. Normally it's like, okay, we've got to back up as well, but shrines allow you to just continue the fight and make sure that the enemy team's punished.
Yeah, it's very interesting stuff. We'll talk, of course, more today and tomorrow, of course, during finals day about the recent patches. We are going to move on to our next matchup. It is a best of 3 between Team MP and Virtus Pro. We'll start with Team MP. Ben watched the game earlier on. Obviously, it's hard to assess because there's so few games of them, but they look much better today.
Yeah, I think Envy has
performed very well today. Mirana and Ember Spirit, those are just in his wheelhouse, I would say. So if you're Virtus Pro, you either have a solution for Envy and these heroes, because I think he's the most volatile of the players in terms of MP's performance.
Expecting some respect bans?
Or counters, either or.
Yeah, I think it's more like they'll see the opener and then ban the heroes that correspond really well with that. Although that may not even work. I mean, in their final game, they picked Mirana. It ended up being amazing, but it didn't synergize at all with their team for the first like 15 minutes. It wasn't until Mirana was like ready to own the game by herself that she became a really viable pick. So maybe that's, I feel like his pool is deep enough where he won't necessarily have to go to one of those heroes that he's okay at, but has some really inconsistent performances on. So I think NP will be fine draft-wise.
Okay. In terms of attention elsewhere in the team, ODPixel, Aoi doesn't always get the plaudits he deserves, but he's also had a couple of good games today.
I mean, he's always had a solid game, you know what I mean? It's obviously not as flashy as what Envy's doing across the map, but Aoi's proven, obviously, in the first 2 games today, very reliable. He's always going to be in the right position. Sometimes, you know, I think it was in the second game, they were sort of behind at the mid-game, but then by the end of it, Aoi always at the top there with Envy, incredible amounts of farm, and he always seems to know the right times to turn up to the fight. This isn't someone that's over-aggressive, it's someone that knows, I'm going to use this lane to farm, and now my team needs me, or they can cope without me. You know, Envy and the boys have got this, I can stick here, farm up the lane. So I think a lot of eyes on Aoi. And another player to point out as well, I really feel is Rose. We saw him obviously playing 2 very aggressive kind of fours today with the Spirit Breaker and the Undying. And we're seeing just how crucial this position is and how crucial it is on that player to make things happen. So for me, a lot of eyes on Rose this game.
There is the lineup. We spoke about Rose, Aoi, Eternal Envy, SVG, and MSS in the lineup for Team NP. They go head-to-head with Virtus Pro, so NP versus VP. Looking forward to the commentary of that, just to see whether they trip up the tongues or anything.
I think the one thing that NP really has going for them that they've been doing fantastic since they got here is really good lane matchups. Even the one game that they had a lot of trouble with where Envy eventually carried it, the lanes starting off were put in such a way that it gave them a massive advantage against their opponents. But Fnatic eventually fought back, started getting some really good skirmishes by 10 to 20 minute mark, but I just thought that NP is clearly thinking the game out from the laning stage all the way to the mid game. Sometimes they had some disable problems, but it really impressed me because the laning stage has been really important so far.
Okay, we're going to turn our attention to Virtus Pro in a moment. One last question on MP. There was a lot of suggestion from all of the members of this panel, different ones to you obviously as well, that said their style doesn't suit this patch. Have they managed to persuade you otherwise?
I don't even know if I'd say they have I mean, their style's gone. Treant he's out of the game. Can't play it anymore. That was their go-to. Warlock's still good. Mirana's still good.
Omni-Knight's still good.
And Omni's good, and Ember's better, maybe better than he was before even. So I think they're fine. They'll be
don't think
able to
their
adapt.
style doesn't. I mean, I think Jacob was saying in
There's the other
particular
heroes.
that they play very slow, or maybe
Sven
too
and
slow.
Invoker, yeah, I still think they play a little bit slow. Like
Right.
you don't see them like group up as 5 like very early on, like 10-15 minutes. That's not really their style. Even when they pick like Luna and Drought Ranger, they don't do that as often as other teams.
But they do grab heroes that are very good at 5-manning. Like
Yeah, they do.
Undying, Warlock, like they're ready to fight when the fights happen. Do you think that's just a stylistic choice though, or do you
I think it's
just
a style choice.
Yeah,
Like,
you don't think it impacts so much.
Yeah, they have the heroes to fight, but they just choose not to
Yeah.
fight. Just
But they know it's there if they need it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas Virtus Pro, obviously, we've seen the aggression that they come out with is very different style indeed. We'll talk about Virtus Pro now. So how do you assess their tournament so far?
It's been rocky, but at the same time, I think other than that game 3 against Newbie, it's shown a lot of promise. You know, this is a team very, very stable. I think it's a team that NP are going to have certainly more difficulty going against than in comparison to Fnatic this morning. You know, Fnatic obviously kind of a newer roster. VP, this is a roster where, you know, if Envy goes for one of his plays that's not quite going to have a 100% success rate, VP, they've got kind of the team coordination to punish it and make sure that any mistake that comes out from the lineup of MP is instantly punished and turned around. So I feel that MP, they can't be as flashy as they were this morning.
Yeah.
They've got to be a little safer with their plays against this
It's
side.
true, isn't it? Virtus Pro are going to punish them for anything they even remotely make a mistake on.
I mean, they're extremely high-skilled players, but with that said, I saw a lot of drafting errors come out of VP. Their lane setups were weird and greedy. If they're drafting anything like they did on the last day that they played, MP's going to crush them.
Yeah,
That's
it's going to be a
genuinely
painful.
happen. They got to get back up to the regular form where people expect them to play.
Yeah. Do you feel like that might be, sorry Ben, do you feel like that might be a little bit of holiday blues still hanging over? Haven't had a huge amount of time to practice?
if they pick like weird heroes and weird lanes, it means they have a lot of confidence. And I think a lot of the confidence was shattered after the Boston Major. They were probably a little bit too high-headed going into the tournament. And I don't know if they've like recovered from that, if they've been brought back down to earth and be like, okay, you need to try really hard not to do too weird of things. I'm still not particularly sure where they're at. I didn't really get too much of that from the newbie game. I wonder if they're going to like adopt newbies kind of form of playing Quap a lot, because that was actually one of the heroes that I saw that was his best hero back in the day.
Yep, there's the lineup. We've already sent the interview with Sir Action Slacks. It was a limited interview, it has to be said. It was on a roller coaster. I'm sure these boys are hoping this is not a roller coaster and it's all uphill for their opponents today as they try and make their semi-final. And we'll just get your final thoughts on this particular matchup with the predictions. Ben, we'll start with you. Virtus Pro presumably come into this as favourites, having dropped down from the upper bracket final. But MP's form this morning, has that changed the dynamic of who is the favourite in this game?
I think Fnatic were not in that great of shape, and MP just hasn't really been. It wasn't that great of a showing from them because they were up against a weak team. So I think VP 2-0.
Okay.
Ooh, I think I disagree with that. I think NP. This is the best that they played, I think, so far. Maybe not overall total, but I think they played very well today. Their drafting was good. Their laning was good. I think they played much better than VP did the other day. Even though the team was worse, I don't know. It definitely could be draft advantages. I think it's close. I would say probably NP 2-1.
Okay.
Yes.
These are interesting because this is not how this was supposed to go yesterday at all.
I just feel like VP they were under-leveled on their supports consistently. Their draft was weird. I think NP has the edge right now, but VP could definitely turn around.
All right, community, just to help you out, ODPixel. Community 66-34 in favour of Virtus Pro. So where are you going?
I would agree with that. I've got to agree with Ben as well.
Right.
I really feel 2-0.
You're going with Twitch chat right now. You realise
I'm
right?
going with the memes, absolutely. But no, to kind of just go on from what Ben said, I really feel that VP got knocked down, but they did get knocked down by Newbie, and Newbie arguably looking like one of the best sides here at this land. So how much you can take away from that in comparison to obviously MP's matchup against Fnatic, I think you can take away that they've just been tested that little bit more than MP. This is the real test for MP, and VP, I feel they're really going to give it to them.
All right, okay, we're moments away from the draft, but we do, of course, need a couple of teams on the main stage. So let's head over there right now to Eri.
Game 3 is set right here at the Arena of Stars at Resorts World Genting. Our first team making their way to the stage, we have Team NP. Here we have Team NP. Their opponents, we have Virtus Pro. Show some love for Virtus Pro. Game 3 is set at Resorts World Genting. Will Virtus Pro move on to the next round, or will Team NP celebrate with another bottle of Sky Juice? Game is set right here at the Arena of Stars. NP versus VP.
Thank you very much. Yes. We'll see whether they'll be celebrating the juice or not. Big game for both teams right now, on the verge of the semi-final. We already know two of our semi-finalists. This will be the third one. Obviously, got another match after this one to come as well, so still plenty of Dota 2 to come. We know where it's going, but we're going to move into the draft now, which means we've already mentioned it once, Virtus Pro have got to overcome this sticky patch of picking weird stuff.
Yeah, I think I mean, I kind of want to hear what Persia's opinion is, because you're the kind of the guy that's been saying, VP, you feel, yesterday against Newbie, you just didn't like what they were doing? Was it
They did reactionary stuff.
Yeah.
You know, they grabbed a bat in, they tried to move around to control more lanes. Didn't work out very well. They picked roaming Weaver. Normally very successful for them in past patches, but they fell flat pretty hard in some cases. A lot of that was because their opponents kept grabbing Quap mid, so like roaming Pudge, not going to work there. Roaming Weaver, not going to be very effective. That kind of stuff was definitely a blockade. Could have just been Newbie, but I feel like putting yourself in those positions in the first place is a huge mistake.
We've also got to get over some mental gremlins as well, Ben, because they'll want to kind of forget that yesterday. What do they tell themselves? Do they say, well, Newbie are world class right now, we lost to a world class team, let's not get too downhearted about it, ignore it, move on?
Probably, but there were some weird elements to the draft yesterday that they probably didn't expect. Like the first phase Drow Ranger was completely unexpected. I haven't seen really that many other teams do it, at least not on the main stage. And then they also did the support Weaver, which was also something that not that many teams pull off with success other than VP. So they were probably like, what? These guys are doing this strat? Because Newbie haven't really shown that much before. I guess they showed that Centaur strat that they played exactly the same way earlier, but that's also kind of a new face offlane Centaur. Who picks Centaur nowadays? So I think they were caught off guard, and they'll be more wise to their ways.
Do you think they might go back to some comfort picks here, Kevin? Virtus Pro?
I think so. I mean, I think they've been ignoring a lot of heroes that there were absolute staples before, like Ogre Magi, for example. You can influence your lanes, you can stimulate your carries to make them even better than they would be normally. I think stuff like that is fairly reasonable. A lot of teams are focusing on laning stage, and VP kind of seems like they're trying to do that, but I really was surprised how underleveled their supports were consistently. Even when they had a hero like Disruptor, they'd be level 4 at 10 minutes or level 4 at 9 minutes. They need to prioritize, I think, maybe some staples, zone the offlaner if possible, do a lot of pulling and connect throughs, that kind of stuff, to guarantee that your supports do get some advantage as well. Because at some point, it's going to be the supports moving around the map getting kills. Of course, can't do it every time, it's more obvious.
Deep in thought right now as we head towards this draft, and what do you think is going through their mind, Owen?
I think a lot of pressure, really. You know, obviously, as we keep mentioning, coming out of the matchup that they had yesterday, and
no pressure there.
Aoi, he's relaxing. He's got this one in the bag. But no, I feel for both teams, VP more so, because a lot more was expected from them potentially, and you don't expect a team like VP to be beaten down as hard as they were yesterday. So understandable there, why little deep in thought, preparing for this draft, and as we're seeing as well, I mean, the importance of the draft. Do you think the draft is more important or less important than it was in the previous patch?
I think it's really important right now because people are uncomfortable with the what is normal. They don't really know exactly what they can get away with, what they can't get away with. And then you get put in these games where it ends up being a stomp because you're completely off base there, or you're not expecting your opponents to ever pick Quap because Quap has barely been touched for, I don't know, 6 months, a year maybe.
Yeah, there's a lack of practice on certain one. I mean, theory crafting's one thing, but actually playing with a specific hero, you've got to still be able to play it well.
And it's completely different from pubs. You know, everybody was focused so heavily on Helm of the Dominator and has been impactful here, but in some cases maybe even been over-purchased on every carry kind of a thing. So there's a lot of small things that seem viable in pubs that just genuinely won't work against really good teams.
Early Drow ban.
So Underlord is still in. That's the biggest thing that I noticed.
As is the Luna, as is the Shadow Demon.
I think.
As is the Marauder.
I mean, I kind of like to see VP just take the Shadow Demon. They're very, very good with it. And
well, they can take SDM on if they want.
They could. They could get the combo. Or something like the kind of the Slardar ST as well. I kind of feel it could help VP if they kind of stick with it.
Oh, it's 12.5% win rate.
I know, but their Slardar Lifestealer is. They are, I'd say, one of the best teams with that combo.
I think it's too early for Slardar. I think they would prefer to grab something that's better in the off lane, just pressure-wise. Underlord's perfect for it.
Yep, so Ben called that one.
Put him with something else. Underlord's fixture is really just farming, get a big teamfight item like Mech or Vlad's, and then join your team with fights.
We're going to see the Wisp in here?
I don't think they'll pick it up first phase.
Yeah.
They like it second or third phase, generally. The question is whether or not they want to deal with the SD. SD hasn't been banned. And NP, I'm not sure how likely they are to take it, but
with the Luna?
It's so good against Luna, the late game though. You just disrupt her and you get these amazing illusions.
It's really good.
And Solo plays a amazing Shadow Demon anyway, so.
One of the things I don't like about it though is it's weak for the dual lane off lane, which I think that VP kind of have been liking to do.
That's true.
That's I think the one big downside about it, because I think they probably want to pressure to Luna's lane. Pasha doesn't go jungle very often.
So grab Disruptor many times before. I think they can still make it work. They just need to prioritize his levels a bit better.
He's good versus Envy's good heroes too, like the Ember and the Mirana. He's very good versus both of those.
And I can't remember if I don't think it was VP, but we've definitely seen another team pick this opening, this LAN, and it obviously just allows you to have an incredible amount of crowd control in the team fights there. The synergy of the pit into the kinetic field, it becomes very hard for the opponents to fight around if they don't have their BKBs.
Do you see the Luna Mirana combo this time? I've seen it already very effective once.
Sisters got to stick together, right, Owen?
Absolutely. What's that? What does that mean?
It means nothing.
I mean,
and it was successful.
Yeah.
Nice breaking the ice bridge.
No problem. We're sisters now.
I saw you crack a smile when Red Eye said something to you. I was like, man, that would make my day if I made Purge smile about something.
Really? Can I remember what it was so I can do it again?
It was something about them exchanging MP versus VP. It might have been a pity smile, but it was still
Probably
a smile.
was.
Yeah, I don't remember this. That was a pity smile.
It was a pity
I was
smile.
like, please, Red Eye, I want to talk about something.
Second phase bans, one on the way.
Yeah, standard ones there as well. Shadow Demon, as we mentioned. Yeah, they just don't want to have the chance of going up against an SD. Then SD and Mirana as well, two absolutely disgusting combinations. And you kind of mentioned it before, Red. The Shadow Fiend gets a touch upon here, banning it against no one, as I mentioned before. One of his best heroes in the mid lane, and something that they have shown that they're very happy with picking in this patch.
But it means that they're not scared of the Wisp, because usually when they pick Shadow Fiend, they pair it with the Wisp. They could easily just ban the Wisp, and that's kind of like banning out the Shadow Fiend, which is a little bit more interesting. So Ramsey's heroes still kind of up in the air. He has 3 of his bans targeted towards him, I would say, and he used to play really funny stuff like Chaos Knight and Spectre. I think were the 2 that I saw him play. I was like, who plays this anymore? But he's that guy.
Chaos Knight's not ready. The hero needs a rework.
It's great as a support.
Stop saying that. It's actually not. It's like the worst scaling ability in the game.
Hey, I wonder if they bring back the Ramses Jara. We saw Wings do it. It won a game, you know what I mean? And it was one of his classics.
It'd be really sick with their combo.
Yeah, it's got a good team fight with the Unload and Disruptor.
I mean, I don't know if you want to do it against a Luna Mirana, though. Like, Gyro has single target damage issues, unless you go the Axe build, so I just don't see it being effective against Luna Mirana. I think you just get bursted down repeatedly.
You could always bust out a Huskar. I kind of forgot about the hero, but I think Ramsey's played it before.
Yeah, I haven't seen any Huskar here.
Huskar Wisp would be nice, but I don't know if it's good this patch at all.
Okay, there's the Ogre.
There's the staple they've been needing this whole time. Lane pressure. You can just harass Mirana. You just sit mid and let him attack you, and you're like space created as your mid gets last hits. Because they have Underlord, I feel like, especially Ogre Magi as well, they just hit for this like 25-minute timing, I feel like.
What heroes do you think would pair best with it, seeing as you called out Ogre as one of their better heroes?
That was the extent of my knowledge.
Oh, okay.
I'm done. I'm out.
I mean, would you like to see maybe for Ramses something like okay.
Wow,
No
we finally
one
get a
sniper.
sniper.
It's good.
All right.
They're back.
It's taken 2 days, but we finally got one.
It's like a Boston Majors draft they did. They did Ogre Magi and Sniper, and they actually were able to keep up farm with an Alchemist, pretty much, just with Bloodlust and a fast Maelstrom. He went like Dragonlance Maelstrom, I believe. It was really effective.
They also have no heroes that can get on top of the Sniper.
Not yet.
When we saw the Lone Druid game with a super far range build, it was like he was up against Ember and Wraith King, but like Luna can't fight against a Sniper. Like the range disparity is just too great, and Mirana also can't leap in on a Sniper.
I'd say Warlock too, really.
Yeah, Warlock too, and it's also protected by the Underlord. So I think the Sniper's like, set up for really great success in this game.
Yeah, if he just goes like Mech Vlads or something like that, and he has Bloodlust on top of that, he's gonna hit really hard. I do wonder if NP's just gonna snag Avenge here for support, just to help offset some of the Underlord aura, as well as you could swap Sniper. I think that would be decent. It also gives them a arrow setup. Right now they've got nothing for Mirana.
And also something as well, yeah, to get people out of kind of Underlord and Disruptor's combination. I mean, already this battlefield is going to be an absolute mess with fields being thrown down, Pit of Malices, shrapnel everywhere from VP. It's going to be very hard for the side of MP to come into a 5v5, and unless they do get a good jump on one of the backliners or the sniper in VP's case.
Yeah, they need a way to get in the fight, like a Blink Ravage, I think would be perfect.
Yeah,
That's something.
Okay. Oh god,
they'll do it.
I was gonna say this, but I was like, I really hope they don't pick Spirit Breaker, because
like
Spirit Breaker is awful against Underlord. You just put the pit down, and it lasts like 12 seconds, and if he charges through it, he's just stunned. It's terrible against Underlord if the pit is in the right place. And I was thinking about it, but Darkseer's already banned, so I didn't expect it. But I'm not feeling good about SB here. They're a little weak on Disable at least, but at least in like mid to late game team fights, it's not a good matchup.
Maybe they just wanted a hero that could skirmish, because Warlock already covers the 5-on-5, so maybe they want heroes that can move around the map a lot more. So I think it's good if the Underlord's not there, which may happen for the majority of the early game, but I agree with you in the team fights that it's going to be a tough one for SB.
Okay, final picks and final bans. What are we looking for on MP then?
Offlaner for MSS.
Still need MSSs. Well, yeah, the Omni ban as well, very much. Something that we've seen already be very strong this tournament. I think he's played 2 games, won 2, has been banned out 6, now 7 times.
Beast, Tide, I think, are generally the ones that he plays. They don't pick Batrider very often, although I think it would be not so bad for them. They don't really have great ways to deal with a Bat. We also see Clockwork sometimes as a hero to get into the sniper.
What'd you do against Disruptor, though? That's the one here.
That's the one. That's why I don't.
What do you think about a potential MSS Nyx Assassin?
Nyx is all right too, but it's just like you gotta bypass like the Underlord in this particular game.
It's not that good this game. I mean, Underlord, Disruptor, Ogre aren't really targets that you're going to want to nail. It's basically just Sniper, and I think picking a Nyx just for a Sniper, which is kind of okay, but not that great. Yeah. I like the Batrider idea. I think it's a good tool against Underlord, just to always kite around him. You have tons of damage. He's a little bit weak for lots of disable, and it could pull Sniper out of position. I like that. Or something to facilitate Spirit Breaker to make him a better hero, like a Darkseer or an Omni Knight, both banned, but something that would help SB Roam to actually be more effective if he's underleveled. Because right now it's like their gank is not amazing. Like Warlock can roam around a little bit, I think that's a good solution. Sand King, Spirit Breaker, dual off lane. They've got more disables. They've got more arrow setups. They've got more damage in the lane.
Is it going to be Bloodseeker time though for Ramses? Bloodseeker, Ogre, Sniper. That's what they do a lot.
Oh, that's right. They did that at Boston.
Yeah. I think it's also pretty good versus Sand King.
That really would be going back to what they know, wouldn't it?
And they have set up for the Bloodright with the double.
Yeah, a lot of AoE control.
Static Storm into Bloodright.
I mean, what about kind of the skirmishing heroes, Gyro, Sven? I mean, even the Ursa is something that Ramses is very good at as well.
I don't know if I like Gyro or Ursa this game, and the other ones I think are very uncommon right now.
I think a lot of this game is just based around the Sniper, though. Like he's kind of the main damage dealer, I think.
So. I think I like the Bloodseeker idea a lot. You could even do like Rupture Glimpse or something. Just buy 4 staffs.
Are his talents even any good?
They're pretty good. They do go for the Ursa. It's okay.
It is something that Ramses is very, very historically strong at, and he obviously benefits from the Bloodlust from the Ogre. Get those swipes in.
He could suffer
be good.
lane, I think is my only issue.
He could get kited a lot as well, I guess, with kind of the breaker on him, the stuns from the Sand King. That is an issue, potentially.
All right, okay. Thank you, all 3 of you. It's time to head over to our commentary team right now, and our commentary team has also been refreshed as well. Capitalist and Gods. It's all yours, boys.
Thank you, Paul. That's right. Me and Gods are going to be casting this next one. Gods already called out the 4th pick Sniper, and it seems like the analysts backed you up there. They felt like the Sniper was pretty strong pickup. Did that allow VP to win the draft, though?
I think so. I kind of got to the 5th pick, and I'm like, it didn't seem to matter to me what they put Ramses on. I like VP's draft regardless. They just need another kind of hero to be in the front lines for the Sniper. This Sniper is going to be very hard to reach. The last 2 NP heroes, Spirit Breaker and Sand King, are designed to kind of be gap closers, but as Purge kind of mentioned, getting to the Sniper with charge, very difficult. Against some of these heroes like Underlord. The Sand King's a bit better off because he can blink in with a Burrow Strike, but the follow-up, it's going to have to come from some seriously good positioning and play from Eternal Envy on the Marana.
It's going to be hard to get past that Sniper, or excuse me, that Ursa, that Ogre, the Underlord as well. You've got 3 pretty tanky heroes that you have to make your way through in order to follow that Sand King onto the Sniper. So VP definitely drafting themselves what we feel like is an early advantage, but we'll have to see. NP certainly have a good combination of team fight and pushing power. They've got some early game power thanks to heroes like Spirit Breaker, Sand King, and even the Marana are able to put some decent pressure in here and there when it comes to skirmishes. And then they've got 2 really big team fight ultimates in the Luna as well as the Warlock. If they can actually snowball you, we could see NP definitely getting out of control real quickly, right?
And we've seen a few times. This is like Warlock plus AoE drafts of NP with the Marana, with the Luna ultimates. It's just one of them games where they're maybe a little bit behind, didn't have the greatest early game. All it takes is one big team fight where they hit that 3 to 5 hero fatal bonds. Envy will just immediately go blink in for when he gets his Ag Scepter, get the double Star Storm off, and that damaged output with the fatal bonds is just absurd. So you have to be very careful about how aggressive you play if you're VP, and that's where they need these tanky frontliners. The Ursa is a very good pick because of the Enrage. I don't think this is a game where Ramses is necessarily going to get a lot of kills. It's the sniper who's going to pick up the kills. This hero was largely picked because he's pretty good in lane. He does have good lane dominance, and then he can just be very tanky and hard to kill with like a BKB Ags Enrage in the front lines.
Yeah, he's pretty nice, particularly against Luna, right? This is this big like team fight damage over time spell that you just pop Enrage and tank up a lot of the moonbeams for your allies, and you're going to be kind of good to go. I actually want to talk about Underlord. What did you think about Underlord in the previous series, especially that last game? That it felt like as an offlaner that wasn't able to accomplish as much as was needed for WG Unity.
Yeah, it's a hero you really kind of have to play around. He's fairly item dependent, level dependent. I compared him a few times to the Tide Hunter in that way, but it did feel like WG Unity couldn't get the full value out of him. I think partly because they were playing with an Alchemist. I think the hero really shines when you're playing more aggressive and 5-man pushing. They were playing more on the back foot, which is perhaps where it didn't work as well. Whereas this game, I look at VP, and once they get like a good timing with Sniper having a couple items, they get the level 7 Ogre with Bloodlust max out, they're going to be the ones pushing forward.
So Underlord's definitely a hero that you're going to be picking up early on in the draft because of how contested he usually is, and you have to draft around that hero very much, right? In which case, we feel like the Sniper is a more powerful ally to the Underlord than the Alchemist that we saw last series.
I feel so.
Yeah, I can definitely get down with that. Laning-wise, what are we going to have? Underlords, maybe Ogre's going to be making his way from mid to off lane here and there or something, but he's going to be matched up against a Luna Warlock, and of course our Spirit Breaker is going to be the roamer on the NP side. So it feels like a lane that Underlord should be able to do pretty well with his natural tankiness. A Sniper facing up against the Priestess of the Moon in the middle lane. Eternal Envy already picking up his signature Ring of Bacillus to see if he can toggle his way to an early CS advantage.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's going to be any big surprises here. The Ogre roaming, NP going for a more traditional, just full-on trialing. Something you kind of have to do with the Warlock, who's not going to be able to zone an Underlord by himself. So often when you've got a kind of a weak dual lane, you just have to commit that full position to the safe lane to start things off. And Pasha's not even going out to lane. He's actually already walking back to just keep blocking waves up top.
MSS, as the Sand King, is facing up against Disruptor Ursa. That sounds pretty nasty, but he does get pretty lucky in his offlane camp. He managed to get the Trolls first, and that is a very easy pull for him to be able to take advantage of. He already has the Quelling Blade as well, so we may very well see an early Iron Talon that can help speed his way towards a Blink Dagger, and he won't have to deal with that threatening power of an Ursa in lane.
Yeah, this one of these new offlane things, which is just absurd with how easy this makes you to get your level 2. Ramses is trying to swoop his way through to make sure he gets that XP, but MSS has already ditched it. He's at the tower now, making sure he gets the creep XP, so really nice start for him, the Trolls, and this just makes his life a lot easier, because the killing potential now of this dual lane is a lot more limited once MSS gets level 2. He's got the Burrow Strike, can potentially even get a Sandstorm if he needs to as well.
Yeah, that's something that you can kind of hold on to and see the opportunity for a Sandstorm. Lil does not have any counter vision, so this may be a possible play for MSS to play a lot more aggressive since the counter wards have already been placed.
So it looks like Oge's already used up most of his mana roaming around this middle lane, so we'll see him contest some of those 2-minute runes, try and come up, take the bounty rune away from NP if possible. And not a whole lot NP can do to kill him here, but they will try and snag it.
Looks like it will be enough to push Solo back. CS-wise, it's looking pretty good. Luna's already taking an early lead. Sniper is taking the advantage against Eternal Envy as the Priestess of the Moon, but that's kind of to be expected. This Mirana is not going to be able to get much early CS against that Ignite. Now the Spirit Breaker is going to come in and try and interrupt things a little bit. Solo preemptively popping that Ironwood Branch and Tango to be able to make sure he has easily enough regen against a potential charge into arrow combo. So not even a real attempt from NP. They're just hoping to be able to push him back, buys Jackie some space, but it's just not happening. Solo continues to place himself on the opposing cliff, just keeping Eternal Envy completely zoned out.
I mean, the good for NP is the offlane right now. This Sand King is getting a tremendous amount of farm as well as experience. The bad is the mid lane. It's a mismatch as far as obviously being a 1v2 lane and also just no one of those very mechanically solid players. And Envy's kind of fallen back. He's thrown an arrow at some neutrals here, looking to play catch-up. He's actually just ditching this mid lane at this point and going full-on jungle. It's like slightly concerning, but it's not too worrying just yet. It's kind of the hero that will catch up very quickly with a kill or two from a rotation from a Spirit Breaker a bit later on.
Yeah, honestly, just because of the Sacred Arrow and the way he's able to take all those bigger creeps from these camps, he will manage to at least keep a semblance of farm while he waits for an easier lane to present itself.
Doesn't seem like either offlane is really being challenged too much. I mean, Pasha's hitting up the jungle. He's got his level 3, so he's Firestorm jungling with the Stout and the Quelling Blade. So neither team making any big moves just yet. If anything, it's probably going to be more on like the NP side. Perhaps with the early levels on Sand King, they can actually get aggressive here. Something like a Sand King Spirit Breaker rotation. Unlikely we see Underlord try to make too many aggressive moves. This is a hero that just wants to kind of defend his tower for as much as possible.
Yeah, that is the one big difference, right? Is that even some of the sustain heroes, like for example Omni Knight, they still want to be pretty active, but it's like the two offlaners that are popular right now that are a little bit different is the Darkseer and the Underlord. Those are two that just kind of park themselves in the lane, and they don't like to actually rotate out just because their constant laning presence is the most powerful thing about them.
VP's moves are probably going to be more around the Ursa and some of his level timings. They can not really push this bottom tower. We'll come back in, but
get some damage onto Eternal Envy. Not a whole lot, but just something to keep him back. He's still sitting at 9-2 when it comes to CS. Half of that probably being neutrals, while 29-20 on no one, making sure to get every single one of those denies when possible. Charge away by Rose as he heads up towards the top lane. Heading on to Pasha. He's trying to pull the creep wave back off the tower, collect some of that experience safely, and it looks like that won't be too much of a problem.
Yeah, I think this looks to be NP's easiest play to make. Go for the early tier 1 tower top. Luna's not quite level 6, but definitely with a level 6 Luna, they can force VP to make a response or give up this top tier 1 tower. That's going to kind of help free up some space for Envy in theory if they have to rotate Ogre up there. So Envy's probably making the call, guys, take that tower, help push things out, buy some time for me to kind of get some more out of this map.
Unfortunately, the Underlord has proven to be quite the opponent versus this push. Every single time he's just been able to Firestorm and pull those creeps off the tower, so not much tower damage done so far. Luna not wanting to brave the fires of the pit just to be able to get some damage, some chip away on that offlane tower. Similar situation, MSS hasn't lost too much damage on his tower. He's actually going to go for an early smoke up here with Rose.
Rose was spotted by that observer, not smoking, but he did pop by the ward, so they know he's around this mid lane, but they're not expecting him to perhaps smoke up from the high ground. Looks like this is the move to try and catch no one on the sniper.
And this should be a guaranteed kill, easily leading off with the Burrow Strike. Even the Epicenter being thrown down just to ensure that no one does indeed fall, because it is such a critical kill. Eternal Envy will very gladly take up that first blood, as he definitely needs the comeback.
Yeah, that's the comeback smoke gank. They're kind of looking at the lanes like, look, Sand King's doing way better than you'd maybe hope. Mirana's doing way worse than we'd hope. Let's kind of fix those problems and just go for that early. TP, instantly they use the Shrine to make sure they have the mana and HP for it, and very quick, decisive play from NP.
MSS already back to that bottom lane, continuing to defend his tower. Ramses has picked up the Phase Boots and the Morbid Mass. The Blink Dagger will be an eventual pickup. Glimpse back, they are going to be able to catch MSS here. Might be able to pop, and the charge comes through. Manages to stop some of that damage, but it looks like the right clicks and the Thunder Strike's going to be enough. And now Rose is in some serious trouble. He's not going to be able to make it out of here alive. It seems the tier 2 tower. Ramses actually backing off that kill for a second, but they still manage to claim it. Solo will brave the tower's damage in order to claim that extra kill. 2-1 now, as Solo is going to actually make it a 2-2.
Rose is in a pretty good state. I think level 8 is
Hi there, Denise here reporting live from outside the Digi tent at the ESL One Genting 2017. With me, I got two very tall guys. I got Terrence and Brian, Malaysian casters for Dota. What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
We're good. Really excited to watch the games here.
You don't look excited.
I am excited to watch the games here.
Much better, much better. How about you?
You didn't introduce my.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Terrence and Ursa. Come closer. Okay, yeah. Now you speak.
I am good. Ursa say good too. Okay.
Is that how you cast your games?
No.
No, I hope not. Okay, right now we got NP going against Virtus Pro. What are your predictions? You first, Brian.
NP.
NP will win?
Yep, definitely.
Why?
NP, they're looking really strong compared to VP, where prior to the 7.0 patch, they were really strong but a bit shaky here. So NP definitely the more consistent team.
And how about you? Who do you think will win?
VP.
VP. Why?
Simple, easy. Ursa.
Wait, they already picked Ursa? Okay, I'm
Ursa's playing.
Alright, okay. So, what do you think NP has to do to beat VP?
They don't do anything, they just lose.
How about you? What do you think VP has to do to beat NP? This is getting confusing.
To have a supporter like him.
Oh my gosh, now this is why these guys are casters. Okay, I'm not gonna talk so much. Right now, we've got our friends at IGN SEA, Gustav, who's right now with Digital Chaos. So I'm gonna pass it over to you, Gus.
Okay. Gustav here from IGN Southeast Asia, and I'm here with Misery, team captain of DC. So tell us, how has the competition been so far? Is it as intense as you expected?
We didn't really know what to expect going in because it's a new patch and a lot of changes in the rosters and stuff like that. But I feel like the teams are pretty strong. Some teams are obviously better than others. Some teams have figured out the patch more than others. So yeah, we'll see how it goes moving forward.
All right, speaking about the patch, how well do you think you've adapted to it? Like, what have you done?
We haven't actually had that much time to practice since it was Christmas and New Year's. We had a little break. So pretty much the practice started here.
Okay.
But we played a few scrims yesterday, and then the officials, of course. So we're getting better as much as we play. So.
All right. Just takes time, huh? Yeah. Now your game against Wings yesterday was intense and exciting. Like, people are still talking about it. What was the biggest challenge playing against them?
I think the biggest challenge was to probably make a strategy for each game, because we didn't really. We had a lot of ideas, but it was hard to choose what to go for and then make a full strategy out of it. So the drafting and the strategy part was probably the hardest. Yeah, and then once you have that strategy, then you just have to try and play your best, right? But yeah, finding the right strategy was the hardest.
Now, what is it like playing against a Southeast Asian team? Do you notice any trends, any differences?
I don't know. Not so much anymore, I guess. They like to play a little bit more aggressive, maybe a little bit more like they like to kill heroes, not so much kill towers and kill creeps. So I guess that's the main thing. A lot of some Western teams like to farm more and push out lanes more and like
late game objectives,
stuff like that. Yeah, but C teams are more about.
All right, now how do you normally celebrate after a big win?
Well, if it's after tournament completely, we would probably go to some party or something, celebrate, drinking a bit. But yeah, when the tournament's still ongoing, we just go sleep pretty much and just prepare for the next game.
Yeah, keeping your eyes on the prize.
Of course.
All right, this is Gustav from IGN Southeast Asia and Misery. Over and out.
They did that 2-man smoke up, and then they kind of scored up. It seems like Luna just wanted to be able to farm up that bottom lane instead of trying to actively engage into a team fight against BP.
I imagine that they probably misread the situation. They thought BP were committing for the mid tier 1 tower and wanted to try to get the flank on them from behind, and then TP the Sanking in. But as soon as they realized BP back off, they pull back and don't want to waste time. They've got to maintain, get those next couple of items up, and make sure that roaches are going on. But this next fight. push the map and kind of.
Hey, Denise Chan here reporting to you from ESL One Genting 2017. And I'm here with two cosplayers all the way from India. This is Samir. Say hi, Samir.
Hello, humans.
I like that. And this is Oren. Hey, Genting. I like that. She's cuter. Like, hey. So, oh my gosh, look at your outfits. This costume is amazing. So is this. Tell me, you won a competition in India at ESL India to, you actually got tickets to fly to Malaysia, right? How did that happen?
Well, I was the judge and I'm kind of head of cosplay in ESL India. And we held competition throughout the country and we got the best cosplayers to come and represent. There was supposed to be a cosplay competition here as well, but that got delayed. So we still have our best cosplayer over here and people are really enjoying and they're loving the attention. So I think it's a win.
What inspired you to come up with this?
Basically, my mother. Yeah.
How? Your mom?
I wanted to cosplay Rubik because I like Rubik a lot, but my mother's like, no, like I have done a lot of cosplays before and all of them were masked. So my mother's like, no, this time I want to see your face. I'm like, okay, which Dota character has a face? So Skyrath Mage. And I love Skyrath. Everyone loves Skyrath, doesn't they? They do.
Except for who?
Vengeful Spirit.
Yes, we have a Vengeful Spirit too, but she actually went back. So probably we'll catch her tomorrow, yeah? Yeah, and she's also from India, right? Yep. Okay, so now your mom wanted to see your face, so I'm going to give you your 5 seconds of fame to mom. What would you say to mom, okay?
Hi, mummy. I've made it to Malaysia, Genting. I've made it to Genting, yay! No, that's very much like I've already talked to her. It's okay.
It's not cool anymore. Okay, so you've been cosplaying for how long?
I've been cosplaying for 7 years now. Yes, and this would be my 8th cosplay.
And do you usually only cosplay Dota heroes, or do you cosplay for any other?
I think that's his first Dota 2 cosplay. Yeah.
My first gaming cosplay. Like I am actually a very big movie buff, so I love doing movie cosplays and all. I've done Chewbacca, Freddy Krueger, Rorschach, and all those guys. So this is my first gaming cosplay, and I'm happy that I got here. So I think I'm gonna do more gaming cosplays now. Yeah, more competitions. Yeah, more prizes. Yeah.
You said Chewbacca, Freddy Krueger. Now I understand your mom. Like, show your face. You know, they're kind of creepy, Chewbacca. And I mean, Chewbacca's kind of cute. Cute.
Chewbacca is creepy.
Well, he's.
You know how many hugs I got with that?
Okay.
You know how many hugs I got with that? You know, everyone is like, oh, Chewbacca is so cute. I'm like, yeah.
Well, I mean,
I can't do much in this. You know, it's not very huggable. It's okay.
I mean, in a mom's eyes, you know, she wants to see a handsome boy's face, right? So how long have you been cosplaying for?
I think it's all been almost 6 years, and unlike him, I've made around 70 costumes. So, since I am a professional and I go to events all the time and I judge all the time, I've made 70 costumes in the past 6 years. Last year itself, I made 23. Yes, and I was judging like 17, 18 competitions. So, gotta keep it fresh, gotta keep it going on. So, for me, cosplay is a daily thing.
So what is your favorite hero or favorite person to cosplay?
The favorite person, hero, champion I've ever cosplayed is, people here are gonna kill me, but Ari from League of Legends.
Everybody's like, oh, behind here. We've got like a lot of people around behind the camera, actually.
Ari, okay?
We're not friends anymore.
Oh, they're gonna fight after this.
Yeah, I've got interviewed now. It's okay.
Oh gosh. Okay. Anyway, we got one more cosplayer all the way from California, USA. Come on in, Amy. We got Crystal Maiden. So cute. Come here. Don't run away. Okay. Introduce yourself and how old are you?
I'm Amy and I'm 20 this year.
So Amy, you're from California. How did you get here? Is this your first time in Malaysia?
This is actually my second time and I'm here because my boyfriend is from here and we met in college in the US.
Oh, wait, your boyfriend's Malaysian?
Yeah.
Wait, where's your boyfriend? Call him in. Come, boyfriend, come. Come in, boyfriend. Come, boyfriend.
I gotta point out, she's Crystal Maiden and he has no sister.
Oh, this is mine.
Oh,
yeah. It's her bag. I'm just my lackey holding her stuff.
So this is a very important question all guys will want to know. How did you find Amy? And how did you get such a beautiful girlfriend?
So I met her from an anime club. And we started off talking by, I was organizing an anime event. And that's how we got hang out together and started like dating. and it's like 3 years now. Yeah, 3 years.
3 years? What is the way to a girl's heart? What does a guy have to do?
I don't really like much romantic stuff, but he's just a lot like me. He's like the boy version of me. So, and I'm pretty like gross.
So be gross and be real. That's how you do it. Okay, so we've got our cosplayers from the States, we've got cosplayers from India, probably we're going to have more cosplayers from Malaysia and other countries that I'm going to look around for. So thank you so much for joining me, guys. Thank you so much. I hope you're going to enjoy the rest of the Dota tournament. I'm going to go look for more cosplayers in the meantime, okay? So again, remember, if you're watching and you're streaming with your data, you can get free 8 GB monthly with DG Prepaid Live. Bye!
Go for that 4-man smoke and you're like, they just let AUI go.
Ultimate, but yeah, can't fight the sniper.
It's getting pretty nasty too. No one has himself a Maelstrom and is about to complete that Hurricane Pike, so we're going to have a nice bit of mobility for this sniper to add on against this aggressive jump from NP. Speeding things up with this tier 1 tower being traded up as the tier 1 at top is being claimed by NP. They're actually going to start TP here and see if they can actually take this fight off. The Glyph baiting AUI a bit. They're going to be able to catch him with Ramses, but Rose bumps him back. Nice jump in from Pasha. That's going to be able to catch these heroes long enough for the Static Storm and the Kinetic Field combination to be able to catch these heroes. AUI only surviving off his invis for now, is backing himself away. MSS with a counter initiation goes in deep, tries to pick up no one, but this hero, it's surviving just a little bit more. MSS, he finally does manage to get that kill, but now he's trapped inside the trees. Can he juke his way to victory here? Has the Burrow Strike, doesn't get hit by the Pit of Malice, goes a little bit deeper, gets the blink, TP's out, Ramses is there, finds MSS, but it's not enough, they glimpse in. They caught him at the end. Lil will bring MSS back to his doom. And Lil looks like he may be dying to these illusions. Actually, because of that Burrow Strike, it brings it close. But Lil barely managed to survive once again in the trees, the MO of this 4 position of VP.
once again, it's just VP just all on the same page. Whenever VP make a move, they're making it as a 5-man unit. They all go down bottom to defend the sniper. This time it's all 5 of them making sure that they come at the exact same time in the right order to defend their top tier. I mean, they lose the tower, but it's the Ursa initiating. You can't kill him if you're NP. He's got a BKB, he's got Enrage, he's too tanky. So that first hero running at you, you're forced to retreat. Luna gets down to such a sliver of HP. The fight's already kind of over at that point because Luna's unable to re-engage, and without that fighting force from the Luna, NP just didn't have the damage output to win it.
Do you think a large part of this is that Ramses picked up a BKB so early on to this game that he can be such a bruising force against NP? He is fearlessly diving into this team in situations like we saw at that top lane.
Well, yeah, I was thinking he might just go for the Ags first because you can get any of the stuns, but the BKB is just far better, as we could see in that fight. He's not afraid of anything. He can blink in all by himself. It was a bit unfortunate that there wasn't like a dust following him, otherwise he would have killed off the Luna, but the BKB pickup has worked fantastic for him.
All right, it's finally here. It's finally here, Eternal Envy. He just needs a little bit more tick gold, and he will have the Aghanim Scepter, in which case we'll start seeing some of these other items quickly following up. It's such an important item for the Mirana to have to progress in that farm.
Yeah, this is, I think MP going to perhaps be forced a little bit to slow things down, but they're also playing a lamp that doesn't necessarily want to slow things down too much, otherwise VP will just take control of the map, push out all these lanes, and Sniper getting a few more items, and just not just Sniper, but getting like Underlord onto the Greaves, getting just all these teamfight items into play is going to make it very hard for MP to have the damage output just to kind of scale, because they are so spell dependent. They're not really going to get too much out of their items outside of the Luna, and the ultimates from the magic damage is just going to kind of fall off as like the Pipe, the Mechs, the Greaves all come into play.
Yeah, I mean, just think about that last fight. The MSS, he just ran out of damage towards the very end. Only barely had enough to be able to kill no one, and that was before the level 15 talent. So now this Sniper has 1600 health when he's on agility power treads, goes up to around 1801 strength. So this guy is actually exceptionally tanky, and he's got the mech as well as the pipe that he can rely on. They actually have to commit so much to be able to kill this damage dealer who's traditionally thought of as a glass cannon here on the back lines.
And with the Bloodlust, like, he probably feels confident, like, oh, he's got enough damage. Yeah, he's already queued up the BKB. He doesn't feel like he needs to go for offensive items. He just wants to stay alive as much as possible.
Moonlight Shadow, big initiation coming up here for NP as they're going to try and stop this Roshan, but it looks like it's going to happen a bit too fast. The Age is already in hands of VP. Will NP take this fight regardless? Doesn't seem like it. Throw out the arrow, but not much is going to happen here. NP quick on the retreat, and now it's VP who can push the advantage with this Aegis.
Yeah, we'll see how much they can get out of this one. Still is a scary thought just to try and 5-man brute force push into NP if they can hit a good Fatal Bonds and get that all that AoE working together. But for VP, it's just going to be the slow siege. Have Sniper as the only one really hitting the buildings, and just back him up if he gets going on.
All right, well, the chip damage will begin. No one on the front lines, quickly clearing through that creep wave, and NP still hanging around, looking like they do want to try and contest, but with Eternal Envy being hit by this Thunder Strike, they're already a bit out of position, and it looks like this tier 2 is just going to be given up. MSS being the only one to try and actually split push at this point.
One uncontested out of towers. They can get the other tier 2s, that then opens them up to kind of take out these shrines as well and really deny NP any control of the map or their own jungle. But VP happy for now just to kind of play the farming efficiency game. Pasha's already TP'd down bottom, completed Greaves and Pipe, who's going to be going for a Crimson Guard next. So team survivability is the name of the game there, and kind of going to be reaching that point soon where if they want to be getting kills in these fights, it's going to have to come from AUI having another big item or two.
Yeah, he's trying to pick up the BKB right now. We also need Eternal Envy to start progressing in his items. The Blink Dagger, Ethereal Blade, those sort of things still need to be picked up. Pasha going for a use of his Dark Rift, TP out of that bottom lane. Smart move, does manage to stay ahead of the attempted gank by NP.
Yep. And he knows he's pushed out that bottom lane enough that they'll get the tier 2 top tower and not have to worry about trading towers. That's the one thing they don't want to do, is just make trades here. They want to be the ones taking towers and then defending lanes as needed. They can either defend bottom now, or they can force like the tier 3 tower to get NP TPing back. So they're the ones who are dictating play.
Seems like VP are trying to position themselves to catch a hero as they rotate back to defend that top lane. Ramses aggressively blinking forward here. Does manage to actually run into Rose. Moonlight Shadow being used though. It's damage. It just comes too quick thanks to that Mask of Madness. The heavy attack speed from this Ursa rips apart a Spirit Breaker. before the Moonlight Shadow could take hold.
Is picking them apart one by one. That's the beauty of taking out all these outer towers. MP are just kind of playing blind at this point. Being able to get down a few observer wards, but not much has kind of stayed up. And
I mean, this is how you know that this is what like Eternal Envy does, right? He sees when an enemy team has an advantage, and he starts doing these things that are like kind of like anything just to be able to gain a small advantage. He loves being able to cut creep waves a lot. He'll do like really aggressive maneuvers because he knows that the current game is very favored for VP, so he's got to do something different.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where all it would have taken is maybe one observer ward seeing him coming there, disruptive preemptively TP's back, and he gets caught during the TP, but he knows you've got to go for those small efficiency plays when you're down as NPR. They're still in a position where their high ground defense is very potent, very scary. VP are not going to be able to break through, take any kind of a racks with this Aegis right now. They're still just looking to scale item-wise. No one doesn't go for the BKB right away. Picks up the Mjolnir, recognizing the Aegis is enough protection for him. There's no fights kind of coming anytime soon with NP playing keep away, and the Aegis expiring probably means VP are going to kind of continue to play this map control game.
There's the Blink Dagger finally for the Mirana. AUI serving as the frontliner here in this top lane push. They've seen the sniper a couple times, so they don't really feel too scared about VP initiating, but push the lane in a decent amount, give themselves some space to work with, and now they'll try and play the farming game in the bottom half of the map.
A lot of TP's down bottom here. It looks like NPR thinking about this sniper.
Oh, they're going to go for the Underlord play, actually. They're going to try and contest what was a pretty clear read of NP. They're going to be able to get this glimpse thanks to that one. BKB preemptively utilized, and that's a big win as long as VP don't get caught in a nasty situation here. The Fatal Bonds, the charge goes out. They are going to be able to get a Golem onto 2. AUI surges forward with that ultimate, but a Glimmer Cape's going to be able to save Lil, not going to be able to save Pasha. It looks like the damage seems overwhelming as MSS comes in with the epicenter, tries to find Lil, but they've already got him dead. No other hero's going to be caught on the side of VP. A Dark Rift that thought was going to actually turn out pretty good with that glimpse, but the BKB and a nice jump in by NP turned things around pretty starkly, and now no one's in some trouble. He's going to be charged up by Rose. The Invis still working its dividends here. Rose is going to be able to bump back the Ogre. They're actually going to try and kill that support first, but Rose is going to have a hard time backing himself away. Ramsey's popping the BKB, and NP will begin the kite game. But unfortunately, our Warlock not able to kite at all. The Diffuser Blade slows him down to a crawl. Ramsey looks for the next kill. Actually, Trench is trying to back out. His BKB is done, and now the magic damage is going to do its work. Popsy Enraged survives a little bit longer underneath this tier 2 tower. They need a bit more, and they've got him too. MSS dies for it, but he managed to ensure both the cores of VP go down, and NP in a great position now to pressure a tower.
The timing of that aggression from NP is just so good. They keep chasing the tier 2 tower as they know the Aegis is about to expire. It expires like, he uses the Yules and it's like expiring mid-Yules. And NP then just bring him down after it, and it was fantastic decision making coming out. Bottom lane, they'd make sure, even though the BKB was wasted, they kind of recognized that VP had just caught out. They weren't all together, they weren't ready for a fight, and NP realized that they can hit that big combo on the 3-4 heroes down bottom.
Yeah, they so overly committed to this attempt to bring everyone to this bottom lane and see if they can actually get a catch on that glimpse that they're definitely out of position. And now things looking quite nasty. The Underlord's going to try and continue this progression in these sustainability items, pick up the Crimson Guard, but at a certain point in time, the sustain that this hero offers is strongest in the first 35 minutes of the game. This team fight may not be as easy once the Luna really starts picking up heavy physical damage.
What do you make of the Necrobook build on the Spirit Break? Have you been seeing
I like
this
it.
at all? Or?
Yeah, we saw this earlier, and I think that I like it quite a bit because it gives you this really powerful, because you've got the control of charge and the ultimate, as well as you can probably rely on Unabashed coming in, right? Okay. So you've got a hold of like 6 seconds on a hero, in which case those Necronomicons just do so much work, burning through a hero's mana. It gives you a little bit of pushing power, some split pushing power as well. It just seems to fill a lot of gaps that Spirit Breaker has going later on into the game.
It was one of those items that received some nice little buffs with the shorter cooldown on the mana burn, so we'll see what VP look to do now. They are kind of grouped up here, wondering if they're going to be the ones making a smoke play. They probably ideally want to grab themselves another Aegis before they get too aggressive again. They know, for the most part, they still have pretty good control of the map, having taken down the tier 2 towers in both top and mid lane. Problem is that shrine near the Roche pit, which they still can't bring down. The Lord going up top.
Yeah, and the butterfly is complete now for NP. It's going to be pretty nasty. So even if their magic damage is beginning to run out a little bit, They are picking up big physical damage in this Luna, and eventually Mirana is also going to be making some big leaps in damage as well. He's currently trying to actually pick up a BKB after this Blink Dagger he chose to go for. Eternal Envy showing himself in the top lane. He's might rotate mid as well, but the other four have smoked up, pushed forward inside their own jungle, and hoping to be able to catch someone, but Ramsey's already blinks himself back. MSS managed to get the catch, but it's a little bit too far. All of these VP heroes, AY says, damn it, I'm going in. You guys need to follow me in, but he realizes this is too much to handle. A couple of BKBs popped by VP, and now they're the ones who are going to try and turn things around. Nice glimpse back into the Underlord hole. AY can't really do much out of this. Manta, but gets a Force Staff out of that Static Storm. He's going to be good for now. No one's damage is stalled up. MSS gets the Burrow Strike, but this upheaval, it's doing so much work. All these heroes, they're stuck inside this one. They can't go anywhere. No one's just tearing them apart from a distance. Rose bumps him back, just an attempt at a retreat, but he's not going to be able to make it out of here and assassinate. He gets peeped. NP, they still try and finish this one up. Eternal Envy will manage to get no one, it looks like, but he's dropped quite low. Underlord and Solo, they're trying to battle it out with MSS right now. MSS with the Golem feeling good, gets the two-man Burrow Strike. Solo's quite low, but it looks like Eternal Envy's not willing to make that commitment just yet. He comes forward. AF Starstorm, not going to be able to hit Solo here. Underlord threatening them with the Pen and Malice is going to be able to catch Eternal Envy on a second here. There goes a multi-cast stun, and the Burrow Strike misses. MSS in some serious trouble. Has already lost his damage dealer. Can he actually make it out of here? Yule Scepter, Force Staff forward. Sandstorm trying to get out. Burrow Strike is up in a second, and it looks like he will escape, but NP have dropped 4, thanks in part to VP. No one just outputting so much damage on that sniper.
Yeah, he suddenly got brought down very quickly at the end by the Mirana, but that was, I guess, an okay fight in the end for NP. NP should not have died there, though. It was one of those things where normally it's high risk, high reward. That was a high risk, low reward. He was overcommitting at the end to try to bring down the Ogre, and not really worth dying for, but VP perhaps getting put back a bit there. Both Ursa and Sniper dying in the fight. Both teams losing their cores. Neither team really progresses all too much, but this will kind of set the stage for that next Roche fight. Coming in a minute, Roshan will be back up, and both teams will be eyeing that one off. NP will have most of their team fight ultimates back up, and VP will be trying to secure that with their Ursa.
25 to 20, 35 minutes in, we are going to start approaching and thinking about what the late game is going to be looking like for these two teams. Do you give the advantage to the Ursa Sniper and the physical damage they're able to output, or do you think Luna and maybe a comeback from this Mirana could be enough? Oh, a catch here, SVG. Nice use of the Dark Rift with the help of Ramses. They'll easily be able to get that pick off on a support. 50 seconds. This is probably enough for them to take that tier 2.
I think the late game can swing back NP's way if they can manage to get NP just another item or two. Well, they're trying to... if Roche had respawned there, that would have been such a good pickup for NP, blocking it from VP, but they're just going to camp in here. They know it's respawning sometime in the next 20 or so seconds, and they'd love to get it, but...
You got a feel for them. They're like, hey, it's got to spawn soon, but... It looks like VP is going to be able to get that tier 2 at bottom lane for free, and they can actually start rotating and contest Roshan for themselves. Looks like they're going to take the Shrine first.
Some extreme misfortune, and I mean, VP aren't even kind of scouting out the pit. They did have the Observer Ward in the neighborhood and did see NP kind of floating around and leaving the pit, so probably felt safe knowing that they weren't actually in there. And yeah, with the Shrines able to be taken down, this game gets a lot more difficult for MP to kind of assert themselves on the map. They're going to have to come up with some very clever smoke usage to make those kind of moves again.
Fortunately, that's one of the great things about the Mirana pickup in this kind of patch, right, is that they may be locked inside their base, but they're not just reliant on smokes to be able to push out and find initiations.
And Envy's one of those players who I feel uses the Moonlight Shadow almost better than any other Mirana.
Oh yeah, I think that dates all the way back to the earlier days of Cloud9, the way they were able to use the Mirana then. Always very efficient and opportunistic rotations with the Moonlight Shadow.
Love what we're seeing here. Pasha going for like potentially going in for an extra 4-staff, anything to help keep no one alive in these fights. He just wants to tank up as much as possible. Normally you expect like an MKB against the Butterfly of Luna, but this sniper just wanting to make sure he can keep himself alive as much as possible.
The smoke initiation. Looks like it could be Eternal Envy who's going to be the first one to pop this smoke. And he's got that quick reaction leap. That's not necessarily the best target to run into. Maybe they're going to think about going back into this pit. Let Ursa try and do it. They kill the creep that's inside of the pit. And now let Ursa solo up Roshan. It's going to force NP into an initiation, but it may not be the clean initiation you're expecting out of a Roshan fight. Arrow lands onto the Underlord. but NP still not feeling comfortable with actually taking that fight.
Really good positioning from Solo. He knows if they want to go on him, he can at least bait all the spells. If he dies, it's not too big of a deal as long as he's bloodlusted his teammates.
Yeah, and this is the space needed for them to be able to get this Aegis and Cheese. An arrow comes out, not going to land on anything. Roshan is going to die here. The fight may still actually commence. VP are in a position to be able to catch somebody potentially. Lil's going forward, looking for the glimpse. Does manage to actually catch the MSS Sand King, but he immediately gets a blink out. They've also seen SVG with the Assassinate, brought him a little bit low. These heroes start hiding themselves in the trees. It looks like NP is just trying to make a full retreat, and whatever heroes get caught, they're just going to leave them be, and that's going to be SVG.
They cut their losses there, but kind of reminiscent of what we saw earlier from Execration when they were just going into the pit. They didn't have their big ultimates, and they just leave that one tinky hero outside, kind of the bruiser you've got to go through, and you can kill him. That situation was the Tide of DJ. Here it's the Ogre of Solo. If you want to commit spells, you can take this kill, but it's not really worth it to use those cooldowns. Even just using a single Burrow Strike can lose you a team fight if you waste that on an Ogre rather than a hero like a Sniper or an Ursa. So MP unable to get into the pit, and VP find themselves with Aegis and Cheese.
I mean, this is also an Ogre that is unnaturally tanky, right? This is not a build that we see a whole lot, but a Solar Crest as well as a Hood of Defiance on him, and he picked that 8% magic resistance. So this Ogre actually has so much armor on both sides of the table, as well as that miss percentage chance, that it's going to take you a while to eat through him.
Yeah, the casual is such a value item for him, and yeah, VP are going to be the ones with all the control to kind of 5-man force towers here, but NP can easily play the split push game, something that Jackie's Mirana is no stranger to.
Yeah, you've also got this really versatile Sand King pickup that also does that really well, thanks to the huge amount of mobility it offers and just real quick clearing of waves. So they've got two different heroes to do that and potentially buy time, enough time maybe for the Luna and Mirana to do what they need to do going into the late game.
So we'll see how much VP can get here. Their lineup outside the Sniper, not exactly built for kind of going onto the, well, it doesn't go onto the high ground, can slowly break it from outside. And I imagine they're going to be looking to force NP onto them.
Glimpse pull back there, no kinetic field latch. The Moonlight Shadow is going to be used, and no one will start backing himself away. Doesn't want to give NP the free opportunity of an invis initiation. Even if they do have the counter, they've got the gem on Pasha. They've got plenty of time to be able to work around, so the Moonlight Shadow's up. Might as well back up for a few seconds and commence the siege.
Pasha actually just going to sit smoke next to no one, so if he gets jumped, there's an immediate potential pipe, as well as Crimson Guard to protect him. In broad daylight, but cannot be seen, and this is going to be an uncontested tier 3 tower.
Yeah, nothing really happening here. They're trying to do a bit of split pushing at bottom with this Necronomicon level 1. They will get the tier 2 tower, but no one's very rapidly going to start working on your ranged or melee racks. MKB now up for the Ursa as well, so he can really threaten AUI's Luna. Jump forward, they do manage to stun up no one inside of the base with a nice 4-staff forward, but it doesn't really get enough done.
Trying to see if they can perhaps panic VP, make them use a spell or a BKB. They don't want to, but well played by no one. He wants to hold that BKB for the Aegis respawn, most likely.
Bruiser comes forward, Solo, threatening these heroes of NP. They're going to make their initiations. Eternal Envy comes forward with BKB, but he's already been locked down. Does manage to get the leap away. No one can't quite finish him up, and the Shrine starts doing his work. Meanwhile, inside of this one, Spirit Breaker's in the middle of it with AUI. Here comes MSS with the counter initiation, but the Epicenter isn't going to be able to do enough because the Burrow Strike a little bit more AoE damage. They brought a couple low. No one's going to come back in, but he's surrounded by enemies on all sides. He focuses on SVG first, pops a BKB, bounces himself away from AUI, goes for the TP out, and that is a clean escape by him. No bash going to come up. Ramses is going to be left behind, though. He'll be the one kited down to his death. NP will hold outside of their base. They lost the tier 3. They lost the ranged racks, but they will hold for now.
That is, I mean, Shrine's helping defend high ground there and be able to immediately re-engage. The Assassinate also wasn't going to be able to kill him thanks to the Shrine. That was really making it tough for VP there, and some just great high ground defense play. Did cost them a Luna buyback, but now they're in a position to push forward and take some objectives of their own. There's still tier 2 towers to go through, but they're going to find a VP side who do not have a buyback on their Ursa because he committed for that MKB purchase.
Yeah, that may be something NP knows, simply because that item pickup was very clearly new. They're going to go for the tier 2s. They're not actually going to go straight through mid and threaten high ground just yet. Perhaps taking the more conservative tier 2s and shrine option.
I think just being able to take out all these shrines and know that you're doing so safely without putting yourself in a position to get caught by a potential glimpse into buyback where you just find yourself in a fight that you're going to... If Luna dies, you've probably just straight up lost the game at this point. So I think MP rightfully just playing it a bit safer. They'll take out the first of the 2 shrines. Probably not too concerned about that bottom shrine as much right this second. That top shrine near the Roche pit, the more important of the 2.
One thing, it seems SVG, unless I'm missing anything, he really doesn't have a whole lot of progression. We're not going to see the real good late game impact of the Aghanims or Refresher coming out from SVG anytime soon. He had the Hand of Midas at okay timing, but hasn't progressed since, oftentimes being chewed up by either the Ursa or the Sniper.
Has guaranteed him the levels to get at least his level 3 ultimate soon, but yeah, no item progression whatsoever. Wouldn't be surprised to see him just pick up some cost-effective lads type items for the team.
And on the other side, we have some very good progression by Lil's Disruptor, who now just completed an Aghanim Scepter.
He is, very, very rich. But I guess on comparison, that's the Spirit Breaker of Rose also seeing around that 10k net worth mark. But I mean, the BKB Necrobook, I don't feel will have a similar teamfight impact to a Disruptor Ags. If you can get a good initiation off of that and prevent a BKB coming out from someone like Luna, that can win you a game.
Both MKBs are up for the cores of VP, so they seem to be feeling really comfortable with killing Luna again. No buyback, trying to work towards that Satanic, but it's not going to be picked up before this next push with VP. It seems like they don't even need to wait for Roshan.
They are putting themselves in a position where Sniper will not have buyback though, so fairly risky. And Ursa's buyback was about to come back up, so it's not like he's thinking, okay, my Ursa doesn't have buyback, I may as well just spend my money as well, since if we lose a fight, only one of us can buy back. This is a VP team who feel confident they can press forward.
Arrow onto no one, Glimmer Cape. They're actually going to charge him up here. The Underlord's going to try and intercept the BKB activated. They're going to fully commit to no one here, trying to finish him off, but with his BKB activated, it doesn't seem like they have the damage to be able to output. No one, he's actually being targeted by AUI now with the jump in. The MSS doing a lot there, but no one is surviving through this one, but the rest of the team is not. VP are collapsing now, and Pasha can't save them. The Dark Rift attempt, but it's not going to be there. He gets away, but all of his comrades had fallen, and none of NP have dropped.
I don't know, that's such a ballsy play from VP to go with the Sniper in the front lines. He gets hit by the 5-second arrow, but that's not even the problem. He doesn't actually take any real damage during the arrow. It's the Spirit Breaker charge from Rose that sets everything up there, and then the big team fight to follow it up. He stays alive during the BKB, but as soon as it ends, VP just fall apart there, and I think they just didn't recognize in time that the fight was going south, because the plan must have been, okay, if the fight looks bad, we can buy time for the Dark Rift out because we've got these BKBs, but it looked like they just thought they were winning the fight, because that Dark Rift came way too late for them to salvage this situation.
Yeah, MSS, like all that physical damage that they attempted on Noah just seemed to do so little, but his BKB wore off, and MSS came in with just the most beautifully timed epicenter, hitting all the clumped up heroes. A little bit of poke there at Lil. No follow-up there from Eternal Envy. Throws out the arrow now, but they're chipping away at this tier 3 tower. 25 seconds until jump in. Ooh, Ramses actually trying to push NP back. That is very risky. It costs them a BKB charge, which NP are not going to try and punish here. Not feeling comfortable with the 15 seconds.
Yeah, down to 5-second BKB anyway, so probably just feeling like this is an extra like 10 if I do this, this will buy me 10 seconds off my Sniper's respawn time, so not worrying about the timer on it. Does put his BKB on cooldown for a short while, but I think NP know with Sniper respawning, they saw what just happened to VP, trying to push high ground into shrines, into high ground advantage. It's not going to work out well for them once Sniper's back alive with Bloodlust. And when you're pushing high ground to Sniper, he can sit way back by his throne, by his tier 4 towers, and be really well protected.
Yeah, potentially you could say VP have better high ground just because of the nature of the Sniper. And it's nighttime, so that vision's just going to be garbage for NP trying to seek out that hero. So maybe it's all going to come down to a Roshan fight. Neutral ground where these two teams can collapse, poking at Pasha, but of course he is a tanky son of a gun, and there's no way the NP want to make that kind of commitment. Not on that hero, at least.
VP need to be careful there. Probably just going to be banking on the Dark Rift bailout if they get caught outside their base on someone like Sniper, and they're not going to be able to take the fight, so they are committing. Even the Ursa not kind of Well, he used his buyback just now. We'll be looking to upgrade into that Abyssal as soon as possible. The Blink Abyssal on someone like a Luna into the Static Storm is probably going to be the play they look for to start off a fight, because that's really the best insta-disable they've got to work around. And
that is the one real big downside, right? Is that VP's initiation is not hard and fast like NP's is, with potentially, you've got Spirit Breaker that's a little bit of telegraphing, but very clearly like MSS has this Blink Burrow that can actually set up and they can combo stun heroes down before the BKBs go off. VP don't really have that same option unless it's, as you said, the Blink Abyssal.
I mean, if Lil doesn't get like an Ags Static Storm off all game, it's by no fault of his own. There's no setup. It's one of those spells which, realistically, to get off before a BKB comes out on a Luna or someone, you need a stun to go before you. And that is just kind of what's lacking until something like the Abyssal comes up. And even with the Abyssal, it's still not going to be always reliable. And NP are going to be looking to play around that one. I'm curious how much NP worry about Roshan. After the last few defenses, they may just feel like they can still defend against an Aegis, but at the same time, they may just want to strike while the iron's hot. They've got the Ursa without a buyback. Sniper, they don't know, doesn't have buyback for now, although he's very, very close, and that's something VP will definitely want to have before they try anything like a Roche.
A smoke up, and NP will indeed contest Roshan, it seems. Spreading themselves out, not sure which direction they're going to be heading. Eternal Levy's going to be leading the way. Follow me, he says. Moonlight Shadow into the off-lane jungle of the Radiant side. The scan of the Dire has actually clipped some of VP as they're sitting right here in the mid lane. They're actually going to smoke up, and we may see ourselves a little bit of a merry-go-round, as it's going to be VP who now push forward, and NP are actually now taking the Radiant high ground.
Well, can NP get themselves an Aegis is probably the big question here.
Smoke, they're going to run into an invis of Rose, but they do see him thanks to the gem. BKB activated, but Ramses locks him down, is able to get that bash, holding the hero in place, and now NP on top of an arrow. NP, they've lost their Spirit Breaker, but they're not able to make the commitment on a solo. He's obviously just not the hero they can go on. These two big guys, Underlord and Ogre, they just serve as these tanky heroes that, oh my god, he actually popped the epicenter. They thought they were actually going to come forward. VP, they didn't actually go for it. They went back to the Roshan pit. That's going to be an epicenter completely wasted. And now NP, I have no idea how they actually contested, but they're going to try. They drop the golem and a beautiful Burrow strike onto multiple heroes, but it's just not enough. Barada, he's already been brought down. No one, he's now targeting MSS. MSS trying to make his way away with the Yule Scepter. Here comes Luna. Pasha's trying to go for the Dark Rift out. Solo is trying to battle up against this as well. AUI is getting kited around this guy. He's just not good for him. Ramsey's on top of it as well. He tries to pop this, he did, but it's not enough. Ramsey survives. He doesn't win that 1 versus 4, and now it's going to be the extra heroes. NP down for 2 minutes on the Luna, and VP in a great position, not just to take Roshan, but also to force those buybacks.
Yeah, NP were very, very adamant. They wanted to hold that high ground. Even having lost the Spirit Breaker, they felt standing on those Radiant Ancients, they knew they had the high ground advantage, and NP would have to come up into them. They felt they could use the epicenter there, but NP, they missed the epicenter, and after that, everything just falls apart. Envy got caught out in the Ag Static Storm and unable to get his BKB off, really cost him.
Look at no one. He is slowly waddling his way to the front lines. No boots. They're sitting in his backpack as he went ahead and forsook those for the Aegis.
Why not?
I mean, he could just plant himself outside of the base. NP's going to be forced into an engagement at some point.
Just a casual, almost 1200 attack range. Coming out with the extra attack range from his level 25 talent.
1200 attack range, 330 movement speed. That's the way you rock it.
Well, that's going to be the melee racks, but a kind of melee racks that's kind of inconsequential. You're kind of at that stage, 52 minutes in, one lane of, you already lost the range racks there. It's not going to change the state of the game too much. You've got plenty of heroes that can push out lanes at this point.
And thanks to this gigantic push at top lane, they are going to be forced back. They can't just continue to rotate into another lane.
Pasha's there to farm it up. He's kind of hitting that critical mass himself. Doesn't really have too many item slots to free things up here. Really wants to hold on to all of these 5 teamfight items at this point.
I like his choice of Vlad's. I think he had a quick buy of Sight the Vice at one point in time, but clearly this Vlad's is going to have so much value for the Sniper and Ursa.
Let's see a late Ags on the Ogre. This is some added magic damage and just extra lockdown. For someone like Luna, when you're getting down to that stage where you're going to have a 5-second BKB, this can be quite highly impactful. And speaking of Luna, a fresh Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, I felt like that last ultimate, was it there in that last team fight? Or did he just pick it up?
think he just picked it up.
Okay.
I wanna say.
All right. Okay. In which case, we're going to see the firepower of this Eclipse. He could potentially throw it with the Sand King initiation. They could just have mass magic damage, but VP is incredibly tanky. They've almost got 3k HP on the Sniper. Same goes with the Underlord. They've got over 3k on the Ursa, and he's got Enrage as well as BKB. It's an amazing amount of magic damage that NP can put out, but ultimately it does have its end, and VP may just be able to survive through it and strike back afterwards.
This is, yeah, on paper, the answer to the Sniper. You can't get close enough to hit him, well, just throw an ultimate on someone like a Sand King who can get in melee range of him. And if you can do enough damage, like if you get Sniper alone in a Burrow Strike with the Axe Eclipse before his BKB, he will melt very, very quickly. Doesn't really have good sustain, doesn't have any kind of a lifesteal like a Satanic to heal himself back up, so he will be pretty much permanently low. The Underlord with the Greaves is not going to be able to heal him up really enough in that situation.
We've got the Blink Dagger on Lil as well. We haven't, I think, seen too much of a big jump from the Disruptor to get a big Static Storm lockdown, but maybe possible with this next initiation. They're going to start chipping away at that tier 3 tower. I say chipping, but it's more like chunking with the way that no one's outputting physical damage right now.
Yeah, they're going to just say, NP, you guys are going to have to come at us.
And MSS is not going to be able to find a clean initiation. Seems like Pasha is able to sniff him out pretty easily.
Ramsey's just looking for that jump. If he can get a Blink Abyssal into the Static Storm, that's going to be all over for NP.
There goes the arrow onto no one. He tanks it. The Glimmer Cape is up for now. Now comes the Shiva's two-man Burrow Strike to set things up. Ramses is going to immediately going to jump forward, and he targets the Luna, almost bringing him down. The Golem stops things up, but Ramsey still gets that final swing. The Golem's in Fatal Bond's a good position, but they just don't seem to have enough damage. BP still look very tanky. They finally get that ultimate down, but they're lacking the Luna ultimate, and that is what the game plan was. NP just run out of steam here. Their two heroes are down for 2 minutes, and that means they will call it GG. Virtus Pro will take this game 1.
I mean, that's a fantastic way to open this series. Such an evenly contested game. Both teams had that kind of their openings there. VP just made better use of having the Aegis, having the cheese, and they just found ways to kind of execute their team fight. They just protected the Sniper so well. The 4-staffs, the Underlord just with all those team fight items. NP just couldn't quite get to him. It really came down to that Luna versus Sniper matchup where Luna could do damage to the frontliners, but that was the tank heroes, that was the Ogre, that was the Underlord. Heroes you just didn't want to be attacking.
Yeah, it seemed like Virtus Pro, they just drafted so well around this Sniper with the earlier Underlord pickup. Do you feel, watching this Underlord, that you felt like maybe that's a strong enough hero you don't want to be giving that away in the 1-2?
It wouldn't have been as powerful if not for that. If that 3rd, 4th Ogre Sniper was really what kind of settled. Like, I saw those 4 picks and was like, okay, this draft works, regardless of 5th pick. The Underlord on itself wasn't the problem. It wasn't maybe even like the best game. Some of the ultimates we saw were kind of hit or miss. He missed a few to save the Sniper, so this game could have been even more effective from the Underlord if he'd maybe made some of those plays. But yeah, definitely a hero we want to consider banning come game 2.
Well, NP have a lot to think about it. We're going to give them a break. We're going to give you a break as well as we go into game 2.
Virtus Pro are back in the running again. They are 1-0 to the good after taking out Team NP in the opening game of their elimination match to decide our third semi-finalist. Welcome back to Resorts World Genting for ESL One, first esports event of 2017. We're back at the desk with our merry men once more. Ben, what did you make of that?
MP put up a much better fight than I thought they did. They thought they would, rather. They had really strong team fight, but Sniper, ho-ho.
I mean, it wasn't just Sniper, though. I mean, they had a lot of really close team fights. I think MSS really held tons of those fights together, getting people from a fight that looked really bad, and all of a sudden you come out with an epicenter, get them low enough to finally finish them off with a second round of Starstorm. But there were some farm problems on NP. NV got his Ags a lot later than normal. And that was mostly just because VP went back to what they're good at. Ogre Magi sitting mid, zoning him, don't let him get last hits.
Yeah, we mentioned comfort was an issue for them in the previous matches that they had. Much more comfortable.
Yeah, I think they played a lot better that game. That looked completely like VP, the VP that I recognized. They had great team fights. Their laning was effective. They got a lot of levels on the Disruptor as well, whereas in other games they kind of let them fall behind a bit.
Yeah, well, it wasn't all their own way. I mean, MP put up a decent fight.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, already mentioned MSS's Sand King. He had, I lost count of how many good epicenters he had. It was brilliant. You know, he was hitting 3-man burrow strikes, getting the epicenters out, and it just was the case that at the end of the game, it just wasn't enough damage coming out from him, and the rest of the team started to fall apart because of this kind of great team play that VP had, this combination that we saw and we talked about at the start of the Abyssal Underlord with the Disruptor. You've got this field down, you've got this pit down, MP's kind of running around, and they keep getting rooted, they keep getting stuck, and it's just proved to be very hard for them to hold their own at the end of the game in the later team fights. But mid-game, MSS's plays totally held them in there.
Do you think, Ben, maybe had they won one or two of those, it could have changed the outcome of the game?
I think so. I think MP are probably happy with the performance. I don't think that VP probably are, just because it shouldn't have even gone that late. They lost that 3 heroes in the mid to the 3-man burrow strike, and then they lost Roche. Like, when you lose Ursa, or when you have Ursa and you lose a first Roche like that, the game goes on much longer than it should have, and they probably didn't want to be in that position where they could have lost one team fight and lost the game.
How much impact did the draft have, Kevin?
Well, I didn't like the Spirit Breaker still. I thought it would be a bit iffy. It kind of ran around, didn't do nearly as much as Ogre Magi accomplished. I mean, there was some occasional good disables, and I think the Warlock was still very good also. Their team fight was very strong, despite the laning going a bit weak. But I think at some point it was just Luna. Like, the game was even only as close as it was because AUI had some, like, his first 3 eclipses were all amazing. Getting solo kills, pressuring lanes, having good team fights. Like, it took a lot of work every single fight. There was just tons of high action, very close fights.
Don't forget about Ramses. Ramses was like 9-0 very early on into the game, beyond godlike in this specific clip, and I think he played very, very well.
Yeah, he really did. He was very difficult to kill in Mask of Madness this game. It was a good choice, though, because NP is almost entirely magic damage, so reducing your armor by a bit doesn't cost so much of anything. Plus Bloodlust, he was actually a good enough solution to kill Luna, despite Luna's high armor, high HP, all that stuff. He played amazing.
What do you think MP learned from that, Owen?
I think kind of, as we've said, you know, Envy needs to get the farm. It's understandable. He kind of went for what he went for earlier that worked against Fnatic, but it didn't work against VP. He tried to make those plays happen, and when he's not making them happen as frequently as he needs to and as he did earlier, he falls behind.
And that play in particular where he like tried to kill the Ogre and then died for it, that was those plays, like, they set back your farm like a couple thousand gold. You're dead. You're just sitting there for like a minute and a half, just waiting and waiting to farm. They needed him to have like EB and his BKB earlier, and it's small things like that which I think ended up being very costly.
Yep, very long game. Obviously, a few mistakes here and there.
Yeah, this one especially, losing the Mirana here, forced to buy back. It was very difficult to fight them late game. Lots of BKBs, Bloodlust, and things like that to deal with, but they just needed somebody else to pull a bit more weight at some point, because if Mirana wasn't sitting at top net worth and wasn't actually just blowing people up at the start of the fights, it got really hard. And even doing that is difficult against an Underlord who's always going to have a mechanism guarding Greaves, often picking up a pipe. That's a lot of survivability for those tanky heroes.
What would you have changed for MP?
Like I said, the Spear Breaker, I think, was the wrong pick against Underlord. I think it's a really bad matchup. I think it's not as good at applying pressure in the early game as a heroes like Ogre. I think they grabbed it because they wanted to do an aggressive dual lane with Sand King, but I just think there's better heroes that will give you lane advantage. Like, something that could have maybe offset what Ogre did mid would have been better in a lot of ways. Or they needed to pressure the safe lane a lot harder. but there aren't a lot of other good options that are good at aggressive dual laning while also being survivable against an Ursa. And it's maybe one reason Ursa was so good, because it deals amazingly against a hero like Undyne. So they might have been in a corner and felt like they had to take it.
Yeah, take a little bit of a risk. We'll see how that happens in game number 2. Thank you very much to our gentlemen on the experts desk. We will be back very shortly, of course, heading to a break now. But when we come back, we will have the game 2 draft. Virtus Pro in charge right now as they lead NP by 1-0.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Virtus Pro stand just one game away from making the semi-finals here at ESL One. Welcome back to Resorts World, Genting. It is the first esports event of 2017. We're very hyped as we get towards our grand finals on Sunday. Semi-finals, of course, tomorrow as well. Just the small matter of a couple of elimination matches to get out of the way as well. And Virtus Pro right now have one hand in that semi-final. Can they take it 2-0, Kevin? Is this what you see happening in this next game, or did you see enough from NP in that game to make you believe that this can go all the way?
I saw enough. I think the way that VP played it, it was fairly predictable. Obviously, they got a great hero in Underlord who consistently made fights difficult, but I don't think we saw anything super out of the box from them, other than the fact that Ramses is really good at Ursa. So I think if NP just closes up some of their weaknesses that they had in the last game, they could easily play a little bit better and win that same game that they just played. So they could come back easily, but VP could also just close it.
Heading towards the draft, Ben, and what are you expecting from this second draft? Something a little bit out of the box, perhaps, for NP? Are they going to maybe take a risk here, or do you not think they need to?
I don't think so. I'm more looking so towards the first bans. We saw, I believe it was Drow Ranger plus Juggernaut banned out first instead of the Underlord, which most teams have been addressing. I think that the Underlord pick, if it were any other offlaner, I think they probably would have been better off. NP would have.
Are you saying NP's offlaner being different, or the not being Underlord?
Not being Underlord.
That they're playing against? Yeah. Underlord's actually still really good. A lot of people have been first round banning him. Just super good at farming. You could just see how much less damage everybody does too. Luna buys a lot of stat items. Every stat item she buys, she's getting 0.4 less damage if she's near Underlord. That's a huge impact.
Ogre was like, he was out in front with the Mjolnir with like very little items, just tanking, and he wasn't afraid to die. And it actually took a long time to bring him down, which was a little bit surprising. But I think that's a lot of the effect of the Underlord, and if I think it's okay to give them maybe Juggernaut, I would say, over Drow Ranger.
You'd be okay with the mid jug?
Well, you would have to be able to ban out the Underlord, which means I think safe lane Jug's probably a little bit. I don't know. That sounds risky too.
I feel like they don't want to grab it either. Is the other issue? It's not really something that fits their play style. They want cores that have more offensive potential. I don't really see it. I mean, maybe I think I could see AOI being really effective on a Jug, but usually he grabs something more teamfight heavy. That's what NP loves doing. The strong teamfight heroes that can win fights, and Jug can do that, but it's harder.
Are we expecting any new heroes that we haven't seen? Maybe dare I say it?
I don't think so.
Dare I say it?
No, we're going to see.
We're not going to see any Jakiro at all this weekend, are we? Let's be fair.
He could be picked, especially against Meepo. He's potentially good against Meepo. Yep. But I think it's more likely we're just going to see roaming supports from either team. They're going to be focused on lanes. I'm sure NP would love to have something like a Darkseer dual lane. If that's the case, they would definitely pick up Super Breaker again. But I think the only new picks that we'll probably see are 4 position or 5 position. I think the supports are the ones that will rotate out if we see new picks here.
Okay. And Virtus Pro, much more comfortable in that first game on the picks that they had. Do you think they go a similar route?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean,
very likely.
I think there's every reason really for VP to stick to their strengths. I mean, this is a team and players as well. You look kind of back over a 6-month period or so, over kind of previous multiple patches, and they're very set in picking these heroes that their kind of core heroes are the best. No one. He has this very kind of set kind of play style that in this mid lane he's got this very high mechanical level that he can perform on certain heroes like the SF, even like the DK. I could see them maybe even trying to bring that one out in this sort of meta, and the same for Ramses as well. We're seeing him bring stuff back like the Ursa that historically he's had absolutely amazing performances on, and again, I wouldn't put it past Ramses to even play a game on a Sven or a Gyro, even though they're not rated as highly as others would say.
Ben rates the Sven very highly.
First Meepo.
Yeah.
Otherwise, not really.
Otherwise, not really. All right.
So they choose to ban out the Underlord instead of Juggernaut, which we thought was probably the lesser of the 2 evils for them. NP also have first pick, so they can take the Juggernaut if they like. However, I think Luna is probably a better opener for them. What do you guys think?
The Luna opening for NP?
Yeah. If they go back for the same Darkseer ban. I think Darkseer is a really good ban because it makes the Spirit Breaker a lot weaker, and it also makes their offlane just much weaker.
Okay, they go for Luna instead.
Luna instead, okay.
So NP should have worse team fight out of their carry at least. I don't know if I think they could get away with opening Darkseer here, but it's a little scary because it's the first pick, and it's much better when you get your guaranteed core, like your pairing. Whereas VP, I don't think they'll pick Spirit Breaker or anything, but they can definitely grab heroes that are going to be very good against it. Jug, very good against Darkseer in lane, just because you can spin to kill Ion Shells. You have Sustain with your healing ward. With that said, maybe if they get a really good mid hero, they can force Jug mid and give Darkseer a more favorable matchup. But
It seems like they were ready for that. I mean, with the immediate duo coming out with Jug and Rubik.
I mean, honestly, AUI really held that game together. They were very behind, but a couple good eclipses, and he continued to stay on the top for net worth. Luna's a hero that allows a really good player to do that, just because your ultimate is so good. Ramses usually does it as well.
Okay, early Ember Spirit, but we've seen how good Envy is with that already.
He has been absolutely amazing on it today, and something that was mentioned in the early drafts as well in the previous matchup, how good this combo is. Having Darkseer and Ember Spirit together, it's kind of this mid-game Iron Shell, Flame Guard, run at them, chain them. It's disgusting.
Yeah, and Virtus Pro are going to see this straight away, aren't they? As soon as they see the Darkseer, they know they're going to go Jug Rubik. They know the Ember's coming next anyway.
It could have been a different hero. I think Spirit Breaker might have been, they might have been thinking about it, but it's not very good versus the Rubik. The Ember Spirit was, I would say, far more likely to be banned out in the second phase.
Yeah.
There's an Oracle, I think, that can actually be very
really
good.
been played, is it?
No, but we also haven't seen too much Darkseer Ember Spirit. You can dispel the Ion Shell and the Flame Guard with one spell, which is very, very nice. And Rubik is not very good in lane versus Darkseer. I don't think Rubik, Juggernaut, is gonna be able to zone out the Darkseer at all.
It's definitely a little hard to kill him. They have good damage, I would say, but zoning him, it's difficult. I mean, they have so many 4 options. I think it was just clear that picking Ember was a lot safer than something like Mirana. Mirana can be zoned decently, whereas Ember has a more stabilized laning stage, I'd say, than Mirana does, just because higher base damage, more skill usage. He can get kills a lot easier with just about any other roaming hero. I don't think he's amazing versus Jug, though. So I think the support pick that MP goes for is going to be really important here.
Do you think they're one of the supports they keep really liking to pick is the Warlock? Do you think they could try and fit that in their lineup MP once again?
It's very good at zoning as well. It can kind of play a role similar to Ogre in that it can bully people in the mid lane especially. But historically, MP always puts it in their safe lane with their carry. Almost always. So could be a pick, but maybe there's better options.
The Ennis has been banned out by Virtus Pro. And a Nyx in play.
Nyx has to deal with both the Ember Spirit and the Darkseer.
They can even do a 1v1 early game. I haven't seen that in a while. Nyx is rarely skill mana burn early, but in the past it was an option.
You always want a way to kill the Ember Spirit when he's split pushing. That phase of the game almost always happens when he gets BOTs and you're grouping up, and Nyx hasn't always poses a constant threat to Ember Spirit unless he doesn't want to farm with Flame Guard, which is also a little bit risky.
Especially the new magic damage build. He almost has to use it. I mean, he could go back and go with the other one, but it's a possibility. I mean, Rubik's already resisting his damage.
You're so fragile, though. You don't have any armor, nor do you have any HP. Like, the Veil build gives you a lot of armor and HP, which I think are his biggest weaknesses.
But I feel like he's pretty good against Jug Rubik. Like, Jug is not a big deal for Ember Spirit. You just use your ulti to jump out of his Omni Slash. Obviously, there's a lot of stuns from Rubik and Nyx, but it's probably better just to do other pick or you know, other aspects of your draft around solving those issues. I think like Nyx is definitely a big threat for Ember for split push. But I feel like if Ember gets a really good start, he could definitely just run over this early game.
So NP don't have any of their supports just yet. How do you deal with the Nyx in lane?
It takes a lot of damage, right? Witch Doctor could work. CM for mana is an option. I'm not a huge fan of CM versus Jug. I think that's a pretty crap matchup from a support standpoint, but the extra mana can at least offset Nyx's mana burn in some cases. Ooh.
I mean, that's one way of kind of dispelling the Flame Guard and helping control the Darkseer with the Tornado.
Popular pick, but it's been an unpopular hero.
Yeah.
In 7.0 and 7.01 so far.
Keep in mind they did ban it last game in the last phase, so they clearly do value the hero. It'll be interesting to see if they do go Quaswex to break Flame Guard. It's a possibility. It's definitely a hero that can bully Ember Spirit in the mid lane in a lot of ways, but he also has to be careful.
I think Quaswex is really, really good because...
Did it get better?
I think it's way better relative to Quas Exort than it did before, just because Quas Exort I think is a lot weaker. But also the Orchid later poses a lot of problems to Ember Spirit because they don't build Manta style or Yules or whatever it may be to get out of the silence anymore. And Orchid's just not that common because you don't see Storm Spirits terribly often nowadays.
Even like a Sunstrike build would be really good this game with Nyx and Rubik too, though. He could get away with it.
I agree. I think either build.
Is this a Darkseer Axe duel? Or are they going to do a 1v1 with Darkseer and then like a aggro duel, aggro try?
Right, this Axe is certainly kind of throwing a spanner into things. I mean, if they do run that as kind of the combo, is this just looking to totally shut down Jug in the early stages? Why are you picking kind of these two aggressive offlaner heroes?
Axe can call through Jug's spin TP, I think is the big thing, is that it will be a guaranteed lockdown. And now I think VP has to be a little concerned with the fact that Jug's kind of their only core right now. And if they do go Quaswex, Invoker won't be contributing as much damage as an Exort build, and less farm as well. So if NP now has the tools to actually punish in a lot of ways, and they get ahead, I think NP can run away with the game really easy with their heroes now.
It's very greedy, however, for the Crystal Maiden and the Axe. Like, it's like 2 melee in their off lane. I guess VP don't have like a strong support in their safe lane. Rubik's can't really deal with that at all.
I mean, they don't have to do Darkseer Axe.
Yeah. Or what else would they put the Axe though? Axe safe lane solo, and then see, what would AUI play? The Axe? The Darkseer?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, the last pick, it could be Axe +1, hypothetically. But I think one thing that I do like about MP's draft is that both Axe and Darkseer can kind of jungle anywhere. So even if the lane's going a little bit iffy, go hit up a medium camp, both of them are good at farming it. They've got to turn into kills after that, so I think the CM rotations are going to be pretty big here, as well as how well Axe does in lane. I think it's going to be big. Because with a CM, you don't have the best hero to offset roaming, for example. So if VP does grab a really good roamer for their last support, or unless it's a Nyx, who knows, but then Ember's going to get pressured a lot in the mid lane. I think that's the one place that NP has to be a little bit worried right now.
So as you say, you're looking more for sort of a roaming support rather than a support that's going to be able to stick in lane and help out the Jug against the aggression.
I don't know, it's hard. They got to cover Ember mid if there's roaming on him, and they have to make sure that Axe has a good time. Because Axe can be really boom or bust here.
Could you see them slipping through like an Omni support to finish it off for VP?
Actually like that quite a bit. Although Invoker Tornado can break the ulti, but I could see that being a pretty good solution. I kind of like it. They'd be very weak disable wise though. They'd be almost entirely reliant on Searing Chains for Ember or Blink Call from Axe. So I think it'd be pretty all in on no disable or Axe having a Blink Dagger at a reasonable time.
I mean, again though, with could they still look back and just get that Warlock for the team fight, something to combo up with the vacuum? Oh, okay.
So this is 4 to the 5 heroes that they picked earlier today. Axe subbed out for Spirit Breaker.
Or it's Darkseer. Could be either way. I feel like you give MSS the Axe personally, and have your 4 be the Darkseer, but they could they aggro try as well? I guess Jug spin's pretty strong early game.
Yeah, I don't think you want to do aggro try. I think you just play greedy with the jungle Axe. Just do.
What about aggro lanes here? They're basically forcing Invokers can be mid. Obviously, it'll be Jug in the safe lane. Maybe.
I think that makes the aggro a lot worse because you have to worry about Sunstrike in your safe lane, which is going to be pretty easy, I think, to set up. With Rubik, problem is who do they want to combo with? I don't really think they have like the best setup right now. Rubik and Nexus are pretty lackluster compared to Darkseer and Axe. Disruptor maybe? I can't really think of that many other supports that offer good team fight while being able to deal with the Darkseer in lane.
Still a Shadow Demon in the game if they want. It's not very good laning, obviously, but well, it could work with Sunstrike, but it's overkill with Rubik. Maybe something more damage heavy.
What about kind of a silencer to help out lane the Darkseer?
Okay.
Or a Slaughter to completely mix.
So what are the lanes looking like here for VP?
Could be 4 position. Slaughter 4
next.
is actually pretty good. It's got a high armor, good disable. I think it's okay. It can also catch Ember Spirit. I think it's okay.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll come back to the desk after this game one way or another. It'll either be 1-1 or 2-0. Can Virtus Pro close it out? Let's find it out with our commentary team, Capitalist and Gods.
Indeed, indeed, Red Eye. It's either going to be 1-1 or 2-0 after this one. NP struggling on their tournament life here. Pick up a last pick Slark alongside this Ember Spirit and Darkseer. A lot of early aggression with those 2 first pickups, and then you're going to be able to have the Slark. A lot of pickup potential there. But Virtus Pro have a strong team fight. Juggernaut, Invoker, definitely not Invoke right now, but seems to be a bit of a curveball that maybe catches NP off guard, Gods.
Yeah, it seems to be something that we kind of lean towards that Quaswex Invoker on the panel, the Tornado use against the Flame Guard, having the Dispel there, and just having a good kind of defensive option against the kind of run-at-you style that NP will be employing come mid-game when they get that, like Veil on Ember Spirit, they get the levels on the Darkseer, so I think VP are going to have to be ready for some aggression there, and they've got good heroes to deal with it. And Quaswex Invoke can be very tanky, hard to kill. Juggernaut's got the Blade Fury against the magic damage. Nyx Assassin, you've got Carapace. You've got the Impale, which can follow up that Carapace. So I like the heroes that VP have to deal with that aggression.
So do you give the advantage based off of the draft then?
I don't know about the advantage necessarily. NP can be very greedy. They're going to have Axe straight up jungling with an Iron Talon, so I think they can play this greed game early on. We'll see a Pipe and Smoke. Not finding Rose, but by all means, I think VP have a good draft to deal with NP, but NP could just straight up have a huge early game advantage here.
SVG, he's going to be running into the smoke here, but VP are not in position to be able to respond very well. Instead, they get the telekinesis onto Eternal Envy, but it chains. It actually hits Lil, but they still have the stun coming out from the Nyx Assassin. Too many stuns for Jack to deal with. That'll be a first blood for a Nyx Assassin. Maybe an early pair of boots is in his future.
It's a happy Nyx. And maybe even an extra couple of bounty runes if VP can secure them. And it looks like they're going to go for 3. The bottom Radiant Jungle one may not be claimed, though, as MSS is going to beat Pasha down there.
Yeah, I really like this idea by VP. We were kind of talking about it. I really felt like they were going to go for this last pick core and go aggro tri-lane. It felt necessary because of the greediness that NP presented, right? We have the Slark last pick that is a hero that you want to pressure in lane oftentimes, and they have an Axe jungler. Absolutely necessary. I felt that VP go for this aggro tri-lane, and they've got a strong one too. Telekinesis into crush into spin. That is not something to mess around with. That instant stun is going to have a little bit hard for AUI to play around with, who can normally rely on Dark Path.
And they know the Axe is either jungling or dual laning down bottom with a Darkseer, so they know this top lane is going to be a win for them. They've got a 3v2 setup against the Slark. AUI should not be able to get any farm up here. They probably feel very good about the 1v1 matchup with the Invoker against the Ember Spirit as well, in terms of hero matchup, as well as just no one, his skill, his ability. So all in all, I think VP are going to be very happy winning 2 of the 3 lanes. And bottom lane, they're going to get farm. They're going to get XP. Pasha's in a 1v1. This is not a losing lane for him.
I like how NP, they've just gone full greed. They're not even attempting, like, what's the point of SVG actually being up in there in the top lane? He would just probably be a casualty of war. So instead, he's been jungling alongside Rose, who's been taking the off lane and trying to do a bit of pulling. Eternal Envy takes a bit of damage here from no one, thanks to the Cold Snap and Tornado combination. And he does not have a Tango ready to go, still on cooldown for another 5 seconds. So another opening like that, he could be in trouble, but it's going to be SVG trying to catch out no one. They do manage to get the long-range Searing Chains into the pole, and that'll be no one who's going to be caught instead. He had such a good setup, but a rotation from SVG turns things around.
Really, really nicely done. That's such a big kill to get when you're at a laning disadvantage. The lanes are set up such that VP win 2 of the 3 lanes and go close to even in the bottom lane. You've got to get kills. You've got to find some way to negate that laning advantage. Having a jungling Axe whose farming is not enough on its own, so very nicely done by NP to recognize they can get the kill. Then they shrine up and Envy's back mid. And it doesn't really matter that he's now given up that first blood earlier and that he's having a tough time against the Invoker because of that kill.
Cool rotation from MSS. He actually pushed out after the minute 30 and went into the jungle. That allowed him to be able to kill a wolf camp as well as get the 2-minute bounty room inside the Radiant jungle. It's now doing a little bit of creep cutting. Pasha does have, thankfully, the skill set to be able to pick up a lot of CS underneath tower, and he should get a very quick progression into level 6 and Arcane Boots.
He's even winning the CS battle against the Darkseer.
SVG done for. We talked about how if he kind of shows up in this lane, he's such an easy target to pick up on, and we saw it there with the telekinesis pull into the crush.
Surprisingly decent amount of CS on AUI Slark here. He's sitting on 11 CS, and with somewhat close to solo XP, he's already level 3 in a bit, so he's not doing all too bad, all things considered, with this aggressive lane up here.
The wrap around, this time it's going to be Eternal Envy, who's potentially caught by a rotation of a support. Solo is able to get there in time thanks to his boots, pulls him back, but Eternal Envy gets the Searing Chains, and the nuke damage just isn't quite enough. In fact, it's going to be no one in some trouble, as the Frostbite does a considerable amount of damage. Both cores of this mid lane are forced back. Long-range Tornado is going to snag Eternal Envy, but he popped the Fairy Fire. He'll be good. Meanwhile, bottom lane is a bit of a mess here. Pasha will manage to hit that stun. That was critical. Will allow him to be able to survive, it seems, with the healing salve going out.
Great play from Envy there, making sure he got his salve off. He knew that no one is just lurking around waiting to cancel it, so instead of using the salve and getting it cancelled, he just waits to see the Tornado fly and just pops a Fairy Fire instead, making sure he survives to get the salve off. And this mid lane has kind of been turned around. Envy at least kind of holding his own, getting enough CS out of the lane.
Crush, Rose, combo stunned up here. They still have Solo ready to go with the telekinesis too. So much disable, and it will be enough. Crush, a second crush. So that was 4 disables, all ready to go for that axe. A very nice rotation by VP. It seemed like they just did enough to be able to put a little bit of pressure in that top lane and have fully rotated out, leaving the Juggernaut solo against the Slark. And that's pretty easy, right? He's got the spin against Frostbite as well against the Pounce. This should be a lane that Ramses won't die unless Rose can catch him with the Berserker's call on the spin. Ramsey starts making his way out. Rose sets up the trap, managed to get the call, and that'll hold him long enough for the other heroes to beat him down. The Pounce lands, and Ramses goes down.
Both teams making aggressive moves in the early game. Very different to what we saw last game where we had these kind of static offlaners who didn't want to make too many moves. This time around, we're seeing aggressive maneuvers from both sides, and it's MP who get the best of the Juggernaut there, take down one of the VP carries, and I think all things considered, NP will be a little bit happy with how this early game is looking.
Yeah, I mean, we said that, like, VP should have been able to win. Like, if all things were static, right, win 2 lanes and go even with the Nyx Assassin, he gets so much value that he doesn't have to win the lane. He just gets value out of being there in a solo situation. It all looks good, but these rotations from NP have certainly messed things up quite a bit. They're both jungling efficiently with the Darkseer axe as well as the Crystal Maiden, and they're still managing to keep up when it comes to kills. Currently, this kill score being 3-2.
Yeah, and they've forced VP to make moves, which means that the aggro trialing hasn't really served its purpose to stop the Slark getting farm and XP. Slark's already level 6, has Treads, Pullman Shield, is doing just fine in terms of overall net worth, so doesn't really feel like VP's lanes have accomplished what they planned.
Pasha didn't actually pick up his level 6 before he rotated up here to the top lane. It may cost him his life, but it looks like AEY is going to be able to finish him off with the Dark Pact quite easy. And Rose will continue to farm away. This is something that NP, thanks to their junglers, are actually getting quite far ahead. A little bit in gold, but a lot more in experience at this point.
This is big start, big kills that they're picking up. The Nyx Assassin being slowed down. He has Arcane Boots, so he really wants to start getting active with a level 6, but unable to do so just yet. Rose will get found out here by Solo, but this is just kind of a little scouting party. If anything, Solo's, well...
He may be in trouble. AEY stops to pick up the Banner Rune, but they are going to be able to slow down Solo. Eternal Envy comes from his mid lane position to make sure that Solo does indeed die. AEY with his level 6, that pickup, the fact that they couldn't ever kill the Slark, and he's now got this level 6 so early on into the game, is going to pay off big dividends for NP. They don't have to worry about this lane, and he can make those kind of rapid rotations with that extra movement speed.
Perhaps we'll see VP look to start finding an opening to use something like an Omni Slash here. They have got the Mango on the Jug for that extra burst of mana, but that's going to be perhaps the big ultimate they can look to play around a bit now in terms of pushing towers, taking an objective, or finding a key kill.
The counter ward already set up here near the shrine, but I don't think anyone's seen Pasha just yet. I think it's a pretty obvious rotation, though, onto the mid lane. Eternal Envy does seem to be one of the better targets. Slark is going to be a harder hero to gank, but they could still pull it off. A Vendetta, not into a hit, but maybe a straight up impale is how they could get this kill. AY not going to stick around for that Siege Wagon, though, and that's going to save his life.
Yep. Gets out of there in time. He's already got up to 1,200 gold, so we'll see whether it's going to be straight into the Shadow Blade or some kind of other build to maybe just make himself a bit tankier, get some more cost-effective items, but as it stands, he's going to feel a lot safer in this jungle farming, and this is one of the things where he can kind of free up that top lane. Either just ditch it because there's too much pressure up there, or leave it for his support while he takes some more of the farm in the jungle using that Dark Pact to farm. Just, again, it's the efficiency coming out from NP. They're utilizing more of the map. They're the ones taking the jungle. Even Envy in the enemy jungle at this point, looking to make some very aggressive plays.
Yeah, and if he actually finds one hero alone, right, the Ember Spirit is easily going to be able to kill that hero. And they can even couple with the Darkseer in the bottom lane to put a lot of pressure with the Ion Shell if he wants to. Ramsey's trying to deal with that Ion Shell. No one's actually going to push out here with an Invis Rune. See if he can catch SVG. Will manage to land the Tornado into an EMP with a Cold Snap, stopping any of the spells from SVG. It makes it pretty easy for no one to find the solo kill.
He's got an easy escape as well if he needs to with the Ghost Walk, but AUI not going to even press forward. So Envy, see where he goes next. He just took a couple jungle camps, enemy newts, didn't manage to find the Bounty Rune to refill his bottle, so he's actually being forced back to base a bit here. It does seem like he wants to make a move. The Radiant Observer would scouts out this smoke gank at mid. Rose and SVG TP'd in for this one, and that ward saw everything. It should have been reported now. AUI is sitting on top of it with no Shadow Dance up, so it should be very apparent that that Observer ward is in play.
Yeah. This is such a classic rotation, too. Once the Axe picks up the Tranquil Boots and gets his level 6, you don't need to keep jungling away, right? The extra movement speed, as long as you have some sort of setup stun, which is where the smoke and the CM is going to come into play, it's very easy to make Axe rotations to wrap around enemies and pick up kills, speeding up that Blink Dagger even more. But as you said, it's been spotted out, so I'm not sure what they plan on doing.
Solo's still down there, so this may just be Solo saying, well, I don't think they're coming for me. They're probably smoking towards mid. He's just trying to get a bit more. If he dies to this smoke gank, it's not really the end of the world for him. He'll have a pretty short respawn. And
yeah, he's a level 4 Rubik. I don't think NP are real excited about the bounty of his head.
But if they can transition that into a tower, it would be nice. But that's something I imagine VP will be looking to protect and defend should any additional pressure come. Ramses is not in the best fighting shape, bit low on HP and mana, but could always fall back, use that shrine with his team, and kind of look to re-engage.
Yeah, our two heroes at top have TPs ready to go. So even if they did find the pick off on the Rubik and push for more, I think it'd be pretty simple for VP to be able to establish control. I mean, especially because they really need to protect their outer towers, right? Because NP, they have such farm-efficient heroes who are able to take advantage of neutrals. You cannot afford to give them any extra space to work around.
And they're also playing without detection right now on the MP side. Not to say it's obviously something they want to fix as soon as possible, not to say it's a problem right this second, but that's going to prevent them really going for any towers. Trying to push tier 1s when you have no way to stop a Nyx Assassin initiation, it's going to be just impossible. So they can find a pick off on someone like a Rubik, but then they'll probably just fall back, keep playing the farming game, and wait to kind of really group up with Ember Spirit hitting like a power spike with a few more levels before they go.
Jackie, I don't know if it's all that serious. Saying I'm dying in all chat.
So perhaps always one for the melodramatic.
He's already got the quick buy set up for him to be able to get the Veil at Discord, so if there's any question about this newer builds of the Ember Spirit and whether or not he's going to be going for that, it is indeed the answer for Eternal Envy. I don't think we're going to be seeing that Battle Fury build anytime soon. It seems like the magic damage and getting that early aggression seems all too strong for anything else.
Absolutely, and that's something which we'll see how well VP deal with that. They've got the null field from the Rubik to go with the cores, as we kind of talked about with the Blade Fury, the Quaswex Invoker. Not that we'll see maybe any too earlier points into that null field, but NP, I imagine, looking to try and make headway as far as putting pressure onto VP. The Invoker's kind of limit. I mean, he peaks around that kind of level 10 stage as a Quaswex, but he's still only sitting on really 3 core spells with the Tornado, EMP, and Cold Snap. So something that NP can look to take advantage of. They've got pretty good sustain when you throw in the CM aura. They can look to kind of continue to take fights even after getting a pickoff or two and turn those pickoffs into objectives.
So do you think, like, VP, I'm having a hard time looking at this 4-position Slardar and trying to figure out where VP are going to allocate their farm. Are they going to try and continue to play aggressive and actually move Lil around the map, or are they going to park him somewhere and let him progress a little bit towards that Blink Dagger and just play off of farming on the Invoker, farming on the Juggernaut, and then occasionally we'll see Pasha find a pick off here or there?
It's kind of awkward because Lil and Pasha, the Nixon side, they fulfill a similar role. We saw this earlier today, and the two heroes didn't really work well together because of that. I'd like to see them prioritize farm on the Slider just because Pasha has ways to initiate just through the Vendetta if he can kind of play around where the detection might be. Lil's also just currently a bit closer to the Blink Dagger, seeing on 800 gold to the 300 of Pasha. So giving Lil a lane, he also needs to, not even level 6. So right now Pasha can be a lot more effective in fighting, defending towers than level 5 Slider can be. So give Lil a lane, get him to catch up on levels, get his Blink up. And then if Pasha's Blink comes later than the Slider, you're kind of okay with that just because you make sure you at least get one of the two at a decent time.
It does feel like a bit of a downside of the Invoker, right? I think it's something about this Invoker who's a little bit more of a farming mid than what we've been seeing from a lot of mids right now. A lot more tempo controllers, a lot more active heroes. Because they have this more farming mid, right? And they have a Juggernaut who usually wants to be at least be able to take some space. they're not able to play super active and punish the fact that NP are able to utilize their neutrals so efficiently. I guess it's not as bad as previous patches because the jungle can only be farmed up every 2 minutes, but it does seem like they want to play a little bit more of a passive farming game right now, but it's also the fact that NP are going to be able to out-farm you still.
Yeah, and on the VP side, you've only really got the Jug farming up the jungle. So even we saw earlier, Ember's like in the Radiant jungle taking camps, and with that extra 2 minutes on those respawns, it just hits that little bit harder into the coffers. As MP just making more use of the map here. Multiple heroes farming the jungle. They're farming all across the board. It's been a solid game 2 start for MP.
What else we got going on here? MSS. He obviously was quite prominently featured, I think, in today's games for NP. His last game of the Sand King was quite incredible. He's going to be playing this Darkseer, who's gotten himself quite a large amount of farm. He's been matched up early on against the Nyx Assassin, so that wasn't much of a problem. He's going to have a fast mech, and then we're going to see him be able to follow that up into potential Blink Dagger territory. Do you think Blink Dagger's more valuable than, say, going for a little bit more pipe, a little bit more sustain? The Vacuum would set up, what, the Axe follow-up initiation, and that's kind of it?
Yeah, that's mostly... I actually think he's not going for the mech, he's going to be going for the Dominator, it looks like.
Oh, yeah, that Helmet Dominator. That just seems so strong when you have the Centaur and you put it, put an Ion Shell on it.
Free way to push out the lane and really zero risk. Can combo with the Vacuum as well. But I think going from the Helm to the mech, that'll kind of keep him busy in terms of farm for a little while.
It does seem like Helmet Dominator, I think I've seen multiple pros talk about it. It does seem to be like the rather OP item of this patch.
Yes. I mean, it's kind of maybe too soon to tell, but based on like the heroes we're seeing by it, it's kind of, I don't know, it's like a support item, it's a carry item, it's an off-lane item, it's
everyone gets one, yeah. You just get the free split push. It's usually these neutrals have really valuable abilities for early fights.
You're getting
nothing more
spell.
Yeah, there's nothing more annoying than like getting caught out because the small satyr is running at you and purging you, and you're just like, all right, what am I supposed to do? It's too tanky for me to kill right away.
All right, so both teams are ready, so we'll be getting ourselves back into the game.
And we'll see whether or not this smoke will successfully kill Solo. He starts backing himself away as the Ion Shell creep starts marching forward. Now, NP's kind of happy with this one if they actually manage to catch somebody else instead of Solo, but that's just not going to be the case. Juggernaut has retreated deeper into his own jungle, and they're just going to have to take this Solo kill. They do manage to surge up Rose, double slow onto Solo. They're actually going to be TPing in for this one, the telekinesis, but the Frostbite into the double Ion Shell creeps is too much damage over time for him to handle. They'll at least get the turnaround. SVG going to be caught by the Cold Snap and Omni Slash. The two cores of NP, though, are going to be pretty happy with that. It was originally a smoke that didn't really feel good. Then they traded supports, but both of these cores got a lot of free time in mid and top.
It's one of those VP moments where they're all on the same page, they're making a play and a decision as a team, but they misread the situation, and they think that's NP committing at least 4 or 5 heroes down bottom with that smoke. But it was just a small 3-man gank, get a kill back off, and VP bring all 5 while Ember's farming not just top lane, but also the top jungle, as well as the Slark farming mid. So that was incredibly valuable use of time for NP, getting a kill with 3, having their 2 cores farming, and buying time, well, where VP isn't farming because of the 5-man rotation.
Eternal Envy got a bit lucky there, hanging out in the Roshan pit, waiting for that 10-minute rune to spawn, and spawn it did. Double damage for him to pick up and trying to press the bottom lane. He goes ahead and TPs, already has the Ion Shell, is going to be able to get the chains onto Lil, easily burning him down. Ramsey's going to try and turn things around, but I'm pretty sure Envy is not too scared of this. He's got more backup coming in, but then again, so does Ramsey's. No one almost landing the tornado. The Cold Snap might just be enough. Eternal Envy almost dies, 40 HP. It's all that separates him from the grave. Pasha's pushing forward and may still look for a potential spike carapace initiation off these Ion Shells, but NP not going to stick around to be exposed to that Vendetta.
Yeah, just not landing those tornadoes. No one's yet to find himself really getting into this game.
He had a rough time in the mid lane too. Did you watch? He just routinely missed Eternal Envy with the Ember Spirit tornadoes.
He was missing EMPs onto the Slark as well, so perhaps showing just some discomfort on the Invoker. Not a hero we've really seen him play all that much. The Quaswex Invoker also not really the common variety that most mid players are perhaps is used to.
Both of these heroes, AUI's Slark as well as Rose's Axe are quite close to their initiating items, but AUI's a step closer. He's going to be able to finish up his Shadow Blade off of the neutrals being given to him by Rose. Rose is not too far away though, 500 gold for his Blink Dagger. NP could really start turning things up.
Yeah, they're going to make headway down this bottom lane. They kind of realize how low this tower is and how they can kind of take control of this easy access into the Radiant jungle, but not without a response. VP kind of see what's going to be happening at bottom lane and want to trade for mid.
AUI is going to ignore Ramses, goes straight for the heart of this team. No one's going to be targeted. Oh, that's a tornado used, and AUI, his initiation stalled up. Does manage to go on a solo here. The Dark Pack should be enough to be able to get that support kill, but they've already lost their Axe. Now the Omni Slash goes on SVG. That's another support down, and VP looking comfortable on their other 4 heroes. Quite tanky, good to be able to finish off this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for AUI, just the tornado hitting him as well as he wanted to go in. Takes the free Rubik kill in the end, but being unable to go on a key hero like an Invoker makes it a good trade for VP, getting a tier 1 tower as well as a decent pick-off.
One of the big things is that I've been kind of watching, following Eternal Envy's net worth, and he just hasn't really managed to get that progression into the Veil of Discord that we were really hoping. The 1 kill on Lil was a bit helpful, but he's been playing, I think, so off map that his farm efficiency, maybe he's the one hero who's actually been suffering compared to the rest of NP, are usually ahead.
I think and part of it is some of the jungle changes, because I keep seeing him like use the Flame Guard to farm a creep wave, push it out, and then he'll immediately fire Remnant to a Remnant he's already got in a creep camp, so he gets extra value in terms of farming with the Flame Guard, but there's just less neutraling time because of the longer respawn on them, and there's also less farm to go around because he's sharing it with the Axe, he's sharing it with the Darkseer, so it does feel like a lot of the NP heroes are fighting for farm right now. You kind of see it on the net worth. They've got 4 heroes all sitting on like 3.8k plus net worth. The Axe has got a good chunk of farm here, but it does mean that NB himself has perhaps given up and suffered a little bit because of that.
Meanwhile, VP, a very clear hierarchy when it comes to farm. Ramses top of the board at 6,400, and no one taking second place at 5,500. Everyone else sitting a little bit lower on the table.
Those key items for NP will come up all at a similar time, from the Veil to the Blink Dagger of Axe. We've seen the Shadow Blade already of the Slark, but this kind of is a nice little timing window for them where suddenly their entire lineups hit this peak.
Go run to that side shop right now and pick up that Blink Dagger. You need it before this fight happens because the initiation is coming. AUI, he's going to immediately go for solo. Dark Pax is going to finish off here, so they manage to get the crush immediately afterwards. AUI, though, is still healthy enough as the Ember Spirit is coming forward, threatening no one. The Tornado, EMP goes down. They manage to get a pretty decent stun. With the EMP going down, no one's actually going to be able to survive through this one. And AUI, his ultimate trailing to an end here, has to back himself away. No mana to work with whatsoever. A crush forward does manage to catch him, and AUI just might die here. The call goes down. They manage to get the chop. The extra movement speed separating him from Ramsey. He's unable to get that Omni Slash and has to spin himself away, it looks like. VP, a successful turnaround there, just at the right time with the Blink Dagger coming in from Lil, and a value Tornado EMP. Jump in, still trying to follow this one up, but Ramsey's ready to go. As long as he managed to get off this Omni Slash, it should be a clean win. He's going to leave Rose to die and actually goes for the extra kill. Unfortunately bouncing back, but it looks like with the Cold Snap, they'll still manage to get MSS and SVG. Solo Rose on in, picks up that kill as well, and NP just feeding away kills to beat Virtus Pro now. Solo is going to be target once again. He's like, why me? God, stop this. But he's gone indeed. Pasha comes in, hits the impale, and Solo survives.
Some fantastic crowd control coming out from Pasha. First saving no one at the start of the fight with the multiple hero carapaces and impales there at the end as well.
Oh, what's happening? They managed to hit the crush, and now the EMP. Eternal Envy's dead as well. NP, they're drowning here under their own weight.
Well,
Tornado leading things off. Rose, don't tell me he's going to die as well. All right. VP's not going to go that deep, but I mean, what just happened? They just like gave away like 8 kills in a row.
To use the eloquent words of Ben Wu, they chain fed.
Yeah, that's one by one. I mean, the fact that like that first part of the fight, right, totally acceptable. But then the fact that you tried to go back in like that, it was pretty rough.
And I think it was just like very much like they felt that was their moment. They just hit all these item timings together. They made a really nice play surging the center in to snipe the healing ward, so they thought they could just keep on chasing. But Jug kind of holding the Omni Slash till the end there and getting off a decent enough Omni Slash. It kind of bounced back and wasn't even all that great, but it was enough to just get the Darkseer. They killed the Axe early on in the fight as well. And
And if you can't actually use those items successfully, you're going to see VP just destroy you in net worth now, because they've got Hand-of-Midas on both Pasha as well as No One, and No One already has his progression into the next item, the Yule Scepter. So you were supposed to be able to abuse these heroes when they didn't have like an actual fighting item, and they had these farming minuses, and you had your big ticket initiations, but that very quickly went south, and VP, it won't be too long until they get some of their fighting items, which are more focused towards the mid game anyway.
Really, like the tankiness of a couple of those front lines heroes really just kicked in. They're having like the bonus health on both Invoker as well as the Nyx Assassin from their talents, just giving them the extra bit of survivability, making all the difference in the world there, as NP will be kind of forced to reset. But they can't just reset and play a farming game. They kind of they need to hit their stride. They need to make some moves here, try and find some smoke plays, because sitting back and farming is going to be a losing battle against the Invoker Jug.
Counter ward is laid out here, and they will manage to get the call. Nice read there by Rose. Managed to successfully read where Pasha was, but maybe that initiation was not a bright idea. They're going to be able to hit this impale. EMP goes down. Eternal Envy, fresh out of mana. The Omni Slash on the right-hand side, unsuccessful. They do manage to get a lot of damage in the AoE, and VP, they're actually getting melted by this one. SVG with a beautiful freezing field will back this one up. That fight should have been so much worse for VP. They still may manage to recover this one, though. They're going to be able to pick up the extra kill. SVG just can't get out of here. Ramses has the spin coming up in a second. They have the purge creep as well. SVG's not getting out of here alive. It's only AUI who will survive through that one. That felt like it should have been just a clean wipe there by VP, but small turnaround plays by the Crystal Maiden.
Small turnaround plays. VP showing that coordination and just perfect chain stun. It looked like Nyx he had the opportunity to go for the 2-hero impale, but he waited. He was so patient, waited for the Tornado EMP to hit, then throws the impale afterwards, and they even make sure they secure the tower there at the end. VP just playing better as a team right now, just coordinating all their spells, and they've got the kind of better team fight synergy with the chain stun from the Nyx, the Slider, the Tornado EMPs. It's a lot harder and takes a lot more finesse for MP to get that kind of vacuum into call, the Searing Chains to follow up. They are still kind of holding their own. They showed promise there, what MB can do with the Veil, and he's going to have a Blade Mail.
Uh-oh, Crush hits Eternal Envy. He doesn't have a jump out of this one, not in time. Already burned out of mana. He pops the wand, though, and that will be his saving grace.
Every now and then you think MB's done something a bit silly, and then he shows he knows what he's doing.
Yeah. It's a close one. They have the Manta now on Ramses. These initiations are just going to get tougher and tougher. You've got Yule Scepter on No One, Manta on Juggernaut. Those two cores are going to be quite hard to find a successful initiation and burst them down.
VP might be able to they're telegraphing NP right now. They have the Radiant Observer on the high ground by that tier 2 bottom tower, so there's a good chance they see this smoke coming. They saw SVG holding on to it. They saw 2 or 3 heroes grouping up, and yeah, they are ready for this.
Oh, they still managed to get the call onto Lil, but Pasha's set up. He's trying to get somehow a Spike Carapace hit onto the spin, but it just doesn't happen, so he misses the stun. They are going to be able to catch an SVG, though, and it looks like maybe a little bit more. Solo catches him right as Surge goes out from MSS. Cold Snap going to hold him in place for a little bit longer. Lil in place. Rose unable to get the call. Eternal Envy on the left-hand side is trying to get some of the backlines with the call, but he's already been turned around on. AUI is trying to help him out, focus on Ramses, but Ramses just way too big. He's just going to right-click Eternal Envy down as he's out of mana once again, and the crush comes out from Lil, catching the extra hill. AUI just doesn't have any mana to work with. He's going to be focused down, and VP just utterly dominant in this game too. NP just seem to be falling apart in their attempts to be so damn aggressive.
Yeah, and they know they need to be, but they're doing it in just kind of two predictable ways. I mean, for one, that was right underneath an observer. VP were already there with 3 or 4 heroes ready to counter initiate, and VP, the heroes in the front getting caught, are heroes that can afford to be caught. It's a Nyx who has a carapace, it's a Slider who's tanky, and they're
now
going to find
Rose
another.
going to die as well. The Omni Slash wasn't even needed in that last engagement. Lil poking his head out is looking for a little bit more. They may still go for a dive, and it looks like they want it. SVG, he's going to be caught here. The crush goes down, and SVG gets torn apart with an amplified damage. Now with the Spike Carapace, they actually manage to hit MSS. Follow-up Tornado into the stun. It just gets better and better for VP. And now Eternal Envy, he actually completes the TP into this one. Hopefully he's got a game plan, bounces back to the Spirit, and he will be good. Solo is going to be target of AUI's Shadowblade, though. This looks like the free pickoff for NP.
VP just playing hyper aggressive, but this shrine does act as a TP point as Rose is coming back in looking for a follow-up pickoff, but if it's only a Rubik that NP get, they will not be satisfied.
Yeah, certainly not. These two cores that are, were the big leaders in net worth when it comes to the Juggernaut and Invoker. They've gotten so much further ahead of anybody else in this game.
An early gem pickup for the Rubik, really looking to take control of the map, deny vision, as well as have a way of dealing with AUI Shadowblade initiation. And really right now it's that dire vision which has taken over the Radiant jungle in this bottom side of the map where a lot of the action is happening, so this will act as a useful de-warding tool for them.
Eternal Enemy's still working on that same blade mail that he's been trying to get for probably the last 6 to 8 minutes.
Really has been a tale of 2 games in a row where VP are able to just shut him down. Game 1, it was the dual lane with the Ogre, the 2v1. They banned it out thinking that would solve things, but then VP just, they get a hero advantage. Like the Invoker versus Ember, there's not a whole lot Ember can really do in that matchup. He had some ganks and help from a Crystal Maiden, but even that in itself wasn't enough. And
it does kind of feel like it was just that one bottom lane engagement, right, where NP were supposed to be so strong and able to take advantage of Virtus Pro's farming items, and it just didn't happen. Instead, they're the ones who end up dying.
It could have been, like, it was one of those fights where if they managed to just burst down that Invoker just that little bit faster, if the Nyx just was a couple seconds later to get in there to counter-initiate, it would have been a fight that they won, but VP just seemed to always be one step ahead and ready for NP to run at them.
We're going to have a third minus, Lil, on his Slardar. Slardar's kind of a hard hero to keep that constant progression in net worth. He is going to be caught, though. Rose managed to get him with the call unsuccessfully. Throwing out that Culling Blade. Sunstrike and a jump away. There goes that Rubik showing off with the stolen fire remnants from earlier.
Nice little plays, but NP, yeah, they'll guarantee themselves the top tier 1 tower now with the pick off there, but ultimately VP poised to take a tier 2 themselves in this mid lane.
It's such a high level on the Invoker that he's got these Forge Spirits out. The Aghanim Scepter complete, so he's got that extra bit of power despite only being level 17. I say only level 17, but man, it's 23 minutes in. That guy has had such a good experience, net worth progression. AUI. The call goes out. Pasha's going to be the target here. They're trying to pop this Nyx Assassin. The EMP is covering some of the trails. Ramses does manage to kill at least the Ember Spirit, and a lot of these heroes are out of mana, so NP, they're running out of firepower. MSS is potentially going to go down. His solo jumps forward with the Flame Spears. Can't quite get it. AUI is going to be able to block him down with the pounce, but ultimately, AUI still has to run himself away. Gets bashed up, and he dies just like that. NP. MSS may have escaped, but the rest of the chorus did not. Once again, Virtus Pro dominating a team fight and taking trade-offs that are well worth it.
Man, this Jug Invoker are just out of control at this point. Their level advantage, their farm advantage is just getting too much to deal with. An Ag Scepter on no one's Invoker. Juggernaut not just having the Manta, but a Diffusal now as well. He managed to get in there just in time to pick up the gem and then just takes the fight to NP. Decisive stuff coming out from VP. They're not afraid to take fights. That was with kind of 4v5 initiation, and they easily handle NP.
Yeah, that is, I think, one of the big characteristics of Virtus Pro is that they move forward with confidence at all times.
Well, they can confidently take that bottom tier 2 tower. Still one remaining before they can deal with these shrines, but imagine they may be eyeing off something like Roshan first anyways.
They have got to get some counter vision down. All these aggressive wards from Virtus Pro going to make things very difficult. In fact, even right now, they're spotting out this AY Slark who's farming away Ancients. Don't think they could really do too much. Well, maybe. They've got a double damage. They're going to try to lead things off with the NPL. Surprise with the Meteor and the Sunstrike. What a beautiful combination by VP.
Wow. Oh, that is insane. That is just some ridiculous plays coming out from those two. Getting that Chaos Meteor combo from that angle, and that'll get them an easy Roshan. They can clean up that top tier 2 tower if they want. They may even be considering a high ground play very soon. They've got a great lineup to actually break high ground with. The Jug who can safely hit buildings through Blade Fury. The Invoker with the Forge Spirits, the Alacrity. He's already gone into a heavy Exort build now that he's level 19 already. He's going to soon hit level 20. Get another talent coming into play at this stage of the game. The Jug, same thing. He's going to hit a level 20 talent very soon as well. This is where having a level advantage just gets incredibly snowbally.
Yeah, they've still got that one tier 2 at the top lane. Another misstep by NP, and they're going to start losing their shrines. All semblance of map control goes out the window. This net worth and experience graph is going to look real good for VP. 15,000 net worth lead. They're going to be able to make the jump onto a Crystal Maiden. That's going to be quite the easy kill.
That's VP again. They're reading NP. They know that, okay, we're showing heroes mid. NP thinks we're pushing up mid or top. They're going to do their classic NP play. Come and split push the bottom lane, farm out jungle. Let's hunt them there. Unfortunately, it only nets them Crystal Maiden. If they'd gone like a bit further, they may have found someone like a Darkseer, which could have earned them something like a tier 3 tower. But even so, they get the kill. They maintain some good lane equilibrium. They have everything pushing out. And they're the ones putting NP under a tremendous amount of stress right now.
And the tough part is, like, Ramsey's, you said he's shown himself in mid, and he's just not a hero that they seem to be able to kill. Like, they have this Axe versus him. They can actually jump and get that initiation. But at this point in time, Ramsey's actually tanky enough that he could survive through that call and then be able to spin out. He's also got the Aegis to be able to work with. So potentially, if they're really feeling comfortable, VP can go ahead and start sieging tier 3s with the Juggernaut on the front lines.
Yeah. I think following these shrines, we'll see them start picking away at the tier 3 towers. Just Alacrity him on the high ground, throw a Blade Fury Manta style for some extra DPS as well. And for now, though, it is going to be Lil just back bottom, keeping the lanes pushed out as much as possible. But we'll probably see him start surging himself towards the rest of his team. But needs to be careful because there is a ganking squad headed his way.
Better move fast to get this quick pick off on Lil before the rest of VP are here. Lil's going to be a target of both the aggression of AUI and Eternal Envy. They'll manage to pick that one up. They'll still lose their extra shrine, though. Not much they can do to stop that one. And we'll get MSS's Blink Dagger. So, high ground potential for NP is going to be all about this Blink vacuum into a call and potential freezing field, I guess, with a little bit of AoE there.
Throw like a triple Fire Remnant on top with a Veil. That's kind of the hope. Get even a blink, or maybe you blink in for a Searing Chains is going to be the other option if you don't want to kind of throw away your life for the kills.
Dire scan.
Just like, are they coming for me? Is someone in? Is there a Nyx on me?
He learns that there is not. Blink Dagger, Yule Scepter, and a gem on Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, he's gone full anti-Ember Spirit with his itemization. Another way to purge off that Flame Guard in the front lines as well. But Envy will poke himself out to kill away. But if VP want, they can try and force this high ground here. High ground ward gets planted, and that's something NP haven't been able to deal with just yet.
Man, he's almost got a Scotty on Ramsey. He's got the double ultimate orb, so he is super tanky. He's got a heavy amount of damage thanks in part to the big Alacrity levels coming out from no one, so this tier 3 tower is just going to drop so quickly. Lil pokes his head out, misses the initiation, is going to be turned around on, but Rose unable to find initiation as the Tornado EMP burns him out. Ramsey's in hugely deep, but is it going to be punished by it? NP just do not have the control with Rose dead, so they're going to focus on the melee racks to manage to get the jump in the vacuum, but now a meteor, NP, you traveled into a trap of your own. NP, they're trying to fight this one out with AUI in the front lines with the BKB. He's already killed one hero, but can he finish off Ramsey's Aegis and go again? They've kept the melee racks alive, but it looks like VP is more than healthy enough to be able to continue to fight. With the Force Spirits and a little bit of Alacrity health, they should be able to finish this one up. Eternal Envy daring VP try and go on him as he jumps himself back with a Fire Spirit, but they've already lost their mid lane of Rax before the 30-minute marker. Terrible sign for NP in this game too.
Yeah, they do the best they can to break the Aegis and get a couple of kills there with a pretty good combo, but really that kind of feels like the best case scenario for them. It means there won't be an Aegis and will prevent VP going for a second lane, but ultimately they find themselves down a lane of Rax still, and they just don't have enough damage. They can't really use those Fire Remnants aggressively. We see how annoying Envy can be there because he just blinks in with the Searing Chains to follow up the Axe Blink Call, but he can't aggressively triple Fire Remnant forward because that's just him throwing away his life. And as a result, VP, they've got enough sustain between the mech. They've got maxed out Null Field now as well. They've got too many options as far as catching and pick off that. For Envy to fight, it's going to be entirely hit and run.
Yeah, that is something about this newer Ember Spirit, right, is that he's much more early game focused and does not have this same kind of mid game or late game strength. So we're going to be looking towards the initiation factor that we talked about earlier with the Blink Dagger, and we're going to have to look for AUI to somehow carry this game out when it comes to damage for NP. But it's looking worse and worse as bigger ticket items come in for VP. They've almost got an Octarine for no one. He's just about 700 gold away. The Scotty is complete for Ramses, so he can easily frontline without that Aegis needed. And if they actually get a pick off here, they're wrapping around behind NP up here in this top lane, but NP are trying to play it safe. They're pushing out the wave and then hiding into the trees, ready to make their retreat when necessary.
See, Envy.
Maybe, just maybe, Solo can pick him up. Not quite there.
You kind of see where VP are prioritizing. Going for the mech over saying, if he's a blink there, he can get something like that catch, but they realize they don't have to get pickoffs to achieve their goal, which is just going to be taking down these lanes of racks. It's more important to have the sustain such that the Ember Spirit doesn't burst them down with the Veil. So having the mech achieves the VP game plan overall much better than having some extra pickoff. You get that catch from the Nyx and from the Slaughter, so missing like a maybe one potential kill in the Ember Spirit is something you can kind of forgo here, as VP put themselves in a great position to take game number 2.
Yeah, they seem to be in pretty high spirits from that camera shot, so, and I would be too, right? If I was in VP's position, I've already taken game 1. That was the tough game. This game 2 seems very clearly a gigantic lead for Virtus Pro. And they've been real solid. I don't feel like the CIS team has ever really dropped the ball when it comes to controlling a game. When they get a lead like this, they don't really throw it away.
This is, yeah, very different VP to past editions. They've got a lot more discipline they have in the past. It's not a team you see losing games when they pick up these early game leads, and they're just very good about playing around Roshan, playing around their timings, and always having the entire team on the same page. There's been some squads where there's been 1 or 2 players who want to go and get aggressive, while the others will not really all be on board. And this VP squad makes decisions as a unit. We're seeing it here. We saw it in game 1, and VP with a Crimson Guard on Slaughter. He's going to have another Helm of the Dominate for the team soon as well. They've got the Octarine and Invoker. The items just keep rolling in. They've got 4 heroes sitting on above 10k net worth. Just the Slark on the NP side in that category.
It seems like NP, it may not be the wisest scenario fighting into VP at this point in time, but you also can't just let them sit back and siege either the next tier 3 tower or even wait for the next Roshan. NP are going to have to come out and find an initiation for themselves. They hope to be able to set VP on the back foot.
I feel like you can't even just let them take this rack here. VP are just going to go for it without Aegis. They feel confident enough with the 2.6k HP Jug. He's going for this +8 all stats Talon and has a Skadi, so he's got a huge amount of survivability.
Ramsey's keeping his distance from Eternal Envy for now. Gets chained up, does manage to purge up Eternal Envy. He jumps backwards. AUI surges forward with the BKB trying to pounce onto Ramsey's, but he just goes ahead and spins, walks away with the BKB now on cooldown. Virtus Pro can tread back into the enemy base. Melee Rax is so low.
Yeah, they missed a lot of spells now. BKB goes on cooldown.
AUI gets a couple of hits in, just trying to stack up those stats, but I'm pretty sure NP realize that this is just not going to be a lane that they can save anymore. They're going to have to find a better initiation a little bit later on. The vacuum catches too, they manage to get the call, but already the pushback there of the Invoker, now the Ice Wall on top of that. They manage to get a beautiful counter initiation by Lil onto 2. NP are trying to fight this one out, at least get a kill onto Lil, and they will be able to get that much for the rest of VP. Double on Godlikes, then they're looking for even more, pushing deeper. AUI's managed to pop off his ultimate. Pasha misses his stun. Targeted by Eternal Envy, he managed to get himself away. AUI's dead. Eternal Envy dropped as well. Triple kill beyond Godlike for Ramses, and no one, he'll go ahead and pick up SVG2 with a triple beyond Godlike of his own. Who gets the quad kill? MSS dies. AUI left for dinner. Ultra kill beyond Godlike for no one. You see exactly why so many teams feared VP. This game 2 looked crisp and clean execution by them.
This is the VP of a month ago. This is the VP that everyone feared going into the Boston Major. This is a VP that is a world-class Tier 1 team. They played some flawless Dota here. This is truly a team to be worried if you're coming up against in the next rounds.
Oh, absolutely. Virtus Pro, they just look a step ahead of Team NP, at least in this game 2. So that'll be 2-0. VP can now start thinking about the final day. Gods, what do you think their chances are going into the final day? Because maybe earlier in the group stage, we're like, oh, okay, maybe they're not the strongest team here, but this kind of performance, right? It seems like they're ramping up.
I think this kind of performance is what's going to give them a lot of momentum going forward. The matchup against DC in the semifinals will be very tightly contested, and this is a momentum team. They can go from one win to the next. They just need that confidence, and they can beat anyone, and that's what we're seeing here from VP.
What does this series mean for Virtus Pro? Are they going to be able to do well in the final day? That's something our analysts will have to think about as we head into a break.
you, thank you. All right, we are here with no one from Virtus Pro with a win over NP. Lots of hype, lots of love. A lot of people, of course, reacted when you had the Invoker pick. As you know, not very strong in this patch. What got you guys to pick them for this match?
Because I'm really good at Invoker.
Because he's really good in Invoker. Even considering it's not a problem for you at all. It wasn't a problem for you.
Nope.
Nope. Very nice. Nicely done. Look at the claps. They're like, such confidence. Was there any point during the whole matches that you guys were worried that, or you think, okay, you guys got frustrated or got in, thought that things wouldn't go your way at any point during the match?
Yes, when pause was 10 minutes.
When what?
When pause was 10 minutes.
Okay, yeah, very nice, nicely done, nicely done. One last question I'd like to ask. Who here, out of the whole teams, are you guys, you think that you guys are most intimidated of, or which ones do you think has a chance of winning this whole thing besides you guys?
Evil Geniuses.
Make some noise for no one from Virtus Pro. All right, guys, you guys have been troopers. We have our final game for the night. We have Wings versus Execration. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
Okay, plenty to get through before that, and yeah, great game from Virtus Pro. We're back at the desk once more, and we'll start with Owen. Fantastic performance from Virtus Pro.
Really
in particular, No One and Rams is just absolutely destroying MP.
I mean, this is just kind of, again, the pre-Boston Major VP that we all expected in that run-up. It just star performances across the board. As we just heard from that No One on this Invoker, a hero. A lot of people have been slain.
Garbage hero.
It's one of those heroes that it seems every kind of time it's nerfed, everyone's like, oh, it's awful. And then there's a pro game where someone just comes out and shows us how strong it can be in certain situations.
Yeah, somewhere around the world, I don't know where he is right now, but Black is going.
I'm not so sure. There wasn't that much exhort in that game.
No, you're true. Yes, right. He can only play it one way after all. Don't want to give him too much compliments.
I think that was maybe one of the best picks I've seen in a long time. The fact that Tornado not only would shut down the Flame Guard, but also the Ion Shell made sure that all of the early rotations that NP did were just completely limited, because normally you should be doing a good, like, I don't know, 130 magic damage per second in the early game. He just shuts that down. And then for 30 seconds, just not there.
That team fight there was actually what really started to kick off the momentum for Virtus Pro, because up to then it was fairly even, first 15, 16 minutes, trading a few blows, a few kills. But once they got their momentum, they were almost unstoppable.
Yeah, it was, I mean, NP's heroes just weren't that amazing against what VP had. They needed to do well around the 10-minute mark, and it just got super shut down. No one just used every single one of his spells perfectly. Envy was consistently having trouble doing damage, and before you're like level 16 on Ember, you're almost entirely reliant on Searing Chains and the Flame Guard, and if you don't have those, there's not much going on.
Ben, this looked like a completely different Virtus Pro today from the one we saw yesterday.
I think they were way more prepared for this draft. They picked 4 of the same 5 heroes that they picked earlier today, had a lot of time to study, and Theorycraft counters. Any sort of Dispel is really good versus the Ember Darkseer. They were really relying on that for damage, because Sark doesn't really do that much until the later phase of the game. I also think the Nyx picks worked out really well, because what are you going to do, not cast Ion Shell as Darkseer? Then you won't have any damage, and he was forced to, but he just constantly got stunned.
Yeah. Probably the best Nyx play we've seen so far over the last 2 days.
It was really nice. It was just really nice how he played with the team as well. And the fact that this was a Nyx that Pasha a lot of the time, he was waiting for MP to go on them. You constantly kind of saw him just staying underneath the cover of Vendetta, waiting for Envy to jump forward, get himself out of position, then instantly punish that, and then just the synergy between him, the stun where he's hitting kind of 2-3 heroes each and every time, allowing no one to hit the EMP and such, and suddenly make it so Envy just doesn't have the mana to jump around like we've seen him do in other games on the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, they were so busy in that game that the top of the screen just got lost in amongst words of godlike and beyond.
Yeah, towards the end especially.
Ultra kills as well, yeah.
And they couldn't even take those back. Like, it was so difficult for them to get kills just because of Iron Shell going away and the heroes they had. I mean, the axe pick that they had was kind of interesting. It worked in a couple situations, but I mean, once the Blink Dagger finally came out, it still wasn't really enough damage. And just a couple big fights, and VP runs away with it really easily.
I think the opener is really important, though. Like Darkseer Ember Spirit, it showed that it can be easily countered. There are other heroes that Dispel. Invoker seem to be the best one in this case, but the Juggernaut and the Rubik, there's still no answer for a Rubik first pick. You can put it in any lane. He fits well into any lineup, and like all his skills are always useful.
Yeah.
So Juggernaut, I think, is also very similar in that way. Like Slark is a good matchup for some, but Juggernaut still shined in that game, and you can also lane him, I think, in all 3 lanes.
Yeah, it's a very interesting match and series overall. Where does it leave Team MP? They're obviously out of this tournament now, but long year ahead, and we're only 7 days in. It's very early days in the patch. They're not going to worry too much, Kevin, are they?
I mean, they got to worry about their Kiev invite, certainly, and it may force them to go through a regional qualifier or something like that. You know, who knows? Maybe they'll make the cut. We don't know how the invites will work,
Yep.
but losing like they did was not really the best place to be. If they actually did beat VP in a best of 3, I think that would do a lot for their invite potential. But the only other team they convincingly beat was Fnatic.
Yep.
And Fresh roster, not going to mean a whole lot. So I think they have a lot of potential, though. They just need to solidify a bit more. I don't know if it's drafting, I don't know if it's playstyle, but I think sometimes their drafts are a little off, and it hurts their laning.
But they're going to grow, presumably, then, along with the meta as it changes as well, and that might benefit them at some point. There's a long way to go before we talk about Kiev, isn't it?
Yeah, let's hope so. I think they also just used a lot of elements from prior 7.00, like the Mirana, I think, is one that they've had a lot of success with, but it still hasn't seemed like they've transitioned into the new era.
Okay, final thoughts, Mr. OD Pixel?
I kind of just going on from what Kevin said. I think play-wise, we have seen that MV, he stepped up to his performance. He gave us a fantastic series earlier. And I really feel on this game, they can't really feel too beat up about it. It was just the fact that VP said, we can still play Invoker, and I don't think MP would be expecting it, at least to do as well as it did against them. As it just destroyed everything that they tried to do with this Magic Ember build. So I think, yeah, MP, they're going to be fine. They're going to be able to look back on what they've done here, and they're going to be able to learn a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a learning experience after all. All 3 gentlemen we'll hear from after the break, of course, but we are moving towards our final match of the night. Before we get there, though, time to check in with a team who have had a day off today. They are, of course, looking forward to their semi-final. Let's find out how they prepared today with Sir Action Slacks.
Semifinals can be scary, terrifying experiences. DC is about to go into a semifinal. Are you afraid, sir? No. He's terrified, you can tell. But I'm going to harden you guys up by taking you through the scariest thing this place has to offer. We're going into the werewolf house, boy. By the time we're out, we're all going to be brave, brave men. Let's go inside. Here we go. Up, up the clickety-clack, up the old decrepit elevator to the haunted house. All right, squad, here we go. In a tight DC formation. I'm gonna have it in my... No, don't kick the doors. All right, we're going in. All right, here we go. Oh my God, I'm third. You have to go in. You have to go in.
Don't die.
Inside these walls will touch you, so you should touch no one.
Oh.
Any questions?
We should.
Oh shit.
All right.
Oh, fuck. That's your hand.
What the fuck?
Oh, shit. Fucking guys, I know. Oh my God, there's a person there too. I'm closing my eyes. Just leave me. Just no.
There you go.
Go before me.
Oh, hold on. Oh, wait. Look.
Go before me. Go before me.
You and me. You and me.
Oh! It's fine. I'm ready.
Okay, we're fine. We're fine.
I'm good.
Open the door. You gotta go left. Go left.
Open
left.
the door.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. Man, us here to court, guys. We came with peace. We came with peace.
We made it. Do you feel more brave? We've gone through the worst of the worst. Are you ready for your match?
I'm definitely ready now. We faced our fears.
Are you
survived?
Yes. Are you ready, sir?
No.
All right. We'll see these guys face the true test of terror soon. Thanks.
Oh, wait. What? What?
No, you're good. You're done. Let's get out of here.
Unbelievable. I've always thought of Blitz as a man who couldn't be afraid of much.
Oh, no.
And actually,
what?
He's looked terrified in
He's
there.
been very upfront about being scared about things.
Really?
He even says he doesn't play Dota with sound because the sound scares him sometimes. Like, just no sound.
He came out of there looking terrified.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely terrified.
I bet it's all real this whole time. I wasn't completely sure, but yeah, that's real.
Yeah, no,
It's real
definitely. We were in there a couple of days ago.
It was
we
brilliant.
spent most of our time laughing, though.
I mean, it was hilarious. There's that bit where we came in. I mean, spoilers for anyone that's going to go. Where there's this video of a kind of a zombie, I think, coming up to someone's head, and then it crushes it, and it's like, oh, that's disgusting. But then about a second after the head explodes, there's just kind of water or whatever. I don't know what the liquid was, but it gets squirted all over you.
It hits her actions.
It went straight in his face, in his mouth. So if Slacks is down in the emergency room later, we know why.
Incredible, good fun. We're going to take a break right now, but before we do so, time to mention the MSI GP62, complete with a 960M graphics card, an i7 CPU, and 4 gig of RAM. And right now, for yours to get the Christmas pack and a free upgrade for 4 gig as well, head over to the 11th Street MSI store on the URL at the bottom of your screen. Special offer just for you, because we love you. We are headed to a break right now. When we come back, however, it's a big one. The final game of the night to decide our final semi-final places. Don't go anywhere.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
Welcome back to Resorts World at Genting. 2017 has kicked off with a bang with ESL One high up in the mountains. We've got a brand new panel of members for you to dissect all of the games. Not for you to, pick on. We've got Jack, who's been doing nothing all day long, so we thought we'd drag him back here. Cap, who's done absolutely nothing all day long, except for maybe 3 series of the 3 we've done. And Malini is also back with us, who wants some energy. And I tried to give him some, but he didn't want it.
That was a bad joke.
Was it?
This is Paul's version of a joke. It's
I
hard to
thought
see
it
in the
was
light,
funny. I thought
he wrote the word energy and then gave it to him.
See, I gave him energy right now in Twitch chat. Like, they're all giving us energy right now in Twitch chat. You know they are. Jack, I want to start with you. Our next matchup is Execration versus Wings. Now, yesterday, thanks, Ben. I've got energy from Ben now. Yesterday, you got into a bit of trouble, didn't you?
So I ran into Wings today, and they said, you know what? You weren't on the panel for the first game yesterday. We won. Last 2 games you were there, we lost, and then you predicted DC as well. So he said, you know what? Today, you better predict everything in favor of Execration.
Real valuable analyst on our desk.
Brilliant.
Wings.
Brilliant.
Don't need to see the draft.
Yeah.
It's Wings.
Yeah, all the way through. We're going to start things off with Execration and talk about them. Fantastic return today after the, difficult day they had yesterday, Ben. So did you see enough from them today to suggest that maybe they can take out Wings? We spoke a little bit this morning about maybe WG could take out Wings if they got through. Can Execration now do it?
Yeah, I liked what I saw because it was a mixture of good draft and good play, that I think. The Silencer in particular in the Meepo game and the other one with their team fighting with the Luna. I think their early game needs a little bit of work, though. They always seem to fall a little bit far.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? Is there strength and weaknesses?
No, I completely agree with that. I feel like their early game is definitely going to need some work. But then again, I guess like Wings isn't a team that really needs to dominate the early game either. But maybe that's the secret of beating Wings, is getting really good control of the laning phase and being able to snowball off of that better.
How do you beat Wings, Jack?
Well, Wings has great.
Give us their secrets.
Well, all right. Here, this is not much of a secret. They do not play Meepo, and then Execration is one of the teams.
They first banned it.
Yeah, but they first banned it twice
Yeah,
yesterday
they first
after
banned
they
it
played
versus
it
DC.
again. I mean, they played DC against them and they beat them with it.
Right.
I think Cap has
Barely.
big views on that because they did play pretty much perfect and they had to beat it.
Yeah.
The respect for it, I guess, is that they then said, we're not playing that again. We don't want to do anything like that ever again. And they banned it twice in a row. So presumably they ban that again straight away here.
I
Get
think
rid of
so.
it.
I would expect to see that. Yeah.
Yeah. Does that put a bit more freedom for Execration, do you think, to start with?
I think it does. If you look at some of Execration's recent draft, they've banned a lot of heroes, like, for example, Luna, Legion Commander, some of these heroes. It's been a little bit predictable for them, but Wings doesn't necessarily use some of these heroes that you've seen Execration take out as much. So we're talking about Tinker, we're talking about Legion Commander. These aren't things that Wings often plays. So that plus the Meepo maybe gives Execration a bit of an edge in the draft. And honestly, I don't think Wings understands this team very well, and you can't overlook anybody in this current Dota environment. So.
Do you think Wings is the kind of team who would just see everyone else and what they ban in the first 2 and just copy that? Like, do you think it's going to be Darkseer Omni just because, like, hey, we don't really understand them very well, so we'll just do what other people are doing?
It's certainly a possibility. They keep removing Shadow Demon first, but I think that's a good plan. If you don't know something about this team, show me something and make me adjust to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And in terms of Wings, where are they mentally? You've spoken to them. Are they all good? Are they all fine?
Well, some would have thought that there'd be a bit of pressure on them coming into this
Yeah.
tournament. Looking ahead to Kiev, they don't have that many more opportunities to play on land. There's Starladder coming up next month. They're not going to Dota Pit. And so they kind of have to take advantage of this limited window of tournaments to be able to play. And there's nothing else really going on in China either because of Chinese New Year. And so to some extent, some are saying you have to really prove yourself now. They've been saying that they're still pretty loose and they're enjoying the reset button and such, but they've got to start feeling the pressure now because TI is pretty far in the rear mirror at this point.
How high do you think they have to place in this tournament to get the invite?
Is it only going to be this one? Are they not going to take out? I think surely going to take out.
I think the qualifiers happen before they play another tournament after this.
Right.
There's Starladder at the end.
I think
of this
yeah,
one.
okay.
But that's pretty much going to be it.
And Dota Pit as well, but they're not going.
Yeah, they're not.
So So I think I would imagine they'd probably have to place quite highly then, wouldn't they?
Yeah, probably top 2. If they drop out here, I don't think they will get invited.
Yeah.
And that's been the biggest change for them this year is last year, as a relatively unknown team, they played in every qualifier. Team true grinders.
Yep.
They're in a different city from everybody else in China, so they're not maybe prone to the same distractions. This time, you win TI, you get invited to everything. Everyone loves you. Suddenly, everyone wants a piece of you. All this attention that didn't come before. They haven't had a chance to play that much, and they've had to drop out of a lot of events as well. WCA, DPL, domestically. So they just haven't had as much practice, as much time to gel. And so
that could really hurt them going down the road.
I want to raise something around this topic because we've spoken about it at previous tournaments, Cap. It seems to be a pattern happening. And maybe this is another one of them where we see these teams regularly invited and then suddenly they fall off. Then they have to qualify, and then suddenly they're playing a ton of games all the time, playing qualifiers every night, everywhere around the world. It seems even when they go to a tournament, having to play a qualifier for something else while they're at the other tournament, suddenly they come back to form. Then they start getting more invites again because they're automatic.
That is part of the storyline, yes. If you think about like maybe Newbie, for example, like okay, absolutely fell off at a certain point in time, right? But I think it's also the other part of the story is that it's like a regular Game of Thrones every year. Like nobody's taken the throne for long, right? Everyone is looking for that, and they're fighting so hard for it. And whenever you achieve being the best, then everybody looks at you and goes like, okay, how do we beat these guys? What are they doing? What are they doing strategy-wise? What are they innovating that is allowing them to actually take leads and actually allow them to beat the best teams out there? And I think those innovations, they're like these innovations, these teams work so hard to pick them up, and then they just get copycatted really quickly and figure it out. So I think you just kind of always have to stay a step ahead. Wings, I think, were pretty good at being able to figure out the meta to break it down at TI to a point where like no other team I think was even close to it.
Yeah.
I personally approached that finals. I was like, Wings is just going to destroy this, right? So
it's almost a surprise when DC won a game.
Yeah, so maybe 7.0 is good, right? Like we're going to get a fresh, fresh patch in, and this is an opportunity for Wings to be able to prove that they're innovators once again.
Okay, very quickly in one word, because I'm hearing that the teams are ready. Predictions time. Jack, on the spot. Wings or Execration? Remember the problem you have if you go the other way.
I'm going to honor the promise I made at lunch and go with Execration.
Okay. Cap?
Wings.
Love it. Ben, come on, something better? Oh.
Is that what you did?
That's so awkward.
I learned this from Slacks.
So awkward.
He was like, they hate me because every single time I saw them, I would just go like, Wings! Wah!
That's going to be gift, luckily for Cap. Thank you very much to our three panelists. We'll be back in a jiffy as we head over to the stage now to introduce you to our last two teams of the night.
Here we go, Malaysia. We have our final series of the night. You guys are amazing troopers. Let's get started with the hype, starting with our first team, Execration. Their opponents, the current TI champions. Let's give it up for Wings! To the stage. Here they are, waving up. That was a bird. All right, Wings Gaming having it set. Day 2, right here at ESL One Genting at the Arena of Stars. Your final series of the night. Wings Gaming, Execration. Here we go.
Indeed we do. Our final series tonight, and the two teams will get themselves settled as we look forward to the draft. Jack, what are you expecting draft-wise?
Well, aside from the Meepo, Cap mentioned this interesting point about Execration struggling early game. For the rest of their playstyle, it seems that they do favor this kind of big team fight, kind of very conventional lineups that have some initiation and some team fight. And if that ends up being the case in this draft, I think that kind of plays into Wings' hands a little bit, because if they've had any weakness in the past, it might be in the laning phase. They take team fights extremely well. We've seen their great execution. That's probably the one thing they do better than anybody else. So if it ends up becoming that style of a game, I do think Wings has a pretty good chance.
Anything crazy coming out here, Ben? We've seen Wings in the past have a very deep hero pool. They know how to play plenty of these heroes. Are they going to dip back into that pool somewhere and pull something from somewhere else?
Someone was asking me earlier, why is Necrophos not picked? And I was like, why? Why, Cap? You're a Necrophos spammer.
I don't know.
You don't know?
They're
actually
noobs. They don't know about it. They forgot that it's actually in.
Shadow played it not that long ago, but pretty long ago, when Necrophos was like nowhere to be seen.
I think I honestly think that the hero just hasn't been figured out completely yet. I think you like people are still experimenting with what role it actually fits into. I think it's definitely a core, but it like is it off lane? Is it mid? Is it safe lane? I think there's some versatility to it, but there's also item build that's pretty important that people haven't quite figured out. Do you get Rod of Atos? Do you get Eul Scepter? Is Blade Mail a thing on that hero? There's a lot of question marks about what kind of role this hero is actually able to occupy and what kind of item builds to support it.
Potentially very strong as the meta evolves, though.
Potentially, yeah. I think part of the problem is that he isn't like that overwhelming like I'm going to ensure this kill on this hero. Like Juggernaut's been like super popular, and one of the big things he does is he provides you like this kill button with Omni Slash. He ensures like I'm absolutely going to kill you, and then he also provides this like really strong lane dominance. Necrophos doesn't offer you the same kind of power. He doesn't give you that instant kill button. You're reliant on other people's damage most of the time. He's kind of squishy and susceptible to pressure early on. I think most of the heroes that you're looking at right now are like they're tanky heroes, and they're heroes that are like hard to gank, hard to kill. Like Lifestealer and Juggernaut are a great example of these heroes that have natural innate abilities that allow them to just be like really hard to gank. You don't actually like the map feels a little bit more closed off when you're facing those heroes because one lane is just like, do I really want to gank that? Do I really want to try ganking a Juggernaut? That just sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah, yesterday, Jack, they tried the Vision game, which we haven't seen an awful lot of teams try just yet, and they went Bounty and Beastmaster as well. Are we going to see something similar?
Well, they talked about that a little bit. It was kind of came back to the Omni Knight. You know, it was kind of like, is this like an NA thing or what? They fought into the Omni Knight maybe a little bit more than they wanted to.
Is this an NA thing?
When you run strong lanes against a hero like Bounty Hunter, it could be an issue. And going back to the Necrophos that Cap was talking about, one of the questions that comes up is, where do you lane this Necro hero? If you put him in the mid lane, you kind of lose tempo, right? You usually want a playmaker there. If you run in the safe lane, maybe it feels like a bit too much to give him that many resources. If he's in the off lane, I mean, maybe he's more viable there now than ever before, but he's not an initiator, so he's not really a traditional off lane that you're seeing a lot of these teams run. So maybe there just isn't a home yet for Necro. Also, sometimes it takes a month or two for some of these big changes to come into the, like when we looked at raindrops or Dragonlance and stuff, it took a few months for those to really get into it, even though those items were good at the start.
Yeah, I mean, look at the previous patch. It evolved all on its own without any updates at all. I mean, hardly minor ones, fixes and what have you, but it just evolved, didn't it? That's why it stuck around for so long.
I think if you want to talk about like potential pickups, I actually really liked Execration's Dragonite choice. I think that was I really think that hero is strong in this patch. I think he's got a lot more viability later on to the game than he used to, and he kind of fits the patch I think pretty well. He's able to put pressure on towers. He's a strong team fighter. He's a tanky hero that survives through burst as well. So if you think about like some of the heroes like Sand King, for example, like that Sand King is reliant on being able to use his epicenter to be able to get a lot of AoE damage and usually be able to get a numbers advantage off of that. But heroes like Dragonite are able to shrug off most of that damage and weather through the initial nukes.
So no Meepo ban. Nope. Important.
Yeah. But they banned away the silencer, which was very key for the Meepo, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was in one game.
And they left the Darkseer out there.
Yep. Also left the Underlord there.
Omni Knight is pretty hard to play against. I don't blame them if they haven't played against it a lot.
I mean, we saw the way that I think Wings very clearly showed some inexperience at dealing with Omni Knight against DC.
Yeah, especially if you're counting on very precise rotations or damage to bring people down. Omni Knight just totally flips the script on that, and they obviously looked a bit underprepared for that yesterday.
Yeah, that is a specialty of Wings, right? Is that they seem to really have good reads on being able to save heroes as well as being able to finish heroes off. I think they have like very precise reads on when they're able to like lure the enemy team in and be able to like turn things around. I think that's one of the better things that Wings does as a team fighting team. When to turn. Well, Sand King's still out there, so I like this Rubik first pick. It's just a nice opener.
Yep.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. This hero just has grown.
He's very popular.
He's
now.
the best first pick.
Yeah. And he's not an obvious ban either, is he? There's no real point in banning him.
Some teams do.
Yeah.
But
Also, in terms of big old team fight, I mean, if you talk about, we saw Execration ran the Tide Hunter early or something like that. Also gets added value if you pick up that Rubik early on against some of these big holes.
I don't think it's terribly surprising that the Darkseer was going to go the way of Execration, and Rubik does have value against that hero. Surge is a little bit harder to use against Telekinesis. So what do you get? Like Darkseer Spirit Breaker, Darkseer. They could go for. Do Execration do like Bounty Hunter or Riki at all? I don't think it was in there.
Oh, they do Crystal Maiden.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't
then.
like CM.
Why not? I think she's all right.
I think
she's passable.
I think she's all right.
I think
I
she's
can
all
agree
right,
with
but
that. She's all right.
What better support would you
and
pick?
They're
first
relegating her
phase?
into a second pick.
Like Spear Breaker, I don't like versus the Rubik, and then Riki and Bounty Hunter, I think they demanded like a very specific playstyle.
Sure, if you're not gonna combo up with the Darkseer, I think there are a lot of other like 5 positions that you can still open with. Like, I still think like Vengeful Spirit is pretty good in this patch. You could have gone for like the Shadow Demon still and tried to get some sort of combination.
Yeah,
you
I
could have
think
gone Mirana.
They like more
and
AoE
the
though.
Luminous.
Like a lot of their fights that we saw in
That's
the
true.
last series is mass AoE.
Yeah, we saw them pick the Wyvern very early as well, and that
Yep.
kind of goes with their team fight type of preference.
CMORA does have a lot of value for Darkseer, so you already have that synergy to start with.
Jog going over to Wings.
Same opener as VP.
Yep.
Can't go wrong with Rubik Juggernaut, I think. It's very solid. We can lane them anywhere, even dual lane, aggro lane.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility there. Not too bad against the Darkseer if you do have to put them in the safe lane. Obviously, you can play them mid as well.
Execration last time they were faced up against a Juggernaut, they like hard focus trying to counter that hero with the Axe Wyvern. Obviously, they won't like Wyvern or Axe don't really fit into this position, but I kind of hope they learned their lesson about Juggernaut. It's just like not a hero that you can focus too much on the draft, just because he can always get something done, no matter how well you draft against it. So better to focus on your own strategy, I think.
You can always try the newbie strategy of the Quap. They like that versus the Jug. Pressure him in lane a little bit, and you have pure damage to burst him down through Blade Fury.
You do most likely need a strong tempo controller because like CM is a bit questionable as a support and whether or not you're able to make successful rotations. I would love to see like an Earth Spirit going their way. I think that's a nice coupling hero. And then the Silence probably has some value against Rubik and Juggernaut here. And then you also can get a tempo controlling mid. I think those heroes are kind of a prerequisite. Unless you're going to play like super safe and conservative and just try and play really farm efficient, I think you need to try and get some action out of another core when you're running this Darkseer offlane because he's such a slow offlaner.
Jack, what do you think Wings has up their sleeve?
Well, they banned out the Shadow Fiend. I was going to say that seems like a pretty popular pick for them recently. Just looking at what the other team could go for, I think what you just mentioned with potentially something like a DK mid. So if that's the case, you could see Wings go a bit more aggressive, maybe try to take advantage of that laning discrepancy that we were talking about and try to force the tempo early on, because we have seen them do that a bit lately, kind of get this like early push and then fight and consolidate their advantage early on and try to end the game and force fights. And so I'm not sure if they're going to go that direction in this game.
What hero are we looking at for Faith? I think he plays a different offlaner pool than normal. I think Sand King might invite a Meepo pick too. They really like the Meepo versus Sand King.
And Sand King's also
I'm surprised
harder
that
to
wasn't
play against Darkseer.
I'm surprised that Meepo wasn't second phase banned. Or are they actually waiting for this? Are
It's
they
not
thinking, okay,
necessarily.
we beat DC with it.
They used
were
Wyvern
strong.
Gyrocopter last time, and I think it would be okay in their lineup right now if they wanted to also pick that up versus the Meepo.
And Wings will have the last pick here in the second phase, right? So they'll always
They
be
can
able to
count,
have a response before the 5th ban comes in.
Well, there's
Yeah,
the
if they
Spirit
haven't
Breaker
banned
we
it-
thought might come out at 2, comes at 3.
If they haven't banned it by now, they're probably okay with it, or they have a plan for dealing with it. And they did win against it after all. So.
Yep. I think best of 3 as well. First game, you might want to go, okay, let's find out then. Let's give it to them. I mean, Wings have done that a number of times to teams over the last 6 months.
Wings' safe lane is not secure though, and sometimes they like to run the 2-1-2, and I don't think they can just pair Rubik Juggernaut versus Darkseer Spirit Breaker. I think that's
commentary desk, of course, at the end of game one. Time now to send you over to our commentators. It's Oli, Pixel, and Birch.
Thank you very much, Ren. Indeed, we're getting ready for this final series of the day. Execration up against the Wings Gaming. I'm Oli Pixel, I'm here with Bird. We've just seen the draft, indeed, as mentioned by Red. The Invoker picked up against the Ember. We saw it in the last series. Are Execration going to be able to pull it off? But at the same time, I kind of want to ask you about the Underlord, because I know you feel that this hero very strong against the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, as soon as that Underlord pick up, Spirit Breaker not so good. But at least they do have Iron Shield from the Darkster, so in the laning stage, at least Spirit Breaker should be quite strong. I think that's a decent benefit. Other than that, they can dispel things like Flame Guard and Power from Magnus. There's definitely some annoying things that they can do, but it's not going to be as one-sided for utility dispel as it was when MP played against people.
You see here as we get stuck into the line, and kind of an overall draft terms, is there something you do feel has the stronger game?
Well, Execration obviously, their late game, it's not looking nearly as good, so they're going to have the tempo really well for the 10 to 20 minute mark, but it's going to be a bit tough. I mean, a lot of that comes down to roaming from CM in a lot of cases. So I think the CM roaming impact could be huge, especially towards the mid lane with the Tornado as well. It should be a squishy Ember, it should take a lot of right clicks. Very likely to go good.
So interesting that as well, obviously, with this kind of Underlord being played by Eyesight, taking on the Magnus, what kind of lanes do you expect us to see from this?
I mean, it's really not weird at all to play 4 position Underlord, in my opinion. In some ways, it's better than the offlane because you can farm just as fast as you were if you were an offlane hero, but you're still a support, so you can roam around. It's not as effective as it was before when Pit and Malice had longer duration of level 1, but it's still effective as a 4 position. Maybe go places first lanes, things like that. I think it should be fun. We're going to look forward to a lot of work for today.
Absolutely. At the moment, in terms of contesting bounty greens, so both sides to keep to their own. And there's one from Execration was Nando is going to be sticking upon the stop lane Ryan and then back to the lane. Crystal Maiden, in lane Gabby, the Invoker. I mean, this Spirit Breaker, as you mentioned, obviously he's going to be a little bit worried about where the Underlord is across the map. But where's he got to be looking at the start to try and get that key beginning that we've been talking about across the day on this position and make sure he has that early impact?
And just dual offlane is the safest thing. He's got over venom and a fair car, so it's quite good at level 1. Especially the first creep waker with double iron shell. It's a great time to actually try to go for a kill. Rubik is actually very weak at level 1 in comparison to a lot of heroes, so I think this is a good moment to maybe go try to push Rubik.
Already Wings playing very aggressive, but straight up Blade Fury into the pieces. Like I said, they're dominance already Execration. They're trying to capitalize on the fact that spells have already been used. This is right back.
That was actually a really rare mistake there by DJ. He should have iron shelled the Spirit Breaker as soon as they lifted the Dark Sword. They could have gone on Innocence, probably killed him. At least gone very, very low.
Very close indeed. Top lane, indeed, as you mentioned, Eyesight is going to be sitting around close by to Fake Beyond in this lane matchup. And I mean, obviously, the off-lane Magnus, something that we believe we yet to see this now. Very strong lane against Mirana. Do you feel this is a lane where both get far? Anyone going to get pressure?
It should be fine here. Mirana's right click is very weak at level 1, and Eyesight here with his passive Afterfloor should be able to reduce some of that damage. And normally, Magnus can't actually offlane very well, but we've seen so few dry lanes in this tournament so far, just because teams are trying to abuse the lane. So, close damage there. Okay.
Certainly getting aggressive in lane in terms of CS at the moment. A slight edge, but very, very close. 8 for 2, 7 for 0 between the two mid laners.
So what's actually really cool about what the mid laners do not is
Mistake there by DJ. He should have iron shelled the Spirit Breaker as soon as they lifted the Dark Sword. They could have gone on Innocence and probably killed him, or at least gotten him very, very low.
Very close indeed. Top lane, indeed, as you mentioned, Eyesight is going to be sitting around close by to Faith Bian in this lane matchup. And I mean, obviously, the off-lane Magnus, something that we believe are yet to see this lane. Very strong in lane against the Mirana. Do you feel this is a lane where both get far? Anyone going to get pressured?
It should be fine here. Mirana's right click is very weak at level 1, and Eyesight here with his passive Atrophy Aura should be able to reduce some of that damage. And normally, Magnus can't actually offlane very well, but we've seen so few tri lanes in this tournament so far, just because teams are trying to abuse dual lanes. So, ooh, very close damage there on Gabby.
Blink certainly getting aggressive in mid lane in terms of CS at the moment, so with the slight edge, but very, very close. 8 for 2, 7 for 0 between the two mid laners.
So what's actually really cool about what their mid laner is doing on Wings' side is he grabs Sleight of Fist instead of Flame Guard. So
Bottom lane, we are seeing that combo getting to work as you talked about, moving in with the double Iron Shell and the charge. They'll take the first kill. Blade Fury from Shadow, bringing DJ relatively low. Good bash, and they can turn potentially. 5593 Owar goes straight back in, and they pick up a second here on the bottom lane. And I mean, this combo purge, it's pretty deadly if it gets it footing early long.
Yeah, this is one of the best dual offlanes in the game. It's just so consistently strong. Just disables two very tanky heroes, and Iron Shell is one of the best damage skills just for one skill point. So yeah, the Sleight of Fist on the mid lane, he's actually on 2 points too. He's just not even getting Flame Guard because he's seen, oh, you know, why would I get Flame Guard? You're just going to remove it, and then I have 4 skill points that are wasted.
I mean,
Instead, he's just gap closing and getting easy entangles.
We could be in trouble though, Lumic, with the wraparound. A charge in from Owar as well. Immediately moving across the mid lane, looking to punish Blink, and they'll get the kill. Execration making the movements here. Spirit Breaker certainly working out and helping to shut down the Ember. And kind of going on about, obviously, you saying, changing the skill build because of the situation of the game. Are we going to see a different item build from the Ember, or will he still go for the magic?
That's an interesting question. I really don't know. I would say that the right-click damage build isn't very good against their heroes, but I think he still goes back for Flame Guard later. He's just going to have to be a little selective early game.
Nonetheless, even though he gets taken down in the mid lane, he's still keeping himself top of the board in the last hit department there, Blink. And the safe laners as well, looking at Jug, 16 for 2, up on top 11 for 5. So Magnus able to put the pressure on, and also finding a lot for this lane, Fabian. Kind of, as you suggested, with Ice dipping and diving in and out of the lane, it is making it hard for Nando to come out on top of the Magnus.
Yeah, he's doing his best, but just picked up a fast magic wand. Another charge coming on the bot lane.
See if they can turn this one around potentially with a Blade Fury and a Telekinesis, but DJ and Owar sticking around, trying to man fight. DJ at the last moment, surges out with the salve, a good bash from Owar. Shadow potentially in trouble, drops down the healing ward, it's not going to be enough, and now, again with the charge, the aggression here from these two, just putting on so much pressure on this bottom lane, and it really seems that at the moment, Innocence and Shadow, they can't deal on their own with these two heroes.
It's very difficult. DJ played that perfectly, escaping at the right moment. And at the least, even if they're not getting kills out of this, it's still costing mana for the Juggernaut to go for these spin kills. So every little advantage like that will matter, and despite them doing a duel lane, they're getting equal levels as their opponents.
On top lane, Kimo coming in and helping out Nando to look for an attempt on a kill onto Ice. Because of the aura and such, he's incredibly tanky. It looks like they can't quite finish him off. Faith Bian's come across. Nando still continue to try and search for him. He's not going to be able to find him by the looks of it, as Ice gets himself back under the tower range. There'll be a charge onto Faith Bian, but indeed the Spirit Breaker's far too far away to continue on for that. So, I mean, we're seeing that just the power of the Underlord. This man's a bit of a beast.
Yep, it's the Atrophy Ore and it's the Poor Man's Shield. It's reducing their damage, and then it's further damage blocking it. So it makes it very hard for them to do damage. We'll see if he gets more skill points in this. I don't think he should probably, but the 2 points in lane, it's fantastic. 1/5 of all damage done is just negated.
On mid lane, looks like we have got a charge coming in, looking in for the kill. Ember goes in aggressively with the Remnant, but taken down. Execration picking up a 5th kill. And, I mean, so far, Owar's movements on the Spirit Breaker, they've been absolutely perfect. 5 minutes in, 5 kills on the board.
It's just the value that you get out of Spirit Breaker Darkseer. It's just so good. Because it doesn't even require Darkseer to leave his lane. You can just Iron Shell the Spirit Breaker, send him on his way to go do a really strong gank. And it's been getting a lot of pressure done. And while the Ember build is a little bit innovative, it's just not going to work here. Because at some point, it's still squishy Ember Spirit, and there's still a lot of nukes and damage coming towards him. It's like the best he can do is cast spells on his opponents, lowers his HP just a little, at least then, so there's a slightly lower chance of him dying. But they could get a kill here. He's going to have to use 3 Remnants, though, I think.
We'll see if he does go in for that attempt, Hibbling. He has got the backup, the wraparound coming in from Rubik. But Gabby, he's got the Obs Ward there on the sideline, so he knows exactly what's going on, so he should be able to play this around. Not if he gets caught out by the chains. Okay, Tornado and EMP nicely holding back Innocence, making sure he can't follow through for the kill. And Gabby, he might even find Blink. He used all the Remnants aggressively to try and get the kill onto Gabby, and with Kimo wrapping around as well, they're going to lose the life of the Ember. Execration outplaying the aggressive attempt there from Blink. And bottom lane as well, it looks like there could be a bit more trouble for the side as a charge comes through from Owar. DJ as well with the Iron Shells, bringing Shadow down low, and they'll take him out. Innocence TP's across, but Owar, he's ready to potentially man up. Okay, the issue's now turned up. Ice into the lane, making sure that they don't get anything more. But once again, Execration, 6.5 minutes in, 7-0. They are shaking wings the hell up.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. That ward changed everything there just because it allowed Gabby to land the perfect tornado. It was a great setup by Wings, but because the tornado lifted the Rubik, the Invoker gets away, and he's able to just kill the Ember Spirit. Ember needs Flame Guard to do a lot of damage. Otherwise, he's just sitting on pretty much a regular nuke. So very reliant on other heroes to actually get kills.
Yeah, it really is going to be interesting to see how Blink can kind of move forward from this early game start, which is already proving to be quite a bit of an issue here in the mid lane. Gabby certainly getting the gold, getting the XP that he needs, with a good level of advantage and such. And I mean, what is the kind of solution to this? We saw Wings obviously try and bring Innocence in to try for a kill. Do they still have to continue trying to make attempts at ganking this Invoker, or do they just have to look elsewhere?
A kill occasionally is certainly a great option, just because it can really negate a lot of the advantage that Invoker has. But it's difficult to do so, especially with the slightly greedy 4 they had. With Underlord, great at farming and all, but he's not so good at ganking. And he doesn't really impact that much heavily damage-wise anymore because of the Pit of Malice nerfs. So it's going to be a bit tough. It's going to take a lot of Fire Remnants pretty much every time he wants to get a kill.
Bottom lane, may have to be a little bit careful again. Wings, DJ, and Chemo at the moment. Setting up base down there. Mid lane, OR kind of hanging around, maybe seeing if Blink is tempted to go in aggressively on Gabby and to be there ready with the counterplay. And also, I believe, probably very close to picking up that 6 indeed, already 2/3 of the way through level 5, so the Nether Strike soon to be online for this roaming Spirit Breaker. And at that point, just the ganks and the kill potential is going to get even higher. Mid lane, Gabby making a bit of a go here. On to Blink. He throws out a Remnant, but he's already lost all of his mana here. And Gabby, he's going forward here with the Cold Snap. A couple more touches, might be able to, can't quite do it. Verifies, not going to keep him alive, but with the Ghost Walk, he'll juke out the hit. So Gabby plays aggressive, doesn't get the kill, but he doesn't get himself killed either.
That was a little close. Cost him about 200 mana to use the Ghost Walk, but it's fine. He's got a CM. And CM's very leveled as well, rotating down to the bot lane.
And look at this spawn. With the Moonlight Shadow to set up then. Try and make sure there's no chance for the blade through, but quick reactions there from Shadow will mean that he gets himself away, life intact from this 3-man gank.
That was a hard one, by all means. That would have been difficult. They had to get the charge off and then do a ton of magic damage to get him very low. Jug very survivable against Iron Shell stuff, so I think he's in a good spot. But Wings continues to be greedy, basically. He's just AFK jungling Ice on the Underlord, the Magnus as well, just spending a lot of time farming. But once he gets a couple more levels here, and he's going to start putting Empower on the Jug, he's going to be able to catch up. So as long as Wings doesn't keep getting completely ganked, like out of control, then they should be fine here.
Yeah, this could be nice as well. A bit of a smoke action from Wings as Blink and Innocence coming around towards the top lane. Nando would be a nice kill. There we have the setup with the pit into the change, remnanting forward with more than enough burst to take down Nando.
That was so cool. They threw the Pit of Malice, disabled for 0.9 seconds, and then he got Syrian changed. And by the time the change was over, the Pit of Malice re-triggered again. That was really interesting. That's a really solid gank against Mirana. She's not able to leap anymore due to the roots, so a huge experience gain going towards Wings. And now they can pressure the tower too.
Yeah, a really nice play as well, because considering the way that the mid lane was going for Blink, they needed to make some positive action happen with the Ember's involvement. And that's exactly what they were able to do there.
Yeah, it's a lot safer than just laning against an Invoker. And in the meantime, they just put Faith Beyond on the mid lane. He spams out a couple shockwaves, and any kind of counter push that Execration wants to do, they just can't do.
Already, TP's up towards the top lane. Execration maybe looking to try and catch them off guard, but a nice scan indeed, yeah. They know what's up on Wings. How are they going to react? They start to back off. I'm going to get the lock-in onto Gabby holding her back. Ice tried for the TP out, but the charge connects just in time. Looks like Ice maybe the one left for dead here. Will throw out a Firestorm, but they will take the kill. Execration. So even though it was scanned out, just not quick enough there with the reaction to get everyone out back to safety.
He did a lot of raindrop damage there. Did you see that? That was like 3. That's worth at least 50 gold.
It is.
Better than nothing. They're going to heal up here. Faith Beyond is got 2 points in Empower here. It's actually very good on Ember Spirit, really. I mean, he could go the damage build. He's picking up an Aquila here. We haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen somebody doing pubs. There's a Tornado.
Top lane as well. Innocence trying to set up onto Gabby. Faith Beyond moving into position for a potential RP. Tries to go over the cold snap just in time. Cancelling any chance of this one. Looks like they'll be forced back. Shadows come forward with a Blade Fury, really wanting to try and do something. There was one sentry popped down earlier, but no vision kind of this further out on the map. They'll pop down another, but already Execration kind of out of the range. Gabby's still too close though. He'll get caught out. DJ came back in, takes an Omni Slash, but DJ will not fall down. He survives. Frostbite into the ultimate from Chemo, bringing Shadow down.
They'll take down the Juggernaut. They have lost the Invoker, but it looks like Execration may find more potentially. Blink comes forward. Chemo immediately with a Frostbite. Nando held back by the telekinesis from Innocence, but they're not done yet. Execration charging forward. Good chains. Holds back the Breaker just before he gets the bash. He goes back in Blink, but the vacuum, the damage is too much. Execration chased out Blink. Faith behind trying to come back in with the skewer. The
So
shot back.
low.
They're so damn low. He'll find a one on the Spirit Breaker. Can he actually get anything more out of this one? Nando throws the arrow across. He's going to get the vision. He knows that they're looking for him. They're already TP out one. Chemo playing around with Ice Ice. He could be in trouble. Nando in the trees. Ice Ice will chop down onto Chemo. And Nando looks like he'll be safe as it. For the time being, they won't dive any deeper.
Oh, Wings get some kills eventually there. Everybody was getting repeatedly low, but really sick plays there by Execration. Especially the Juggernaut forcing Omni Slash on the Darkseer. Darkseer stays alive. They kill him as he retreats with the CM ulti. Just consistently Wings thinking a step ahead. But only get some kills. The tower dying is pretty big though at this point. Keep in mind that Execration doesn't really have the best late game farmers. And while they are farming well on some of their cores, they're not stupidly ahead.
Mid lane, Shadow has to be very careful here. Fomor gets the vision for the charge and really giving it to him, but he's being careful. There'll be a scan just to potentially if there's anything more behind Shadow, but it doesn't only catch Shadow, so it doesn't give them too much information. They'll lay down a ward. And it looks like they'll decide to play it safe, back up and move towards the bottom lane. Try and claim another tier 1 from the half of Wings' map.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Getting pretty close to Mech as well in Underlord. And again, this is a support. And we're 13 minutes in, he's almost got it picked up. It's a huge advantage. And there's a Blink Dagger on Faith Beyond about 50 gold. All of this greediness is finally paid off. Like they lost their mid tier 1, and there's some really good deep wards from Execration, but that's about it. Other than that, I think they're sitting okay.
I think we've already kind of mentioned the power of the Pit Malice when comboed with certain skills. Obviously, kind of an RP into the pit. That is a lot of disable, and more than enough time for an empowered Jug to just chop through an entire team.
Basically, anybody on Wings' side would love to right click. Works with everyone.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, yeah, an empowered Underlord with the aura kind of after a fight.
You kill the 5 enemy heroes, you get plus 200 damage, and then you farm creeps really fast with Empower.
It's gonna be messy. Wings here, smoking up, moving up across aggressively. Gabby's position will take down the smoke here. They'll put down an Ops ward and they get the chain slash. Immediately jump forward from Fabian, looking for Gabby here. Can he get himself out of this one? No, he can't. There'll be an RP to secure the kill. They'll make sure they take them over the vacuum. Oh, they're stuck on the cliff. And Chemo there with the ultimate, raining down the icy balls of hell.
DJ, man.
Oh,
what a play.
What a Darkseer.
And there was just the CM casting Freezing Field on the same. And they spent so many spells to guarantee the Invoker kill. They got him, but that vacuum just turned things around. What a sick play.
Absolutely beautiful. I mean, as you mentioned, DJ, pretty much the entire game so far, he's been playing it perfectly. The aggression down on the bottom and these kind of counter plays to Wings' attempts to jump in and try and get stuck in fights. It's been absolutely fantastic. 13 for 5 at the moment. Execration, certainly with the lead coming out of this early stages. But Wings had the potential to turn. We saw there obviously kind of the reveal of the blink. It wasn't what Wings wanted, but throughout the entirety of the game, Execration have always got to be scared of that blink RP.
Yeah, it's pretty worrying here. Ice Ice looking. Oh, they're going to fight.
Yeah, they're ready to dive in. Nando just jumped straight past the tower. Fatebound will be there with the skew and the shockwave. The Fate Bolt from Innocence takes him down, and they're not done yet. Wings jumping forward for more blink. Remnants in, chains onto Chemo as well. There'll be a wall and a vacuum. DJ trying to hold back the side of Wings, but Shadow moves forward with the Blade Fury. To Telekinesis, they drag DJ back in. They'll find the Rubik. They'll turn towards a third kill here. As Wings finally finding the team fight that they needed. Execration maybe just getting a bit ahead of themselves there with that dive beyond the tower. Gabby still in potential trouble. DP on cooldown for 12 seconds. Wings, are they going to continue looking at it? It doesn't look like they are, so Gabby may be lucky enough to hang around and wait for the cooldown to come off, but very aggressive attempt there from Execration, diving the tier 1.
Yeah, they arrowed through. They saw that Underlord was by himself. They thought maybe we can jump on and blow him up fast, but the TPs were instant from Wings. And the other part is that Underlord already has his mech, so not only does he have 1300 HP, it's more like 1600.
I mean, just look at this. Just the chains into the pit. You are not going anywhere.
It's just such good disable, and it's really good 5-man here as well. And now all of a sudden, Wings is feeling really far ahead. Even though the net worths are still looking very good for Execration, they've got to be really worried right now, because even a fantastic vacuum wall didn't do that much. And that's even, Ember Spirit doesn't even have items yet. He's got like a wand and an aqua, that's it. They're making it work.
And certainly aren't already. Moving across the mid lane, they've taken down bottom. With the quick Dark Rift, they'll make sure to transcend it into a quick tower push as well. Wings making the action happen on the map. And Execration have to be careful about fighting into this because RP is available and Omni Slash as well.
And think about where we were like 3 minutes ago. Game's completely changed. It's like 4 dead towers. It's a good EMP at least. But it's only going to really nail the Underlord, so.
Yeah, understandable why Execration a little bit more timid about the way that they jump into these fights after the last few have gone, because as you said, really just allowing the game to be shook right up and Wings to get themselves back in a very, very good looking position.
And Nando was doing his best to push out the top lane. He's got Ags at a pretty good timing, 17 minutes. Certainly will be useful. I am unsure it's going to be enough, though. I mean, Ice Ice is doing a great job just counter pushing. It's one of the biggest benefits of Underlord. It's just so safe to cast Firestorm. Whole creep wave is dead. Damages heroes a lot as well. But he's just going to keep farming. And at some point, he's going to have a pipe as well. Pipe's going to offset a lot of the magic damage that Execration's doing.
DJ and Gabby potentially ready to just continue on putting a bit of pressure on this tier 1 and finish it off. It's very low mid lane. Owar with his eyes onto Shadow. Kind of playing around with teasing with the ultimate there. Won't commit. Shadow has got backup as well, so it could be a questionable decision if Execration do go in on the jug. Bottom lane, those spaces created. They'll finish off the tier 1. And Owar already now with the charge onto Faith Bian. Execration are trying to move over to help him. But it looks like, yeah, Faith Bian able to back up far enough that Owar is held back from continuing on the charge.
Yeah, he's fine. He's got a skewer if things get really bad. He's been collecting a lot of farm.
And do you like this decision as well, just going straight for the BKB after blink?
It's so safe, and it's kind of something that they need. I mean, if he jumps in and there's an EMP, or he gets caught by a tornado as he blinks in, very common that happens during team fights. So if he just grabs BKB, instantly gets the RP that he wants, and that kind of just changes everything. Because as soon as you RP and collect everybody, and you have an Ember Spirit that's empowered, or even like a Jug with Omni Slash who's empowered, those whoever's caught in the RP, they're just going to get shredded right away. And that's what they're aiming for here. Invoker would be a great grab.
Yeah, straight in with the RP, no messing. They screw him back into the pit. Omni Slash thrown down as well. Making sure there's no chance for Gabby's escape, and they're not done yet. They jump forward. Remnant and Change from Blink to lock down Owar. A shockwave to the face from Faith Bian as they pick up a second after that smoke movement. Now they'll move in for the tier 2. Wings now 11 for 13. They really have climbed back from what looked to be a bit of a sketchy early game. And now, if you're Execration, I mean, kind of as we've already been thinking, what do you do as this side? How do you counter the way that Wings are playing and performing?
I mean, their laning stage was so good, but now it comes down to their team fights not being nearly as strong. I'm not really sure what the best solution is. Maybe Darkseer needed to go for a mech instead of a Helm of the Dominator. That way those early engagements were a little bit more favored towards Execration, but it's just so difficult to win advantage against heroes like Magnus and Underlord and Ember Spirit. They can constantly pressure and engage and punish Execration a lot better than Execration can punish them in return.
Ice Ice as well with his build. Looks like he's going for the Force Staff next. Do you like this decision?
It's pretty good. You can force back somebody that gets arrowed, for example. You can get outside of EMP yourself or an ally if really needed. There's some decent solutions with it. Something like a Vlad's or a Pipe would be also good, but I think just a simple Force Staff this early can make a huge difference. Because that could be like 1 or 2 less deaths for Juggernaut or Ember Spirit in the early game. That'll really add up by the end.
Looking at some of the items queued up as well over on the side of Execration. It's going to be the Midas, picked up by O1. Also, Chemo on the CM going for the Midas as well. So is this just a way that you could kind of look to drag the game out, kind of accepting that you've lost this time of the game?
No. I mean, well, yeah, maybe they're not looking amazing right now, but the levels can compensate for some other things. I just... Is 2,000 gold really going to change a fight right now? And the answer is probably not. For CM, it could. I think things like Blink Dagger can be really amazing and change a lot, but I think it basically just comes down to like vacuum combos. That's kind of the best thing that Execration has going for them, but the issue is they don't really have stuns on top of that, unless you do like vacuum with the Centaur maybe, but I don't know. It's a tough game for Execration. Their team fight, their laning advantage was amazing, but ever since then, they're not getting as many towers as Wings is. So
Going to have a look at trying to make something happen onto the bottom lane, but Blink actually juking out the initial charge there with the Slight Fist. They'll get the Nether Strike, will drop down as well, but they haven't got the damage to finish him off by the looks of it. Blink and Ice Ice just sticking around, turning straight back onto the Spirit Breaker, forcing Owa to back off. An arrow will fly through. A good connection as well from Nando. They take down one. Ice Ice did try for a Dark Rift, but no way the time was going to be there to save his teammate as Blink to fall. And Execration finding a pick off that they certainly needed.
yeah, it worked out very nicely for them because it was just a. Ooh, he's dying really fast.
Just that. There's no holding back from Wings. They go straight in with an RP opportunity, even on one hero at this stage. Fabian starting to empower up the side. DJ has moved into the front lines of this. Kimo will hold one back with the Frostbite. DJ himself falling incredibly low. The damage, of course, coming out for these empowered heroes, absolutely massive. DJ tries to get away, only just escaped. They're going to go back in. Kimo with the freezing field. They'll punish the player, Faith Bian, and now they're looking for more. Shadow sticking around with the Blade Fury. Can OR find a bash for it? He can't. Shadow's able to TP out. Innocence with the quick Fade Bolt back in there to take down the life of OR. And now with the telekinesis still playing around with Nando. But he has got to be careful, Innocence. 3 heroes still around. He'll head into the trees. His TP still on cooldown for 10 seconds. And
Does he see him now?
he's got the stolen leap.
He may have left in division there. Well, it doesn't look like
It did look close, didn't it? Yeah, with the arrow flying past.
And interesting item build so far by Blink. He goes for BOTs there. They actually do break it, prevent him from TPing in. But that as well as the Yasha. I think the Yasha is going to be for a Manta style to counteract what Invoker's going to do with his Orchid, but it'll be okay. It's kind of synergistic with Empower, just because you're going to get a little bit more value from the plus damage, but definitely not the most ideal Ember Spirit build that we've seen. It's very forced into it, though, based on the heroes.
I mean, at this stage as well, we've obviously just seen Wings diving the tier 3 with the RP set on Invoker, just playing very aggressively. But as you kind of mentioned off the back of the draft, they do potentially on paper have the better late game. So do you think Wings can kind of settle down, get a bit more farm on the Ember Spirit, or do they need to keep this tempo up?
I mean, it's I don't even look at it as tempo. I look at it as it's a Midas. RP and Omni Slash, they're a Midas. You RP the Invoker and keep killing him. Gold gain for you, gold loss for him. That's what they're looking at it as. If they just turn 2 small ultimates, maybe small is the wrong word, but they're winning the game, turn them into an occasional kill on the most farm tier on the enemy team, that's going to eventually put you into an uncontrollable area where you just don't lose.
Yeah, it certainly seems as well with those cooldowns. It's not really like Execration at the moment, like there's no RP, let's go for a play, because they themselves, they realize they need a little bit more before they're able to stand toe-to-toe with Wings. Sice trying to catch Nando there with a pit, but Nando quick on the fingers and out of danger. They will start to head towards the top lane. Both Kimo and DJ in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, Execration's circumstances are very situational. It requires Wings ideally to be a bit spread out, or for them to get a great disable chain and nuke chain on a hero that's not expecting it. Because they have pretty good burst damage right now, but that's about the extent of what they have. Great lockdown, pretty good team fight, good damage if they're out of position. That's about it. So CM going to go for a Glimmer Cape next. Her ultimates have been very useful so far. Nando's got great damage as well, but past that, I guess they have Orchid on Invoker at least. He's looking for a solo kill right now. Might actually run into the whole enemy team. But
this could be big. We'll see how.
There was a break.
Yeah, Breaker there on the front lines. Toying with the RP, realizes he doesn't need it for this kill. Holds back on that one. So they'll take the Spirit Breaker, and Faith Bian still.
We'll see a Curse snipe at least, but oh.
Gabby gets that. But Wings in return, not only just the kill, but also at this stage of the game, taking down the second shrine from the side of Execration.
And the gold advantage continues. So it looks like Guardian Greaves next for Underlord. I'd love to see Vlad's pipe next. Pretty useful. Maybe not Vlad's, maybe that's not too needed, but definitely a pipe.
Blink as well. Has got eyes on him, but immediately remnants away. And just in time as well as Gabby and Nando were on the hunt for him up on the top lane.
That definitely could have been a kill. I don't know if the arrow spooked him or not, or if it was just the creeps dying when they die, but certainly could have been a dead Ember.
And all things said and done, of course, whilst this has been going on, Nando certainly keeping up with the pace of the farm. We're seeing with nearly 3.8k gold in the bank on top of the Ags. And I guess once he gets that E-Blade, there's... who is he looking to burst down? I mean, there's fairly tanky heroes, I guess, on the side. And with the Flame Guard as well, it's maybe not that easy to get these kills.
Yeah, it's absolutely not. I mean, Ember Spirit's total HP is not that high, but even like Rubik is a little hard to kill. He's got a Glimmer Cape here. Underlord has a stupid amount of survivability. Sometimes Jug is a great option though. He's quite tanky right now, but you can either force him to spin or try to nuke him after he's spun. But I don't think it's going to be quite as easy for pickoffs. For fights, it'll be very useful, certainly. Or maybe if he combos with the Invoker on an Orchided hero, that could definitely provide kills.
I guess as well, because the Jug's going from Manta into Skadi, no Diffusal, there's always the potential to save heroes from the Omni Slash, from Shadow as well.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Could work. There's still a lot of magic damage from Wings, though.
Yeah.
It's not too one-dimensional. So they do know they're Roshin. They could, yeah, they're actually approach here.
Oh, they're going to go for the charge. They want to try and contest this one. Immediately looking to go in onto Ice Eyes. Another strike as well, controlling Faith Pian. Nice tornado. EMP as well coming through. Faith Pian plus the BKB. Trying to get into position here. He's going to be back. Gets a good steal onto 2. There's the RP. Holding back both the Darkseer and the CM out of this fight. Can the rest of the team go to work though? Nando's on the chase of Ice Ice. Only the CM to die as of yet. They're still trying to finish off that Underlord towards the top. Back towards the pit. Wings will find a second. There'll be a buyback from Kima on the CM. Trying to get himself back and involved in the fight here. DJ and Nando on the retreat. So as it stands, a 2-for-2 Execration with the buyback coming out from themselves as well. So I imagine certainly puts them at the goal deficit. Roshan's still alive, very low. Wings, of course, have the luxury of having their shrine, whereas obviously Execration, they've lost theirs. So Wings now back up to full health, full mana. They should look to continue to control this pit. They do not have the numbers advantage though. DJ with the vacuum. EMP laid down as well to force Wings to split. And the EMP will catch onto Blink. So now Blink entirely out of mana. This Jug's trying to go in. Has the Manta to remove the silence from the Orchid. But now Shadow has to be careful. Falling down low. Healing Ward is out. Nando jumps forward. Looks to finish off Faith Bian. There's the Blink. There's the Starstorm. They'll find that. Blink turns around. And with a Deafening Blast, they have lost another Sunstrike coming straight down in return. Gabby, can he get out of this one? No, he can't. A crit from Shadow takes him out. DJ to fall as well. He goes for the Nether Strike, but the Glimmer Cape from Innocence keeping Shadow alive. And they'll just chase down the Spirit Breaker as well. Change the empowered crits from Shadow, cutting through Execration. And a celebratory leap from Innocence as they well and truly smash Execration around the pit. Wings head back in, will finish off Roche, get themselves the... Ooh.
Yeah, he's going to have to get this one. The taunting Dark Rift. It was such a close fight there. Execration almost won in so many ways, and I'm just sitting here looking at Midas's. I'm thinking if CM had a Glimmer Cape, if Spirit Breaker had a Glimmer Cape or a Force Staff or something, we would have seen way more impact out of all of their heroes. And instead, not only does Wings get Roche here, but there's been like 3 buybacks now in Execration, 2 buybacks.
I think
that makes a huge impact.
It's a little worrying as well because I keep seeing over on the desk a lot of these Midas is on cooldown each time that they go down Execration. So value certainly being lost from the side.
And it's not even about that value right now because that's going to take like, it takes like 10 minutes for your Midas to pay off, gold wise. So yeah, you get some levels out of it, but honestly, a survivability item here or there turns that close fight into a 1 game for Execration. Because once the big teamfight ultimates were down, all they had to do is keep playing around double Starstorms. You do that enough times, and Wings is easily burstable.
Wings looking even more deadly now. There's a Manta complete on Blink. It's going to be even harder to be locked down by the side of Execration. A lot of it is kind of, you mentioned it, lack of stuns. They've got a root, they've got a silence. That's not going to mean much when there's a Manta in the hands of both of the cores of Wings. And also Shadowblade picked up from Faith Bian as well. So Execration have to be even extra careful in the way so that they approach these fights, because that Shadowblade into RP could certainly catch them off guard.
It was honestly a great fight. The disabled Magnus at the start did tons of AoE damage. Gotta aim for some mana drain here.
Shadow straight in.
That was actually a big snipe, getting the elf hole.
It takes away a
60
good
damage
chunk,
or
isn't
something.
It?
Yeah, it's a lot. I can't tell you exactly how much. I'll have to mouse it over 1 second.
Do the mass part.
That was a flame, if you didn't catch it.
A flame?
Valve flame, dude.
Oh, a Valve flame. Don't flame Valve purge.
They deserve that one.
There we go, Wings. Still remaining solid on the Execration side of the map. They're getting some good wards down as well. Already 3 observer wards over on Execration's side. And as we can see, really, Execration very scared about leaving the base at this stage. Back up on the high ground. They're very aware that the Wings just have this huge potential to jump in and look for fights.
And they push really fast with Empower. I mean, Jug is one of the best melee sieging heroes just because he can BKB himself. He can drop healing ward. He's got Manta style, and he's got bonus damage from the mag, so he just kills towers really fast. And he's backed up by Guardian Greaves and other things too.
Now they'll put the sentry down just in case there was a high ground observer ward from Wings. I know they haven't put one down yet inside the base. As, for the time being, Faithian is going to have to wait for the wave to push in or go for some sort of blind initiation and also attempt for something big. Shadow back in again. Wings making sure that they don't go too cocky here with this push.
They could poke him a bit. They still have E-Blade, so every time he uses spin, he's going to have to wait until it's almost up again, like this. Oh, that's...
Taking a straight out. He does have the Aegis. Faithian immediately comes in with the skewer to take Nando out. A tornado thrown in immediately to try and break up the fight and help Nando get out of there. Nando looks like he will be able to retreat in safety. Oh no, Blink actually jumped in aggressively trying to finish this off, but the speed there from the Surge and the Moonlight Shadow allowing Nando to get out to safety. So no one to fall. Shadow remains on the mid, continues to apply pressure. They'll shrine up Execration. RP is still there for Faithian though, so Execration have to be careful about how close they come to defending this push.
They're just keeping them as far away as they can, and it's working. Melee Barracks is almost down.
Just with this pit, with the sleight of fist interchange. It's a long range disable. It's quick change to hold back the charge from OR. Lift it up. There's a vacuum. There's no real follow-up for now. They'll now get out the Deafening Blast, but the BKB's already come out from Faithian. Goes in with the skewer, has the RP onto two, Invoker's out, and so's the Darkseer. DJ to fall. And Wings, they'll finish off the rest of the racks. Nando's jumped in, gets rooted immediately by the pit. Will still be able to escape, and Ice.
We cancel those.
Yeah, he's going to hold it on. They want to go for more here. They realize that with two down, they've got the chance to do serious damage to the base of Execration, and both of these heroes, without buyback available, this is looking pretty painful for them, Purge.
It's very difficult for them to get them low, and with Guardian Greaves as well as the healing ward, they're just always full on HP. There's not enough shrines in the base to actually solve this issue.
They're not done yet. They're taken two. They're going to look for a third. Wings, no stopping this aggression, and no reason to. With just 3 heroes alive on the side of Execration, they will almost certainly have to deal with the mega creeps. As Wings clean up the base in Execration, they know that they can't hold against that. It's GG, well played, and Wings, really, really solid execution coming out of a bit of a rough laning stage, Butch.
Yeah, a bit of a rough lane. It was 0-7 at the start of the game. I don't know if you noticed that, but they had 2 AFK junglers, basically. Underlord, fantastic at rotating between jungle and off lane. They had Magnus getting tons of farm, was top net worth at various points of the game. But at some point, it was just a couple bad team fights that should have gone well for Execration, but they did fall flat. The base one, definitely the Roche fight. You know, if they get a big advantage from that, they can snowball it into a little bit more, into a little bit more, into a little bit more, and eventually win the game.
Very, very interesting stuff, and just lots of bits for the panel to pick apart after the break. This kind of change of the Ember reacting to the picks from the side of Execration, trying to run this Invoker counter. Didn't work out this time, but that's game 1, ladies and gentlemen. Wings Gaming taking the lead. Don't go anywhere, though, because we'll be right back after this short break.
Saya ingat saya dah bersedia, tapi saya masih tak tahu macam mana nak jadi ayah yang baik. Saya hanya tahu saya nak yang terbaik untuk mereka berdua. Si Manju okey tak ni? Takutnya nak tahu keputusan.
都是我不好，妹。如果我不这样说，我想你一定是除夕当天才会回来吃团圆饭喽。
你太坏了，怎么可以这样捉弄我？
继续学习吧，这那么远的路啊，你一定很累了。
这不是小时候常看到的画面吗？一家人聚在一起，忙着准备迎接新年的到来。离家在外头工作的这些年，我都差点忘记了这些美好的时光。有时放慢生活脚步，才能更深刻地感受家人的爱与关怀。Nivea 与你提早回家庆团圆。
Welcome back to Resorts World Genting. That's right, I got it right this time. Sorry about that for earlier on. Welcome back to ESL One as well. We are in our final series of the night, and it's been good news if you're a Wings fan, because they are 1-0 to the good on their way to the semi-finals, needing just one more game. Welcome back to the panel as well. Everything okay? Feeling good? Enjoying some local brew?
I am indeed.
Yes.
He looks so classy, Tree.
He does. He did look like a proper English gentleman doing it.
I mean, it's
little
because I
fingers
look
stuck
classy
out
doing everything.
Serious stuff now.
Everything, Ben.
It'll meet your energy needs, that's for sure.
Yeah, possibly. I don't know what's in that. Hopefully some sugar.
It's just tea.
Oh, okay. Brilliant performance by Wings in the end, but Execration didn't make it easy for them.
We were talking about it. It was like they were supposed to do good in the laning phase, but they did better than we expected in the laning phase.
Yeah.
It was like the score was like 7-0 at one point, like 13-2. Like it was like they were just destroying Wings, but Wings obviously knew that was coming with their kind of draft.
Yeah, you guys predicted it before we went out into the game. But did we end up in the same result but via a slightly different direction, Cap?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Do you think we arrived at the same end result that you all predicted before?
Yeah,
the game,
I think
but
it was
maybe
just
we
like
took a different path to get there.
Yeah, it was just like it was inevitable, and Execration kind of stalled things up. But like once Wings, like it's not just the landing phase, but they also made that one mistake where they went on the Invoker and they whiffed the RP. They still killed the Invoker, but then they got in this nasty situation. Like they never made that mistake again, right? The next time they went on the Invoker, they were always willing to fully commit RP and Omni Slash because it was the only hero that really mattered for Execration going into the mid game. Yeah, this is the fight.
And if you look at the imbalances in the lineups, for Execration, maybe you're expecting to have a stronger late game, but how does that turn into a winning advantage for you? And we talked about without someone to take objectives, they can't really take towers around these successful fights. And ultimately, at some point, it becomes very difficult to fight into Wings. When you're playing a hero like Magnus, an ideal situation, you want to be able to RP one or two key targets. Once you kill them, your team wins the rest of the fight. That's kind of what it felt like with the Invoker. They committed so many ultimates to just blowing up that Invoker. You don't want to be in a situation where the team depends on you to hit 3 or 4 man perfect RPs to win fights. And it was exactly the opposite scenario in this game for Wings. Once they got past that early game and held their towers at least, if not the kill count.
Yeah, many other teams, Ben, would have panicked early on when they were just being absolutely beasted all over the map, but not Wings.
They knew their lineup was better.
Yeah.
I think Execration had Monkey King syndrome, win the lanes, lose the game, kind of. Their team fight was
Except Monkey King wins this game.
Not anymore, not so much. But
what do we think about Underlord support? That's something we haven't talked about yet. Is that do we think this is viable? Do we think like Underlord really shouldn't be a hero that you leave out in the pool because it now has versatility in its pick as well as just strength as an offlaner?
Yes. It set up so many things for them too. It was very, very easy after the Searing Chains to land a Root, and then if they needed to follow up after that, they had the RP. And he's very tanky. He's very unlikely to die. He's not like a hero that Spirit Breaker can just charge and easily pick off. But I think this is It's not a good sign for Wings though when they win through draft and not through like really clean play. I expected the laning phase to go a little bit better for them, and they miss a lot of the searing chains that would have interrupted Spirit Breaker, and the miscoordination leading to the 3-man vacuum into the freezing field. I don't think that's a good sign for them going further in the tournament, but they still need strong drafts.
It's a good sign for Jack though, because he doesn't look like he's going to lose any friends.
Yeah, so I might have to predict Execration again this game. But there are some takeaways for them. Again, they won that laning phase harder than you would have expected. That's something to build on. For Wings, obviously, you have to be happy that you're able to overcome that. But again, superior team fight execution later on. They showed like the strengths that they have as a team. And maybe during the draft, Execration didn't want to draft into that. And so they went with a different philosophy from what they're used to. We'll see if they make any adjustments next game, or if they go with that Meepo if it's left in the pool again.
I do think that Execration were able to keep at least some pace with Wings when it came to the team fight, like the really chaotic Roshan fight. Like I felt like Execration were still being able. They were putting in as many punches as Wings were when it came to that fight. It was just like I think they lost out in the fight inevitably because of their draft, but I still think their execution was on par with Wings in some of these engagements. So I think that's a good sign for Execration going into game 2.
Did you like the HOD build on the Darkseer? Would you prefer mech?
Maybe in that game, because there was so much fighting that the earlier mech would have been better. But I don't know, HOD just has so much stat value, and there's a lot of like hidden values to that item that it's hard to very clearly see, you know, the comparison. Mechis gives you a very obvious like, oh, you get this big heal in a team fight, right? HOD offers you a lot of small things, good stats. This like creep that always pushing out is able to get you certain ganks, spots a lot of vision. There's so many like opportunities that HOD presents.
Yeah, very interesting from all of you as usual. We're going to hear more from our panel in just a moment. Of course, we're going to take a break now because we are off to pay the bills and stuff, and we've got to do that occasionally. And when we come back, we will have game 2, of course, because Wings are on the verge of making it to the semi-finals. We'll find out whether Execration can make a comeback after this.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Closer. AW